The FBI in Peace and War, ordinarily heard at this time throughout the year, is taking its usual summer vacation and will return to CBS 1 week from tonight on September 1st.
Broadway's My Beat. From Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
Broadway. It's a swamp that'll drag you breath by breath into its shadowed pools, or it's a meadow shining with golden light. It's a place and a time and a loneliness that reaches out for you, then beckons you into an airless room and locks the door. You get out or you don't. Either way, it's Broadway, My Beat. A man dies in silence and in dark, and the city sets up a shrieking clamor, and you're part of it. You ride a scream through the crowded, heat-heavy streets, and then you hit a dead end. And it's a building, and a room at the top of the building, and it's a man lying in the center of the room while other men take notes on the history of his dying.
All right, Joe, get one from this angle, huh?
Yeah, hold the light while I focus, will you? Hiya, Danny. Okay, that's good. Got it. Now get a shot of all that food. Oh, what a banquet this guy laid out for himself.
Danny, come over here. This'll interest you.
It never interests me, Doc. What have you got?
Val Dane, the novelist. Ever read any of his stuff?
No.
Neither do I. The wife does, though. Says she's mad about him. But she went mad over Rebecca of Sunnybrook Farm.
Well, let's have tea some other time, huh, Doc? Tell me about Dane.
Yeah, well...
Hey, first tell him about me, huh, Doc? Tell him about me.
Oh, yeah. Danny, this is
Clem Picasso. Yeah, that's who I am. Picasso.
Picasso? Haven't I heard your name someplace?
Sure you have. Clem Picasso, the painter. I paint flagpoles.
That's where it was. You were painting a portrait of a flagpole for Dane, is that it?
No, you don't understand. I'm the real article. Let me tell you about me.
Yeah.
If it wasn't for me, you guys wouldn't even know Dane was dead.
Tell me more about yourself.
Well, I was painting a flagpole on top of this building, see? All of a sudden came a gust of wind. I grabbed hold of the pole, dropped my pail of paint right through that skylight there, see? I look for spilled paint. I find a dead man. That is the experience that happened today to Clem Picasso, flagpole painter. Unforgettable.
It'll live in my memory, too. You got anything to add to that, Doc?
Only this, Danny. This room is a fortress. Dane must have built it on top of his penthouse for a retreat. It's ventilated by an air conditioning system. The only source of outside light is that skylight, and that's at least 30 feet from the floor.
Mm-hmm.
There's no phone, and the room was locked and bolted from the outside. Dane couldn't get out. This place is bare. No writing materials, nothing.
Yeah, like a tomb. Maybe he needed this kind of atmosphere to think.
Maybe. All the boys found when they broke in here was Dane and that table, loaded with food, all jarred. Fruits, chicken, all sorts of good things to eat.
What's the matter, Doc? You hungry? Just tell me how Dane died.
He died of starvation, Danny.
Huh?
Yeah, all that food, and he died of starvation. Curious man, this Val Dane. Huh, Danny?
I could have dropped it right there. Val Dane, I told myself, had committed suicide by starving himself to death, thereby obtaining new material for his next novel. That's what I told myself. That's how much sense it made. And that's why I couldn't drop it. In New York, hardly anybody dies in a vacuum. A man as famous as Val Dane never does. There has to be a close friend or relative to break the news to, and in a case like this, to question. It wasn't tough to find out that Val Dane had a wife, now divorced, and a city directory said she lived on West 79th Street. It was apartment 105. As simple as that.
Yes, what is it?
You're Mrs. Dane?
Well, only approximately. Mr. Dane and I are divorced. I've kept his name for my son's sake. You're...
Danny Clover. I'm from the police.
Oh, how interesting. We've never had a caller here from the police. Won't you come in?
Thank you.
I do hope you'll stay until Jimmy comes home. Jimmy is my son, Mr. Clover. I'm sure he'd love to hear the experiences you'd have to tell him. In here, the living room.
That's quite a collection of glass toys there on the floor. Clowns, building sets, animals, and all in glass. Jimmy must be an unusual boy.
Oh, yes, he is. That's all I have left in life, Mr. Clover. To make him happy.
There's something I have to tell you that might make you quite sad.
About Jimmy?
No, it's about your former husband, Val Dane. He's dead.
Oh, I'm so happy. Well, I mean, I'm relieved. I was afraid with Jimmy being on the streets...
Then it doesn't affect you, Mr. Dane's death?
I think I should be more sad if I read in the papers that a man I never met had died at the age of 93.
I see.
No, you don't, really. How could I feel sorrow for Val Dane? He was a miserable 10 years thrust into my life.
Why do you say that?
Because he was a talented egoist. He cared nothing for Jimmy. Cared even less for me. We lived for him. He lived for Val Dane.
When did you see him last?
2 years ago. In that horrible cabin in the Adirondacks. He forced us to go there so he could write. And one more thing, Mr. Clover.
Yes?
When you write your report about me, put this down. Put down Joanne Dane, Val Dane's ex-wife. She's glad he's dead.
I didn't bother to tell Joanne Dane that her former husband had starved to death. I had a feeling she would have enjoyed that too much, and death doesn't need laughing at. But when I hit Broadway again, death was screaming at me in big black letters. Val Dane had become public property for a nickel a copy. You got the funny papers, too. I called headquarters and asked Sergeant Tartaglia if anything new had turned up. Something new had. Get back to your office right away, the sergeant said. There's a guy wants to see you. He's hysterical. The sergeant wasn't kidding. Something in my office makes you laugh like that? The pollen, maybe?
I can't help it. It's rich. It's the richest one I've ever heard.
Okay, come out of it. Who are you?
My name's Brooks, Lyle Brooks.
Lyle Brooks, huh? Tell me gently, what's so rich?
Oh, if I think of it again, Lieutenant, I shall roll on your floor in continued convulsions of hilarity.
And think of something real sad, like a right to the jaw, and tell me what's on your mind.
Why, Val Dane starved to death. Don't you think that's funny? No? Well, I think it's funny.
What tickles you about a man's death, Brooks?
About Val's death? He was such a pig, and he starved to death. Well, that, Lieutenant, is humor. Category ironic humor.
What's your interest in Val Dane's death?
I'm his ghost.
Ghost, huh? Tartaglia.
Yeah, Danny. Now, what do you want?
Book this guy for impersonating a human.
Hey, that's a serious...
Right now, Tartaglia, book him.
Well, sure. For impersonating a human, huh? Come on, you.
Policemen have a sense of jest, too, I see.
Come on, you.
So I'll explain. I am Val Dane's ghost.
You're doing it again, Brooks.
His ghost writer. I did much of the writing which is credited to our so literary Mr. Dane. That's why I came to give myself up.
To give yourself up, huh? Did you have anything to do with his dying?
Assuredly not. But you might think so. I hated him. Val Dane cheated me time and again. But this time was the biggest cheat of all.
What's he talking about, Danny?
I'm talking about The Great Fake, Val Dane's latest book. I wrote at least half of it, you know. Got no credit. Val said I would get credit.
What are you trying to tell us?
Just this. If Val Dane met with foul play in any way, I should head your list of suspects. Me and Cynthia, of course. We mustn't forget Cynthia.
Oh, we can't forget her. Cynthia who?
Cynthia Troy. Why, everybody knows she's the woman in The Great Fake. Heavens, do you mean to say you haven't read the book, Mr. Clover?
Mr. Clover hadn't, but Mr. Clover did. The Great Fake, new novel by Val Dane, available at your favorite bookstore, $3 the copy. I bought it, noted it carefully on my expense account, and went home and curled up with $3 worth of vitriol. Because that's what the novel was. A book of hate, a sneering book, a book without humor. There wasn't a person in it, only caricatures dipped in acid. And the leading woman of the novel had been dipped deepest of all. It tweaked me. The next morning, I just had to see her.
I'd been expecting a call from the police, Mr. Clover. Drink?
No, thanks, Miss Troy.
Then you won't mind if I do.
No.
I realize it's before noon, but then I haven't had my breakfast yet. You sure you won't have a drink?
Yeah, I'm sure. Just why had you been expecting a call from the police, Miss Troy?
Because I have no doubt about your intelligence. One thing you must know in my business is never to underestimate anybody.
You mind if I ask what your business is?
The same as in Val's novel. I give parties, Mr. Clover. I arrange that the unfortunate rich be impressed by their leisure and their wealth. By opulent and clever parties, Mr. Clover. For an opulent price, Mr. Clover.
Now the question, Miss Troy. Why
were you expected, Mr. Clover? The answer is a question. How do you get a man to starve to death?
I've been asking myself that. Do you think somebody got Val Dane to starve?
Undoubtedly. Val Dane was a man whose only love was Val Dane. He was too jealous of his love to kill himself. He would never commit suicide.
Then, do you think he was murdered?
I believe I implied that, don't you?
Did you kill him?
The idea titillates me. Yes, it's a rare thought. Ask me that again, Mr. Clover.
Look, Miss Troy, the social graces aren't one of my, social graces. In your circle, how do you tell a lady to quit stalling?
By telling her.
Then let's quit stalling, huh?
Very well. You've read Val's novel, yes? It made a fool of me, didn't it?
Is that why you killed him? Locked him in that room and starved him to death?
I should like to have done that, Mr. Clover. The idea...
Yeah, I know. It titillates you.
You've started a train of thought, Mr. Clover. I should like to have locked him in that room and spent days of ecstatic joy watching Val Dane starve.
I went back to the clean, almost domestic air of the police laboratory and waited while the lab boys checked and rechecked the coroner's report. No matter how you shook it, it came out that Val Dane had died of starvation. Then it caught up with me what Cynthia Troy had said. It would have given her days of ecstatic joy to watch Dane starve. There was only one place anyone could have done that. That was from the roof and through the skylight of Dane's death room. I took a uniformed officer with me because maybe that kind of ecstasy leaves a clue.
Danny, I've been over every inch of this roof. There ain't a particle of it that ain't intimate and familiar to me. I'm also sick of the sight of it under my nose.
Okay, officer. You can get up off your hands and knees now.
Thanks, Danny. You know, Danny, maybe it'd help if you told me what it is we're looking for.
I don't know. Threaded cloth, a cigarette butt, the smell of hate.
The smell... Huh? Hey, Danny, you dizzy from the altitude or something?
No. You can go now, officer. I won't need you anymore.
Okay. Hey, you know, it's kind of pretty up here.
Huh?
All the lights of the city. Gee, that reminds me. I think I'll take my wife to the top of the Empire State Building. It'll be like a second honeymoon. So long, Danny. Don't stay too long in the night air.
Yeah. There has to be something. Didn't make sense what I saw. A piece of Scotch tape stuck to one of the panes of the skylight. I leaned down to examine it. And then there was something that did make sense. The sound of someone moving toward me. And then I whipped out my gun and ducked behind the jut of the skylight. And then it found me. When I woke, a sickly dawn spread itself over the roof and over me. I took inventory and found I was missing 2 items. A valuable hunk of skin from my right temple and a piece of Scotch tape. Just that. Scotch tape.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. A thrill a minute. High-tension suspense from the word go. Dramatic excitement that builds and builds until it explodes in a smashing climax. That's Inner Sanctum, the great mystery show that's another of CBS top-notch Monday night programs. You'll find Inner Sanctum one of the most entertaining spots on your Monday night listening schedule. And remember, Lux Radio Theater returns next Monday, August 29th, for its 15th year of great dramatic presentations. Inner Sanctum, Lux Radio Theater, every Monday night over most of these same CBS stations. Now back to Broadway's My Beat.
Morning on Broadway is like any other August morning on 1,000 other main drags. People are caught up in a salary to be earned, baseball scores, and the heat. You keep moving and do the best you can. The best I could do was to try to push my way through a brick wall. Progress was practically at a standstill. But by now, one thing was obvious. I had a murder on my hands. Val Dane had been found starved to death in a locked room with a banquet spread before him. That in itself was something to nick the curiosity. But when I got too curious, somebody had taken a shot at me. Draw a line and add that up, and you get a 6-letter word meaning foul play. At headquarters, after I had my head bandaged, Sergeant Tartaglia was terse and intelligent about the whole thing.
I can't figure it, Danny.
Now, don't try, Tartaglia. If you could figure it, you'd become invaluable to the department. You'd never get your pension. Did you get what I told you to?
Yeah, 1 piece of frosted glass, just like you said.
Thanks. Where'd you get it?
Now, Danny, where would you get a piece of frosted glass at police headquarters? Out of the men's powder room. You better hurry up with it.
Yeah. Well, we'll tear off a piece of Scotch tape. Well, we'll paste it over the glass like this.
What are you doing, Danny?
Pasting Scotch tape on frosted glass. It's the latest craze. Now we hold it up to the light. Look through it, Tartaglia. Get up close and look through it.
Hey, you can see right through it. The part of the glass with the Scotch tape on it, you can see right through. Hey, that's a neat trick, Danny.
It's also a clue, Sergeant. The skylight to Val Dane's retreat was frosted glass. Somebody stuck that missing piece of tape on the glass so they could watch Val Dane die.
Uh-huh.
Tartaglia, suppose you were locked in a room loaded with food and you were starving to death. What would you do?
I'd eat the food.
Unless what, Tartaglia?
Unless nothing, Danny. I'd eat the food.
Unless what, Tartaglia?
Danny, I said I'd eat the food unless it was Unless it was poison, Danny.
You're so right. Tartaglia, I want all the food found in Val Dane's room transferred to the technical lab right away. I want every piece of it analyzed for poison. I want the analysis on my desk as soon as possible.
Right.
Now, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Danny Clover speaking.
Plainclothes Meshikov, sir, assigned to follow Cynthia Troy.
Oh, okay, Meshikov. What do you got?
At 9 a.m. this morning, Cynthia Troy entered the Fifth Avenue apartment of one Michael Green.
Who?
Cream. Michael Cream. C-R-E-A-M. Cream. You know, like in cream. So I took a plant in the hall. At 9:15, I heard loud voices, which at 9:20 become a heated argument.
Who's this Merkel Cream?
Oh, him I checked. He's a yogi.
A yogi, huh? Oh, that's interesting. These guys go on starvation diets to get next to their souls. Thanks, Mechikov. Stick with Cynthia. Hey, Tartaglia.
Yeah, Danny.
Get my bed of nails. I'm calling on a yogi. The yogi with the homogenized name, Merkel Cream, lived in a rich, creamy Fifth Avenue mansion with a high money-fat content. The outside stairs were covered with a thick layer of perfumed oriental carpet. When you rang, a girl made of copper with bells on the ankles of her bare feet and a jewel stuck in the middle of her forehead opened the door. With a scented arm, motioned you into the presence. The presence was a muscular man with the body of a professional football player, wearing a plumed turban and an imported English tweed loincloth. He sat in the middle of the floor, bathed in the celestial glow of a baby pink spotlight. And then the presence spake.
You have come...
Yeah, Mr. Cream,
Speak not when I speak. You have come...
You said that.
You have come to attune yourself to the eternal harmony that lies 6 fathoms deep in the cosmic sea. You will go into the cleansing room.
Huh?
You will go into the cleansing room and there cleanse yourself and attire yourself in a loincloth. You will find a suitable array hanging from pegs. The, panther skin for you, I think.
Look, Mr.
Have
Cream...
no fear. They are sterilized after each use. Now go, tortured one, go.
Look, Cream, I'm not here to cross your palm with
How
silver.
dare you speak to Merkel Cream thus? How dare you, savage?
That's me. Look into your crystal ball and tell me why you should scream at a tortured one named Cynthia Troy and vice versa.
How did you know? Don't answer. I will answer for you. You are omniscient, clairvoyant, like the me that is the true me.
Like the me that is Danny Clover, New York police. I got a hunk of protoplasm named Meshikov who floats under windows and soaks up things like a fishwife's brawl between you and Cynthia.
But you are clairvoyant. The Cynthia underneath Cynthia is a fishwife.
She pays you to tell her that?
Cynthia Troy is a disciple. Disciple fall out sometimes, as you know.
I've heard. And Val Dane, he was a disciple, too. What did you do to Dane, Yogi? Put him on a starvation diet for his eternal harmony?
Then you've read his book.
Yeah, he gave you a paragraph. Let's see if I can remember the exact words. The yogi, a vicious parasite, a jeweled vampire, a stinking phony. Did I quote the exact words exactly, Yogi Cream?
Dane died in a way that pleases me. He died in an agony of hunger. What does it matter if his exact words are remembered? To him or to me, what does it matter?
Yeah. Get up, Cream. You're coming with me. I got a feeling you can give me better answers with your pants on.
You believe that I'm a fake? You believe what Dane said of me?
To put it bluntly, Cream, yeah. Sorry, but yeah. Maybe Dane killed your lush racket with his bestseller. Maybe you knew it would. Maybe you arranged for him to die. Let's go.
Help me up, Mr. Clover.
Yeah, cosmic harmony makes you weak. All right.
You know I can't afford to go to jail. It would ruin me.
Let go of me.
If you move, Mr. Clover, I'll break your back as if it were a stick of wood.
Let go of me.
A little trick I learned from a man on Amsterdam Avenue. 10 judo lessons for $20. Worth it, don't you think? Don't you think?
I got my lessons for free.
Well, send them back. They're no good.
Let's find out, shall we? Let's find out. Now, my way, Cream. Let's do it my way. Oh. Well, what do you know? The yogi found cosmic harmony. Has to be a phone in this dump. Yeah.
Headquarters, Tartaglia speaking.
Tartaglia, this is Danny. Send a stretcher to pick up Yogi.
Mr. Merkel Cream?
Yeah, he spilled out of his bottle.
One stretcher coming up. Hey, Danny, we got a report on that food.
Yeah? Give it to me.
I was about to, Danny. You know, it is very interesting.
Tartaglia, if you don't talk fast, order a stretcher for yourself, too. What about that food?
Well, that's what I'm telling you, so interesting. It was not poison, Danny. Baldane's food was not poisoned.
Until the yogi was in condition to talk to me, I had to talk to myself. What kind of man was Val Dane? That was the big question, the important question. Locked in a room long enough to starve to death, and he refused to touch the food, the unpoisoned food at his fingertips. Why? What was the mentality of the man? Once, long ago, he had been human enough to marry, to have a family. Maybe that was the clue. Once somebody loved him. Maybe his ex-wife, Joanne Dane, would be calmer now. Maybe she could divorce her memory from ugliness.
Yes? Who are you?
I'm Danny Clover, police detective. Who are you?
I'm the landlady. What can I do for you?
I want to see Joanne Dane.
Joanne's not in any trouble. She's a fine girl. What kind of trouble would she be in?
No, I didn't say she was in any trouble. I just wanted to talk to her.
Well, she ain't in.
Where is she?
Joanne's out for a walk.
With Jimmy?
Jimmy? What are you talking about?
His son, Jimmy.
Mister, you got the wrong address. Joanne's got no son. Nobody lives here by the name of Jimmy. Say, what kind of a detective are you anyway?
Yeah. What kind, Clover? Let's go find out.
Oh, here are the vital statistics he asked for, Danny.
Yeah?
Hey, when are you going to take me to see South Pacific, Danny?
Oh, any day now, doll. I'm just waiting for that inheritance.
Oh, Danny, stop pulling my leg. Here. Know the vital statistics, Danny.
Read it to me, doll, because your voice is like honey. Read it to me.
Get him. James Dane, age 4, son of Val and Joanne Dane. Died June 22nd, 1947. Cause of death, accidental poisoning. Death spasms took 4 hours. Remoteness of cabin in Adirondacks made it impossible to reach boy in time to help. Signed, Dr. James Robeson. Hey, Danny, where you going? I haven't finished. Danny, come back here. I've got some things to settle.
I was out when you called before, Mr. Clover.
Yeah, I know. Joanne, your landlady said you'd gone for a walk.
With Jimmy. Jimmy loves to walk on a sunny day like this.
Where's Jimmy now?
Out playing.
Joanne, I asked you before. Now, don't lie. When was the last time you saw Val Dane?
I won't lie. A few weeks ago, as I told you.
A few weeks ago, yeah. Another question. Why did you go to see him?
To ask him for money. I hated myself for it, but Jimmy needs clothes. You see, he'll be going to school this fall, and...
I see. Joanne, did you take anything with you, anything that you gave to Val?
Well, I don't think so. I can't remember that I did.
Food?
Why...
food in jars, chicken, preserves, things like that?
Well, now that you mention it, Mr. Clover, yes, I think I...
Yes, Joanne, you told Val that food was poisoned, didn't you? Just before you left, just before you closed the door behind you. You told Val it was poison, didn't you, Joanne?
What are you talking about?
Just before you locked the door and bolted it behind you, you told him that. You pointed a gun at him and told him that.
Why should I do that?
Joanne, listen to me. Jimmy is dead, isn't he?
Jimmy dead? Jimmy dead?
Jimmy died 2 years ago. You know that, Joanne.
No, what? I don't know what you're saying.
The Adirondacks, one summer 2 years ago. Jimmy took some poison by mistake. There was no way to get help soon enough. You and Val had to watch him die.
You're making all that up.
You blamed it on your husband. You blamed him for bringing you there because it was so remote.
No, it wasn't that way at all.
Yes, it was. You left that food with your husband, Joanne. You told him it was poisoned. You knew he'd never have courage to taste that food after seeing the way Jimmy died. Your husband took his chances with starvation rather than suffer the way Jimmy did.
Jimmy suffer? Jimmy dead?
Yes, Joanne, he's dead. These glass toys are only a lie that you're making yourself believe.
Put them down. They're Jimmy's toys.
Your final revenge, Joanne. You had to watch Val die.
Yes.
You came back each night to look through the skylight.
Yes.
Finally, when he was dead, you came back to remove that tape. That's when you saw me.
Yes. And I wanted to kill you because I was frightened of you, Mr. Clover. That's the only reason. I didn't hate you then. You've got to believe me. I didn't hate you.
Joanne.
But I hate you now. And I've got to kill you now, Mr. Clover. I've got to.
Joanne, put down that gun.
I'll kill you. You broke Jimmy's toys. You broke them. Oh, Jimmy. Jimmy, all your beautiful toys broken. All your toys. Oh, Jimmy. How can you forgive me, son? I'm sorry. Oh, you're
Hello?
beautiful.
Give me the police department. This is Danny Clover. No, I don't want a riot squad. I want an ambulance and a doctor. It took 15 minutes for them to come, and in that time I watched the shadows soak up the remnants of her mind. How do you tell a woman her life is done? How do you fill it in reports? How do you make statistics out of it and file it in a ledger? How do you write sorrow as a number? How? Broadway's really living now. It's got a creamy yogi back in circulation. Cynthia is throwing a marvelous party for Patrolman Mishakef. And the ghost, Lyle Brooks, he's haunting another author. Broadway's jaunty now, and it wears a chip on its shoulder. It's flexing its muscles and daring the nighttime. And before it's over, it'll tear itself apart and laugh at its own agony. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover, was directed tonight by Cliff Howell, with script by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. Musical direction is by Lud Gluskin. That man is coming back again. Yes, Arthur Godfrey is returning from his vacation, and he'll be helping some promising young performers up the ladder of success when Arthur Godfrey's Talent Scouts return to the air next Monday night over most of these same CBS network stations. Along with the Talent Scouts, you can hear such great shows as My Friend Irma, Inner Sanctum, the Lux Radio Theater, and the Bob Hawke Show, all on Monday nights and all on CBS. Stay tuned now for Mr. Keene, which follows immediately over most of these same CBS stations. This is CBS, where you hear Lux Radio Theater every Monday, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Petri Wine brings you Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce in the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes. Petrie family, the family that took time to bring you good wine, invite you to listen to Dr. Watson tell us another exciting story about his old friend, that master detective, Sherlock Holmes. As for me, instead of telling you something, I'd like to ask you something. Do you like chicken? How do you like it best? Roasted, fried, or in a stew with dumplings? Well, whatever your favorite may be, you'll like that chicken infinitely better when it's served with a glass of Petrie California Sauterne. Now there's a combination. Chicken and Petrie Sauterne. Petrie Sauterne is a white wine, pale golden in color, delicately fragrant, and clear as crystal. And what a flavor that Petrie Sauterne has. I'm telling you, Petrie Sauterne is just about the last word in dinner wine. Oh, one more tip. Remember to serve Petrie Sauterne with fish or any kind of seafood. Good, it's great. To be sure you have a glass of good wine, be sure it's Petrie wine. And now I'm sure our good friend Dr. Watson's expecting us. Let's go in and join him. Good evening, Doctor.
Good evening, Mr. Bartell. Punctual to the minute, as usual. Draw up a chair and settle down, my boy.
Well, I won't settle down too far, Doctor. You have a habit of keeping me on the edge of my chair during most of your stories.
Just as should be, Mr. Bartell. I hope tonight will prove no exception, so light up your pipe and I'll get on with my story.
Doctor, from the hints you gave us last week, it sounded like quite a thriller. How did it begin?
On a cold winter morning in 1897, Holmes and I, our breakfast just concluded, sat on either side of a cheery fire in our Baker Street lodging. A thick fog rolled down between the line of dun-colored houses, and the opposite windows loomed like dark, shapeless blurs through the heavy yellow reef.
Another London pea souper, huh, Doctor?
Exactly, Mr. Bartell. Our gas was lit and shone its flickering light on the white cloth and glimmer of china, for the breakfast table had not been cleared. Holmes was busy cross-indexing his record of crime, while I was engrossed in one of Clark Russell's fine sea stories. Our morning was not destined, however, to be a quiet one. So shortly after 11 o'clock, Mrs. Hudson ushered a young lady into our room. A young lady... Downward to young lady. I'm Dr. Watson, and this is Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
How do you do, gentlemen? I must apologize for not giving my name to your housekeeper, but I have to be so careful.
Yes, we quite understand, my dear.
Of course, you're wondering who I am and what's brought me here.
My own theory would be that you are Miss Harriet Irving, and that you've come to me to elicit my aid in proving that Mr. Binion did not murder your father.
Holmes, what on earth are you talking about?
You're absolutely correct, Mr. Holmes. But how did you know?
I deduced it, Miss Irving. You're wearing very new and extremely expensive mourning, presumably for the first time, since a few basting threads are still in evidence. You wear no rings, so evidently you're not in mourning for a husband. The only man whose death the papers announced in the past few days and who left a young daughter wealthy enough to purchase such garments is Sir Edward Irving. And since the police have already made an arrest, obviously wish me to disprove the police theory and intercede for young Binion.
Mr. Holmes, you're wonderful. That's just what I want you to do. You will, won't you?
Miss Irving, I've studied the newspaper reports very carefully. It would seem to me that Scotland Yard has arrested the right man.
Well, I'm very sorry, but I didn't read the newspaper reports. I haven't the faintest idea what you're both talking about.
Then let me bring you up to date, my dear fellow. And please correct me, Miss Irving, if I make any mistakes. Now, 3 days ago, Sir Edward Irving, the father of this young lady, was found stabbed to death in his study. The only entrance to the study is through an anteroom, where his secretary had been sitting ever since Sir Edward was last seen alive. And the secretary swore that no one had entered or left the study.
Secretary's name being Binion, I suppose.
Yes, under the circumstances, it's hard to see that any other arrest was possible.
And yet I know he's innocent, Mr. Holmes.
Oh, and how do you know that, Miss Owen?
We were in love. We were going to be married. I don't care what the police say. A woman knows these things. Robert Binion did not kill my father.
Did your father approve of the engagement?
Well, no, not exactly.
If one were to be exact, Miss Irving, wouldn't one say that your father absolutely forbade the marriage?
Yes, he did.
And Inspector Lestrade assumed that was the motive for the murder.
Well, sounds logical, I must say.
Does your father have any other relatives living, Miss Irving?
His brother, my Uncle Peregrine. He lives a hermit's life in the country. We've seen very little of him in the last few years.
Was he left anything under your father's will?
No, I was the sole beneficiary. Please help me, Mr. Holmes. If you'll just talk to Robert, you'll know he's not guilty.
Oh, there's no harm in talking to him, Holmes. After all, our old friend Lestrade handled the case, and he's made a good many mistakes in the past.
Haven't we all, old chap? Well, Miss Irving, I'll do what I can, but I promise nothing.
Bless you, Mr. Holmes.
Where is your fiancé being held?
At Scotland Yard. I talked to him there just before I came to you.
Scotland Yard, eh? Splendid. We can talk to Lestrade at the same time. Watson, your hat...
My hat and coat?
Precisely, old fellow, your hat and coat.
So, Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson think they know more than the Yard, eh? Come over here to teach us our business, I suppose.
Nothing of the sort, Lestrade. We came over here to make a few inquiries.
I'll tell you, gentlemen, that you're wasting your time. Young Binion is guilty, whatever his young lady may say.
Lestrade?
Yes, Mr. Holmes?
What did the autopsy prove?
Well, got a report of it here on my desk, but it won't tell you nothing you don't know.
Mm-hmm. Death was instantaneous, caused by some weapon like a long needle, a fine stiletto, or an ice pick, penetrating the brain at the base of the skull.
And no such weapon was found in the room.
Or on Mr. Binion.
True, sir. But then he had the chance of disposing of it.
Well, just the same, the murder weapon hasn't been found, has it?
No, Doctor, but we'll find it. Don't you worry about that.
I should like to talk to the prisoner, if you don't mind.
Well, of course I don't mind. He's in the detention cell just down the corridors from here. Follow me, gentlemen.
Has he given you any trouble, Lestrade?
Trouble? If all our prisoners were as quiet as him, we wouldn't need no guards, Doctor. Nice, quiet young fellow. Hard to realize he's a murderer.
A fact that still has to be proven in court, Lestrade.
A fact that is going to be proved in court, Mr. Holmes. Well, here we are at this cell. You've got visitors, Binion. Very distinguished visitors.
Who are you, gentlemen? My name is Holmes, Sherlock Holmes, and this is my colleague, Dr. Watson.
I'm sorry to see you in this plight, Mr. Binion.
Mr. Sherlock Holmes. Then Harriet did come and see you when she left here. I'm so glad. You'll get me out of this mess. I know you will.
Even Mr. Sherlock Holmes can't get you out of this one, young fellow, my
Mr.
lad.
Binion, I promised your fiancé that I'd try and help you. My obvious course is to go to Sir Edward's house and examine the room in which the tragedy occurred. But before I do that, I'd like to ask you a question or two.
Ask me any question you want to, sir.
It was you who discovered the body, I understand.
Yes, Mr. Holmes.
Please describe the circumstances.
Sir Edward was in his study. I'd been working in the anteroom adjoining. At 5 o'clock, I went in to say good night to him, and I found him slumped in his chair, dead, with blood streaming down the back of his head. Of course, I sent the butler for the police at once.
Could anyone have entered that room without your knowledge?
No, Mr. Holmes, I never left my desk. And there was no other entrance to the room save through my office.
Well, how about the windows in Edward's room?
They were locked from the inside, Doctor.
Oh, you don't need to worry. We examined the window ledges, not a mark. No one came in that way.
What is your theory of the murder, Mr. Binion?
I haven't one, Mr. Holmes. I'm completely baffled. I'm certain that no one entered that room. Yet I swear to you that I didn't stab him. So I can understand the police believing I did.
Lestrade, I should like to examine the room in which Sir Edward was murdered.
Well, easiest thing in the world, Mr. Holmes. I'll drive over with you if you like. His house is in Knightsbridge.
Oh, you needn't bother, Lestrade. We can quite well go by ourselves.
Oh, not a bit of it, Doctor. I'd like to come with you.
Oh, why, Lestrade? You're convinced that Mr. Binion is guilty, are you? Won't you be wasting your time?
Not me. For once I know you're on the wrong side of a case, Mr. Holmes, and I want to be there and see your faces when you find it out. This is the house, Mr. Holmes.
Yes, it's an imposing-looking place, I must say. I imagine, Lestrade, that you still have a police guard inside.
Oh, yes, Doctor. There's been a sergeant guarding the dead man's room day and night. We still haven't found the missing weapon, you know.
Yes, gentlemen.
I'm Inspector Lestrade of Scotland Yard. We wish to examine the house.
I must see your identification, sir.
What are you talking about? I've been in and out of this house half a dozen times.
I have my orders, sir.
Oh, very well.
Is Miss Irvin at home?
Miss Irvin is not receiving, sir.
Great Scott, man, can't you give us any information?
There's been tragedy in this house, sir, and the truth of it's not known yet. I'm not answering any questions that I don't have to.
There now. Does this police guard satisfy you?
Inspector Lestrade. Very good, Inspector. You may come in. May I direct you, gentlemen?
No, thank you. I know this house nearly as well as you do.
I think not, Inspector. I've served here for 27 years. Well, gentlemen, if you're not needing me, I'll return to my quarters.
Bless my soul. That's a sinister-looking chap if I ever saw one.
Yes, and he knows something. You see, Lestrade, there is a possibility that Binion is innocent.
Yes, I began to see that, sir, when you were talking to the butler.
You're being very cryptic. What other possibility are you talking about?
The possibility that Binion, the arrested man, is shielding the real murderer. And whom would he be most certain to shield?
You mean his fiancée, Miss Irvin?
That's right, old fellow.
What?
Here we are. This is the anteroom where young Binion worked. And that door there leads into the study where Sir Edward was found.
Nothing been touched, of course, since the discovery of the crime?
Oh, no, Mr. Holmes. That's why we've had a constable on duty in there night and day. Before the trial, we're bringing experts in to test the room for secret panels or anything of that kind.
Let's examine the dead man's room, shall we?
Right you are, Mr. Holmes. Webster, get out of that chair and stand up, can't you? You're on duty.
Asleep. Carty. He's dead.
Yes. The trickle of blood oozing out from the base of his skull.
Well, strike me pink. He's been killed the same way as Sir Edward was.
I presume you'll agree that Mr. Binion didn't commit this murder, Lestrade?
Oh, of course not, Mr. Holmes. He couldn't have done it. He's locked up at the yard. Well, what are we going to do?
Ask the butler to come here, will you?
Oh, right you are, sir. What do you make of their wound, Doctor?
Well, it fit the description of the one that killed Sir Edward. There's a fine puncture here at the base of the skull. By Jove, Holmes, they mentioned a stiletto or an ice pick. A wound like this might be caused by one of those long steel hat pins that women wear.
Yes, it's a possibility, Watson, a distinct possibility. And Miss Irvin was wearing a long hat pin this morning, if you remember. Plastered walls. A little chance of secret panels here, I should say.
And the window's locked from the inside, eh?
Yeah. Here he is, Mr. Holmes.
Oh, yes. And by the way, what's your name?
Travers, sir.
You see what's happened, Travers?
Yes, sir, I see. The constable's been killed just like my master.
Now, tell me, Travers, is this room exactly as it was in Sir Edward's lifetime?
Yes, sir. Except that my master was not in the habit of keeping the corpses of policemen in here.
Don't try to be funny, Travers. Don't you realize you're mixed up in a murder case?
I meant no offense, gentlemen.
Marks in very bad taste, my good fellow.
The point of my question, Travers, was to find out if any of the furniture in here had been moved lately.
Not moved, sir. But there has been a piece of furniture added. That armchair the dead man's lying in.
The same chair in which Sir Edward's body was found. Of course, that's the answer. Travers, when was that chair delivered? And who delivered it?
It was delivered the day before Sir Edward died. It came from Silver Schwartz's antique shop in Bond Street, sir.
The game's afoot, Lestrade. See to the removal of this poor man's body. Seal the room, and for heaven's sake, keep this latest death a secret for a day at least. Within that time, I hope to have your murderer for you.
Then we're going...
We're going, my dear chap, to Silver Schwantz's antique shop in Bond Street.
Those old music boxes are quite charming, Holmes, aren't they?
Yes, but where's Mr. Silberschwanz?
This is probably him. What a fine-looking old fellow.
Oh, Mr. Silberschwanz.
Yes, gentlemen. You are interested in musical boxing?
No, sir, in chairs. Particularly in the handsomely carved chair you delivered to Sir Edward Irvin a few days ago.
Ah, yeah, magnificent specimen. He's pleased with it?
He was found dead in it, Mr. Silvershorn.
And half an hour ago, someone else was found dead in it also. That chair was one of a pair, wasn't it?
Yeah. Liebe Gott im Himmel. That's impossible. Please to follow me. I will show you it's not possible. Look at the chair.
It's exactly like the same one as Sir Edward's house.
Oh, my friend, but there's such a difference.
15th century Italian, isn't it?
Yeah, this is one of a pair of the famous Malipiero armchairs. There are only 3 pairs in the world, my friend. Of this pair, one, the one I delivered to Sir Edward, is simply a great specimen of the carver's art. This one, its mate, looks exactly like it, does it not?
Exactly. I can't see any difference myself.
You would if you sat in it, old chap.
Precisely. That is why I have these cords stretched from one arm of the chair to the other. If anyone were to sit in it well, sometimes nothing will happen. But sooner or later, a hand will press on this hidden spring in the arm here, and death will strike.
But nothing happened when you pressed the spring then, Mr. Silvershorn?
No, I don't understand.
I do. This is the harmless chair. The lethal one was sent to Sir Edward. He sat in it, accidentally pressed the spring and drove the fatal needle into his brain.
Just as that poor constable did today.
Sir Edward bought both chairs, I presume?
Yeah, I would not sell it. No, it's a pair separate.
Then why didn't you deliver both at the same time?
He was afraid of the deadly one. Huh? He asked me to keep it here until he found a safe place for it in his home.
Mm-hmm. And some devil switched the arm cord from the fatal chair to the harmless one so that you delivered death to Sir Edward. There is a subtlety in this crime worthy of the fiendish maker of the chairs himself. Silver Schwartz.
Yeah, mein Herr.
Didn't Malipieri die of being tricked into seating himself in one of his own chairs?
Yeah, he did.
Ah, poetic justice. I'm much obliged to you, Silver Schwartz. Now I think I know how to trap our killer.
Dr. Watson will bring you the rest of his story in just a second, so I'm just going to tell you that after a good dinner, there's nothing quite like a glass of good Petri California port. Petri port is really a wonderful wine. A deep, hearty red in color and rich and truly delicious in flavor. You know, port wine is actually America's favorite wine. Try a glass of Petri port and you'll know why. Petri port is not only fine after dinner, it's perfect whenever good friends get together. Just keep in mind the name Petri, because Petri wines are good wine. Well, Dr. Watson, this is quite a story you're telling us tonight. So you found out how the murders had been committed, but not who'd been responsible for it.
That's quite right, Mr. Bartell. Holmes spent a long time cross-examining Mr. Silverschwanz, the owner of the antique store, as to who might have had the opportunity of switching the telltale cord from the fatal chair.
And who did have that opportunity,
Well,
Doctor?
Mr. Bartell, it transpired that 4 people might have been responsible. Sir Edward's daughter, the secretary, Mr. Binion, had both been in the shop with him at various times. So had the butler, Travers. The 4th suspect was Sir Edward's eccentric brother, Peregrine, who it appeared had dropped into the shop the day after the purchase had been made. With this last information, Holmes became very excited and launched into eager preparations, which ended a few hours later when we found ourselves disguised as furniture removers, driving a van along a quiet country lane near Dorking as we approached the house of Sir Edward's brother, Peregrine.
There's the house, Watson. Ramshackle-looking place, isn't it?
Yes, extremely so.
Why are you so morose, my dear chap? You've hardly spoken a word on our drive down
You
here.
never told me anything. Why are we trundling off into the wilds of the country disguised as furniture removers and carrying the harmless chair with us?
Surely the reason is transparent, old chap?
Yes, it's just about as transparent as Gough stocking full of hot tripe.
Oh, my dear Watson, surely it's obvious that we're up against an extremely cunning murderer. Now, what advantage accrues to him in using the Malipiero chair?
An alibi, of course. He's nowhere near the place where the murder happened.
Precisely. Apply your logic a little further. 3 of the suspects, the daughter, Mr. Binion, and Travers, the butler, live in the house and would almost certainly have been present at the time of death. Therefore, who gains most by such an alibi?
Well, the brother, Peregrine.
Elementary, my dear Watson. Now you see why we trundled off into the wilds of Dorking.
Well, that must be Peregrine standing up on the porch. He's a funny-looking fellow.
Follow my lead, Watson.
Good afternoon, Governor.
You fellows must have come to the wrong house.
You were Mr. Peregrine Irvine, ain't you, Governor?
Yes.
And we come to the right house. All right. Come on, Bertie, give us a hand.
Right to you or our feet.
What the devil are you unloading an armchair?
Go on, get on there,
there for?
Charlie. You drop it on my foot, Bertie. Look out. Easy does it. Come on, Bert. That's
I
right.
got it, Alf. I got it.
All right. Let her down easy now on the porch here.
There you
That's
go.
right.
That's it.
Give me the crickets. Ain't that a pretty chair, Governor? Bertie and me was admiring it on our way down here.
Cool, blimey, you know, off a nice chair.
But who told you to bring it here?
Orders, Governor. Mr. Silver Snitch, whatever his name is, told us your brother didn't want the chair and said as how we was to bring it to you.
But my brother's dead.
Mr. Silver Snitch said he gave the order before he died. Mind if I sit down in it, Governor?
Oh, of course not.
Cool, lummy. Bit of all right, isn't it?
Look at him laughing.
Who wish me old Trouble and Strife could see me now?
Trouble and Strife?
Yeah. Trouble and Strife. That's me wife, Governor. Here, sit down yourself, sir. Come on, go on. Sit down, try it. Go on, Governor. Take the weight off your plates of meat.
What barbaric jargon do you speak? What on earth are plates of meat?
Plates of meat is feet, Governor. That's rhyming slang.
That's right. Rhyming slang. Go on, sit down in it. Go on.
Oh, I'd be well.
There now. Ain't that comfortable?
Yeah,
Go on. Run your hands over the arms, Governor. Ain't that carving pretty? Ain't it just ducky?
Yes, it is. But I don't want the wretched thing. There's been some mistake. So you'd better take it back to London and tell them to sell it. I don't want anything of my brother.
Jumping Jehoshaphat. Can't see where you don't want to sit in a nice chair like this, Governor. But you're the one that gives the orders around here. Come on, Bertie. Come on, get your back into it.
All right, Alfie.
Let's get back in the van. All right, come on.
Alfie.
Away we go. Oh, bless your heart, Governor. We don't worry about that sort of thing, do we, Bertie?
Of course not, Alfie. We'd had a nice drive in the country anyhow, didn't we?
That's right. Let's get these old horses going. Good day, Governor.
Good day, Governor. Good. That was a false trail, Holmes. Obviously, he knew nothing about the chair. He thought it was perfectly harmless.
And, as indeed it was. But the murderer would have thought it fatal. I've slipped up in my reasoning somehow. Oh, but of course. Oh, what a fool I am. We must get back to London as fast as these tired nags can take us. Come on, get up there. Get up.
Well, what's the next move, Holmes?
Back to St. Edward's house and the staging of a little drama that I'm sure will give us the final answer to this problem. Lestrade?
Yes, Mr. Holmes, I've got Miss Irving, young Binion, and the butler waiting outside. And no one knows we switched the chairs.
Splendid.
You're sure that this is the harmless chair,
Yes,
Holmes?
of course I am. Look here. I sit in it. So, run my hands over the arms. Yes, this chair is harmless, as every person save one will know. Show them in, Lestrade.
All at once, Mr. Holmes?
No, I think we'll take Miss Irvin and Mr. Binion first.
Oh, right you are, sir. Miss Irvin, Mr. Binion, come in, please.
Very well. Oh, Mr. Holmes.
What's the matter, Miss Irvin?
It's just so horrible seeing you there in the same chair where I saw Father.
Oh.
Mr. Holmes, it's a trifle too macabre for you to assume the position of the corpse. Please get up.
But it seems to be the most comfortable chair in the room, and I do like my comfort when I interrogate witnesses. However, it's hardly chivalrous, is it? Miss Irvin, please sit down, won't you?
I don't like to sit down in the chair in which Father died.
Oh, Miss Irvin, we couldn't bear to see you standing.
Very well, then.
Don't sit down, Harry.
Why not, Binion? What's the matter? Isn't the chair safe?
No, it's
Then
not
perhaps
that.
you care to sit in it. To prove that the chair is safe.
No,
Sit down.
Very well. There.
Splendid. Curious chair, isn't it, Mr. Binion? I wonder about these carvings on the arms. They look almost as if they might activate concealed springs. I wonder what would happen if I...
No, for heaven's sakes, Mr. Holmes, you're trying to kill me.
Kill you? Then you know how Sir Edward and the policeman were murdered, eh?
I knew it must have something to do with the chair.
You knew more than that, Robert. You planned it. I remember now that when we went to the shop, you...
Quiet, Harry!
Come back here, you!
No, Watson, don't go after them. Lestrade will stop him. In any case, the police are at the door. Oh, I'm tired. I think I'll sit in this rather fateful armchair.
So it was young Binion all the time, eh?
Yes, and he all but outsmarted me. I reasoned that somehow the murderer must have intended the device of this chair to clear him. And suddenly I saw the real motivation. How better establish his innocence than seeming to be obviously guilty, and yet leaving a trail whereby an astute deduction could seem to clear him.
Yes, it's his idea that Miss Irving came to you. He used you as a cat's paw.
That's right, Watson. I'm afraid this whole case is a rather humiliating experience for me.
Well, why do you say
Lestrade had arrested the right man in the first place. Oh, my dear Watson, I shall never hear the end of this. Never.
As usual, Doctor, that was a swell story. Imagine Lestrade accidentally arresting the right man.
Well, he had that one coming to him. Poor fellow, he'd been outwitted by Holmes so many times he was beginning to get an inferiority complex.
What about Miss Irving? How did she take it when her boyfriend Binion had proved guilty?
Well, when she realized that her sweetheart had actually murdered her father, as they say in the penny thrillers, her love turned to hate. But at first, she took it pretty bad.
I can imagine so.
Mr. Bartell, my boy, that's one of the disadvantages of being a detective. When you bring the guilty to justice, you very often cause the innocent to suffer too. Believe me, never become a detective. Stick to being a wine expert.
You calling me a wine expert? Now, wait a minute, Doctor. All I know about wine is that it either tastes good or it doesn't. And I know that Petri wine always does taste good. And I know why, too. It's because the Petri family has been making wine for generations. The art of turning luscious, sun-ripened grapes into fragrant, delicious wine is their heritage. A heritage handed down within the Petri family from father to son, from father to son. What particular type wine you prefer is, of course, a matter of your personal taste. But let me assure you of this. Whatever type wine you desire, for any occasion, you can depend on any wine that bears the Petri label. Petri took time to bring you good wine. And today, that name Petri is the proudest name in the long history of America's wine. Well, Dr. Watson, what new Sherlock Holmes adventure are you planning to tell us next week?
Next week, Mr. Bartell. Now, let me see. Next week, I'm going to tell you a strange story that took place in one of the smaller states of Middle Europe. It concerns a young prince, a most unusual concert, and a beautiful contralto who sang 2 days after we'd seen her die at the hands of the firing squad. I call the story The Haunting of Sherlock Holmes.
Doctor, that's one I've got to listen to.
Yes, Mr. Bartell. And everyone should also listen to what Secretary of Agriculture Anderson says about saving used kitchen fat. We've all got to keep turning in every bit of used fat. Take it to your meat dealer. The shortage of fat is worse now than ever it was. And unless we help, and we all help, we'll all be faced with a serious shortage of soap. Yes, and a serious shortage of paints, lubricating oils, drugs, and many other things that require fat in their manufacture. It's up to us to keep turning in every bit of used kitchen fat.
Tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure was written by Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher and was suggested by an incident in Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's story, The Musgrove Ritual. Music is by Dean Faltzler. Mr. Rathbone appears through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, and Mr. Bruce through the courtesy of Universal Pictures, where they are now starring in the Sherlock Holmes series. The Petri Wine Company of San Francisco, California, invites you to tune in again next week, same time, same station. Sherlock Holmes comes to you from our Hollywood studio. This is Harry Bartell saying goodnight for the Petri family. For a solid hour of exciting mystery dramas, listen every Monday on most of these same stations at 8 o'clock to Michael Shayne, followed immediately by Sherlock Holmes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
From New York City, the makers of Clippercraft clothes for men and more than 1,200 leading retail stores from coast to coast present that immortal character created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes, starring John Stanley. This week's story, The Adventure of the Elusive Agent.
Holmes, the quarry we followed from the docks went into that room off this corridor here.
Right, Watson.
What are we waiting here for? Why don't we just go in?
Patience, Watson, patience. We cannot precipitate ourselves into a trap on sheer impulse.
Holmes, great Scott!
Quick, Watson, into that room. The trap is sprung. We must get to the victim.
We're at the door of Dr. John Watson's study, and we're about to hear another of his adventures with the fabulous Sherlock Holmes.
Well, good evening, Mr. Harris.
Good evening, Dr. Watson. You have a memoir for us tonight, I hope?
I have indeed, Mr. Harris. In fact, I had just finished editing it when you came in. I might say that this particular adventure is of first-rank importance, not only in the life of my friend Holmes, but on the course of history itself. The stakes were the highest, and on the outcome hinged the issue of empire itself. In no other adventure that I can recall were our protagonists more ruthless, more shrewd, and more cruel.
Sounds like you've got a treat for us tonight. What do you call it, Dr. Watson?
Well, Holmes and I always refer to it as the adventure of the elusive agent. And after you have enlightened our audience to the merits of Clippercraft clothes, Mr. Harris, I shall proceed with this highly unusual story.
Today, it's official. It's spring. Time for you, Mr. Man, to get a new spring suit and a new spring topcoat. Make sure you get Clippercraft. Clippercraft, the best clothes you can buy for the money. Beautiful new spring all-wool worsted Clippercraft suits, only $45. Clippercraft all-wool gabardine or covert topcoats, only $40 to $47.50. Clippercraft clothes make you look your best because they look like they cost much, much more. Get your Clippercraft spring outfit tomorrow. Now, Dr. Watson, what about the adventure of the elusive agent?
Well, Mr. Harris, it began in 1913. This was a year when Holmes's brother, now Sir Mycroft Holmes, had publicly achieved the post of Minister at Large at Whitehall, but secretly conducted the affairs of British intelligence. 1913, I might add, was a year of international tension, notably between Britain and Germany, which a year later culminated in the First World War. It was behind the shadowy scenes of espionage that this adventure first began. And specifically, it began one dark night on the Berlin Express, plunging northward from Budapest toward the German capital. There was a knock on a compartment door.
Yeah, who is it? Who's there?
The Trade Inspector, Herr Malone.
What is it? What do you want?
I have a telegram for you, Herr Mynheer.
Oh, one moment. I don't... Donnerwetter! You're not...
Don't make a sound, Malone. Get back in that compartment of yours. Get back, I said, or I'll blow your head off. Now, that's better, my friend. Much better.
So, you're an Englishman. What do you want?
The plans, Mynheer.
Plans? Huh, I do not know what you're talking about.
Don't you, Herr Malone? Then listen. Last night in Budapest, you knifed an Englishman in the back. Took a waterproof packet of papers from him. You're on your way to deliver them to the Wilhelmstrasse in Berlin now. Hand them over. Be quick about it.
You'll never get those plans, you swine.
Sorry, Herr Miller, but I must have them now.
No.
Yes, I must have them. Yes, Herr Miller.
Congratulations, my dear Norton. You've done an excellent job in intercepting that German agent and returning these plans to our embassy here in Berlin.
Thank you, Sir Mycroft.
Unfortunately, our problem has only begun, my dear boy. These plans are of the highest importance, and we must get them out of Germany and back to Whitehall at once. Now, you understand, these are the originals, the only copies of the plans in existence. They were stolen by this German agent you intercepted from the inventor himself before he was able to get them to the War Office, and we could have copies made.
But I understand you're returning to London tonight, are you not, Sir Mycroft?
I am, but I cannot take the plans with me.
No? Why not, sir?
Ostensibly, I am Sir Mycroft Holmes, British minister without portfolio, here on official business. Actually, I'm here to see that these plans get back to London, and the Wilhelmstrasse knows it.
I see.
I have been watched every step of the way. The Germans have revoked our former privilege and will examine all diplomats of the customs. And we can't risk relaying the data to Whitehall by code on the chance that the Germans may already have broken it. It will be a dangerous and delicate mission to smuggle them out of Germany and... One moment, my boy. By Jove, I believe I have it.
Yes, sir?
I recall reading in the newspapers that you are to marry a British subject here in Berlin by the name of Miss Pamela Rivers.
That's right, Sir Mycroft.
And, if I remember, you are to be married this Saturday and will return to England for your honeymoon.
Yes, sir, those are our intentions.
Yes, I'm sure it will work. Philip Norton, British attaché, takes bride, honeymoons in England. Excellent, excellent. Very romantic, innocuous in purpose, not calculated to arouse suspicion.
Sir, I don't understand.
Norton, my boy, marry your girl. Take your bride to England with you. And take something else in addition.
Yes, Sir Mycroft. What?
The plans, Norton. The plans.
Darling, darling Philip. Oh, it all seems like a wonderful dream.
Does it, Pam?
Yes, Philip, yes. I'm glad we didn't dance that last dance. I'm glad we came up on deck here together, just the two of us alone. I think I'll always remember this moment, Philip. This moment of our honeymoon. I'll always remember what the music was playing and how the moon shone up there on the sky and the lights of England of home shining over there on the shore.
So will I, Pam. So will I.
Philip.
Yes, darling.
Put your arms around me. Hold me close.
Pam.
Closer, darling, closer. That's it. Oh, darling, darling Philip, kiss me. Now, tell me that you love me.
I love you, Pam. I love you, I love you.
Do you really, darling?
Pam, what?
Surprise, darling?
Pam, you've got a knife. You just...
Yes, you English swine, and you're going to feel the blade again. Now, my dear departed bridegroom, the plans. Ah, yes, here in your coat pocket, as I thought. Now, if I can roll you overboard through the opening in this rail. There, over you go. Goodbye, my romantic darling. And thanks for the wedding present. The porthole. Gustav should be below in a small boat. That was the arrangement. Gustav! Gustav, are you there?
Ja, Fräulein. You have the plans?
Yes.
Throw them down to me through the porthole.
You are?
Thank you, Fräulein. That swine Norton. So he thought he could smuggle the plans...
One moment, Gustav. Only half the plans are there. I have the other half.
What is the meaning of this?
It means that the half I have is for sale.
I see. But the Herr Director has paid you well.
Tell your master if he wants the rest of these plans, he will have to be more generous. You understand, Gustav?
Very well, I shall tell him. And when you come ashore, Fräulein, we shall be waiting for you at the rendezvous. Auf Wiedersehen.
So, young Norton disappeared while the Oceania lay at quarantine in Southampton, eh, Mycroft?
Yes, Sherlock. I'm sorry to have roused you and Dr. Watson here in the dead of night on a mission you never anticipated, but we have impounded the passengers and crew of the vessel at Southampton for questioning, and we need your talents desperately now. Indeed, if the plans are not recovered, the life of England and of the Empire itself are in jeopardy.
Sounds like a formidable affair, I must say.
Quite. But, my dear Mycroft, since we are to become involved with these plans, it might be helpful to know something of their nature.
These papers, 10 in all, were the designs of a new weapon, Sherlock. A kind of land monster built to revolutionize modern warfare. In short, an armor-plated mobile vehicle we call a tank.
A tank, eh? By Jove, Holmes, this sounds like something out of Jules Verne.
Yes, it does indeed, Watson.
Sherlock, I beg of you to bend every effort to the recovery of those plans, to use every facet of your genius to track them down.
Now, be of good cheer, Mycroft. It's my opinion that the plans have already been spirited from the Oceania, but it may not yet be too late. When I get aboard, I shall have some pertinent questions to ask.
Whom will you begin with, Holmes?
Since it's the bridegroom who's missing, my dear Watson, I shall obviously begin with the bride. Now, Mrs. Norton, exactly what happened after you and your husband had gone to the upper deck of the vessel here?
It was a little chilly. I asked Philip to wait for a moment. I left him alone, went down to my cabin to get a wrap. When I returned, he was gone.
And after you searched the boat and couldn't find him, you notified the captain, eh?
Yes, Dr. Watson, yes. Mr. Holmes, please, I can't answer any more questions, not now. Philip, my husband, he's gone. I loved him so, now he's gone.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Norton. I realize what a strain you've been under, and there's no need to detain you any longer. You are at liberty to retire to your cabin now.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes. Thank you very much.
The deuce, Holmes. I must confess I found it a heartbreaking experience. Watch this poor girl.
Did you, Watson?
Eh? What do you mean?
I mean that the woman lied.
What?
Come, Watson, it's painfully obvious. She distinctly said that she went down to get her wrap, did she not?
Oh, yes. Yes, she did. But what is...
Consider, my dear fellow, if you were a bridegroom on your honeymoon and in a chivalrous mood, would you allow your bride to go to the trouble of getting her own wrap?
Well, No. No, dashed if I would.
Precisely. You would not. No man would. Watson.
Yes, Holmes?
Notify the authorities to allow all passengers to disembark.
Yes, but Holmes, you haven't questioned any of the others.
I don't think it will be necessary, Watson. Time is too short and we must gamble at long odds. From now on, we shall concentrate all our energies on following the bereaved bride.
Now, with your permission, we're going to transport Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson from England to America for a few moments. They are in a typical American city.
Oh, I say, Holmes, that's a very successful-looking chap standing there, isn't it? A banker, would you say?
Not at all, my dear Watson. He is not a man of wealth or position, but a man of extremely good taste. He looks successful because he succeeded in finding an excellent tailor.
Well, then he's an athlete, wouldn't you say?
At first glance, yes. But I'm quite sure that his broad shoulders and tapering waist are really the results of excellent clothing design.
Well, then he must be wealthy to afford such a splendid tailor. To see what beautiful fabric is in his suit.
Oh, my dear Watson, you're obviously unfamiliar with the American way of life. That man to whom you refer is wearing a Clippercraft suit, which, if I'm not mistaken, sells for only $45.
But how?
Well, you see, Watson, some 1,200 retail merchants all over America have pooled their tremendous buying power to make these really extraordinary Clippercraft values possible.
Yes, but
Don't interrupt, Watson. As a symbol of the honest New England quality and value of Clippercraft clothing, they have adopted the name Clippercraft in emulation of the famous New England Clipper ships and the modern aircraft of the same name. These are synonymous with New England quality.
Oh, I see. But tell me, Holmes, how did you recognize that chap as the wearer of the Clippercraft suit?
Elementary, my dear Watson. He's the best-dressed man in sight.
How right you are, Sherlock Holmes. The best-dressed man in sight, the successful-looking man, is the man who wears a Clippercraft suit. Yet Clippercraft new spring suits cost only $45, and Clippercraft gabardine and covert topcoats only $40 to $47.50. See the new Clippercraft spring styles tomorrow. Clippercraft clothes are sold by your local store whose business it is to give you honest value. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes bearing the Clippercraft label. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suits and topcoats. In Manhattan, John Wanamaker's men's stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th. In Brooklyn, Abram and Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge, Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
Now, Dr. Watson, you were relating to us the adventure of the elusive agent.
So I was, Mr. Harris, so I was. Our task, as Holmes had explained, was to keep the bereaved bride, Mrs. Philip Norton, under our watchful surveillance. And this on the theory that she might lead us to the stolen plans for the new British armored monster named the Tank. We saw her take the train to London, and we followed. Then at London, she took the underground, and we followed, keeping out of sight in the next car. And finally, she emerged at the suburban station of Golders Green. Oh, she went into this house. I believe I saw someone admitted to that door there in the corridor.
Yes, quite. We shall wait here for her to emerge, Watson.
Yes, but why? Why don't we just go in?
Patience, my dear man, patience. Our belief is that Mrs. Norton did not see us shadowing her, but we cannot be sure. She's shrewd, my dear fellow, a consummate actress and no fool. For all we know, this may be a trap. You have your service revolver with you, Watson?
Yes, I've got it right here.
Good. Better have it ready, my dear fellow. In a very short time, you may have occasion to use it.
Ah, so you have already come to see us, Frau Norton.
I do not wish to be caught, Frau, any longer, Gustav. The mockery is over, and that fool Norton is dead.
As you wish, Fräulein.
Where's your master? As you know, we have a business appointment.
The Herr Director has delegated me to represent him in these negotiations.
Very well. I have half the plans. Your master has the other half. Without one portion, the other portion is useless. How much am I bid, Gustav?
The Herr Director is inclined to be generous. You have already been well paid, but he realizes there are certain expenses. He's willing to pay you £10,000 on receipt of your half the plan.
£10,000.
It is a handsome sum, my dear, to pay a blackmailer.
It's a pittance. The answer is no. The price is £50,000.
You must be mad with grief.
£50,000, my dear Gustav. I know what those designs are worth. Price is low and of no consequence to the organization you represent. Consider what the British would pay for those papers. Well, Gustav?
I am empowered to go as high as £20,000. That is my final offer.
50,000, and that is my final offer.
You have the papers with you?
I have. Oh, but don't think you can take them from me by violence, Gustav, and remove me for good. It really wouldn't be worth it, you know. I have a trusted friend in London, and he has a sealed letter. In this letter is all the information I possess concerning the German espionage ring, not only on the continent, but in England, too. You understand?
Yeah, Fräulein, I understand.
And finally, the letter contains the identity of the ringleader himself, Gustav. Your master and mine. In the event of my disappearance, my friend is to mail this letter to the Chief of British Intelligence at Whitehall. The price is still £50,000, Gustav.
Perhaps you had better talk to the Herr Director personally, my dear Fräulein. He's in the next room, and I will summon him. Herr Director, the Fräulein is here. Will you talk to her?
Naturally. And I'm sure we shall come to some conclusions speedily. Good evening, Fräulein. So considerate of you to visit our little hideaway far out here in Golders Green. I understand you've named a price for those plans.
£50,000.
It's a little high, my dear. May I make a counter-offer?
What is it?
This. Simple. Eh, Gustav? The ideal way to make a bargain. Quick, efficient, ruthless. And so we bid farewell to the bride.
But, Herr Director, the letter she wrote to her...
Don't take me for a fool, Gustav. Both the friend and the letter were destroyed long before she arrived in England. What? I haven't my agents honeycombing this foul and miserable island for nothing. Quick now, search her for the plans.
Yeah?
Open up! Open the door!
They've got it locked.
Herr Director, it's Sherlock Holmes. He's followed her here.
Yes, quick, Gustav, out the back way.
But the plans...
There's no time now. Above all, we cannot afford to be seen. Quick.
Hold the lock off with your pistol, Watson.
Yes, right, Holmes. Yes, no, Holmes, the beggar's got away with the garden wall. Well, Holmes, you got the plans, eh?
Yes, Watson. They were on Mrs. Norton's body here. Unfortunately, however, we have only half the packet.
Half?
Quite. Only 5 designs are here, and you'll recall Mycroft told us there were 10 in all.
Yes, but the other 5, where could they be?
No doubt in the hands of the ruthless agents who just shot Mrs. Norton here. Might very well have been that she came here with the idea of selling them, and... Watson.
Yes, Holmes?
You detect a faint odor of tobacco in this room?
Tobacco?
Yes.
Well, yes, Holmes. Come to think of it, I do.
Interesting scent, Watson. Very.
What do you mean? Yes, smells like ordinary tobacco to me.
On the contrary, this one's a rare and very unusual blend.
Yes? Well, what...
It's a cross mixture, Watson. The base is a strong and heavy Perique, tempered with a bit of burley, and more than just a touch of Euphrates yellow leaf grown in the river valleys of eastern Turkey. Only one expert in London, or in all of England, would create a mixture like this. Grimsby.
Grimsby?
Grimsby, the tobacconist. He specializes in these rare and exotic blends. He owns a little hole in the wall in Soho.
Well, by Jove, Holmes, we can go there and ascertain who ordered this blend, eh?
Precisely. But one thing is sure, my dear fellow. One thing is certain. Now that we possess half the plans, our constant companion is danger. And we are marked men. So you did mix that blend I described, Grimsby.
Yes, Mr. Holmes, I did. I most certainly did. A very unusual formula, very unique. I made it at the purchaser's own request, of course.
And who was this purchaser, Grimsby?
Well, now, it was a foreign gentleman named Marco, Sir Emil Marco.
Marco, eh? Could you describe him to us?
Oh, yes, Mr. Holmes. He had a most unusual face, one that you wouldn't soon forget. A tall man he was, sir, very fastidiously dressed with a thin face, somewhat like a hatchet. But it was his mouth you'd notice anywhere.
Yes? What about his mouth?
And now, Dr. Watson, it had a sort of unfortunate twitch at the corner every now and then, a very annoying habit, to be sure.
Yes, quite. Would you know where this Emil Marco lived, Grimsby?
Yes, Mr. Holmes, I would. I had a messenger deliver a tin of his tobacco mixture to him. He's staying at the Berkeley Hotel.
I say there, room clerk.
Yes, gentlemen, what can I do for you?
We're looking for a gentleman named Marco, Emil Marco. What room does he occupy?
Why, he did occupy a suite on the 3rd floor, sir.
Did? You mean he's left?
Yes, sir. He left only this morning.
Would you know his destination from here?
Yeah, well, let's see. Marco, Emil Marco.
Think it's of the utmost importance that you remember.
Well, one moment, I do remember.
Yes, where did he go?
I recall his luggage was routed for the Hotel Metropole in Paris. I remember it from the label.
Hotel Metropole in Paris. Come, Watson, there's no time to lose.
Operator, give me City 923. Yes. Are you there? This is Bradley at the Berkeley. The gentlemen were here. They found out about Marco and they're trading him to Paris. Yes, sir. I told them where they could find him myself.
Well, Dr. Watson, you've got us sitting on the edges of our chairs. What happened next in Paris?
Patience, my dear Mr. Harris, patience. Next week I shall go on with the adventure of the elusive agent. I can only tell you that from here on, events move forward with breathtaking speed, that we walked in the midst of a strange espionage plot, met some ruthless and deadly persons, and almost lost our lives. And so until next week at the same time, Mr. Harris, I shall say good night.
The makers of Clippercraft clothes and more than 1,200 stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character Sherlock Holmes created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, and the program is produced and directed by Basil Lochran. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by George Spelton. This week's story was written by Max Ehrlich, with special music by Albert Bourbon. If you don't know your Clippercraft dealer, write Clippercraft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Be sure to listen next week to Sherlock Holmes in Part 2 of The Adventure of the Elusive Agent. This is Cy Harris speaking for Clippercraft Clothes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. From New York City, the makers of Clipper Craft clothes for men and more than 1,200 leading retail stores from coast to coast present Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's immortal character, the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes, starring John Stanley. This week, The Adventure of the Elusive Agent, Part 2.
There it is, Holmes. 27 Ludwigstrasse. Ugly building.
Yes, and there's the front door, Watson. Shall we mount the stairs and ring?
Suicidal, I'd say. But if it's our only chance of finding that enemy agent and the plans that he's stolen...
It is our only chance, and the security of the Empire depends on it. So come along. We enter this awful building alive and well, although undoubtedly we will not leave this way.
Come in, Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson. We've quite a reception prepared for you.
Who is that handsome-looking man? Who is that handsome-looking man?
That's you, Mr. Listener, you, in a new spring Clippercraft suit with a beautiful Clippercraft gabardine topcoat over your arm.
So athletic-looking. Broad shoulders, tapering waist.
That's Clippercraft designing. Clippercraft design does make you look your best every time.
So prosperous-looking. Such a rich-looking suit. Such beautiful tailoring.
Shh. Your new Clippercraft spring suit in 100% all-wool worsted costs only $45. That's right, only $45. And your new spring Clippercraft topcoat in genuine gabardine or all-wool covert is only $40 to $47.50.
What an impressive executive type.
Maybe an executive and certainly a man of excellent judgment who understands that when more than 1,200 independent merchants pool their tremendous buying power, as those Clippercraft merchants have done, they can offer you really fabulous values, as they do in Clippercraft clothes.
What a well-dressed man. What a handsome-looking man. What a successful-looking man. He's for me.
That's you. You in a new spring Clippercraft suit. Better choose yours tomorrow. Dr. Watson, last week in relating the adventure of the elusive agent, you left off as you and Mr. Holmes were pursuing an espionage agent named Emil Marco.
Yes, Mr. Harris. Shall I recall how we were led to his trail?
Yes.
It was 1913. An atmosphere of foreboding gripped the continent. War with Germany was imminent. British plans of priceless value had been stolen by the Germans by a young woman named Pamela Norton, a German agent. This Norton girl turned over half of the plans that she'd stolen to a chap named Gustav, who represented the leader of a huge espionage ring. Following the disappearance of the plans, Sir Mycroft Holmes asked his brother Sherlock to step in. In short order, Holmes and I were close to capturing the girl. But you may remember, Mr. Harris, we arrived too late. She'd been killed by the master spy because she refused to turn the other half of the plans over to him without receiving a gigantic sum. The master spy then vanished without having had time to seize the missing half from the girl's dead body. Detecting the odor of a rare tobacco about the room where the girl's corpse was found, Holmes and I, we dashed to a shop in Soho, the shop of the chap named Grimsby. We'd half the plans. The Germans had the other half. Both sides were in a deadlock, for the plans were useless unless they were complete. Grimsby, the tobacconist, described his client who used that tobacco, a Mr. Emil Marco, he said. Tall, thin, with a weird habit of twitching his mouth. We learned that this Emil Marco, the master spy, was in Paris at the Hotel Metropole. Shortly thereafter, Mr. Harris, Holmes and I were aboard the boat train for Dover on our way to Paris. We sat together, very silent and tense, realizing that every moment was vital. Holmes, the compartment door is opening.
Yes, we have a visitor, Watson.
Look, there's a hand with a gun.
Extinguish the lights in your compartment, Holmes.
We'll do nothing of the sort.
I will not enter until you have extinguished the lights.
Do as he says, Watson. He couldn't possibly miss you from there.
Well, Very well. Well, complete darkness.
I'm sorry it is necessary for us to meet under these strange circumstances, Holmes, but it may in the future be necessary that you do not recognize me. Therefore, my request for darkness.
But, George,
Oh, I can see your silhouettes. If either of you attempts to move or calls for help, I will blow out your brains.
What is the purpose of this visit, sir?
You are journeying to Paris to find Mr. Emile Marco.
What of it?
I can save a great deal of time and trouble for you.
Can you?
Yes. I represent Mr. Marco. As you know, he already has half of a set of plans in his possession, but his portion is worthless because you have the other half, Holmes.
Indeed, and I do not intend to surrender it.
Mr. Marco is fully prepared to make an intriguing offer.
What is it?
Give me your half of the plans. We will pay you £20,000.
Rubbish.
Say 30,000?
The plans are not for sale.
50,000.
If you finish stating the nature of your offer, sir, you may leave.
I've never found myself in a situation where enough money would not provide a happy solution. You have a price, Holmes, I'm sure.
I most certainly have not. There may well be persons of differing political views who would betray the British Empire. I'm not one of them.
Come, Holmes, very touching. Now, would you name your price?
There isn't any.
Holmes, you are forcing us to take the plans from you.
If you can find my half.
And you are forcing us to kill you.
If that can be arranged.
Might I point out that in our organization we never kill our opponents in an ordinary manner, that we prefer to torture them to death? I'd accept the money if I were you.
My answer is a definite and final no. You might inform Emile Marco that I intend to secure his half of the plans and return them to Whitehall.
Very ambitious, but you underestimate the power of Marco's organization, which will now be devoted to securing your half of the plans and to conceiving new and exciting torture devices for you and Dr. Watson. Good night, gentlemen. I planned this as a short and pleasant visit. I trust that it was.
Well, let's after the rascal, Holmes.
That's futile, Watson. He's armed, we're not. Even in these few seconds, doubtless he disappeared into another compartment. Besides, we've no idea what he looks like. We must wait, Watson. For Paris and the Hotel Metropole.
Maman, I will open the door. Ah, bonsoir.
Bonsoir, mademoiselle. I am Sherlock Holmes. My colleague, Dr. Watson.
Oh, how do you do?
Enchanté.
The clerk downstairs told us this was Emile Marco's suite.
It is.
May we come in?
Yes, of course. I am Mademoiselle Mathilde Piaget. Emile is not here. Make yourselves comfortable, gentlemen.
Thank you.
May I help you?
When will Mr. Marco return, mademoiselle?
Emile said he would return tonight at 9.
You are a friend of his, I presume?
I met Emile at the bar of this hotel just a short time ago. But we are already very close friends.
You know much about him?
I never ask questions. What my gentlemen acquaintances do is their business.
I see. This Marco, is he tall, thin?
Yes, with green eyes. Fascinating. Exciting.
Does he have a curious habit of twitching his mouth?
He does.
Well, he's our man, Holmes.
What do you want with him?
I thought you were more interested in details about your gentlemen acquaintances.
Very well. Ça m'est égal. I do not care. Emile has an exquisite suite here. He has invited me to enjoy it until his return. Would you care to wait? Have a drink? Perhaps we may become friends, too.
Thank you, no. We've more urgent matters at hand. Come, Watson, to our room. Mademoiselle, we shall return at 9 sharp to meet Emile Marco.
These are lovely rooms they've given us here at the hotel, eh, Holmes?
Yes, Watson. But obviously an intruder has chosen to upset the decor.
Yes, by Jove, someone has been here to our rooms. Made a ghastly mess of them. Look, they've opened every drawer in the chest. And our luggage.
Yes, forced open and the contents strewn on the floor. I should say the alluring demoiselle was also a member of this fantastic ring of spies that's closing in on us.
Mathilde? Do you really think so?
Quite. Clearly, the objective was to lure us to Marco's suite, occupy us temporarily, while others went through our luggage here in our room.
But the plans, Holmes, they were here in your valise. They may have stolen your half of the plans.
Precisely why I'm rummaging through the luggage.
Well, are they gone?
Yes, Watson. The plans are gone.
Well, then you bungled it, Holmes. For the first time in your entire career, Holmes, you bungled it. And for such high stakes.
Have I?
Did you hear a strange sound, huh?
Yes, I do. Coming from that closet to your left. Open it, Watson. Careful.
Yes, right.
See anything in there?
One of my traveling bags, that's all.
Are you sure?
Absolutely.
Bring the bag here to me quickly.
All right. There you are. Yes, the ticking's coming from inside the bag.
Open it, man, instantly. It may be a time bomb placed there by Marco's ring.
Time bomb?
Yes.
Just 1 second. I'll just open this catch.
Hurry. The clothing. Take it out, Watson. We must see.
Yes. See the shorts and shoes. Yes, I see it, Holmes. It's a small black object.
Quick, give it to me. Watson, open the window.
Through it, man. Hurry, go on, Holmes. We'll be killed. It went off in the yard. We were a split second away from being blown to bits.
Yes, quite. The stairway, Watson. Follow me.
Where to?
Downstairs. I shall speak to the clerk at the main desk. I don't believe a word that French girl said. I do not believe Marco's gone until 9. I do believe that if we challenge this spy ring that has us trapped here in the hotel, it'll be death immediately, either for them or for us. And that is just the way I want it.
Mr. Harris, tell me again about that handsome-looking man. He's for me.
The best-dressed man in any crowd is the man who wears Clippercraft clothes. For spring, new all-wool worsted Clippercraft suits, only $45. Clippercraft topcoats in all-wool gabardine or covert, only $40 to $47.50. Handsomely styled, tailored to the finest standards of traditional New England craftsmanship, Clippercraft clothes take their name from the famous New England Clipper ships and the speedy airliners of the same name. Sold by more than 1,200 independent local merchants from coast to coast, the leading hometown merchants everywhere. That's why the ladies say, when they see you in your new Clippercraft spring suit,
Who's that handsome, successful-looking man? He's for me.
and that's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes bearing the Clippercraft label. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suits and topcoats. In Manhattan, Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th, John Wanamaker's men's stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. In Brooklyn, Abraham and Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&D Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
Well, Dr. Watson, I can't recall you and Mr. Holmes being in a more baffling and dangerous situation than at the Hotel Metropole in Paris, a few steps behind Emile Marco, the elusive enemy agent.
It was extremely dangerous, Mr. Harris. Marco's German spy ring, which seemed to be everywhere we turned, had found Holmes's half of the infinitely valuable British war plans and had vanished with it. Holmes and I hurried to the front desk of the hotel to question the clerk.
I understand, Clark, that Mr. Emile Marco will return here at 9 this evening.
Monsieur Marco?
Yes.
Did you go to his suite earlier this evening, Monsieur Holmes?
Yes, I did. There was a young lady there.
I am sorry that you went directly to Monsieur Marco's suite. If you had stopped to inquire here, I might have saved time for you. You see, Monsieur Marco left this afternoon. Permanently.
Well,
And the young lady in his suite, Mathilde Piaget?
The mademoiselle left just a few moments ago.
Do you know where she's gone?
I believe she said something about the train to Berlin. She was in great hurry.
To meet Emile Marco, no doubt, Holmes?
What time does the train depart for Berlin?
It departs in approximately 4 minutes.
Well, there's not enough time for us to reach the station.
Perhaps not, Watson, but there's nothing to prevent our boarding the train after it and rushing to Berlin.
The train after it departs in 2 hours, Monsieur Holmes.
We shall be aboard that train, Watson. Thank you, Clark.
About the service.
Berlin, Holmes, are you mad? The very center of the German government? Well, if we've almost been murdered outside of Germany, what on earth might happen to us were we found in Berlin?
Our personal safety does not matter in this case, Watson. We are on a counter-espionage assignment for the British government. By all the rules of international intelligence, you and I are expendable. My brother Mycroft made it clear that possession of these plans may mean triumph or defeat in a war with Germany. So, you and I, my dear Watson, are petty marionettes. which will fetch our luggage and ride to Berlin.
It's awfully crowded, this Berlin station, Holmes.
Yes, Watson, and I dare say this crowd is neatly spiced with Marco's men awaiting an opportunity to strike.
Very foolhardy, Holmes, to have entered the trap this way. How the dickens will you ever find that French girl? Or Marco?
Elementary, my dear Watson, elementary.
Yes, but in all of Berlin? With their secret agents at every turn, scheming about our death?
I insist. As always, I have a method.
Latest newspapers. Buy your newspapers
Our
here.
first problem, Watson, will be to leave this station alive.
Yes, quite. Anyone in this crowd may be an agent with a knife or a gun.
Quite. Keep your eyes open.
Newspaper, gentlemen?
No, thank you.
All the news, gentlemen, just to finish. All the news.
We told you we don't want a newspaper. Now be off with you.
This way, Watson. There's the exit.
Crude news vendor practically shoved the newspaper down our throats. I say it's very dark outside the station here, Holmes. Is it advisable for us to step out this way?
We cannot remain here at the railway terminal. We must find our coquette and Marco. Right, there's the exit.
One moment, Holmes.
What is it?
That news vendor. He seems to be following us.
Just your imagination.
No, I don't think so. He was at the center of the station when we stepped off the train. He's been right behind us ever since.
All right. Walk through the exit. That's it. Watch him.
He's still behind us.
Duck into this doorway. It's as black as pitch. We'll lose him.
Yes, right.
Now, wait. If he comes through the exit.
We'll be helpless, Holmes. I'm sure he has a gun.
Wait.
There he is. He's looking about.
I see you two gentlemen in the doorway. You will remain there, please. Do not move, do not speak. I have a gun. I am coming over to chat with you. Good evening, Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson.
If you intend to kill us, go on and shoot. Be over with it.
I should like to introduce myself. My name is Collins, British Intelligence.
British Intelligence?
Then you received my wire.
We did.
Wire? What wire?
The moment I knew the French girl had left for Berlin, Watson, while you were packing our luggage, I sent a wire here to British Intelligence in code. My craft had given me the information as to the technique, if required. My wire described Mathilde in detail. I told British Intelligence to pick her up here at the station and keep after her. Then to communicate with us at the moment we left the train.
We spotted her leaving the train. We followed.
Excellent.
I'm sorry if I gave you a bit of a scare following you this way. I had no choice in the matter. I had to force you to stand here. You might have believed I was a German agent and fled.
Where is Mathilde?
She's gone to a building on the outskirts of Berlin. An old ramshackle building. Awful place. 27 Ludwigstrasse.
Thank you, Collins. You've done a superb job.
Are you going to 27 Ludwigstrasse now, Mr. Holmes?
This very minute.
Just you and Dr. Watson?
Just the two of us. A third party might alarm the Germans so much that they'd simply fire at us as we approach the building. Must be more beguiling. Must appear as though Watson and I are merely dupes falling into their hands.
Holmes, how can the two of us possibly hope to overcome whatever crew of blasted devils is at 27 Ludwigstrasse?
It does seem rash, Mr. Holmes.
Nevertheless, it must be done. Watson and I must enter that building if we're to find Marco and the plans. We must enter it alone, alive, and well. Although we may not leave that way.
That is, Holmes. 27 Ludwigstrasse. It's an ugly building.
Front door, Watson. Can we mount the stairs and ring?
Suicidal, I'd say. But if it's our only chance...
Come along, then.
Monsieur Holmes, Dr. Watson, I am so happy to see you again.
Mademoiselle, may we come in?
Certainly, I'm delighted. Won't you make yourselves comfortable?
Thank you. You've been expecting us, of course.
Of course. We were sorry that time bomb did not kill you at the Hotel Metropole. We realized you would continue your efforts to find Emile Marco and the plans our men took from your luggage.
Where is Marco?
I am afraid you will not meet him, Dr. Watson.
And why won't we meet this Marco?
Oh, because we are going to kill you, Monsieur Holmes.
Oh?
Oh, I am being rude. I forgot. A cigarette? Drink?
If you think we're going to remain seated here, doing nothing, just accepting this...
I'm afraid there isn't anything you can do about it, Dr. Watson.
Ah, I recognize the voice. Our visitor in the train compartment.
Yes, Holmes. I may introduce myself now. My name is Gustav. Like Matilda, I'm an employee of Emil Marco, his personal representative. And I still have that same gun, you see. You played a rather deplorable trick on us, Mr. Holmes.
Have I, Gustave?
We wanted your half of the plans. You left them in your luggage. We examined them carefully.
Yes.
They are false. They're not really your half of the plans at all, are they? An excellent counterfeit, but with its weakness.
That's wonderful, Holmes. Then they haven't the real half they wanted, eh?
I hardly been stupid enough to have gallivanted about the continent carrying the real half. I resent that, Gustave. You've underestimated me.
I beg your pardon. Now, as for the business at hand, I'd like you to meet a friend of ours. Peter.
Yeah, Gustav.
Peter, this is Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson.
I see. I will take care of them for you.
Peter was a wrestler. Unfortunately, he was drugged. His tactics were illegal. Too cruel. You may leave, Matilda.
Yes, Gustave. Good night, Monsieur Holmes. Doctor?
Peter has made quite a study of the human body, Holmes. He's a specialist in various methods of creating unbearable pain.
Yeah, I have my own way.
Holmes, we want to know exactly where the real half of the plans is. Your half.
I haven't the slightest intention of revealing that, Gustave.
Dr. Watson, could Holmes have told you where he has hidden those papers?
He did not. If he did, I would defy you to learn their whereabouts.
I was afraid this would be your answer. You're a reckless gentleman, Holmes. You force me to take all sorts of steps that I am most reluctant to take. I'm a mild man at soul. I believe the problems of man versus man can be settled on a cordial level. I dislike animal tactics. But, since you insist, Peter.
Yeah, Gustav. Ready. I will make them talk very quickly by taking hold of the arms.
You may recall, Holmes, in the train compartment, I said we never kill our opponents in an ordinary manner. We torture them to death. I want to know where the papers are, Holmes. But perhaps it will require just a bit of persuasion. Peter.
Yeah. So, I take these horns and...
That's it, Peter. That's it. Go on. Persuade them.
Dr. Watson, are you going to stop here at this crucial point?
Well, time will allow no more for this evening, Mr. Harris. However, next week, I shall tell you the utterly astonishing end of our adventure of the elusive agent. The most surprising development in all of Holmes's adventures. The final chapter concerned a horrible illusion, a bloody battle in an abandoned castle, and a revelation about the missing plans that altered the entire course of the First World War.
The makers of Clippercraft clothes and more than 1,200 stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character Sherlock Holmes, created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, and the program is produced and directed by Basil Loughrane. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by George Spelman. This week's story was written by Howard Merrill with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clippercraft dealer, write Clippercraft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Be sure to listen next week to Sherlock Holmes in the final chapter of The Adventure of the Elusive Agent. This is Cy Harris speaking for Clippercraft Clothes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Portions of the following program are transcribed. Here's Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective.
Is this the Diamond Detective Agency?
Well, what does the sign on the door say?
Yeah, Diamond Detective Agency.
And take a guess.
Are you Mr. Richard Diamond?
It depends. How much does he owe you?
Nothing.
You just want to speak to him?
I do.
You come as a client?
Yes, I do.
You have 100 a day in expenses?
Yeah, I do.
Then I now pronounce this man and client. Your name, please?
My name's Thomas Jason.
The stockbroker? You better pay cash.
Oh, I'm retired now, Mr. Diamond. And to end this nonsense, here's your $100.
Oh, thank you. Now, what's your trouble?
It's Carol, my adopted daughter. We adopted her when she was 12, but my wife died shortly after. Frankly, Carol has been trouble ever since.
And now?
Now, I'm afraid it is no longer a matter of delinquency. Well, there have been several incidents that make me suspect that she's trying to do away with me.
Oh, sweet girl. What's her reason?
My money. In my will, she is my only heir.
Why not change the will?
I said I suspected her, but I'm not certain, Mr. Diamond. And you understand, it would be terrible to disinherit her if I am wrong about my suspicions. I simply must be sure before I change my will.
She have any idea of your suspicion?
Yes. This morning I did speak to her. They mentioned the possibility of cutting her from my will. She flew into a rage, made several terrible threats.
Oh, what do you want me to do?
Well, sir, I want you to...
Oh, excuse me. Diamond Detective Agency, we have the only corpse with the lie-down design.
Oh, Rick. Why don't you answer the phone right?
Okay, Helen, baby. Diamond Detective Agency, Mr. Richard Diamond speaking.
What?
See, it throws you.
Mr. Diamond.
Honey, I'll see you tonight. I got a client.
She?
He.
Good.
Aye. You were saying, Mr. Jason, before I was so nicely interrupted.
Yes, I want you to either prove my fears to be true or groundless. If I am right, I will change my will, of course.
Where do I start?
Come to my house at 3 this afternoon. Here's the address. I'll introduce you to my stepdaughter, Carol, as a business acquaintance. After you've met and talked with her, I'll give you what details I have about her threats and actions.
Okay, Mr. Jason, I'll be at your place at 3 this afternoon.
Good day, Mr. Diamond.
I checked the time and found it to be nearly 12, so I beat it out to grab a bite of food before the noon rush began. Cafes in downtown Manhattan at lunchtime can only be compared to a can of sardines after all their relatives move in. When I had downed my daily bread, I went back to the office, did a little washing, and found myself with still time to kill. So being interested in my new client's problems and always liking a clear view of a new case, I dropped in at the 5th Precinct to see what Lieutenant Levinson had on the Jason family. When I walked into the squad room, I found Sergeant Otis tilted back in his chair with his number 14s crossed on the desk in front of him. From the sounds he was making, he was either sleeping or gargling with molasses. Sergeant Otis.
Oh, boy.
Sergeant Otis.
Some down.
Otis, wake up.
It's you, Shamus.
Patrol Leader Diamond with his stout-hearted brownies who were shocked by your dreams. Shame on you.
Hey, how'd you know I was dreaming about a dame?
I peeked. You know, I think I'll tell the lieutenant that you were sleeping on the job.
Well, no, please don't do that, Shamus. You'll start me pounding the beat again. Please don't tell him.
Well, maybe I'll let you off the hook, but only if you tell Walt we're pals. That might stop him from giving me the devil about ribbing you.
Pals? You mean friends?
Buddies.
Oh, no, I couldn't stand it.
Hello, Walt.
Okay, so where's the body?
No body. You lost one?
Now, you stop that.
Well, get you. All mad because I can't find a body for you.
Oh, please, Rick. What do you want?
I just wanted any dope you might have on the Thomas Jason family.
Jason?
Yeah, the broker.
Oh, nothing on him, but plenty on his stepdaughter, Carol.
Like what?
Oh, she's a regular. Usually D&D, drunk driving, disturbing the peace. You want to see the file?
Yeah, it might be worth a look. have my pal Otis bring it in.
Sure, You what?
My pal. What did you know? Otis and I are friends.
Is that why he tries to hide under the desk every time he sees you coming?
Call him in. See for yourself.
You think I won't? Otis, get the file on Carol Jason. Bring it in here.
Yeah, Lieutenant.
Now we'll see. Friend, that's a laugh.
That's a laugh yourself. You better be feeling good.
Now, what do you mean by that?
You'll see.
Yeah, Lieutenant, here's the file.
I'll take it, Otis. Thank you very much.
Sergeant Otis, you have an opportunity to do me a great favor. Please, and without profanity, tell me what you think of Rick.
Oh, he's nice.
What?
You're turning blue, Walt.
I'll turn blue if I want to. What did you do to Otis? Dope him?
You heard him. He thinks I'm nice. We're pals, buddies.
I heard him all right, but I wouldn't believe it on the stack of police manuals. Otis, I'll give you one chance. What's this all about?
The shamus told you, Lieutenant. I think he's a swell egg. A great guy.
Thank you, Otis, my friend.
Always kidding, but a good pal.
Otis, do your feet ache?
My feet? Why, no, Lieutenant.
Well, they will. I'm sending you to a beat.
A beat?
Yes, in Yonkers.
Oh, no!
I went through the file on Carol Jason and found out Walt hadn't been kidding. She'd been picked up for everything from kicking dogs to slugging her boyfriend with a champagne bottle. Real nice girl. I left Walt trying to third-degree the truth out of Otis and headed for what I hoped would be a nice, easy case. In a few minutes, I was in front of my client, Jason's house on East 66th Street. It turned out to be a modest little shack of some 30 rooms with a brownstone cover. I was ushered in to wait in the library for Thomas Jason. But I got a surprise.
Mr. Diamond?
Well, now I'll bet you're Carol. Your stepfather's told me so much about you.
You're a friend of my stepfather's?
Well, you might say we have things in common. Where is he?
I'm afraid you can't see him, Mr. Diamond. You see, he's become quite ill.
Oh, ill so quickly? I talked to him a few hours ago. He's about as sickly as Paul Bunyan.
Mr. Diamond, will you please leave?
Not until you tell me what happened to Jason, where he is, and why I can't see him.
Get out. Do you hear me? Get out.
Oh, put a cork in it, honey. Your father suspected trouble. Apparently it came quicker than he thought. Me, I want to know all your little secrets.
Just who are you? Policeman?
Private policeman, dear. Your father hired me this morning.
Well, I'm firing you this afternoon. Father's ill, and I will not allow him to be disturbed.
He paid me for a day's work. Tomorrow you can fire me. Is he here?
No. Now will you get out, or do I call the real police?
No, maybe you'd better, dear. There's a smell around here that isn't a room full of roses.
All right. If it's going to save trouble, I will tell you this much. Father had a serious mental condition. This afternoon, a couple of hours ago, he had an attack. And I was forced to have him taken to a place where he could be treated properly.
With what? Embalming fluid?
Why, you insulting.
Where was he taken? Who's the doctor?
I think I've answered all the questions I need to, Mr. Diamond. My actions are entirely legal. If you persist in your insinuations, I shall see that your license is revoked and that you are charged with defamation of character.
Oh, get you. You've been reading up on the law, and I'll bet I know why. All right, dear. I'll leave now.
Go on, and don't come back.
Temper, temper, temper. I'm going, but we'll see each other again. Hello, Pop. Got a minute?
Yeah, reckon so, mister. What's on your mind?
Oh, questions. Like how long you been out here mowing the lawn?
Most of the day. Why?
Did you, see Mr. Jason leave?
Oh, sure. Left in an ambulance, he did. He was wearing a funny white coat with the arms tied in back. My fashion certainly changed.
You didn't notice any name on the ambulance, did you?
Well, as a matter of fact, I did, mister. My, it was a silly name. About the silliest I've ever heard of.
Oh, the name, Pop. What was it?
Oh, don't be in such a dang rush. It was, Home Sweet Home Rest Home. No, ain't that silly?
I don't think my client agrees with you. If he was taken there for a rest, it may be a permanent one. Next stop, a drugstore with a phone book. Said book gave me the address, and I was soon in Baychester, looking at something pretty swank in the way of nut houses. Home Sweet Home was 2 acres of lawn, trees, and a square white blockhouse, and all surrounded by 15 feet of spiked steel fencing. By this time, the setup was really beginning to smell, and I decided that maybe a shamus might not be welcome. So, for a moment, I stood by the big gate debating how I could get in. The answer was fairly simple. I rang the bell. It caused a huge character wearing a white jacket with arms like hairy telephone poles to appear.
Yeah? What can I do for you, mister?
Let me in.
Why?
This is a rest home, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, I want to rest.
Oh, funny. Beat it.
I want to speak to the doctor, King Kong. Is he in?
Maybe, maybe not. Who wants him?
I do.
Who are you?
Let's just say I'm a patient. You going to keep me out here dying of schizophrenia?
Dr. Thorne is busy now. Come back later.
Look, in 1 minute I start throwing fits. Think how that'll ruin your trade.
Yeah, the doc wouldn't like that. Maybe you had better come in.
Now, that's right neighborly of you, friend.
Wow. Nice place.
For nuts?
Please. I'm a patient, remember?
So, if you're a nut, I should care. If you ain't, why should you?
Now, that's a homely bit of philosophy. Tell me, what do you do here? Break skulls?
I don't think I like you. And I'm a nurse.
What a shock this will be to Dr. Kildare.
I don't know him.
Now, you wouldn't. His nurses are pretty. If he had to have you as a nurse, he'd quit medicine and take up playing the glockenspiel.
Sally, you're nuts. Wait here. I get the doctor.
Yes, nurse.
Dr. Thorne, you got a patient, I think.
All right, Brazo. I am Dr. Thorne, sir. What can I do for you?
He's nuts, Doc.
Be quiet, Brazo.
Oh, he's right, Doc. I'm nuttier than a squirrel's hideout.
Well, I'm afraid I can be of no assistance, Mr.
Promise you won't tell?
Is I promise?
I am Sherlock Holmes.
What?
H-O-L.
I can spell. I'm afraid you've come to the wrong place, Mr. Holmes. This is a private sanitarium, and certain procedures must be followed.
I have money, I can pay, and I want to stay here.
But, Mr. Holmes, you must be examined by a doctor and committed by a relative.
You're a doctor. Examine me.
But your relative. You can't commit yourself.
Why not? I demand my rights.
Oh, this is preposterous. This is not a hotel. You can't just come in and register. Tell me, who's your doctor? Where is your home?
Well, look. Tell you what. You let me stay here for the day, and I'll tell you who my doctor is. And if you don't let me stay, I'll tell everyone what a bad place you have.
You said something about having money. Just how much money?
I've got a mattress full. Can I stay?
Perhaps it can be arranged. Though, of course, I must examine you.
Of course.
And there will be a certain fee, you understand?
I'm beginning to.
Tell me, Mr.
H-O-L.
Stop! You certainly are most annoying. Tell me, why do you want to stay here anyway?
Well, I've got to stop the plot.
The plot? You know about that?
Sure. You plan to rub out Fearless Fosdick, but I'm not going to let you.
Oh, I see. Tell me, do you have any dreams?
Well, of course. I have dreams about eating ice cream cones, and oh, what a mess they are.
What's so messy about eating an ice cream cone?
My mouth is always filled with BBs.
BBs?
For my air rifle, stupid. How else could I stand off the Indians?
Well, what Indians?
Well, the Indians who want to steal my ice cream cones.
Now, why would Indians want your ice cream cones?
Oh, they're mad about pistachio.
You are crazy, aren't you? Brazo, take Mr.
H-O-L.
Oh, never mind. Take him to observation room B, Brazo. I don't have time for the examination now.
Wait, can't I be with the other patients? I get lonely.
Later.
Come on, Sherlock. This way.
Well, I was in, thanks to the good doctor not being able to pass up a possible easy buck. The Big 8 Brazo led me to a small room with bars on the window and a spring lock on the door. When he left, I made like a smart gumshoe and went after the lock with my penknife. Due to my early training in picking locks at the automat, I was out like Alabama. I found myself in a long hall with 7 rooms, 3 on each side and 1 at the end. I knocked on every door. Nothing. Not even Bogart. The last one had to be Jason. Are you in there, Mr. Jason?
Diamond. Oh, I am glad to hear your voice. Please, get me out of here.
Just take it easy. I don't have a key, and this door has a padlock on it.
But you must get me out.
Sure, but give me time. First, tell me what's the score. Why did they lock you up?
Carol had it planned. She has paid Dr. Thorne to keep me here until I go crazy. She wants to have me judged legally insane so she can take the estate.
Yeah, well, maybe I can put a few kinks in her plan.
Wait, Diamond. Where are you going?
There's a phone in the doctor's office. If no one's there, I'll use it to get help.
Yes, but what if you can't get to the phone?
And I go out and get the Marines. If I can get by that ape man, that locked gate. Don't go away.
Oh, there you are, Sherlock.
Oh, don't pick on me. I was only 3.5 years old.
I'm upset with you, Sherlock. You oughtn't to be running around the halls like this.
A guy's got to have his constitutional, Brazo.
Yeah, well, you're through with yours. The doc wants to examine you now.
I've changed my mind. I don't think I like it
I said
here.
the doc wants you. What the doc wants, he gets.
Well, bully for him, but this is one time he won't. I'm bleeding.
I don't want to break your arm, Sherlock.
No?
So you don't leave until the doc says so.
Well, I'm sorry to disappoint him, but certain things are necessary, like this. Oh.
Now, you shouldn't act like that. I might get mad.
Oh, my knuckles. What is your jaw made of, concrete?
Come on, Sherlock. Or do you want to try again?
No, thanks. One busted hand is enough.
And don't try to run. The gate's locked. And if I have to catch you, I'll fix your legs so you can't run again.
Oh, friendly little butcher, aren't you?
Right in here, Sherlock. The doc is waiting. Here he is, Doc.
Good. You can go back to the office, Brazo. I won't need you. Well, you seem to be well trained as a detective, Mr. Holmes. Do you always pick locks so easily?
I do better with my erector set. But you needn't examine me further. I've changed my mind.
You've changed your... This is odd. First you demand in, now you want out.
I just remembered I forgot to pick up my station wagon.
But the Indians, you want me to help you keep them from stealing your ice cream cones, don't you?
They already got them, and all my money, too. They're both gone.
Your money? And you don't have any money?
Not a bolivar. Now, may I go, Doctor?
You're going to stay right here, Mr. Holmes. There's something peculiar about the way you've recovered from your illusions.
Doc, Miss Jason to see you. She's in your office.
Very well, Brazo. Stay here and guard this man, whoever he is.
Holmes, H-O...
Will you shut up? And make sure he stays put this time, Brazo. I have some questions I want to ask him.
He won't go no place, Doc. You go ahead to the office.
Well, Carol... This is a pleasant surprise. Come to visit Jason.
Thorne, our plans will have to be changed.
Changed?
Something has come up that may cause an investigation of stepfather's illness. We can't afford to take a chance of that.
But we can't let Jason go now.
I had no such intentions. He must be taken care of tonight.
Taken care of? But that's impossible. How could
He must be gotten rid of.
What? Oh, no. No, I didn't bargain for murder.
Look, Thorne, you're in and you stay in. I've paid you $10,000. Don't forget it.
But why all this sudden rush to change our plan? Why can't we
A private detective came to see me this morning. He was hired by stepfather. I knew he had suspicions, but I didn't know they'd gone so far.
A detective?
Oh, he can't act legally, but he's the sort to cause trouble.
Detective, private detective, Sherlock Holmes.
He's rambling about.
I'm afraid we're in serious trouble. Come with me.
What?
Your private detective. I think he's already found Jason. Come on.
You wouldn't like to earn $100, would you, Brazo?
No.
It is you, Diamond.
Uh-oh, fun's over.
Thorne, you fool. How'd you get in here?
He said he was a patient, Carol, and I swear he seemed crazy enough.
He probably said he had money.
You seem to understand each other, honey, but do you mind? I'd like to take Mr. Jason home
For
now.
a couple of extra dollars, you let him walk right in. Oh, Thorne, you're an idiot. I suppose he's found Jason and talked to him.
Well, he did get out of his room and wander about.
Well, that's great. So now he knows the whole works.
Too bad, baby. Your plan is kaput.
Not quite, Diamond. You've just talked yourself into real trouble. This gun says for you not to get any bright ideas.
My IQ just dropped 30 points.
Shut him up, Brazo.
Sure.
Hey, now, wait a minute.
Oh! Now, stay with him while Thorne and I make arrangements. We won't be long.
Do I get the...
Yes, Brazo, when we're ready. Come on, Thorne. I want to talk to stepfather.
Brazo's fist was made of the same stuff as his jaw. By the time I came around, darkness had painted the window, and the room was full of shadow and Brazo. The big hulk was squatting a few feet away, paying no attention to me. So I waited till my mind was clear while I eased off my right shoe. The heel was leather with a steel plate in it. I could only hope it was harder than Brazo's skull. With the shoe in my hand behind me, I was ready. Only to have him catch me stirring.
Coming to, Shamus?
Yeah. Hand me my cigarettes, will you, Brazo?
You need a smoke, huh? Sure. Where are they?
Fell out of my pocket over there behind you.
Oh, where? I don't see it. Say, that's not...
Need another?
Stop that.
Oh, come on, Buster, fall. Well, is little old Brazo finally getting sleepy?
Happy New Year, Buster.
Levinson, homicide.
Walt, Rick, if you don't want me to be a customer of yours, get out to the Home Sweet Home Rest Home fast.
What? Hey, what kind of a gag is this now?
It's no gag, believe me. My client and I are the blue plate specials, and dinner is about to be served.
The Home Sweet... Oh, it still sounds like a gag. Who'd call anything that?
Now, don't argue, Walt. It's no joke.
Okay, Rick, what's the address?
1820 Allerton Avenue, Baychester. And bring a blowtorch to cut an iron gate. You may have to.
All right, I'll be there in 30 minutes.
Quicker if you can.
Stand right there, Diamond, or I'll use this gun.
Good afternoon. I represent the Sleep
Looks like
Tight
I came just in time. Only now that you've fixed Brazo, you have to dig your own grave.
Dig my own grave? Oh, honey, is this trip really necessary?
Keep moving, or I'll kill you right here.
I move.
Keep going. Over there behind those trees where Thorne and Jason are.
Well, is Jason...
He's alive, but not for long.
Where's Brazo? I thought he was going to...
Diamond knocked him out. They can dig their own graves. There, the shovels. Get busy.
Carol, please, you may have the money, I swear.
Shut up and dig.
Carol, this is...
Just work the shovel.
Can you imagine Richard Diamond, private detective, letting a sawed-off female make him dig his own grave? You can't? Well, she did. And for a good half hour. I stalled as long as I could to give Walt Levinson a chance to get there.
That's enough. I said that's deep enough.
Oh, please, I'm just started.
You're finished. Jason, get into that hole with him.
Very well. I guess this is it, Diamond. I'm sorry to have dragged you in.
Well, that's a horrible way to say it. Don't we get time for a last cigarette?
No. Thorne, take this gun.
What? Oh, no, I'm not going to kill them.
Shut up and take this gun.
Oh, don't do it, Thorne. Be a man about it.
Here, Thorne. Don't be such a weakling. 2 shots and it's over.
No, it was your idea. I'm no murderer.
Atta boy, stick up for your rights.
You shut up. Thorne, do you do the job or do I make you number 3 in that grave?
You wouldn't dare. You need me.
Atta boy, Thorne, tell her.
Go on, Thorne, take the gun.
No, I can't. I just can't. Not like this.
You weakling. I'll do it myself. Now, turn around, Diamond.
Oh, now, look, baby, this thing's getting out of hand. You shoot me and the law will be all over the place.
Not until I've filled that grave in over you.
I called him, baby.
Oh, you're lying.
Am I? Well, just turn around and take a look at that lovely big fat policeman standing over there by that tree.
Oh, you really don't expect me to fall for an old stunt like that.
Well, if you don't, you'll fall for something. It's your funeral.
No, it isn't. It's yours.
All right, lady, drop it.
What? Why, you...
Smarty.
I'll kill you anyway.
Carol.
Rick, what the devil's going on here? What are you doing down there?
I'm looking at the girl. I think you shot her pretty bad.
Who are these 2 guys?
The guy with the castanet knees is Doc Thorne. Better put the cuffs on him as an accessory.
But you can't do this. I was the one that refused to shoot you.
Oh, stop licking my hand. You can tell it to the precinct judge.
Otis, snap the cuffs on them and take them out the car.
Sure.
Come on, you. Now, what about this other guy?
The girl's stepfather. How do you feel, Mr. Jason?
Sick, Mr. Diamond. How about the girl, Rick? Shall I call the ambulance?
I don't know. Carol.
Well, Rick?
Take your time, Walt. She's not with us. I gave Walt the story, then took Jason to his house. Stayed there long enough to brush the dirt off my clothes, wash my hands, and then I headed for a delayed date. At 975 Park Avenue, I found a big fireplace and a lovely redhead waiting for me. A redhead wearing a dress that was part green silk and part... Well...
I'm the library, darling. Come on in.
Hello, Helen, baby. You sound like you found oil in the basement. What's with the cheer? Me?
Isn't it always? I like you.
I like the way you say that. Looking up at me with those big green eyes.
They're not green. They're hazel.
Oh, are they? Let me look closer.
Not until you sing for me.
Sing? Oh, honey, I'm tired. I want to rest.
No, you don't. No, over to the piano. Rick, not here.
But, Helen, all I wanted to do was...
I know, Rick.
Oh, you've been using that Ouija board again. I don't want to sing.
Now look in my eyes.
Close range?
Contact.
I'll sing.
That's better.
Like, you must have been a beautiful baby.
Oh, love it.
You must have been a beautiful baby. You must have been a wonderful child. When you were only starting to go to kindergarten, I bet you drove the little boys wild. And when it came to winning blue ribbons, you must have shown the other kids how. I can see the judge's eyes as they handed you the prize. I bet you made the cutest bow. Oh, you must have been a beautiful baby. 'Cause, baby, look at you now. Like that?
That was wonderful, Rick. Come here.
About time.
Oh, Rick. Do you think you can do that and sing, too?
Honey, when you look at me like that, I could kiss you, sing, and knit a whole sweater at the same time.
Rick, could you?
Want to try?
The sweater will take years.
I'll buy that. Come here, we'll start with the neck.
Rick.
You know something?
What?
I may even knit you a whole suit.
You have just heard Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. Helen was played by Virginia Gregg, Lieutenant Levinson by Ed Begley. Also in our cast were Wilms Herbert, Hy Averback, Betty Moran, Howard McNear, Edwin Max, and Jay Novello. Music was under the direction of Frank Worth. Tonight's story was written by Herb Purdom and edited and directed by Blake Edwards. Portions were transcribed. Dick Powell soon will be seen in the screen version of the best-selling novel, Mrs. Mike. Now, this is Eddie King inviting you to be with us again at the same time next week when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. How much is your life worth? Think about that for a minute. Is it worth a little care? Well, that's all that's needed to protect it on America's streets and highways. Only your careful driving and your acceptance of personal responsibility for your own life can guard you from the dangers of the road. The price that you may pay for carelessness is a high one, and it's a price that thousands upon thousands of accident victims have already paid. Their gamble with death behind the wheel is a stark warning. A warning that an accident can happen to you. Last year alone, some 32,000 persons were killed in traffic accidents, and well over 1 million others were injured. Smash-ups have averaged more than 1 a minute, every minute of the day and night. These are the facts of traffic dangers. As for the facts of traffic safety, well, they all boil down to just 2 facts. Careful driving by automobile owners, careful walking by pedestrians. So drive carefully, walk carefully. The care you take may save a life, and that life may be your own. Saturday night is packed with entertainment when you stay tuned to NBC's star lineup of shows. Each Saturday, make it a point to listen to NBC. You'll hear Hollywood Star Theater, Ralph Edwards' Truth or Consequences, Your Hit Parade, A Day in the Life of Dennis Day, The Judy Canova Show, Grand Ole Opry, and songs by Morton Downey. Now, stay tuned for Lionel Barrymore and Hollywood Star Theater on NBC.
The FBI in Peace and War, ordinarily heard at this time throughout the year, is taking its usual summer vacation and will return to CBS 5 weeks from tonight on September 1st.
Broadway's my beat. From Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
Broadway. It's an enchanted island or a prison, a crazy, happy dance, or a funeral march in blues time. It's a sorcerer's palace with golden mirrors and jeweled fountains, or it's a wailing wall corroded with pain. Call it anything you want. It's My Beat. One of the ways to get on My Beat is to infiltrate through the grim lines of people trying to buy tickets to South Pacific. Those people are going to mutiny someday. It was about 9 in the morning, and a good thing happened to me. The good thing was a kid named Paul Thomas. A sweet kid, a gentle kid. A kid who'd wrapped himself in iron to stall off the pain so many people handed to him for free.
Mr. Clover, could I talk to you for a minute?
Sure, Paul, sure. Any place, any time.
How about in the lobby here?
Okay, lobby it is. I'm sure glad to see you, Paul. It's been a long time.
Not so long, Mr. Clover. It's only 5-6 months since you got me that job. Maybe 7 months since you caught me breaking into a store.
Who remembers what happened 7 months ago? How's the job, Paul? How's it working out?
Mr. Arcarian's been treating me fine. He's even had me bonded so I could deliver all that jewelry and stuff.
I bet your folks are proud.
Yeah, they're real proud, Mr. Clover.
I've been meaning to get up to Harlem to visit them. Your mother's a fine woman, Paul. Give her my best.
I'll do that, Mr. Clover. She keeps asking about you.
Paul, it's a good thing to see you the way you are.
I'm in trouble, Mr. Clover. I think I'm in big trouble.
Oh? You want to tell me about it here? We could go someplace and get a quiet cup of coffee.
I better tell you about it fast, Mr. Clover. A couple of days ago they came...
Danny Clover, how's Broadway's grabber boy? How's the finest of the finest,
Oh, hi, Kirk.
Am I interrupting something, Danny? The boy won't mind being interrupted, will you, boy?
Maybe I mind, Kirk.
Oh, no offense, Danny. Come on, ask me how I am. Ask me how I've been doing.
How are you? How you been doing?
Oh, great. Very, very great, Danny. Yes, sir. Don't I rate an introduction to the boy, Danny?
Paul, this is Jerry Kirk, a private investigator. Paul Thomas, Jerry Kirk.
Hi, Mr. Kirk.
Danny, you don't keep up. A smart detective like you should keep up. I'm not a private eye anymore.
No? Well, so long, Kirk. See you around.
No, I'm not a private eye anymore. I'm in the plush, Danny. Plush office, plush stipend, furnished by Acme Insurance Company. I investigate insurance losses for them. Oh, it's a lot easier than breaking down doors to hall apartments.
But not so much fun, huh, Kirk?
More, Danny, more. It even gives me the price of a couple of tickets to South Pacific here. But, how about you, Danny? You still hitting the triple features in the grind houses, Danny?
Goodbye, Kirk.
Yeah, it's been swell seeing you, Danny.
I'm sorry about him, Paul. Now, tell me what's on your mind.
I can, Mr. Clover. I got to get to work. I'm late.
Paul, come back here. That's how the day began, with the kid starting to tell me of big trouble and then running away. It was about 5 when Paul's big trouble started to catch up with me. A patrolman leaned out of a squad car and handed me a slip of paper. J. Arcarian, the paper said. It said the Paramount Building, and at the bottom it said urgent. I'd been there before. J. Arcarian, lapidary and dealer in precious gems, was on the 14th floor. You went through a door and past the beam of an electric eye and waded through a carpet to a desk and an olive-skinned girl with tight black hair. You gave your name and you got nodded past another beam and some carved oriental wall hangings to a young man, morning coat cut to hide the lines of his shoulder holster, and sneer cut to fit the scar that ran from his eye to the corner of his mouth. Then a chaperoned hike through another doorway. And there he was, J. Arcarian, impeccable in ascot, striped pants, and a Legion of Honor ribbon in his satin lapel. He had another thing, a guest.
I asked Mr. Jerry Kirk to be with us, Lieutenant Clover, because his interests lie in the same direction as ours.
Hiya, Kirk. What's all this about?
Mr. Arcarian will tell you, Danny.
Sit down, Lieutenant.
What do you want to see me about, Mr. Arcarian?
About the boy you asked me to hire. About Paul Thomas.
You know Paul Thomas, don't you, Danny?
What about Paul Thomas?
Mr. Arcarian is a polite man, Danny. He's trying to tell you the kid absconded with an awful lot of jewelry.
Please. This matter is very dolorous to me.
$100,000 worth, Danny.
How about letting Mr. Arcarian tell it his way, huh, Kirk?
He was just phrasing it neatly. $100,000, Danny.
Right now, you just listen, Kirk. What did Paul Thomas do, Mr. Arcarian?
He failed to deliver a consignment. He failed to let me know the reason why. He has been gone since this morning. Disappeared.
Like a puff of smoke, huh, Mr. Akarian? That's what you said?
They assign a bright eye like you to this, Kirk?
Like me, Danny.
Mr. Jerry Kirk is from the insurance company. In a matter like this, one thinks of insurance.
In a case like this, one also thinks of how maybe Paul got slugged. One also thinks he could have been robbed, Mr. Akarian. Paul Thomas turns up in an alley, Kirk, slugged. A bet?
Yeah, sure. I know human nature, Danny. He's gone a long way with those rocks. Absconded. He's stolen.
In a matter like this, the amount is not a pittance, Lieutenant. $100,000 worth of first water gems, jewel cases, settings.
Got a list of what's missing?
Right here. You see? It makes not an inconsiderable...
Yeah, it's not inconsiderable.
It is very dolorous, Lieutenant. You'll get them back?
Dolorous means it can make you cry. But Akarian's dolorous was different from mine. His was $100,000 he'd lost. Mine was a boy named Paul Thomas that maybe I'd lost. But it was still only a maybe. I had two things to do. Turn the list of missing jewels into headquarters, which I did, then call it Paul's home in Harlem. Harlem is a guilt and a scar and a wound. And the wound is a tenement lighted by kerosene lamps. A tenement with barred windows through which you can watch the moonlight darting out on the backs of hungry rats. And Harlem is a place of quiet laughter that stops when it sees you walking up the stairs to the one room in which Paul's family of 5 live.
Yes? Oh, it's Mr. Clover.
Hi, Mrs. Thomas.
I hardly expected to. Please forgive the way I look.
Oh, you look fine, Mrs. Thomas, fine. May I come in?
Why, of course, of course. The children are outside playing.
It's just as well, Mrs. Thomas. I want to talk to you.
Please sit down, Mr. Clover.
Soup?
Is it about Paul?
Why did you see him last, Mrs. Thomas?
This morning. He stopped by on his way to work. Is there anything...
He doesn't live here anymore?
No, Mr. Clover. Paul's a man now, and he needs a place of his own.
Where is it, Mrs. Thomas?
Is my boy in trouble, Mr. Clover?
Well, we don't know. I don't think so, but I have to be sure. Where's his place, Mrs. Thomas?
It's a rooming house on 137th Street, 26 East. It's clean. You can actually see the sun. Paul couldn't do anything wrong. Not anymore, Mr. Clover. Paul's good. He's good.
He hasn't been by here tonight.
No, but that doesn't mean anything. Lots of times he doesn't come by at night, but he'll be here in the morning. He's always here for breakfast in the morning.
Well, I think I'll run over to that address you gave me, Mrs. Thomas. Sorry I can't stay and visit with you.
You'll let me know about my boy, Mr. Clover. Whatever way it is, you let me know.
It'll be all right, Mrs. Thomas. It has to be all right. Outside, it was 1 block north and 2 to my left of the subway station at 125th and Lenox. In those 3 blocks, you could feel the breeze from the East River fighting a losing battle with the heat. But it wasn't the heat that stopped me. It was Squad Car 15, Patrolman Florio at the controls. Not bad, Florio. 3-point landing.
Hi, Lieutenant. Come on, get in.
Thanks. You headed uptown?
Well, that depends, Lieutenant. Wherever you say.
Uptown?
You better call headquarters first. I've been cruising, looking for you. Headquarters said you were in Harlem.
Yeah, call them, Florio.
Sure. Patrol Car 15 calling headquarters. Come in. Patrol Car 15 calling headquarters.
Headquarters receiving Patrol Car 15. Go ahead, 15.
I take it, Danny.
Yeah. Danny Clover speaking.
Danny, Tartaglia speaking. About that Akarian robbery. Guy named Jerry Kirk called you.
Yeah?
Said he wanted you there when he took Paul Thomas.
Oh, where's all this taking place?
137th Street, a condemned tenement, 3 houses beneath the northeast corner on Lenox. 10 o'clock, the guy said.
That's right now, Tartaglia. Thanks. Let's go, Florio. You heard the man.
Right.
Florio.
Yeah, Lieutenant?
You're only giving me a lift down the block. Turn off that siren, huh?
Hello, Danny. Glad you showed.
Headquarters said you had Paul. You got him, Kirk?
He's in that tenement, Danny.
But he materialized out of that puff of smoke? How do you know he's in there?
Look, Danny, a guy steals $100,000 worth of jewelry. It's hot. He can't get rid of it. So he makes a deal with the insurance company. The deal Paul made was for $15,000.
He got in touch with you?
Yeah, sure. He said meet him here. So I got in touch with you. I'm double-crossing him, Danny. I called in the cops. You wouldn't want it any other way.
Yeah, let's go in. And Kirk, keep your gun in your pocket.
Danny, you know I seldom carry a gun, and tonight's one occasion when I don't.
Come on.
Hey, it's pretty dark. Lucky I brought a flash. Paul Thomas!
Let me handle it, Kirk. Paul, it's Danny Clover. Paul! Maybe he isn't here, Kirk.
He's here. That sound came from down in the basement.
Hey, Kirk, somebody's shooting downstairs, and not at us.
Yes, and somebody's taking a powder, too.
Let's get him.
Don't you think it's time you got out your gun, Danny?
Yeah, it's all changed now. Hey, shine your light over there.
Where?
Back of the staircase.
Yeah. Hey, Danny. A body. Danny, look, he's got a gun.
Paul.
He's dead, Danny. Your boy's dead.
Why was he killed?
He was a bad boy, Danny. A bad boy with bad company, and the company just took a powder. How do you like your boy now, Danny?
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. Casey, crime photographer, finds an innocent-eyed young woman riding a murder-go-round tonight. As he joins her, his girlfriend, reporter Ann Williams, and Ethelbert, the magnificent bartender, caution him to go slow. For a merry ride with murder, join Casey and his pals tonight. And also be around for Second Class Passenger, another thrilling study in Escape. Crime Photographer and Escape are Thursday night features of most of these same CBS stations. Now, back to Broadway's My Beat.
One thing about Broadway, you can become a name overnight. All you have to do is have 3 current wives or ride 4 winners in a row. Or you can do it the way Paul Thomas did. Get caught up in a $100,000 jewel theft. Keep your mouth shut about it by being found dead in a Harlem tenement. Not that Paul Thomas would make much of a splash, but he would make a fast 30 seconds conversation piece over cheesecake and coffee. A cop uses up the night begging, pleading, grubbing for a break in a murder case. Then he goes home and begs for sleep. And in the morning he goes back to his office at headquarters and starts all over again. And that's where it broke. Come in. Come in.
Danny, open your eyes. I got a surprise for you.
You open them, I'm tired.
I got something on the Paul Thomas case.
What?
Yeah, see? You opened your eyes all by yourself. It's not hard, is it, Danny?
I could close yours just as easy. What do you got?
Well, one of the Aracarian jewels showed up at a pawn shop.
When?
10:30 last night.
10:30. That was after Paul's murder. How come you wait till now to give it to me?
Easy, Danny. Take it easy.
All right, but how come?
Larry of Larry's Pawn Shops Limited just phoned it in. Says he didn't get our list till 10 this morning.
Larry's, huh? Give me a squad car, Tartaglia. I'll pick it up front.
Okay. Danny.
Yeah?
I know what this means to you. Sorry I kidded.
That's okay, Sergeant. It's okay. But get that squad car, huh?
Danny, boy. Danny, this is quite an honor.
Hi, Larry.
Hi, I could have saved you the trip if you just called me.
You needed the air. Okay, Larry, what do you got?
Danny, do you mind stepping in the back room? I'm trying to close a deal. Sometimes it embarrasses my clientele to see me consorting with a detective.
Ain't it a shame? Give it to me, Larry, and quick.
Oh, Danny, this isn't like you.
You want me to show you what I can really be like?
Okay, Danny. Okay, I'll get it for you. Think it over, mister. I'll be right with you. Here it is, Danny. Here, you see? This diamond ring matches up exactly with the one on the Arcarian list you boys sent me. If I say so myself, it's a beauty.
Yeah, but who pawned it?
It's on the ticket. A girl named Ellen West lives at this address on 115th Street. At least that's the name of the address she gave me.
You know where to send it. Send the ring.
It hurts me to part with it. Say, isn't it polite the way I cooperate with you boys, Danny? You'll remember it, won't you?
Sure. By the way, what did you give the girl for the ring?
It's worth $2,000. I gave her $600.
Can't hear you, Larry. How much?
$600.
Still can't hear.
It was worth $2,000. I gave her $600. Oh, Danny, I could kill you. Hey, mister, you didn't hear what I said. I was just kidding. Pay no attention. I didn't mean it. I'm ready to offer you a little more.
The girl whose name might be Ellen West lived in a street that might have been anywhere. It could have been a market street in the slums of Madrid or Rome or Athens or New Orleans. It could have been anywhere. Right now it was under the bridge of the New York, New Haven, and Hartford Railroad. Right now it was a street where Paul's murderer might be waiting in a dark room behind a locked door, waiting for a knock that had to come.
Yes? Who is it?
The police. Open up.
Please. Why you come here? I haven't done anything.
Are you Ellen West?
That's right. That's my name. How you know my name? I don't know you.
I'm Danny Clover, Ellen. Broadway Special Detail. I'd like to ask you some questions.
Mr. Danny Clover.
Huh?
Paul told me a lot about you. Please come in, Mr. Clover.
Thanks. You knew Paul Thomas?
I knew him. I knew him better than anybody. We were going to be married.
How old are you? 16, Ellen?
18. Going on 19. That's not too young to get married, Mr. Clover. I mean, it wouldn't have been.
Ellen, you pawned a ring yesterday. Where'd you get it? Did Paul give it to you?
Where would Paul get a ring like that, Mr. Clover?
Where'd you get it, Ellen?
Came in the mail.
Oh, you have the package it came in?
I threw it away, Mr. Clover. I threw it away. Because I didn't want to know where to send it back.
Maybe you should have given it to the police.
Maybe I should have done what I did. I got $600 for that ring, Mr. Clover. With $600, two people like Paul and me could get married.
Did you tell Paul about the ring?
I didn't see Paul yesterday, Mr. Clover. I didn't see him to tell him about the ring or anything. I've got so much to tell him.
Paul's mother said he had a room of his own. Did you ever see it?
I saw it. I met his roommate, Joe Kendall.
His roommate?
Well, not exactly. You see, Mr. Clover, where Paul lived, that room of his own, that was just a place where he could sleep for 8 hours. Joe Kendall had it for the other 8 hours. They do that a lot up here.
Yeah, I know. That's all, Ellen. Just one thing. You won't go away.
Where would I go, Mr. Clover? Mr. Clover?
Yes, Ellen.
Here's the $600. I got no use for it now.
The hotbed address of Paul's roommate, Joe Kendall, didn't pan out. But a suddenly forgetful landlord suddenly regained his memory when he put on a pair of wire-rimmed glasses and examined my police badge. His cooperation from that instant was a thing of joy. Joe Kendall was working right now, mister. Joe Kendall worked in the change booth in the subway station at 59th Street.
Want some change, mister?
No, information.
What kind of information?
Your name, Joe Kendall?
That all depends on what connection the name's being used.
In connection with the police.
Show me.
Try this.
Yeah? Yeah, that badge says you're the police. Says my name's Joe Kendall. What can I do for you, Lieutenant?
It's about Paul Thomas, Joe.
Read about him in the papers this morning. I'm sorry about Paul.
How sorry?
Lieutenant? Oh, wait a minute. Here you are, lady. 2 dimes and a nickel. Lieutenant, it's this way.
Maybe I asked you a bad question, Joe.
Not at all. I'm sorry about Paul, Lieutenant. As sorry as I am for any man who died the way Paul did.
What about Paul? What did he tell you about himself?
Well, things like I'm tired, Joe. That's what he used to say to me. When he woke me up because it was his turn to sleep, he'd tell me things like that.
That's all?
Other things, too, Lieutenant, but that was a general idea.
Something else, Joe. That ring on your finger. Where'd you get it?
Are you going to believe me? Okay, Lieutenant. I'll tell you anyhow. I got it in the mail yesterday.
You should have let the police know.
I should have, but I didn't. Maybe I was going to. Maybe I was going to pawn it. I don't know.
You'd better let me have it.
Sure. Here. Take it. Lieutenant, I'm in trouble now, huh?
I guess right now you come under a couple of laws in the penal code, Joe, but which one escapes me? Just don't run away.
I'll be here, Lieutenant. Here or in Harlem, one place or the other.
It was a decision I had to make about the girl Ellen West and about Joe Kendall, and it was a decision I made. They turned up with a part of the missing jewelry and a strange story how they'd got it, and I didn't book them. I didn't put a tail on them. If they told the truth, it gelled an idea that was shaping itself. If they'd lied, I'd know it before the day was over. Back at headquarters, I made out my report that way and turned it in. Then there was nothing to do but trade stares with Sergeant Tartaglia and wait for the report from the technical boys.
Well, I don't know, Danny. I don't know. I'm not sure you did the right thing. Those 2 might have been holding back.
Technical lab reports, Lieutenant. Ballistics, chemical, prints. All of them.
Thanks.
Okay, Lieutenant.
Ballistics, nothing. I figured there'd be nothing there. Hey. So long, Tartaglia.
Hey, Danny, where you going?
Take a look at those reports. They'll make your red face even redder. Those photoelectric eyes wink even at you, huh, Eric Carrion?
They make no distinction, Lieutenant, between friend or enemy. They're ever alert, ever suspicious.
Yeah. You kept me waiting a long time, Eric Carrion.
A jeweler has many things to take care of, Lieutenant. Sometimes you must keep even the police waiting. But you're not lonely. Did not Monsieur Artaud amuse you?
Oh, so that's his name. No, your flunky Artaud didn't amuse me. He's so silent, so sinister, is that the word?
It's a good word for Artaud.
Tell me, Artaud, that shoulder holster you wear under your morning coat, how do you avoid a bulge? You must have a good tailor. I wish I had a tailor like that.
I will send you the name of Artaud's tailor, Lieutenant. That all you wanted?
That's just part of it. I'd like to have a look at your vaults.
You wish to buy some jewelry wholesale?
No. I'd just like to find some lost jewelry. Stolen, it says on this list. Stolen from a Mr. Eric Carrion. That's why I'd like to have a look at your vaults.
You're insane, but I will humor you. But first, a trifle. You have a warrant, Lieutenant?
Now, what do you know about that? I clean forgot to get myself a warrant. But as you say, it's a trifle. Now, how about the vaults?
I do not think so, Lieutenant. In your country, I have learned to do everything. Comme il faut.
How?
Comme il faut. Translation, as it should be.
Thanks. I like to learn new words.
A warrant would be as it should be.
Then I'll just have to get the vault open myself.
Artaud!
Tell your flunky to take his hands off me.
Artaud is a very difficult man to tell things to. Not only does he not talk often he does not listen.
Tell him to take his hands off me.
Perhaps you could persuade him yourself, Lieutenant.
Yeah, perhaps I could. Oh, Artaud, I went and spoiled your creases.
You policeman,
Well, Kirk, the eminent investigator, today on occasion for carrying a gun. You didn't have to shoot Eric Carrion.
I did, Danny. To save you from getting knocked off, I had to do just that.
Save me? What are you talking about?
Well, look at him. Look at Arakarian's hand. He was just getting ready to pull a Luger.
Yeah. Okay, Kirk, this wraps it up. Let me have your gun.
What for?
Ballistics will want it to check it against the slugs in the body.
But you saw me shoot him, Danny.
The gun, Kirk.
Are you off your rocker, Danny?
The gun.
I've got a permit for this gun.
The gun!
Oh, ow.
Yeah. Thanks for the gun.
Oh, sure. Sure, Danny, now that I know you were sincere about wanting it. Well, like you said, this wraps it up. You figured it a little ahead of me, that's all.
Tell me how.
Oh, easy. Arakarian never parts with the jewels and reports them stolen for insurance money.
Yeah, true. Tell me, Kirk, how do you figure Paul Thomas figures?
Also simple. Arakarian tells the kid to make it look like the kid ran away. Well, maybe Arakarian wanted to do it another way, and the kid balked.
Yeah, that's right, Kirk. Paul came to me yesterday and started to tell me he was in trouble. It adds up, huh?
It adds up neat.
You know what else? 2 of the gems showed up with 2 of Paul's friends. Arakarian mailed them to throw off suspicion.
Clever, real clever.
Yeah, but here's the twist. The gun Paul was holding in that tenement cellar had no fingerprints on it.
Huh?
He was dead before he went in that tenement, Kirk. Dead men leave no prints. Paul Thomas was dead before I saw you, Kirk.
Hey, that is a twist.
That scene in the condemned tenement, you and Arakarian staged it. That's why I want your gun, to
What?
check it against the slugs they took from Paul's body.
You're crazy, Danny.
Listen, how else I'm crazy. You killed Paul. You propositioned him, and he'd have none of it, so you killed him. And you killed Arakarian so he wouldn't implicate you.
You stink, copper. You stink, but you won't take me.
I've been waiting for you to do that, Kirk. Waiting.
Ow!
That's for Paul. For Paul. For Paul. What stopped me was something gentle. A tap on the shoulder, it was all. But it stopped me. Man from headquarters looked down at me, and his tap was gentle. He said that was enough. I quit, but I didn't believe him. He said Kirk was something the law had to take care of. Then I had to believe him, because I'm a cop. In the mid-afternoon heat, Broadway is a desert littered with mirages of what might be men or women. You touch some and they vanish. You touch others and they snarl and slink away. It's real or it's phantom. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover, is produced and directed by Gordon T. Hughes, with script by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. Musical direction is by Lud Gluskin. Be sure to join us next week, same time, same station, for Broadway's My Beat. Mr. Keene, the famed tracer of lost persons, goes society tonight. Knowing Mr. Keene, you'll realize at once that it's not so much the question of which fort, but which suspect. Mr. Keene's latest adventure, the Society Murder Case, will follow in just a few moments on most of these same CBS network stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. The FBI in Peace and War, ordinarily heard at this time throughout the year, is taking its usual summer vacation and will return to CBS 2 weeks from tonight on September 1st.
Broadway's My Beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
Broadway, where you can take a bus ride into the summer evening and make believe it's a dreamboat. Then, Broadway's as innocent and nostalgic as carousel music. But if you walk, you can get hit in the face by a guy fishing for nickels under a grating. Then you can't make believe anymore. But either way, it's Broadway. My beat.
Danny! Danny, come in here.
The big voice that boomed through the afternoon heat belonged to Silks Bergen. Him the heat couldn't bother. There wasn't enough of it. Silks was a jockey, about 5 hands high, and with a wet saddle he might have scaled 110. He waved to me from the doorway of a haberdashery store.
In here, Danny, in the store.
Yeah, Silks, sure.
I've been waiting. I said I've been waiting for you to pass by, Danny.
What's the matter with your voice, Silks? You're down to a whisper.
Laryngitis. Had it for a week. Hey, Danny, I wanted you should meet a friend of mine, Joe Murdoch. Say some hello to Danny Clover, Joe.
Hello, Mr. Clover.
Joe?
Joe's 6'6" and speaks like a tenor. You should know about things like that, Danny. Is it possible?
Joe,
go buy me a shirt over there. I got to talk to Danny.
Sure, Silks. The lavender or the polka dot?
The dots, Joe, the dots. Can you hear me good, Danny? My voice has got so far to go from down here from me to up there to you.
I'll listen close. What's on your mind?
I want you to, I said, do me a favor, huh? About the key.
Why didn't I think of it myself, about the key? What key, Silks?
Well, I'm riding a race down to Maryland tomorrow, you see. I don't know how long I'll be gone. Now, you understand?
Oh, that key. What key, Silks?
The key for the locker at the LaGuardia plane terminal.
Oh, now I know. That key for that locker. Huh?
I got a parcel check there. I ain't got time to run down for it now.
It begins to dawn, Silk.
Yeah, sure. So if I ain't back tomorrow night, how about having one of your boys who's on duty down there pick it up, huh? Yeah. And you hold it for me.
Yeah.
That'll save me rental, and it'll make us even for them riding lessons I give you in Central Park.
Okay, Silks. Give me the key.
Thanks, Danny. Here. And now, don't lose it.
Don't worry about it. I'll put it right here on my ring. By the way, what's in the parcel?
Just some of my riding silks, Danny. What else does a jockey own?
I patted Silks on the head, bit him a fond yoicks, and mushed back into the tropical heat of Broadway. Tropical was an illusion that wasn't hard to believe. The crushed pineapple and papaya stands, the coconut milk in real whiskered coconuts, the sly, grinning beat of the native drums heard through wilting loudspeakers, the girls, the luminous girls in their grass sandals and 14th Street sarongs. And then one whose lips looked as if they'd been painted with wild strawberries stopped me and kept me from my appointed rounds. I didn't mind.
I'm so honest. I don't have the price of a dream, and I'm honest. Here, you dropped this.
What?
This $100 bill. You dropped it. Take it before it burns through my hand.
$100. Wasn't I the careless one? Must have been in that Cracker Jack box I just threw away.
Never throw anything away, Mr. Clover. There can be a prize in each and every package.
That's a hard thing to remember. Will you help me try to remember, Miss...
Ames. Bell Ames.
Oh.
You ever need any help, Mr. Clover? Ring for Bell Ames.
That's cute. Very cute. Now maybe I can do something for you, Belle. Maybe give you back all this money you said I dropped.
All right, so I lied. All you have to do is believe you dropped that money and listen. See how easy it is? $100 and no pain.
For 100, you can throw in a little pain. Who do I listen to?
It's written on the bill. Marty wants to see you.
Oh?
Marty says it's easier to talk to people who have money. He likes people with money. He says they listen better that way.
I'm a fool for psychology, Belle. Let's go listen to Marty.
Not me, Mr. Clover. You. It's you he wants to listen.
Hey, come back here. Belle, come back here. The heat melted her into the crowd and then into a cab. And I was left standing there with the after scent of a perfume I'd never smelled before and a $100 bill I'd never held before. I inhaled both of them. They added up to the acrid odor of a bribe. I had to find out why. 42nd Street, the address on the bill said. I decided to walk. Somewhere between Broadway and the number I was looking for, the honky-tonk started. And at the corner where women's high heels clack more slowly and the handouts become more frequent, I took a right turn into limbo. 2 blocks down was what I was looking for. The Last Paddock Hotel, room 16.
Come in. Come right in.
Your name, Marty?
Yeah, that's my name, and these are my boys, Tinker and Dolly. Say a greeting to the police, boys.
Police? Gee.
Police? Golly day. Boys are from out-of-town police like me. The word don't impress us.
You gonna give me some more money, Marty?
Maybe. Maybe money, maybe trouble. Guy has a hard time figuring which is which these days.
What you trying to buy, Marty?
Talk. I'm buying words like I'm an editor.
Marty's a kick, ain't he, Tinker? He's a regular comedian.
Your floor show stinks.
Well, they ain't really working, police. So let's stop playing footsie, huh? We got business, me and you. About an hour ago, police, a little guy hailed you into a haberdashery shop. He's got a message for you. What kind of message did he have?
You should have heard. All you need, Marty, is a long, thin ear.
Hey, the police is a kick, too, Dolly. A jolly boy, real jolly.
What did Silksbergen tell you, police?
Who?
Now, look, I got time. Time, patience. Let's do it again. Silksbergen, what did he tell you?
You looking for a tip on the horses?
I got a tip, you're it. Only you look sad for a win. You look like hardly anything at all. Show him the gun, will you, Dolly?
Yeah. Look, Mr. Police, this is a gun.
Golly day.
Let me have it, Dolly.
Yeah. Here, Marty.
Now, what did Silksbergen tell you, police?
Marty, you go to movies to see how gunsels act in this kind of situation?
Yeah. Yeah, in a movie. Now, how did you know? Dolly.
Yeah?
Show the police the second reel.
Yeah, pleasure. A great big pleasure.
You know the language better than that, police. Come on, say something.
Your 2 muscles and your gun make me bashful.
Stage fright, huh? Dolly.
Yeah. Hey, Tinker, this is fun. Yeah. You can play too, Tinker. Yeah, such a jolly guy. Playing movies with a jolly guy. A jolly guy.
Somewhere a light going on and off made a big noise and a bigger hurt just in back of my eyeballs. It screamed at me from across the street and through a window hung with grease-stained drapes. And I knew I was still in Marty's hotel room. I knew that hours had been torn out of my life and thrown away. Then the light screamed again, and this time there were words. Big 1,000-watt words that said, Pearl Club, delicious dancing girls. First one, then the other. And in between there was the creaking sound of a rocking chair. Then the rocking chair made words, too.
Don't hurry. It's rather pleasant here, sitting rocking in the dark with that brazen sign throwing its naked, intermittent light. This gun gives me the right to introduce myself. I'm Gil Sherry.
Oh, should I know you?
Perhaps. I believe I'm in the class book of one of our more venerated colleges. That's my identity. A thesis on Gil Sherry would make lurid reading for the boys with the old school tie, don't you think?
I wouldn't know. Read me a chapter.
Oh, delighted. Chapter 1 begins. Early in life, I learned to love money. It was a symbol of the sordid life into which I'd fallen. Now, sitting in a bleak, villainous hotel room, my comrades, a detective and a corpse.
The corpse and the detective. Is that all me?
Not quite. You're the detective, true, and the corpse is the true corpse lying in the corner.
Huh?
And I believe he's a friend of yours, Mr. Clover.
Silks.
A rather fancifully named, don't you think? Silksbergen. Proud, colorful name. But pride and color seem to have drained out of him.
Maybe he's ashamed of wearing bullet holes where his polka dots ought to be. He was a neat little guy.
So? And he'll be pleased with death. Death is so precise.
Closes your mouth, too. That wasn't smart of Marty.
Marty realizes that. That's why I'm to keep watch over you. Until you open yours and tell us what Silks had to tell you, huh? Oh, by the way, here are your meager belongings.
Yeah.
Your wallet, a key ring, your badge, and a $100 bill. Marty's orders.
That's good of him.
They're all there?
Yeah. You said $100 like there were words that hurt you.
As I suggested, money is beautiful, Mr. Clover. Money buys money. Money is an ecstasy of an exquisite pain.
Oh. Gil, I dropped the bill. If you pick it up for me, I'll let you hold it for as long as you want. Go on. Touch it, Gil. Feel it.
Oh, I'll get it.
Yeah, Gil. And get this! I'm not going to send my boys to college. Their noses break too easy. Took 15 minutes for the riot squad to clean up room 16. I booked Gil Sherry as an accomplice to murder, and the morgue booked Silks Bergen. The thing I had to do now was break a promise to a dead man. I couldn't wait until tomorrow to use Silk's key, the key that Marty didn't even notice. A half hour later, I was in the big waiting room at LaGuardia Field.
American Airlines DC-6 leaving at Gate 5 for Chicago and Los Angeles. Loading at Gate 4.
Hiya, Lieutenant Clover. What brings you down here?
You an officer? Had any trouble? Locker thieves?
No, only trouble was a 3-year-old kid in a $400 cowboy suit screaming because he lost his nurse and chauffeur at the same time.
Where's locker 147?
147? Right over here, sir.
Let's go. Now, let's try this key.
Suitcase, Lieutenant.
Yeah, pretty heavy.
Something you're looking for?
Hold on a second. As soon as I get this open.
Holy... all that dough. 10s and 50s and 100s.
Yeah.
What could be bought with that?
It's been bought, officer. A lot of blood. Bought and paid for.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. Practically all of Casey, crime photographer's adventures are summed up in the title of tonight's show, Big Danger. If you haven't met this ace newspaper cameraman, his pretty assistant, and Ethelbert, the merry bartender, if you're looking for a top-rating thrill show, be sure to hear this latest of crime photographer's adventures. Along with Escape, which tonight will present Irvin S. Cobb's Snake Doctor, crime photographer is heard on most of these same CBS stations. Now back to Broadway's My Beat.
Broadway is an animal that feeds on hot tips, a tip on a horse or a chopped liver sandwich. There are even touts who will hawk you a scratch sheet giving odds on Broadway's being wiped off the face of the earth. And sometimes the tips pay off, like the one not to put your $2 on jockey Silks Bergen because Silks was dead and his handicap was a chest full of bullets. Or maybe his handicap was a heavy $100,000 left in a pasteboard suitcase in a public locker. It didn't make sense for Silks to have that kind of money. Even to sane, sensible, sensitive Sergeant Tartaglia, it didn't make sense.
It don't make sense, Danny. Silk's with $100,000 left kicking around. That's not like him.
Yeah. Got a cigarette, Tartaglia? I put a carton in his desk drawer a week ago, and I haven't been able to open it since.
Oh, here, let me try, Danny.
It's stuck, Tartaglia. Just give me a cigarette.
Danny, my wife, Mrs. Tartaglia, says I am the best opener of stuck drawers she ever saw.
Give me a cigarette.
Yeah, sure. Here, Danny. Hey, and how about some circus peanuts to munch while we're thinking?
When do you have time to go to circuses, Sergeant?
Oh, not me, Danny. It wasn't me, it was my kid. Yeah, there was a street carnival on Mulberry Street, so it was my kid.
Okay.
Oh, for a minute there, Danny, I thought you were munching me out.
All right. Playtime's over, Sergeant. We had any reports that anyone is shy $100,000?
No, Danny. The money has been reported neither lost, stolen, nor strayed.
Did you check whether Silks made any bets that would have got him that kind of money?
Yeah, Danny. The word from our stoolies is that no bookies is out that kind of dough. Not out to Silks, anyway. The word also is that Silks didn't have a wrinkle deuce to bet on his own name.
Yeah. What do we got on the man they call Marty?
Not a thing. Aside from his autographed $100 bill. No, we can't find him, Danny. We can't trace him from no place to no place. Danny, you feel all right from that beating?
I've had it better. Sergeant, what's on Belle Ames?
Likewise.
It's an empty day with a hole in it, isn't it, Detective?
Yeah. Huh?
If you want me, I'll be in Gil Sherry's cell. There must be somebody who can tell me something. Anything.
There's no need to humiliate me further, Mr. Clover. Being forced to talk to you is humiliation enough.
Murder doesn't bother you, huh?
As long as it's not mine.
Dying can come to a man a lot of ways, Sherry. You could die as an accessory to Silk's murder.
And there are so many things to prove, though, before I die, aren't there, Detective Clover?
If you told us some secrets, you could maybe keep on living. That's as good as money sometimes.
True. That's why I keep my mouth shut. I'll breathe longer that way.
You mean Marty will kill you if you talk to us? I'm not brilliant like you, Sherry, but it seems to me you'll lose either way.
Man has few choices, but the destiny of Gil Sherry will spin itself out as Gil Sherry chooses. That's what my class book said about me.
Yeah, real prophets, your classmates. Real prophets.
Here's the envelope with Sherry's belongings you asked for, Danny.
Thanks. I return your meager possessions, Sherry. Your cigarettes, an empty wallet, a fraternity pin, and... This is interesting. Roll of tickets to Pelagus Shooting Gallery. You know Pelagus, Sherry? Pelagus, the ex-bookie? You shoot at his shooting gallery? Yeah, that's what I thought. Happy destiny, Sherry. Happy destiny. Oh, Pelagus, keeping in trim?
Pardon me, Danny. You're in my way.
Oh, sorry. Nice shot. You angry at somebody?
What's on your mind?
Guy named Marty?
Yeah. You like that shot?
Makes me quiver with excitement.
You think I hit that duck twice before it sinks?
I doubt it.
See what I mean?
You still booking races, Pelagus?
I got caught once.
You still booking?
You're in my way again.
Try getting used to it, Pelagus. Try this. Where would Silk's Bergen get $100,000?
Yeah. Where?
From you?
Oh, yeah, from me. From Pelagus. I give people $100,000, eh? That's why I'm running this stinking shooting gallery, because I give such big prizes. You hit that duck, Lieutenant, I give you $100,000 prize. Is that what you mean?
Oh,
huh?
Claus.
No, tell us.
To ne vrani Joe Murdoch nese stopotami. Peti manos.
Oh, Peti manos.
Joel Murdoch. Joel Murdoch. Silk's friend, the big guy with Silks in the haberdashery. Pelagus, what's he saying about Joe Murdoch?
It's hard to explain.
Hard, huh? Like this.
Joe Murdoch was fished out of this river. Murdered.
Don't spare me that last either. What did you say?
May he rest in peace.
Yeah. See you around, Pelagus.
Pure scene of toes.
Danny Clover. Afiste tonna security.
It was a thought I had to think. That pal Joey Murdoch was dead for the same reason that Silk's was. I checked headquarters, found out that Murdoch's last known address was the Last Paddock Hotel. He shared a room there with Silk's. The environment made its own possibilities. The lobby of the Last Paddock had a new embellishment. Above the clerk's desk was an embroidered wreath. To Silk's, it said, "You finally beat the bookies." The clerk didn't sound funereal at all.
Sorry, mister, you gotta come recommended. The Last Paddock don't rent rooms to just any fink that asks.
I didn't mention room. The sign under your chin says information. I'll take that.
You don't look like you carry that much dough.
I got it sewn under my lapel. Here, take a look.
A cop? A shaman?
A real friendly policeman, mister. Come on, the information.
Now, look, I'm a new boy here. You ring that bell, I give you the register. You sign it, you got a room. That's how it works. That's all I know.
Yeah. Say, that's a pretty big safe over there. Why such a big safe for such a small flea bag? New, too.
Yeah, new.
How come? How come such a big new safe?
Look, like I said, I'm a new boy.
Look, friendly, we got laws about new boys who get close to new murders. Put your out to lunch sign on the counter. We're going uptown.
No, wait a minute. About that new safe. See, we had an old one.
What happened to it?
Well, yesterday the boys opened the old safe and All it gave back was an empty stare.
The boys did. What boys?
The boys, the guys that live here, the bookies.
Oh, they kept their money in a safe, huh?
Well, sure, it's much safer than a bank.
No peeping T-men that way, eh? That way the bookies don't pay income tax. That way, if their money gets stolen, they can't run to the police.
Yeah. And that's all I know. You can take me uptown, and that's still all I know.
Yeah. Don't go away, friendly. Maybe soon you'll be able to tell your story to an audience.
Get in the car, Clover.
Well, Marty. Good seeing you, Marty. I've been looking all over for you.
Get in the car, Clover. Dolly's looking at you with a gun pointed to where your badge might be. Now just get in the car.
Hey, Tinker.
Hey.
It's the police again. Maybe we'll get to play some more movies. After I take his gun.
Yeah. Golly day.
You'll play later, boys. Wait out here.
Oh, Marty.
Wait. This way, police. In that house.
2 murders, eh, Marty? How does a guy feel when he's murdered 2 men?
A good feeling. I like it. Open the door.
Yeah.
There's someone I want you to meet again, Clover. In here.
Mr. Clover, Mr. Danny Clover. You mind if I blush with joy?
You can still think of a reason to blush, Belle?
Such pretty words for a man who's nearly dead. You got one chance, Clover. The dough, the $100,000. Where is it?
First, I'm going to tell you something about Marty, Belle. He had that money and he didn't know it.
What? What's he saying, Marty?
You tell us, Clover.
Belle, when Marty had me worked over, he should have taken a look at my key ring. One of the keys was for a locker. Locker, money. Marty, how could you be so stupid?
Answer the policeman, Marty.
So I made a mistake, Belle. Don't worry. We got the police. We'll get the dough.
$100,000, Marty, like that, right under your nose. Oh, Belle, you picked yourself a dull playmate. You can't afford a playmate who makes mistakes, Belle.
Marty, you fool. You stupid fool.
I've got to ask you, too, Belle. How does it feel to kill a man?
Where's the money, Mr. Clover?
At police headquarters, in my office.
Get on that phone, Mr. Clover. Get on that phone and have one of your flunkies bring it over. No tricks, Mr. Clover. Just tell them...
Hard to kill from up close, huh, Belle?
Pelagos.
It's me. Pelagos, of Pelagos Shooting Gallery. You see, Clover, how well they learn from Pelagos?
You always teach them with a gun in your hand?
Yeah, one needs something to rap one's pupil across the knuckles when she is bad. No, Belle?
Belle deserves it, Pelagos. She tried to double-cross you. That makes 2. Belle and Marty.
Didn't know you were so much alike, Belle. You and Marty.
Don't listen to the policeman, Pelagos. No, it's just you and me. Nobody else. It's you and me and $100,000.
Oh, sounds good. To me, that sounds good. How would it sound to you, Clover?
Speaking strictly from a personal point of view, I wouldn't believe it. From a personal point of view, that is.
Uh-huh, but Pelagos' point his view different.
Then it's all right, Pelagos. It's all right, isn't it?
Oh, it couldn't be better. Just show me you mean it. Throw away your gun. Huh? On the floor, Belle. Throw away.
Oh, sure. Anything you say.
You're a good girl, Belle. Nice, good girl.
Oh, Pelagos.
Yes. Belle was a nice girl. She had nice, good ideas, Clover. How did she say? Get on the phone and have a flunky bring money over. No tricks.
That's how she said.
The flunky comes alone, Clover. I tell you in English, not in Greek, so you understand. He comes alone in 20 minutes.
Yeah. Tartaglia, this is Danny. Silk's dough. Yeah, the $100,000. Bring it here to me. Yeah, to 8 West 63rd. In my desk drawer, Tartaglia. It's in my lower left-hand drawer. Yeah. Yeah, right away. Come alone, Tartaglia. Alone.
You did good, Clover. Nice good. Now we wait 20 minutes.
20 minutes, the man said. Just Pelagus and me. There was no one to play him off against. No Marty, no Bell. Just me. The fall guys I'd set up, Marty and Bell, all gone. It all belonged to Pelagus now. 2 new fall guys, Tartaglia and me. A few more minutes, the man said. Mostly, the man watched the clock.
You're lucky, Clover. In 2 minutes, you could have died. Open the door.
Hiya, Danny. Well, here it is. I brought the dough just like you said. Hey, you know, it's good to get away from the office.
Put that suitcase on the table.
Huh? Hey, it's Pelagos. Hey, and he's got a gun. Hey, Danny, what
Give the man the
goes?
suitcase, Tartaglia.
Oh, whatever you say, Danny.
Clover. You're a nice, good fool. I get the money, you still die, huh? You and the flunky.
Huh?
Talk to us before we die, Pelagus.
I like to talk. What do we talk about?
That was your money. Silk stole it from the safe at the last paddock. Thought he could get away with it. He thought you couldn't do anything about it. But you crossed him. You had Marty kill him and his friend Murdoch.
You talk all by yourself, Clover. You didn't let me say a word. Now fold your hands behind your head and stand facing the wall. You both. Good. That's nice, good. Now I want to look once more at my money. It's too long since I looked at the money. Here's my money. The money.
Something wrong, Pelagus?
This money.
It's what, Pelagus?
It's nothing but paper. Lousy torn-up strips of dirty newspaper. Paper is nothing but
Hit the floor, Tartaglia. I'll take him.
Oh!
Nice good, huh, Pelagus? Yeah. Nice good. First, I kissed Tartaglia on the top of his bald head, because today that's where his brain was. My lower left-hand desk drawer had been stuck for a week, and he'd gotten the cue. Dolly and Tinker, they were sitting outside, just like Marty told them, right in the middle of a police net, just like Tartaglia had arranged. So I kissed him again. So he invited me to a spaghetti dinner. Midnight's a happy time on Broadway. It's crowd and it's laughter, and it's a trumpet that screams. It's a place strung into the night like some phosphorescent alley, and they're heaped there, the bright-eyed kid, the voice that whispers from the doorway, the poet, the dregs. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover, is produced and directed by Gordon T. Hughes, with script by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. Musical direction is by Lud Gluskin. Be sure to join us next week, same time, same station, for Broadway's My Beat. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Broadway's My Beat. From Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
Broadway. It's a tinseled wilderness of steel and of stone, and the foliage of darkness is thick and unyielding. You make circles and pretend you're not lost. You make circles and walk and try to break through. Then you get the message. It can't be done. Because it's a cage, a big cage. The animal cries you heard were your own. It's Broadway, my beat. At 10 o'clock of a bright December morning, Broadway's music shops open their loudspeakers. And Broadway wears a scrubbed face, a new haircut, and a flashy smile arranged to look appealing and innocent. Because Broadway is on its way to con Santa Claus. Then you get a look at yourself in a mirror decked with holly, and you know you're doing the same thing. So you drop a coin in the pot.
Thank you, Danny.
It feels good inside. And then at 46th Street, you see Patrolman Meshikoff ad-libbing his way through a crowd. But he's got a tight hand on a little guy with gentle and tired blue eyes.
All right, townspeople, all right. The party's over. So make way for me and Santa Claus, huh, townspeople?
Me too, Patrolman Meshikoff.
Oh, Danny, I didn't notice you in the round of my appointed duties.
And your duties?
This little guy here, you see him?
I see him. Hello.
Hello. This little guy, he's crazy, Danny. Lost his marbles, like Meshuggah. You know what I mean?
I'm not crazy. I'm only doing what I have to do.
You have to do this? You have to give away $10 bills in the middle of Broadway? This is not only a hindrance to the flow of traffic, it smacks also of holes in the head.
You tell me about it, mister.
I'll tell you, Danny, even if it breaks my heart, this sweet little character is a potential client for Bellevue. He tells me he's got $50,000 to give away.
Let him tell me, huh, Meshikoff? Would you like a hot cup of coffee, mister? It's pretty cold out here.
I'd like it, thank you.
How about the automat, okay?
Oh, very nice.
Let's go.
He's a very nice man, that Patrolman Meshikoff. He has a kind heart. I tried to give him $10, but he wouldn't take it. Will you take it for him?
All right. We'll put it in the policeman's fund. After you, mister.
Thank you.
Here, I got a couple of nickels. You want coffee or chocolate?
Chocolate would be nice. You think I'm crazy, too?
You look like a man who worked hard for all that money. Why are you giving it away? Here's your chocolate.
Oh, thank you. I give it away because it's my duty to share it with those who need it.
Those people in the street, maybe they're just greedy. Oh, here's a place. We can stand at this counter. Sugar?
Thank you. Some people buy yachts with money. I buy little boats in people's hearts. Maybe they'll still be sailing when I'm no longer here to wave them on their way.
You'll be here a long time, Mr.
Henry Baker. No, I won't be here for long because I'm going to be murdered.
What?
My brother George. He'll murder me because he wants my $50,000. And I want to give it away before he kills me. What's your name?
Well, Danny Clover. Look, I don't quite...
You're a policeman, aren't you?
Yes.
Then you'll protect me until I give all that money away. You'll do that, won't you, Mr. Clover?
Yeah, I'll do that.
Oh, you're very kind. Kindness is in your face, Mr. Clover.
Look, Mr. Baker, you've done enough for today. Why don't you go home and rest? If there's any trouble, call me right away. Just give your name and they'll put you through to me.
I may call you at any time?
Any time.
All right. Now I'll go home. Thank you for the chocolate, Mr. Clover. It was very kind.
Danny, there's Mr. George Baker wants to see you.
Oh, well, show him in.
Okay, Danny. Right in here, Mr. Baker.
Thank you. Lieutenant Clover?
Yes. What can I do for you? Sit down.
Thank you. I just learned you had a little talk with my brother.
So?
So this. I've come to ask you not to have him put away.
You think he should be put away?
Well, he's mad. Oh, I won't quibble with you. I just know that.
Mr. Baker, I talked to your brother a long time. I think you can be proud of him.
Proud? Hardly that. Making a fortune and giving it to drifters. Well, that's his own affair, I suppose. But it's the other thing.
Which is?
His insane delusion that I want to murder him.
Yet you don't want him committed to an institution. Why?
Well, I'm sorry for him. He means no harm. I try to help him.
How?
Well, I arranged that he be taken care of by a doctor.
Oh, I'm glad you did. What doctor?
An expensive one, Dr. Michael Sinclair.
Dr. Michael Sinclair. I see. Oh, pardon me, Miller.
Yeah, surely.
Danny Clover speaking.
He tried it again, Danny. He tried to kill me again.
He did, Henry? When was this?
Just now, just this instant. He shot at me, but he didn't get me.
I'm glad to hear it, Henry.
You'll have to do something, Danny. Promise me you'll do something.
I promise. Where are you?
2150 East 20th Street.
I'll be right down. Your brother, Mr. Baker.
What did he want?
You'll have to excuse me. I got to get down there. He says there's been another attempt on his life.
A gentle knock does it, Mac.
Shall we try again?
If you got time to play, you got nothing important to do here. Point yourself north, kid.
Yeah. Now we stop rubbing noses, huh? Now we discuss our problem.
You think so? I say we play some more.
Copper.
Huh?
Blush to my shoes when I say it. I'm from the police.
Oh, so I can't bang on you, huh? I gotta throw my hands back against the wall and drop my jaw and say, golly. I gotta do that because you're from the police.
Do it. It'll make me feel important. Where are you from?
From here. Landlord. I had cards printed once that said Ben Croft, landlord. They got sticky on a hot day and melted, but I ain't changed. You want a crummy room?
I want to see Henry Baker.
Uh-huh. I got a theory. You want to hear? I'll tell you. A cop puts in 8 hours a day with the city ordinances and a gun and phony muscle. That gives him 16 hours left to be a grabber. That's why you want to see Baker. Grabber. You, an off-duty cop.
Look, I'm working. I'm between card-punching time. So when I say a question, you say an answer. What's your interest in Henry Baker?
I like him. Answer.
Like why?
Because sometimes I talk to him, then I can stand to look in the mirror. Answer.
Try this. Why didn't you want to let me in?
Because people come here, try to get the little guy's dough from him. Because he's got a crazy idea someone's going to walk in and kill him. Because...
Maybe he isn't kidding. Let's go.
In here.
He's trying to kill me.
Who? Who was it?
George, my brother. I saw him. He shot at me from the alley.
Uh-huh. The shot came through the window, but there's no one out here now.
He was waiting for me, there outside in the alley. Then he took a shot at me.
I see. You're sure it was your brother?
I know my brother, don't I?
Sure you do. Hey, what's this, sticking out from under the bed?
You mean my suitcase?
No. Yeah, your suitcase.
Open it, Mr. Clover.
Sure. Holy...
Almost $50,000, Mr. Clover. Have a $10 bill. Go ahead. Take some. You're my friend, and I want you to have some.
I didn't tell Henry Baker that what I'd seen sticking out from under his bed was a gun that had just been fired. I didn't tell him that the window glass had fallen into the alley outside. And I didn't tell him that all that meant he had fired the shot himself from inside his room and through the window. He didn't even know his brother couldn't possibly have been there. I couldn't let him know I saw through his child's game of attempted murder. But I could take the gun away with me, and I could call on his doctor, because a doctor is where you go when someone important to you is sick.
Yes, what is it?
I'd like to see Dr. Sinclair. Is he in?
I'm Dr. Sinclair. Won't you come in?
Dr. Michael Sinclair was the least medical-looking girl I ever saw. She wore a dress of some metallic cloth that shimmered in the afternoon light. And in her eyes was a kind of grave, mocking smile. And her mouth...
The way you look at me, I wouldn't diagnose as neurotic. Not in the least.
I'm sorry, it's only that...
That what?
I don't know. You're the doctor.
It's that I'm a woman doctor, and women doctors are rare, wasn't that it?
Rare? Yeah, that's it.
And women have the vote, and give their seats to nice old gentlemen in subways, get their PhDs in psychology at Hunter College in the Bronx. You feel better now?
I'm a policeman, Doctor. Danny Clover. I want to talk to you about a patient of yours, Henry Baker.
What about him?
He tells me his brother is trying to kill him.
Yes, that's what he told me.
When did he first come to you?
About 2 weeks ago, his brother sent him to me. What's your interest in Mr. Baker? Has he committed a crime?
No, it's only that he's a friend. I want to help, if I can.
Yes, he does have a lot of money, doesn't he, Mr. Clover? And he gives it away.
It's good you're a woman.
Don't be angry. I find greed universal. I have it myself. I just diagnosed you incorrectly, that's all. Or did I?
You keep records of everything Baker tells you?
Of everything everyone tells me. I record it on tape. New world, new methods. I find it more revealing and more accurate than taking notes.
May I hear Baker's recording?
Mr. Clover, what he says to me is in the nature of a confessional. I see no need to trespass on Mr. Baker's privacy. That's a law, isn't it?
Is it? I'd like to hear the recording, please.
I guess there's no harm done. I'll get it since you're a friend. Yes, here it is. You'll find, Mr. Clover, that Henry's case is the usual one of sibling rivalry. More intense, perhaps. More outward going. More bizarre.
How do you play this thing?
Like this.
Why should he keep imagining his brother's trying to kill him?
That's my problem, Mr. Clover, and I... Shh, that's me.
Everything, just as it comes to you. It began when I sold my truck farm and took all the money and savings and started to give it away. I said to him, George, why do you want to kill me? You want my money. That's why you want to kill me.
It's all like that, Mr. Clover. A recurring aberration.
You think it's only that, eh? There couldn't be any truth in it.
I strongly doubt it.
How often do you treat him?
Every day. As a matter of fact, he should have been here an hour ago.
What?
I called his rooming house. He wasn't there. I called his brother. Not there. Do you have any idea where he might be?
Yeah, Doctor, I do.
You go away. I gave you $10 this morning. I remember your face. Here you are, sir. Will you have...
Henry, come here.
Oh, hello, Mr. Clover. Oh, you're angry at me for giving away money again, aren't you?
No, I'm not angry, Henry.
Shall we have another cup of chocolate? Oh, that would be nice.
All right, Henry.
Oh, but I can't. I just remembered. I have an appointment with Dr. Sinclair. Would you like to come along?
All right, Henry.
Oh, she's very pretty. Oh, Mr. Clover.
Huh? What's the matter?
Mr. Clover. Mr. Oh...
His body slumped to the pavement and his face stared up at me. It was a face from which everything had fled. Terror, the waiting, the protest against pain, the slender knife between his ribs, the blood that nudged from the corner of his lips was the shape of his dying. And suddenly the crowd was aware that death had touched him. The confusion welled out from near the dead man, eddied, then broke itself into the fragments of people shopping for a happy Christmas. And with them, inside the sudden spasms of shock and motion, and lost, was a person who had just killed a friend of mine.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. Did you know it was Buster Keaton playing Sing It Again's phantom voice these last few weeks? Well, now there's a new phantom riding the airwaves on Sing It Again. For identifying him tonight, some CBS listener can win $50,000 in cash prizes, radio's largest jackpot. Phone calls go out from coast to coast. Be ready when Sing It Again comes your way over most of these same CBS stations later tonight.
You've got to listen close on Broadway. That's the only way you can tell if the sudden sound you just heard was laughter or anguish. Not that it makes a lot of difference. Broadway reacts to clowns and dead men in pretty nearly the same way. And the dead man you saw lying in the blood of his death on a holiday pavement, you tell your family about. How the policeman pushed you back, but you saw anyhow. But you didn't tell how somebody came and swirled a mop over the sidewalk, because somehow you knew that was his final recognition, the requiem for a man who had just died. But I saw it. I had to stay till the end, until Henry Baker was shrouded and carried away, until Henry Baker was made a matter of official concern. Then I left. I had to go to a place.
Yeah, Oh, it's you, the police fella.
Yeah, Croft, me.
Then come on in out of the snow and cold and the dismal elements. See, I'm doing the right thing by you. Stick around. I got a bowing and scraping act that'll tug your heartstring to pieces.
Henry Baker is dead. Did you hear what I said, Croft?
I heard only say it once more.
Baker, dead.
See, it don't pay. It don't pay at all. Good little guy with a good idea. Be nice. The world couldn't stomach him.
Breaks you up, huh?
Yeah, I don't show it good, do I? Because I don't know the words how to talk about it. To a high school graduate like you, I ain't being crushed enough. How did he die?
The world slipped a knife in his back. A real one. I don't want to repeat myself this time, Croft.
Who would want to kill him?
I don't know you for a lifetime, Croft, so I'd say you might.
Yeah, you'd have to say that. That's so you can smile when you draw your pay. You're being a keen police fella.
Yeah, this keen. How come you got a hat and muffler on? The temperature's fine in here.
I've been out. Smell my breath, you'll see.
Around Broadway and 46?
Nowhere near that.
Stick around, Croft. I'm going down to Baker's room. A matter of $50,000 in a suitcase. Where's the light switch? Oh. Better. Under the bed. No suitcase. Maybe he found another hiding place. Oh, not in my closet. Maybe in the bureau. Hey, who turned out the light? Oh. Somewhere I heard it, caught hold of it, and wouldn't let it go. Christmas bells banging an offbeat rhythm to a dream I never had before. I was in the middle of a room which was in the middle of a room which was in the middle of a room, and far away, far, far away was a little man with a blood-red $10 bill tucked in his coat lapel. Then he did a clever thing. He did a backflip. When he stood up, it wasn't him at all. Her name was... It didn't make any difference. She was dressed in metallic cloth, and her mouth said I'd better get up. So I did. I looked for Ben Croft, and he wasn't there. So the thing for me to do was to get back to the office. So I did.
There's a Dr. Michael Sinclair to see you, Danny.
Huh? Well, show her in, Tartaglia.
Okay. You can go in, miss.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for everything. Surprised to see me, Mr. Clover?
Should I be?
Yes. I'm a very busy doctor, and I know you're a busy, busy man, so I'll come right to the point. I want Henry Baker's money, all that was left of it.
Oh? You're his widow? Henry never told me. Neither did you.
Nothing quite so cheap as that, Mr. Clover. Henry promised me his money. Every visit to my office he promised me. He said that when he died, he wanted me to have whatever money was left because I was good and kind and helped sick people.
Henry said all that? On a tape recording?
No. No, that was our own secret. When a man says things like that to a girl doctor, Mr. Clover, she wouldn't record it as if it were a symptom of a wandering mind. Now, would she?
I wouldn't know. And I wouldn't want to keep you from your appointed rounds, Doctor. So many people must be crying out for you.
You're saying I don't get the money?
I'm saying we haven't got it. I'm saying a girl with a bright, shining mind like yours can make her own way in the world without robbing the dead. I'm saying...
Quite enough. And all of it insulting.
Ain't it the truth? Thank you, Doctor. Happy neurosis, Doctor. I was glad when she went. Anyhow, she ruined the decor of my office. I made a note to splatter the place with wax roses, then have her in again, which constituted the mixed-up daydream for the day. Right now, there was a man I had to see. George Baker, loving brother and sole living heir of a murdered man. I wondered how he reacted to the news. At his home, I found out.
I have nothing to say to you, Mr. Clover.
You don't understand about policemen, do you, Mr. Baker?
When they intrude upon grief, they're intruders.
I started to talk about your not understanding policemen. We got a right to make a nuisance of ourselves, Mr. Baker. The public demands it.
What do you want to know?
You thought your brother was mad, didn't you?
I told you that. Of course Henry was mad. He gave away money.
Money? What money?
Money that was in a suitcase under his bed.
Do you have the suitcase?
Me? You have it.
I don't have it.
Then find it. It's mine. I'm his only living relative.
Take it easy.
Take what easy? I want that money. It's mine.
See what I mean, Mr. Baker?
What?
See what I mean? You want that money so badly, maybe you'd kill for it.
Get out of here!
You can't say that to the law without nudging me with your elbow and smiling. You know that, Mr. Baker.
I'll post a suitable reward. Does that interest you, Mr. Clover? A reward?
Wait a minute.
I know men like you, Mr. Clover. You're greedy. You're holding out for a price. So I'll give it to you. I'll give you 20%.
Baker?
25%.
So help me, Baker.
No, don't hit me.
No, I wouldn't do that. I'll just throw you away.
Dog! Pig! Filth! Scum!
Danny, I'm glad you're back. Patrol and Meshikoff picked up Kraft. They're in your office. Hey, Danny, what's the matter?
Oh, Danny, I picked up Croft here at the Eagle Tavern. He was spending money like a drunken sailor.
Yeah, get out of here, Meshikoff.
Okay, Danny.
You ran away, Croft. Tell me, bitter men like you always run away?
Sometimes. Things leave a bad taste in your mouth sometimes, like you. You do that to me. Now you know.
You slugged me, beat me up. That makes you feel good, huh?
It would have, but I didn't have the pleasure.
Maybe I can arrange it sometime. Just you and me.
A pleasure.
First, tell me about the dough. The dough that flowed like wine.
It was give to me by a little guy who had a healthier brain than all of us. That includes you and me.
Baker gave you the money? How much?
$100. 10 crispy sawbucks. That makes $100.
That made you a big man on 2nd Avenue.
Nah, you haven't got it right, Mr. Clover. Baker gave me the dough. He made me promise to toast his way to heaven when he died. This I was doing when your bull walked in and stunk it up.
You could have followed Baker up to Broadway. You could have stood in the crowd and slipped a knife into him. Then you could have taken his dough and hidden it.
You want to know something, Clover? I'll bare my soul to you. None of that what you said could I do. It's a weakness with me how I'm in love with good people.
Yeah. Baker sometime had callers in his room.
Yeah?
The callers. Who were they?
You?
Me.
His brother?
His brother.
His doctor?
His what?
His doctor, a perfumed doctor with the body of a girl and the legs of a girl.
Like how often?
Like practically every day. It was a thing a man could look forward to. Her with her little black case and a smile that said, "Hey, policeman, where you going? I ain't finished with my confession."
Oh, Mr. Clover. What an exciting surprise.
For both of us, Doctor.
Professional visit or social? Perhaps we could combine them, you and I.
But not out here. Inside, Doctor.
You won't mind if the place is a mess.
Not at all. You know, Doctor, I've a problem. I miss my old friend.
That's my laboratory. I allow no one in here.
But, Doctor, how can I get well if you keep secrets from me? Yeah, what are all these little cardboard boxes?
The recordings of my patients.
Here's Henry Baker's. Mind if I listen to it on the recorder here? Maybe Henry said something on this tape I didn't hear before.
You heard all that was important.
Not everything, Doctor. Like how it was you who visited him and not vice versa like you told me. Practicing psychologists do that now? They visit the patient?
I lied, didn't I?
Uh-huh. Oh, closet full of test tubes and bottles. Very medical for an unmedical doctor.
Are you always nosy like this?
Call it an occupational disease. What do you think happened to Henry's money? As a psychologist, your guess might be better than a cop's.
Don't go in there.
Pretty bedroom. Planning a trip, Doctor?
No.
That's good. Because this suitcase, it's kind of shabby for a career girl like you.
Leave it alone, Mr. Clover.
And the initials, HB. What do they stand for, Doctor? Michael Sinclair in code? I have bad habits, Doctor. I open other people's mail and suitcases marked with the initials of Henry Baker. All these $10 bills. They could have made Henry so many friends.
He gave it to me. He gave it to me because I cured his fixation.
They cure it with murder now? Let's go, Doctor. Grab a hat or something and let's go.
That must be a patient, Mr. Clover. May I answer it?
Yeah. I'll wait in your laboratory. Tell your patient you're busy. And, Doctor,
Yes?
remember, nothing fancy. Just tell him to go away.
I'm sorry, but
Don't be sorry about anything. Just
You
give
can't
me...
come in here.
Can't I? Can't I now? See? I'm in all right. Now give me my brother's money.
I don't have it.
Give it to me. Give it to me or I'll beat you up just as I did that policeman. He wanted that money for himself like you do. Give it to me.
It's in there. In that room, my laboratory.
Good, very good.
I sold my truck farm and took all the money and savings.
What's that?
And started to give it away. I said to him, George, why do you want to kill me?
It's Henry. He's alive. But I killed him. I'll kill him again. I'll kill him over and over again. I'll kill him.
Baker!
I'll kill you, Henry. I'll kill you, Henry.
Makes me feel good to give it away to people.
I'll kill you, Baker. I'll kill you.
He needs friends. That way, when you leave this world, you'll be remembered. What more could be a man ask? You should see their faces when I give it to them.
Don't look like that, Danny.
Happy. They look
You had
so
to kill him.
Happy.
There was nothing else you could do.
Something that's important.
Yeah.
It's just...
Okay, Doctor. Get your hat. And so it was over. Done. A little man had given away pieces of his heart in kindness until it was shattered finally by violence. And his murderer, his brother. 2 bullets had fixed the mask of greed on his face. Michael Sinclair? She had the money all the time. She cried when we took it away from her, but it didn't do her any good. Not a bit of good. Broadway's sleeping now, and the furious avenue of the night is still. It stretches out in front of you, without beginning, without end. Only the sleepwalkers are there, the handful whose lust for a dream or reality is never through. The seekers, the sodden, the huggers close of nothing. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover and is written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. The musical score was composed by Alexander Courage and conducted by Wilbur Hatch, and the program is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. The cast tonight included Charles Calvert, Jerry Hausner, Rolf Sedan, Byron Kane, Lou Merrill, and Joan Banks. A week to go, and Christmas and its problems of shopping and presents grow serious in the minds of most of us. For the lighter approach to Christmas, may we suggest you spend Sunday evening with Jack Benny, Amos and Andy, Red Skelton, Charlie McCarthy and Bergen, with Eve Arden and all the other famous CBS Sunday night entertainers. Now stay tuned for Sing It Again, which follows immediately on most of these same CBS stations. Joe Walters speaking. This is CBS, where you'll find Broadway is My Beat every Saturday night, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Broadway's My Beat. From Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
Broadway. On Christmas Eve, Broadway's natives dance their Christmas dance to the music of carols flowing out of tinseled loudspeakers. The kids mash their noses against plate glass, lick it, and watch the mechanical clown, the mechanized tour army, the tin man dancing a jig on a tin box. Their eyes are dark with desire and hunger. They make a wish on a neon star. That's how it is on Christmas Eve on Broadway. My Beat. On the morning of the day before Christmas, creatures are stirring at police headquarters. There's the patter of tired feet and the sound of manly giggles as little gifts are hidden in desk drawers or poured into Dixie cups or slipped under the police blotter. And in my office, there's a kid I knew, name of Marty Wednick.
Danny, I don't like to disturb you at this unmentionable hour.
10 o'clock in the morning, unmentionable?
You kidding? Sleep has not yet fled from my starry eyes. What makes me bounce from my pillow at an hour which is for the squares is a problem.
What's your problem, Marty?
Am I or am I not the child president of your branch of the Police Athletic League?
You are?
So I promised my constituency of fellow former delinquents a Santa Claus for Christmas. That's the problem. When are you going to give with a Santa Claus? Don't laugh, Danny. A former delinquent shouldn't be disillusioned. Could make him a neurotic. So I repeat, on behalf of my constituents, where is Santa Claus?
Oh, he'll be here in a minute, Marty. Sergeant Tartaglia... Oh, here he is. Come on in, Sergeant.
Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what
This
fun.
guy's a sergeant?
Huh?
Hey, Tartaglia, this is Marty Wednick. He wants Santa Claus.
Oh, he's coming, Danny, he's coming. Come on in, Sandy. Everybody, make way, everybody, for Santa Claus.
And what's your alias, name, little boy? Ho, ho, ha.
This guy's a Santa Claus.
Who's the kid? The punk, Danny. Who is he?
Marty Wednick, that's who I am. So you're Santa Claus, huh? Audition me something.
What? Why, you crummy
Take
little...
your hands off me, Santa Claus. Is this the Christmas spirit?
I'll give it to you in the mouth, fresh kid.
You and how many
Wait a minute, you two. Marty, this is Nick Norman.
Nick Norman, the ex-con?
How do you like this monster? For 15 years, I've been playing Santa Claus at Sing Sing with no complaints, mind you. The first day I am a free civilian playing me old part, the squirt gives me the hook. I resigned from Santa Claus. I didn't get treatment like this even from the guards.
Well, take it easy, Nick. Marty didn't mean it. Did you, Marty?
How was I to know that Santa Claus here was the world-famous light-fingered safecracker?
Ex-light-fingered, world-famous safecracker, you.
Well, does he meet with your approval, Marty?
Well, the costume is sloppy, the beard's moth-eaten, but... yeah, he'll do.
Don't do me no favors, punk.
You want to know something, Nick?
What's something?
I like you. I think you are the best Santa Claus it has ever been my privilege to present to my constituents of the PAL. This is from the heart, Nick.
Oh, that's better. You gotta show respect for Santa Claus. What time's your party?
8 o'clock tonight. You'll be there?
I'll be there.
Well, so long, Danny, Sergeant, Santa Claus. See you at the party. Merry Christmas.
That's a good kid. Appreciates the finer things.
Feels good to be out, huh, Nick?
15 years is a long night without sleep, Danny. Yeah, feels good. And thanks for the job of Santa Claus. I would miss it after all these years.
And the deal we made. That feels good, too, huh?
Oh, yeah, the deal, sure, Danny. I'll keep my promise to you.
That's good. You won't forget what happened 15 years ago on Christmas Eve.
How can I forget? It was like today. I was all dressed up like Santa Claus. I had a few idle hours, and right in front of me there just happened to be an idle safe. So I cracked it. So I got caught.
Uh-huh. Now, what are you going to do now, between now and 8 o'clock, the time the party starts?
Walk the thoroughfares and wish everybody joyous tidings and pat kids on the head.
And leave their mothers' purses alone.
Oh, Danny, how can you talk to Santa Claus that way? I promised you that...
Sure you did. Hey, Tartaglia.
Yeah, Danny.
Tag along with Santa Claus. Fresh air will do you both good.
Oh, gee, thanks, Danny, thanks. You know, the fresh air will do us both good.
Yeah, but hold his hand, Tartaglia, so he won't get lost. We don't want him to get lost, do we?
Oh, no, Danny.
No, because what's Christmas without Santa Claus? Have fun, boys. So everybody was happy, and that was good, because it was the season for it. Sergeant Tartaglia was happy because I had not only given him permission to leave the room, I'd told him to go out and take a walk with Santa Claus. And everyone knows that Santa Claus is always happy, even if once upon a time he had to spread his glad tidings around Sing Sing. I considered it a while, and then I decided to inhale the bloom of Christmas as it filtered through police headquarters. And it made me feel happy, too. It lasted for 2 inhales.
The sign on the door says Lieutenant Danny Clover. I don't believe in signs. What's your name?
What's yours?
I came prepared for a question like that. Here's my card.
Thanks. Simon Larrabee, real estate and rentals. You renting something, Mr. Larrabee?
That would give you the upper hand. 2 questions to my 1. And you haven't answered it yet.
Danny Clover, like the sign says. That's my name.
You're quite right. I am renting something.
Go ahead. Rent away. I like to watch.
I'm doing it now. Just looking at you. I'm renting that property known as the Warehouse at 2290 East Grand Street.
Well, if it makes you happy... Wait a minute. That's our clubhouse. That's where the kids are having our Christmas party.
Are you? What's the... What else can it be? Where's the rent?
Rent for what?
Rent for that property known as the warehouse at 2290 East Grand Street.
You mean it hasn't been paid? How much is it?
It's $62.50 a month. Oh, that includes utilities.
I'll pay it. The club's treasurer will reimburse me.
You don't understand, Mr. Clever. When I rent something, I get a year's rent in advance. That comes to $750. And I want it before there's any party there.
Are you kidding? Why are those kids going to get money like that?
Oh, well, I'll give you until 8 o'clock to get the money, and I'll just sit right here until then.
All right. Grab yourself a police gazette.
Never touch the stuff.
Suit yourself. Oh, excuse me, Simon. Danny Clover speaking.
Danny, this is Patrolman Curcio.
Yeah, what is it? I can hardly hear you, Curcio.
Yeah, well, no wonder. Listen what I gotta talk through. Listen, Danny. Hey, you see what I mean?
Why the sirens? What's the trouble?
Sergeant Tartaglia's up a tree.
What?
Sergeant Tartaglia is in a tree on the Avenue 8 playground, Danny. He flipped his lid. He's telling anyone that'll listen that there ain't no Santa Claus. Hey, you better come on down, Danny.
When I got down to the Avenue A playground, it was having the Christmas party of its life. A 30-foot tree, complete with tinsel, candy canes, colored popcorn balls, firemen, and a scared sergeant policeman, forlorn and lost, pinned to its top branch. The fire department finally convinced Tartaglia that a ladder was a safe invention for getting down out of tall trees. At the bottom rung, he almost believed it. When his feet touched the ground, they gave him a blanket because he was suffering from shock. He was about to tell the newsreel boys his ordeal when I faced him.
Oh, Danny, I was about to tell the newsreel boys my ordeal.
Oh, just tell me first, Tartaglia, because I hardly ever get to the movies.
I'll be with you in just a minute, sir. Oh, Danny, it was awful. It was something awful.
I only ask this because there's so much about you I don't know, Tartaglia. Why do you climb trees?
Oh, I don't, Danny. The height scares me. When I was a child, a tree threw me on the ground.
Still, you climbed this tree. Why?
Oh, because I'm a policeman.
That makes sense. But how?
Well, sure it does, Danny. The kids see me, I am a policeman. They need to put a star on top of their Christmas tree. They ask me because I am a policeman and can do such things. I couldn't let the department down, Danny.
So you leave Nick Norman alone, all by himself, because you don't want to let the department down.
Oh, I knew you would say that. But I trusted Nick, because he is Santa Claus. He told me I could trust him.
Sure you can, Tartaglia. But what happened to Santa Claus? He's not around.
That's right. There ain't no Santa Claus, like I've been saying.
They told me you were saying that. What happened to him, Tartaglia?
Well, Danny, whilst I was up in the tree pinning the star, below me I saw a big black bulletproof sedan.
What kind?
A big black bulletproof sedan.
Now I know. Then what happened?
Well, this big black bulletproof sedan stopped by Nick, our Santa Claus. 2 men got out, talked to him for a minute, then took him one by each arm, deposited him in the car, closed the door, and away they sped, careening on 2 wheels. I yelled to them to stop, Danny. But I guess they didn't hear me on account of the hustle and bustle.
Our Santa Claus, Tartaglia. Where is he? Where'd he go?
Well, if I was Santa Claus, I know where I'd go.
Not that it matters, but where?
Well, to my mother. On Christmas Eve, she deserves something like that.
I'm sure she does.
Well, we have you now, Sergeant Tartaglia.
Oh, make good in the newsreels, Tartaglia. This may be your big chance.
Yeah?
Are you Mrs. Norman?
Why?
I'm Danny Clover.
Yeah?
May I come in, Mrs. Norman?
Why?
I want to talk to you.
About what?
About Nick, about your son.
Come in.
Thanks.
In here, in the parlor. Sit down.
Thank you.
No, not on that seat, that one. What do you want to talk about Nick?
Do you know where he is?
No, you don't tell me no more. One day when he was 9 years old, Nick said to me, he said, Ma, don't ask me where I've been no more, 'cause I'll lie to you. That's what he said.
Then you don't know where he is.
Don't make me go through that again, Sonny. Say, who are you to ask me questions?
I told you I was...
Yeah, you did. You said you's Danny Clover. That don't mean nothing to me. Oh, you must be the guy come about,
I am. That's why I came.
Well, you tell me what you come here for.
For, you know, just as you said,
Oh, this I like. This lets me play cagey like in the old days. What are you talking about?
You know your son, Nick.
You gotta squirm more than that, kiddo. What about Nick?
We want him to be our Santa Claus.
Bingo.
That's good.
Oh, it must be a good feeling, a young man like you. Big, strong, looking for Santa Claus. Me? I just sat here in my rocking chair.
Mrs. Norman.
Thinking about the times we had, me and Big Ed, my husband. The time...
I have to go now, Mrs. Norman. Where's your son?
Oh, you made me go through it again. One day, when he was 9 years old, Nick said to me...
Yeah, oh, thanks,
Ma,
Mrs. Norman.
don't ask me where I've been.
Hi, Danny. Did you find Santa Claus?
No, Tartaglia. What are you doing about it?
Me? Nothing.
That's good. Anyone to see me?
Yeah, in your office. Hey, Danny, what are you angry at me for, huh, Danny?
Hey, Danny, what's this I hear about Santa Claus taking a powder?
You'll get your Santa Claus, Marty. You still here, Simon Larrabee?
Yes, I'm waiting. Just as I told you, I'm waiting for my $750 rent.
Can you imagine this kind of Danny? On Christmas Eve, he wants his rent. This is a Christmas, no Santa Claus, no party. What am I going to tell my constituents?
It'll work out, Marty. We'll get the money someplace.
By 8 o'clock, Mr. Clover.
Shut up, Simon.
But, Danny, no Santa Claus.
Hold it, everybody. I got the solution. Communications, this is Sergeant Tartaglia in Danny Clover's office. An all-points bulletin. Pick-up man. Description as follows. Height, 5'11". Weight, 235. When last seen was wearing a red suit, a red hat with bells, and black boots. Identifying marks. Has a long, snow-white beard. What's his name? Santa Claus!
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. $51,000 in cash and wonderful prizes. Danny Seymour might play Santa Claus to you tonight, and he might fill up your stockings with that 51 grand if you can identify the phantom voice. Listen in just a little later tonight to Sing It Again.
Broadway brings you Christmas in a lot of ways. You get dribbled around by the opposing teams of last-minute shoppers. You ride backwards on up escalators so you can be in a good position for the down escalators. You get mauled and shoved and picked over, and finally you get gift-wrapped and sent on your way. My way was out to lunch and back to police headquarters, holding my Christmas stocking in my hand. I had two things, no rent and no Santa Claus. Two nothings which made for an empty holiday. Sergeant Tartaglia wasn't enjoying himself either, and he expressed himself with sentiment.
Ah, humbug.
What did you say, Tartaglia?
Bah, humbug, Danny. That's a Christmas expression I picked up to be used when you wished it was the 4th of July instead.
Yeah, me too.
You seen the afternoon papers, Danny? Yeah, take a look at it.
You look at it for me. What does it say?
Well, first it has got a picture on the front page of a tree. In the tree is me.
Mm-hmm.
Then it says under it, Officer Gino Tartaglia. Yeah, hey, Danny, they spelled it right. Well, Officer Tartaglia spent the afternoon cavorting in a tree to the delight and applause of all the little... Well, it runs on like that.
Oh, forget it. It wasn't your fault.
Then that's what I tried to tell Mrs. Tartaglia.
Doesn't she believe you?
Danny, she called me on the phone. I said, hello? She said, Signal Tarzan. Then she started laughing, hysterical. I can't get her to talk. Every time I pick up my phone, all I hear is Mrs. Tartaglia laughing.
I got my problems, too.
Yeah, this is probably the first time in the history of Santa Claus that he's ever heisted from his appointed rounds.
Maybe. Hey, did you get in touch with Nick's mother again, like I told you?
Oh, Danny, she ain't nowhere to be found. The old day must have skipped. And the 200 Santa Clauses that the boys investigated, not one of these is Nick Norman under the beard. Oh, I'll get it, Danny.
Thanks.
Sergeant Tartaglia. Huh? Yeah, he's here. It's for you, Danny.
Thank you. Danny Clover speaking.
Danny, this is Maxie. You know, Maxine Riddell.
Yeah, how are you, Maxie?
I'm in lingerie, Danny. Come on down.
What?
In the lingerie department at Fletcher's department you. News about Nick Norman. You interested, Danny?
Yeah, I am. Hold on to everything, Maxie. I'll be right down.
Here, mister. Take this black nightgown over to that girl over there. She'll gift wrap it up. Hi, Danny. How am I doing?
Great, Maxie. Only great. How long you been working here?
Only for the Christmas season, Danny. But the way I've been operating, I think maybe they'll keep me on.
No questions about your background?
You mean about me being a shoplifter?
Uh-huh.
That's the reason I got the job. The way I was lifting things, I told them it'd be cheaper for them if they put me on the sales force. So they did. So for $22 a week, I'm an honest mouse. Anyway, it's steady.
Keep it that way, huh, Maxie?
Anything you say, Danny. Well, now that we've had our tea, I guess you want to know about Nick.
Yeah.
Breaks my heart to be a stoolie. You know how it is, Danny. Me with my former alliances.
But it's different now.
Yeah, different. I want it to be different for Tussie, too. You remember how it was between me and Tussie.
How was it?
It was gorgeous. That's why I'm being a pigeon, Danny. If Nick made up his mind to be a kosher citizen, he should stick to it. Not fall back into the arms of a mob like a doll who says mama.
Which mob, Maxie?
Tussie Carnes. Such a name for a gorilla. Tussie. How do you figure a name like that?
I don't know him. Where do I find him?
Tussie just got back from Chicago. He bought the Domino Club. I happened to be passing there on my lunch hour, and I saw Nick in a Santa Claus suit drinking grape juice with Tussie. Oh, excuse me, Danny, a customer. Yes, madam. Something for yourself.
Thanks, Maxie.
For what? We have some gorgeous outside girdles, madam, for everyday wear. They're right over here.
The Domino Club in the West 50s is a bright and shiny joint plastered with black glass. It stands close to the ground between two peeling brownstones. When you walk into it, you have the feeling you're walking into the mouth of a beetle. Its walls are lined with black mirrors, and its ceiling is draped with folds of scarlet silk. And at 6 o'clock of a Christmas Eve, the boys, complete with Christmas-wrapped girls, are beginning to gather. You ask a busboy in white tie and tails, where's Tussie Carnes? And he lifts an eyebrow to a guy standing near the bandstand. A guy grinning like an alley cat, while a girl pins a sprig of mistletoe to his lapel. You wait till she kisses Tussie. Then Tussie kisses her. But his eyes are open and flicking around the joint, so he sees you and pushes the girl away.
Beat it, Blitzen, I got company. Merry Christmas, stranger. You want something from Tussie, boy?
Same to you. And I want Nick Norman.
Oh, that's a big desire on a holiday. Why you want Nick? Tell Tussie, boy.
Maybe I gotta explain. I'm Danny Clover, a cop. I want him.
Don't everybody? Come with me, Sonny. Santa's right down at the end of this hallway. Merry Christmas, Melvin.
Ain't it, though, Tussie?
Merry Christmas, George.
Likewise, I'm sure.
I brought you a present, boys.
Goody.
Likewise.
Where's Nick Norman?
This fella here, he says to Tussie boy he wants Nick Norman, our Santa Claus.
Uh-oh. What big eyes you have, mister.
And you know something else that's plain precious, boys?
No. Do tell us, Tussie.
The fella says he is a cop. Isn't that cute, huh?
I could die.
Yeah. So show the fella Santa Claus, huh, fellas? Merry Christmas, Danny Clover. Oh, Tussie boy said that, didn't he?
Stay away from me.
But first we want to wish you on a star. Like that.
You too crazy. Stay away from me.
I think that was not enough stars. I'll give him another package.
You know that Tussie is good to us. He gave us the best Christmas present two fellas could ever have.
Don't be greedy, Melvin. Leave some for me. Oh, look at that. It's all gone.
Come on, Danny, open your eyes.
What?
Yeah, open your eyes, Danny. It's getting late. Ain't you heard? Christmas is coming.
Hey, it's you, Nick Norman.
Oh, Danny, call me Sandy Claus. That's the nicest alias I got.
Now, look, Nick, I'm going to...
Oh, here, I'll help you up, Danny. Yeah, sit on the edge of the sofa there. Yeah. Santa Claus, Danny.
Santa Claus, huh?
Sure.
So help me, Nick, where I'm going to put you, you'll spend the next 94 Christmases in solitary.
Take it easy, Danny. Come on, let's get out of here. I'll be late for that kid's party. Come on.
You mean let's get out of here just like that? I don't have to beat my way out of here?
What for?
What's all this about, Nick? Santa Claus?
You're dull today, Danny. What's the matter with you?
But you were kidnapped.
Kidnapped? Me? I would want to do a thing like that to jolly old me.
A man in a tree said 2 guys pushed you into a car. He only had a bird's eye view, but he said kidnapped.
You mean Melvin and George?
I mean Melvin and George.
2 pals from Chicago, Daddy. They heard I was out and wanted I should be Santa Claus to a private party they was giving. That's all. Harmless guys, pals, buddies. We enjoy each other.
Yeah, they enjoyed me, too.
Before they left town for this party, they said to tell you... Oh, wait a minute, I wrote it down. It says, Dear Danny Clover, sorry we made a mistake and beat up your head. May the bells ring a joyous Noel for you. Signed, XX. That's Melvin and George.
A mistake, huh?
Sure. They knew some mob or other might try to get me as Santa Claus. They figured you was a mob, so they protected me from you, like you was fibbing about being a cop. After they walloped you unconscious, they went through your pockets and saw you was really a cop. So they wrote this note. The running ink you see here on the note, Danny, that's tears. You'll forgive him, won't you, Danny?
Yeah. How about your mother?
Well, that was your error, Danny. You didn't tell Mom you was from the police, so she thought just like Melvin and George.
Gave me the double talk.
Yeah, that's my mom. A grand old dame. You know what I told her once when I was 9 years old?
Yeah, no, my sleigh's outside. I'll give you a ride back to my office.
Well, that means the whole thing was an error in identification and motive, as they say, huh, Danny?
That's right. Isn't that right, Santa?
Sure. I'll tell it to you again if you want.
No, never mind. What happened to Simon Larrabee?
Oh, he went out for a feast of spud nuts and coffee.
Hey, you don't look very happy, Tartaglia.
No, Danny. I ain't happy. Unhappy. Very.
What's the matter? We've got Santa Claus? Come on, smile. It's going to be a fine Christmas.
I can't, Danny. I just can't. It's Mrs. Tartaglia. Yeah, now she ain't laughing anymore. The neighbors are laughing and Mrs. Tartaglia is crying.
Why?
Well, the later editions of the paper said that Santa Claus was heisted and it was because I was in a tree. Yeah, the papers say I, single-handed, messed up Christmas.
Bad as that, huh? Well, I'll tell you, Tartaglia.
Hey, what about my Christmas party?
Well, not yet, Santa. Wait till you get to the party.
Say, the press was saying that you were snatched, Sandy. What gives? It said that mobsters grabbed you.
No, it was just a little misunderstanding.
That's right, Marty. Nick was grabbed by mobsters.
Huh?
Yeah, well, then how'd you get away?
Sergeant Tartaglia.
Yeah?
Uh-huh. Sergeant Tartaglia. The kind of policeman who tracks down criminals to the lair.
I am, Danny?
The kind that single-handed rescued Santa Claus from the jaws of disaster.
This guy did that?
Yep. I'm just about to call the press boys and tell them about it.
Oh, Danny.
I mean it, Tartaglia. Don't be so modest. I'm going to do just that.
Danny.
Put Marty in a cab, Tartaglia. I'll send Santa down the squad car in a little while.
Yeah, sure. Well, come on, little tyke. Marty.
Okay. Merry Christmas, Danny.
Whatever you tell the press guys, Danny, I'll swear to it.
Sure you will.
Yeah, that's a fine Christmas you're giving everybody, Danny. How about yourself?
Oh, I'll have fun at the party. I always do.
Where is it? Where's my money?
Oh, look, Mr. Larrabee, it's Christmas.
Of course it's Christmas. That's why I want my rent, so I can have a Merry Christmas.
Hey, Danny, who is this guy that needs rent to have a Merry Christmas?
This is Simon Larrabee. He wants a year's rent in advance for that warehouse where the kids are having their party. Or else, no party.
Yes, that's who I am.
Oh, like that, huh? So that's how you are, huh, Simon?
Stop breathing in my face, Santa Claus.
All them kids wanting to have a party, and a Simon like you wants to louse it up.
I'll put him down, Nick.
Yes,
I ain't doing nothing, Danny. Just holding Simon up so I can breathe in his face.
Please.
I want you to think about something, Simon. Think about all those kids how they're looking forward to their Christmas party, which ain't going to happen on account of you. Think about it.
All right, I'm thinking, yes.
Maybe you could think better with a pen in your hand, Simon.
Yes,
a pen that will write out a receipt for a year's rent in advance, huh, Simon?
Of course. Oh, Christmas spirit and all that. Yes, I'll get my receipt book. Oh, my. Well, I haven't felt so good in years. Yes, here you are, Mr. Glover. A receipt for a year's rent in advance. And tell the darlings. Merry Christmas with this.
Yeah, I will.
Ain't he a nice fella, Danny? Come on, nice fella. I'll take you to a party. Merry Christmas, Danny.
It's a Merry Christmas, Danny.
Merry Christmas. Yep. Merry Christmas. On Christmas Eve, Broadway is almost like any other place in the world. The bells ring out, the horns blow, there's laughter. The Mazdas on the Translux spell out slowly, word by word, peace on earth, goodwill to men. And you read it, you believe it. Because on Christmas Eve, you believe a miracle. Then a whirl of confetti is in your eyes, and you're pushed along with the crowd, and you never see the next news bulletin. You don't try to look back. It's Broadway, the merriest, the shiniest, lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover and is written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. The musical score was composed by Alexander Courage and conducted by Wilbur Hatch, and the program was produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. The cast tonight included Charles Calvert, Gil Stratton Jr., Howard McNear, Hal March, Bert Holland, Shep Menken, Estelle Dodge, and Peggy Weber. On Christmas afternoon, Jack Benny will be heard as guest star in a full one-hour version of the comedy The Man Who Came to Dinner. Charles Boyer, Gregory Peck, Rosalind Russell, Dorothy McGuire, Henry Fonda, John Garfield, and Gene Kelly will be starring alongside Jack in this special holiday hour. Then an hour later, Jack will be back with his own Sunday night gang for 30 more minutes of holiday hilarity. In fact, the best idea really is stay tuned to CBS all day Christmas Day. Now stay tuned for Sing It Again, which follows immediately on most of these same CBS stations. Joe Walters speaking. This is CBS, where you'll find Broadway is My Beat every Saturday night, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Broadway's My Beat. From Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
Broadway, it's a time and a place and a state of mind where you bang your head against a wall so the lights will be brighter, the noise is louder, thereby furnishing proof that you're enjoying yourself. And at holiday season, you bang your head harder and conjure up visions, the new year, the new promises, the golden girl who will smile to you from the crowd and beckon. It could happen. It's Broadway, My Beat. There's a place on Broadway. It nudges onto Columbus Circle and calls itself the Dover Hotel, then retires into its own faded respectability. At 8 o'clock of a cold weekday morning, Broadway walks past it on its way to work. So was I when a man darted out of its doorway, saw me, darted some more, and tugged at my sleeve. He said he knew me, knew I was a policeman, and that's what he needed. So then we were in an elevator, and he said his name was... What did you say your name was?
Box, Louis Box.
Well, just what seems to be your trouble, Mr. Box?
I said to myself, Mr. Box, there's trouble in room 812. Big trouble. Oh, very big, Mr. Clover. He won't answer. He won't let Mr. Box in.
He won't? Who won't? Who won't, Mr. Box?
The guest in 812, right this way, Mr. Clover, right down the hall. Every time I open my door, he throws a bottle at Mr. Box's head.
Has he hit Mr. Box?
3 times, here and here and here. This is his room. Mr. Box will unlock the door for you. Now.
Now you'll go back to your desk and Mr. Clover will go in.
Very well, but just be careful of those bottles. He always aims at Mr. Box's head.
Yeah, don't worry. All right, you. Hey, what are you... Put down that bottle. I said put it down. It's better. Now tell me what's so funny.
It's funny, mister. The funniest thing, look, it's all here in this paper. Go ahead, mister. Read it for yourself.
Yeah. Hey, this paper's 2 days old.
Sure it is. On account I got it 2 days ago. Go ahead, read that obituary right where I'm pointing.
John Lomax, victim of hit-and-run accident, was buried today at the Queen Cemetery. He was survived by his wife, Martha
Lomax of 36 Darcy Place. I calls for a drink. I'm Lomax, mister. I'm John Lomax.
Huh?
Sure. And Martha's my wife. Look, I'll tell you about it.
I'm looking. Tell me.
4 nights ago, it was 4 nights ago when whoever was supposed to be me was hit and run. I went to a Turkish bath. You know.
So you had a bath, so?
So they stole my overcoat and they stole my wallet, rolled me. But I was too smart for them.
Yeah, you sure were. How were you too smart for them?
I had some money rolled up in my shirt sleeves. Trick I learned in the Navy. Enough to pay for booze in this crummy room. That calls for another drink.
How long have you been here?
Since then, I saw the papers. I've been laughing ever since.
Why don't you go home?
I'll tell you why.
Tell me.
I think my wife is happy I'm dead. Yeah, she is. Yeah.
Mr. Lomax. Hey, Mr. Lomax. A grinning mask of foolish delight and motley bliss arranged itself on the face of John Lomax. And having so arranged itself, Mr. Lomax proceeded to fall flat on same. John Lomax had been hilarious because another man died bearing his name and identity. So much happiness over the dead makes me curious. So I went out to the home of John Lomax in Queens. It was like every other home on the block. Even the cracks in the stucco were identically placed. But what made the Lomax home different was it had a different number over its doorbell.
Yes?
Mrs. Lomax? Mrs. John Lomax?
Yes.
I'm Danny Clover of the police, Mrs. Lomax.
Police?
Now, don't be frightened, Mrs. Lomax.
Well, come in, Mr. Clover. Please come in.
Thank you.
Oh, I'd pick up these things. A woman's pajamas look so lost just lying on a chair. Here, sit here, Mr. Clover.
Thanks. It's about your husband, Mrs. Lomax.
What?
When did you see him last?
Forgive me, Mr. Clover, but I don't quite understand what you're driving at. My husband is dead. We buried him 2 days ago.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mrs. Lomax. I'm sorry. It's just that... Well, how are you sure it was your husband who died?
What? Oh, you mean because he was so badly smashed up in the accident? I knew him because it was his wallet they found on the dead man. And John's overcoat.
Maybe that wasn't enough. Maybe it was someone else.
It wasn't. I know because there was a card in the coat advertising the Baghdad baths. John always went there for days on end instead of home.
What did your husband look like, Mrs. Lomax? Do you have a picture of him I could see?
I'm afraid not. After the funeral, I tore up every picture of John and me that was in the house. John was dead. And it was done. Can you understand that?
Will you describe him to me? I mean a physical description. Coloring, weight.
John was 5'11". He had a paunch. I mean, he weighed about 180 pounds. He was overweight. He had thin, sandy hair and kind of faded blue eyes. And a kind of funny, loose face.
Fits.
What?
Mrs. Lomax, there's something...
Oh.
Hi, Martha. I got the papers. You missed me, doll? Oh, who?
Paul, this is Mr. Danny Clover of the police department. He was asking about John.
What do you want to know about John Lomax and why?
Mrs. Lomax, you haven't introduced me to your friend.
Oh, how silly of me. I was so flustered when Paul just walked in without knocking or anything.
You gave me the key so I could run out for the papers, remember, Doc?
Oh, of course. I thought it would be simpler that way. This is Paul Rand, Mr. Clover. A very talented pianist. A sort of protege of John and me.
Of you, doll. I'm sorry I haven't the mood to play something for you, Mr. Clover. So you'll tell me instead what there is about John Lomax you're bothering Martha about.
Yeah, I'll tell you, protege. There's a drunk in the Dover Hotel who says he's John Lomax, and he says John Lomax is not dead, never did die. You think maybe he's lying?
Of course he's lying. My husband is dead. Isn't he, Paul?
Yeah, sure, doll. Dead. What are you building, policeman? Who are you going to believe, a drunk or a widow? Get out of here. Leave her alone.
The look on their faces was like a motion picture you watch where suddenly the action is frozen and still. A boy, maybe 24, with an animal's hard grace, the lips drawn tight away from his teeth, the eyes wary and stagnant. And the woman, more mature, gentler, almost pretty. But in her eyes, nothing she wants you to see. A telephone directory gives you the address of the Baghdad Baths, so you go there because you have to sweat out some questions on a man who says he's John Lomax and not deceased. You walk up 3 flights of a dank building on 9th Avenue. There's a dank card that says Baghdad Baths, Ephraim Sabo, proprietor, Waldo Toklas, proprietor. You walk in, ask for Ephraim or Waldo of a receptionist who's beating her eyelashes, and she winks you back to the steam room. Hey, Ephraim. Hey, Waldo.
Wants to see me have to come in here.
Maybe you better come out. It's the police, Ephraim. Or is it Waldo?
It's Ephraim, and I can't come out. I'm naked.
Put on a towel and come out.
You off-duty policeman? Well, you come to the right place. Nothing like Baghdad Baths to draw out of a man what's bothering him.
Yeah, I bet. Ephraim, you know a man named John Lomax?
Know him well. John Lomax used to come here every weekend. Like for his pores to feel good. Hasn't been here lately, though.
Maybe because you rolled him. Stole his overcoat and wallet.
You from the police, you say?
That's what I said.
Yeah, we rolled him. Stole those things. But then Waldo stole them from me.
Your partner? Where is he?
Disappeared. Walked out of here with Mr. Lomax's belongings, which belonged to me by squatter's rights. And he disappeared.
How long has he been gone?
4 or 5 days. For all I care, he could have dropped dead because he sinned against me.
I got news for you, Ephraim. He may have done just that.
Waldo? Dropped dead? When?
4 or 5 days ago, maybe. Hit and run, maybe.
You mean Waldo was in an accident?
Maybe.
Why didn't I know about it? I'm all he's got.
Because he sinned and stole another man's overcoat and wallet. So he was buried under an assumed name, maybe. John Lomax, maybe.
Maybe. Maybe you ain't sure.
Maybe I ain't. But I'm sure of one thing. You sinned, too. Ephraim?
Uh-huh.
Change that towel for something more formal. We're going for a ride.
Danny, you're coming in late this morning. It's 11:30 in the a.m.
Oh, come in here, Tartaglia.
Yeah, Danny.
Shut the door.
Yeah, sure. Oh, what's up, Danny?
A riddle is up. A guy is killed in a hit-and-run accident, identified as John Lomax, buried as John Lomax. Now, I'm not sure he's John Lomax.
Hey, that's a good riddle.
Yeah, it gets better. There's a guy sleeping it off at the Dover Hotel who says he's John Lomax.
He does? Who? Who does, Danny?
Tartaglia, you know what I'd do if I were sergeant?
Oh, yeah, Danny, sure. If you were a sergeant, you would send an order for the exhumation of the body of the first-mentioned Lomax, the dead Lomax.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'd do. Do it.
Yeah, sure, Danny, sure. What are you going to do on account of you're a lieutenant?
I'm going to dig up a live man who calls himself Lomax. I want to introduce him to a woman who calls herself his widow.
So I said to myself, Mr. Box, this man has indeed some pride left after all.
Yeah, what made Mr. Box say that?
Because the guest in 812 took a shower a few minutes ago. That's a good sign on New Year's Eve. Mr. Box is happy for him.
I'll take the elevator back down, Mr. Box. I'll find my way to 812 myself. Mr. Lomax. Come on, Lomax. Open the door. Lomax.
Break it down! Break down the door!
Yeah. I can't. I'll get a key. Come on, come on. Come on.
You caught Mr. Box?
Give me your pass key.
You what?
Give me the key.
Of course, here you are. Oh, wait for Mr. Box.
Lomax. Lomax, it's Danny Clover.
Did he do it, Mr. Clover? Did he turn over a new leaf? My goodness, what's that fire escape window doing open, letting in that cold air?
Mr. Box, now you can say to yourself, you can say, a murderer threw a man out of a window in my hotel.
Listening to Broadway's My Beat, starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. $53,000 in cold hard cash and wonderful prizes. What a wonderful ending that would be to the old year. Well, Sing It Again is coming along with all that in the jackpot tonight, and some smart CBS listener can knock it off by solving the phantom voice riddle. Sing It Again is heard on most of these same CBS stations. So a $53,000 Happy New Year, maybe. Happy New Year anyway, for Sing It Again is heard every Saturday night.
On the happy holidays, Broadway wears the happy clothes, complete with happy masks. The wooden barriers are up in the shop windows, and Broadway's herd stampedes down the long alley. The dust it raises is confetti. Whirlwinds of confetti, bursts of confetti that explode and play like marvelous fountains. The jewels of light they reflect is the light of neon and Mazdas. There's a Mazda at police headquarters, too. It casts a veil of yellow light, and it hangs in the long concrete hallway that leads to the morgue. When the sergeant speaks, it makes a cold echo.
Now, Danny.
Okay, Tartaglia. Ephraim.
My, that's neat. Could use something like that down at Baghdad Baths. Slide them in, then slide them out when they're done. Shouldn't make no quips in here, should I?
Who is this man, Ephraim?
It's a little hard to tell. Could be John Lomax. Same who used to habitue my sweat baths. Same me and Waldo stole from. The same John Lomax who'd drink more so he could perspire more. Could be. Hey, you fellas come up with Waldo yet?
Take Ephraim out of here, Tartaglia, and send Mrs. Lomax in.
Yeah, Danny, sure. Come on, Ephraim. Hey, look, you say that these baths are really good for the system?
Ain't nothing like them, kiddo.
Why did you have me brought here, Mr. Clover?
I want you to identify a man. A man who was murdered. A man who once told me you were his wife.
Is that the man?
You tell me, Mrs. Lomax.
I never saw him before in my life. There is a kind of resemblance, but I never saw him. I don't understand why you want to torture me, Mr. Clover.
You say this man is not your husband?
No. Please, Mr. Clover, please take me out of here.
All right. Mrs. Lomax, did your husband carry insurance?
Is that going to help you find out who ran down my husband?
Maybe. I don't know.
My lawyer is handling all that. Harold Quillen in the Kraft building. He is a lawyer. He answers rude questions. Why don't you ask them of him?
Yeah, I'll do that, Mrs. Lomax. You can go home now. It didn't wear well, her casual way of considering the insurance, for example. Things like insurance need worrying about. How else can a helpless widow buy her daily needs, whatever were her daily needs? That's why I'm a policeman. I can't get my mind off details like that. They tweak me, and I need to know answers. So I went to the lawyer named Harold Quillen and asked for some cooperation.
Why don't you stop bothering that poor woman, Mr. Clover?
Well, I'm not bothering her, Mr. Quillen. It's you. And as far as I can see, we're just chatting. Isn't that what we're doing? Well, isn't that what we're doing? Answer me.
Oh, does my rocking in the swivel chair annoy you? I find it restful. Rhythmic. Restful.
When was the last time you were disbarred for non-cooperation, Quillen?
Come now.
Look, friend. I know it's your job to protect your client. That's my job, too. To protect Mrs. John Lomax, and she needs protecting. For my nasty little mind that makes me think sometimes that everybody's a potential murderer. You, me, everybody.
But I don't
And
see...
since Mrs. John Lomax is pretty close to what's a murder, my nasty little mind makes her pretty close to being a murderer. How much insurance did her husband carry?
$50,000.
For accidental death?
I was just coming to that. Double indemnity for accidental death. As a corpse, Mr. Lomax is worth exactly $100,000.
A man who is not loved gets killed, and it pays double to his loved one. And $100,000 can buy a lot of things. Can buy back the lost years. A woman can buy them back by getting herself a protege, a boy who can do things with a piano. A boy who can make a woman remember she was once a girl. What all that money bought me was a trip back to Queens, to a house like all other houses on the block, even to not having a mourning wreath on its door. But from this particular house came the sound of big music.
Oh, it's the police again. You know, I can't get it out of my mind you're a door-to-door salesman. Ever in that line of work, Mr. Clover?
Mrs. Lomax. I want to talk to her.
What about? You can tell me. I'm her friend. I get her the morning papers, remember? So talk to me.
Mrs. Lomax.
Go away like the rain. Come again some other day.
Mrs. Lomax.
Mrs. Lomax is not in, Mr. Clover. Sorry, Mr. Clover.
I changed my mind. I'll talk to you, Paul. I came all the way out here, so I might as well talk to somebody.
Come in. Come in, Mr. Clover.
Thanks.
You sure you were never a salesman? That foot in the door gimmick, very professional.
Yeah, I studied.
I told you she's not home. But you don't have to believe that if you don't want to, like you're not believing it now. Look in this closet, policeman. Maybe I'm lying. Maybe she's in here, huh? No, not in here.
Tell me about Martha and you, Paul.
Gladly. Can I tell you the music? I feel better with music. It makes me polite.
Yeah, if it makes you polite.
The romance of Paul and Martha. That's music, like this.
The big musical romance. When did it begin?
Someplace in time, someplace in space.
I'm a square, Paul. I don't understand big talk like that. What month? What year? That's what I understand.
The month? May. What else? Merry, merry month. The year, 1949. Hey, is it still 1949, policeman?
And her husband. When did she tell you about him?
This husband fella? Martha told me he existed, but I never had the pleasure of making his acquaintance. Charming setup, huh?
You never met your patron?
No. Oh, pity. I was going to be so brave and noble and 100% fellow when I met him.
Yeah, I can tell you're a prince.
Oh, sure. That's what Martha calls me sometimes. Sometimes. Yeah, I was going to tell the old John boy, the deluded husband, who it was deluding him.
Yeah, but you never got the chance.
No. The dope gets himself killed in an accident before I can release him.
Yeah. Thanks, Paul, for the music. For just being you.
You know the way out, huh?
Hi, Danny. What'd you find out?
Maybe a motive. Just maybe. See.
Hey, wait a minute, Danny. Don't you want the report on the exhumation?
Yeah, tell it to me.
Well, the prints check with those that are on file on an application for a permit for the Baghdad Bats, made out to one Waldo Tuckless.
Yeah, the drunk was right.
Yeah. Oh, Danny, you got a visitor in your office.
Oh? Who?
Mrs. Lomax. Well, ain't you surprised, Danny?
I'm not surprised at all.
Hello, Mr. Clover.
Mrs. Lomax. You know, Mrs. Lomax, I was just telling Sergeant Tartaglia. I was just telling him I'm not surprised at all.
About what?
Your being here. If you're here to tell me you killed your husband, that'll make two coincidences all at once.
Mr. Clover, you didn't mean what you just said. That's cruel.
That's one of the words they use about violent death. I can even attend it to the death of Waldo Tuckless.
Who?
Waldo Tuckless, a petty thief who also ran a Turkish bath. It goes like this, Mrs. Lomax. Waldo stole your husband's coat and wallet. In the dark, he was run down by a hit-and-run driver, by someone who thought it was your husband, someone who wanted your husband dead.
No, it wasn't like that. Not like that. That's why I came here to tell you. I'm frightened, Mr. Clover. Frightened.
Your upper lip didn't even quiver down there in the morning.
Oh,
Why didn't you tell me then? That was your husband, wasn't it? The dead man downstairs. Why didn't you tell me then?
I'm frightened. Don't you see? Sick. Was frightened.
Of whom? Me, Sergeant Tartaglia, your conscience, the pianist, Paul Rand? Which?
Paul.
I just looked around the room. He's not here. Tell me all about Paul Rand.
Paul killed Waldo Tuckless. Ran over him. From the way Tuckless was dressed, he thought it was my husband.
Did he say pardon me after you killed him?
Stop it! Stop it! He didn't know. Not until you told him my husband was alive at that hotel. So Paul went there and killed my husband.
You sound glad. Cold. But if you're unemotional about a man's dying, you're glad he's dead.
My husband was a heel. But I didn't kill him. I didn't. I thought it really was an accident until Paul told me what he'd done. Oh, Paul. Paul.
Start with Paul and go on from there.
Paul, yes, he's a killer. He enjoys killing. I'm frightened. Don't you understand? He enjoys it. If he knew I were here, he'd...
Maybe he would. I think we'll go ask him.
Where have you been, Martha?
Paul.
You tilt your head backward, Paul, you'll notice company. Me.
Oh, it's you again, Clover.
Yeah, don't bite your lip. You're dreaming this whole thing.
Paul, Oh, Paul.
Come on, doll. What are you trying to say?
This. She's made an honest effort to say you're a killer.
That's what, huh?
Yeah. I'm piecing it all together, and I come up with this. You killed Waldo Tuckless. Mistake. You killed John Lomax. No mistake. Reason, a widow with $100,000. Reason for you to be a killer.
Right, as the saying goes, as rain. Martha probably said I didn't mind it either, huh?
Something like that.
That's why I can get dreamy about pointing this gun at you.
You don't have to. I'm not finished talking.
You're finished. Unless your next sentence starts with a prayer, you're just about done.
I'd point that gun at Martha to be smarter.
Rush me, Clover. That way you can die in action.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly that.
Crazy woman, you're crazy.
That's good. Paul's dead. That's good. He needed to be dead.
Yeah, give me that gun, Mrs. Lomax.
Oh, here. Take it. I'm afraid of it. I don't know where I got the courage to pull the trigger.
Emotions, Mrs. Lomax. Sometimes they get the better of us and they make us pull the trigger one way or another.
You want to thank me, I know, but don't.
All right, I won't. I wasn't going to.
You weren't? For saving your life?
Did you do that? If you did, that's what you were thinking about when you had emotions. Thanks.
But I shot him because...
Why?
Don't you see? Of course you do. I shot him because he was going to kill you.
That's your version. I've got one.
Don't you have to call your office, report this or something? Paul's dead, you know.
He'll stay that way. Don't be frightened, not of Paul. Of me.
Of you?
Because you gave it all away.
Gave away what? What are you saying?
About Paul, the promises you must have made to him for killing your husband. Whatever kind of love you promised him. Whatever share of the $100,000. Things like that.
You knew all the time.
Just recently, when I found out the man you identified as your husband was Waldo Tuckless. When Paul told me he never met your husband.
But he didn't.
Of course he didn't. So you had to tell him how your husband was dressed so he could kill him with a car. That would include the coat he was wearing. It was like that, Mrs. Lomax.
Yes. Look.
Hey, get away from that door.
Don't worry, I'm not going to run away. It's the new year, Mr. Clover. It's a time for wishing good things.
Some people do.
You want to know my wish, Mr. Clover?
It won't come true if you tell me.
I know it won't anyhow. But it's this. I wish there was some way, Mr. Clover, it would make my new year a happy one. If there was some way I could kill you.
Broadway's knocking itself to pieces. The celebrants with the funny hats lean out of the windows of the Astor and drop paper cups on the celebrants with the tin horns. There's laughter and crowd and holiday and swirl. And the fine thing, the glance and the words. A Happy New Year. And means it. The Avenue means it with its heart. It happens once a year on Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover and is written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. The musical score was arranged by Alexander Courage and conducted by Wilbur Hatch, and our pianist was Sam Furman. The program was produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. The cast tonight included Charles Calvert, Jeanette Nolan, Jay Novello, Leo Penn, Fred Howard, Bob Bruce, and Barton Yarborough. Now stay tuned for Sing It Again, which follows immediately on most of these same CBS stations. Joe Walter speaking. This is CBS, where you'll find Broadway's My Beat every Saturday night, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
It's time now for Jack Moyles as Rocky Jordan in Count Me Out, as originally broadcast November 7th, 1948.
Time now for Rocky Jordan.
Down the street from my Cafe Tambourine, there's a place called Racom's. You couldn't say Racom and I were old friends. We were just old competitors. And somehow we managed to stay out of each other's way until he hired Tasana. I'd heard about Tasana. They said she was tall, tan, and terrific. But when she danced, it was like a moving bronze statue, alive and sultry. Yeah, they said her dancing was out of this world. Well, that's what happened to a couple of people who watched her. They, too, went out of this world.
Again, we bring you a story of adventure with a man named Rocky Jordan, proprietor of the Cafe Tambourine in Cairo. Cairo, gateway to the ancient East, where modern life unfolds against the backdrop of antiquity. Tonight's story, Count Me Out.
My business hadn't been getting any better since Tasana went to work for Racom. I decided to find out why. It was a little after 1 in the morning when I locked up my place and strolled over to Racom's to catch the last show. I made 2 stops on the way. Once when Hinnock, one of the street beggars, collared me for a coin. Then, just as I was about to push open the door to Racom's, I ran into Barney Grogan. When he saw me, his big puffy eyes lit up like pumpkins on Halloween. Barney was a mat-burned ex-wrestler who'd taken more dives than an Olympic diving champion on exhibition. Every time you bumped into him, he had a new pitch, the kind you have to handle with fumigated gloves. I didn't want any part of him.
Hiya, Rock.
Hello, Grogan, and so long.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Rocky. You ain't gonna give your old pal Barney Grogan a brush off, are you?
How do you catch on so easy?
Look, Rock, I got a deal for you, a real deal.
Some other time, I got business.
In Rock Arms? Look, I'll give you a tip. You can't watch Tisana dance and think about business. It won't work.
Oh, she's that good, huh?
Sensational, Rock, sensational. But look, why don't you give it the go-by for tonight? I got a red-hot idea. Money in it. Little proposition I want to talk over with you.
Beat it, Grogan. I'm not in the market for any of your deals, hot or cold.
Rocky, so help me if you'll just let me give you the inside.
Now remove that overstuffed fist from my shoulder, huh?
Okay, Rock. Go on in and give Tisana the once-over. But I'll be seeing you later. Yes, sir. You're going to be wanting in on this deal, so I'll be waiting for you.
Well, don't do it around the tambourine. It's closed for the night.
Closed, huh? Okay, Rock. Okay, I'll see you.
A couple of Arabs in flowing white robes eased past us and went inside. But what was behind them caught my eye. There were two men. One walked 2 steps behind and to the left of the other. I got the feeling they'd measured it that way. Both wore pinstripe pants, well-tailored afternoon coats, and ascots. They weren't winking at me. Those were really monocles. I followed them on inside. Tisana had just finished her number, and the customers were hanging on the ropes. Rackham was standing over by the bar, grinning like an undertaker on his day off. I worked my way through the crowd and found a small table in the rear. Rackham spotted me and came over. He slipped his round body into a chair and tucked his watch charm under the table.
Well, Rocky, it is not often you honor me with your presence.
Rackham, I don't have to ask you how's business.
No. No, you need not ask. Is this not wonderful? And I owe it all to my little Tisana, my beautiful little flower, my adorable...
Your adorable little gold mine.
Yes, my adorable little gold mine.
How about letting her do a couple of guest shots in my place, Rackham?
Tisana, I should let her go to you. Rocky, you take me for a fool? Surely you must be joking.
Yeah, sure. I was just joking.
May I sit down, Mr. Jordan?
Tisana, my dear, of course, do sit down.
I've heard much of you, Mr. Jordan.
Well, I wouldn't classify you as top secret, Tisana.
Mr. Jordan was just telling me, my
Rackham,
dear...
would you mind leaving us alone? I would like to talk to Mr. Jordan.
Hmm?
Alone, Rackham.
Very well. But remember, Tisana, you must change your costume for the next number.
I will not be long.
Well, I will see you later.
Don't hurry, Rackham. Oh, what's on your mind?
I need help, Mr. Jordan. I've been threatened.
And what you need's a bodyguard or a private eye. I'm not for hire.
Please, Mr. Jordan, listen to me.
Why don't you take it to the police?
No, I don't want the police involved in this.
Private matter, huh?
Mr. Jordan, look, over there. You see that man sitting at the table near the door? The tall, handsome man with the monocle. He is Count Frasino.
Oh, yeah. I hadn't recognized him before.
You do not know him?
I'll admit he stands out in a crowd. What's with the monocle and striped pants?
He's an Italian nobleman, Mr. Jordan. A very old family.
Who's the carbon copy with him, his brother?
No. He is Count Frasino's personal secretary. They're always together. His name is Romani.
And what about the Count? Has he been sending you little mash notes?
Mr. Jordan, I can't tell you now. Will you come to my dressing room after the show?
Look, lady, I said I wasn't for hire.
Very well. But I am certain we can make other arrangements. Thank you, Mr. Jordan. I'm so happy you like my number.
Oh, Romani's paying us a visit, huh? Okay. Yeah, I could use a floor shoe like you over at my place, Tisana. Business has been kind of falling off lately.
Mr. Rackham, you know, I don't think he would...
I trust I am not intruding.
Huh? Oh, Romani. It's you. What do you want?
Are you not going to ask me to join you?
No. I wish you'd go away.
No, really. I did not mean to offend. I only...
Mr. Jordan and I are discussing business. Can't you see that?
Yes. Then I will deliver my message and leave you.
Very well. What is it?
Count Frosino wishes you to join him at his table immediately.
You will tell the noble Count that I do not wish to see him.
Tisana, I beg you.
No. Now, I wish you would leave me alone. Do you understand?
Yes. Yes, I will go. I will go.
Mr. Jordan, will you come to my dressing room later?
Well, I said before I wasn't for hire, but...
Then, as a friend, I will be most appreciative.
Look, Tisana, your boss Rakam's over there trying to catch your eye. I think the customers are getting anxious. Why don't you go get ready for your number?
Yes, I know, but...
I haven't seen you dance yet, you know.
You will wait here for me?
Sure. Now, slip into the 7 Veils, will you? Rakam's having a nervous breakdown. Tisana eased out of the chair and went back to the dressing room. Rakam took a handkerchief out of his pocket, mopped his brow, and scurried around to his customers, informing them that the beautiful Tisana would be out on the platform soon. I leaned back in my chair and waited. But I never did see Tisana dance. Happened to glance over to the front entrance and caught sight of Hinnock, the beggar. He was motioning to me, so I went over.
Mr. Jordan,
Yeah?
you must go quickly. There is something wrong at your cafe.
My cafe? What are you talking about? It's closed.
Yes, I know. But as I was walking by a few moments ago, I saw a light inside, and there was a shot.
Shot?
Yes, I heard it. I swear, Mr. Jordan, it came from your cafe.
Okay, Hinnock, come on. The beggar, Hinnock, and I ducked out of Rakam's place and ran down the street to my cafe. When we got there, the place was dark and quiet. We slipped around to the side door. It was open. I'd taken 3 steps into the cafe when a flash of light cut across the room. Hinnock and I hit the floor together, and then someone ran past us. A second or two later, I heard the back door slam. I got up, walked over, and turned on the lights. The cafe was empty. Hinnock had disappeared. A minute later, he came running out of my office.
Mr. Jordan, come, look.
What's up, Hinnock?
In here, Mr. Jordan, your office.
Oh, I don't see anything.
No, look. There on your desk, Mr. Jordan.
Lying on the blotter on my desk was a gun. Not just any kind of gun. It was shiny and new and had all the earmarks of an Italian dueling pistol. I picked it up. It was a dueling pistol, all right. Hollow, made out of tin. The kind of a gun that would make a great duel between 6-year-olds.
Mr. Jordan, it is a child's toy.
Stick around, Hinnock. I got places to go.
But Mr. Jordan...
I said stick around. I raced back out into the alley. It was dark and deserted. I whirled around at the sound, and I saw him at the end of the alley. He stumbled as he passed under the street lamp. I went after him. When I got to the corner, he was gone. I moved on down the alley till I came to a half-open door. There was a light inside. It was the rear entrance to Rakam's place. I pushed it open and went in. I followed the red splotches on the floor to the far end of the corridor, where there was a door with a battered silver star nailed to it. Tisana's dressing room. Sprawled on the floor in a pool of blood was the muscle-bound wrestler Barney Grogan. Both shoulders were touching the floor. He'd lost his last decision to a bullet. Barney Grogan was dead, all right. You wouldn't need a certificate from the Cairo Health Department to prove that. I glanced about Tisana's dressing room. There was nothing there that told me anything. I closed the door behind me. The crowd out front was calling for Tisana. I skirted my way around the crowded tables and opened the door to Rakam's office. He was sitting at his desk. Across from him sat Romani, Count Frosino's right-hand man. They were surprised when I walked in, and even more surprised when I picked up the phone and dialed for the police.
Rocky, well, who are you calling?
The police? No, nothing to get excited about, Rakam. Just a small case of murder.
Murder, did you say, Jordan?
Yeah, Romani. The corpse is here.
Here? Jordan, you are joking.
Cairo Police, Captain
It is
Zavaya.
impossible. There has been no
Relax,
murder.
Rakam.
Hello, Cairo Police, Captain Zavaya.
Sam, this is Jordan. Can you come on?
Rocky, what is going on? You must tell me.
Shut up, Rakam. Hello, Sam.
Yes, what is the matter? Speak up, Jordan.
Sam, get out your notebook. Somebody's done it again. There's a body in
No,
Rakam's
this is
place.
some kind of a trick of
What
yours,
are you
Jordan.
talking about?
You want to ruin my business.
Will you shut up?
Jordan, what is going on there?
Put on your open-toed sandals, Sam. Rakam's place. Tell you about it when you get here.
Rocky, what is this all about?
There's a dead man backstage, Rakam. In Tisana's dressing room.
Tisana?
In Tisana's dressing room?
Yeah, Romani. Character named Barney Grogan. Oh, by the way, where is Tisana?
I don't know. She should be doing her number now.
Well, she's not. And your customers are getting pretty restless.
How did you find out about this dead man, Mr. Jordan?
It's a long story, Romani.
Wait. Where are you going?
Back to my cafe. I have an important matter to look into. Give my regards to Sabaya.
Let's pause for a moment. Jack Moyles returns as Rocky Jordan right after these messages.
To find out more about old-time radio, old-time video, and the pleasures of listening to audiobooks, visit the Audiobook Club website, www.audiobookclub.com, where you can get 4 audiobooks for just 1 penny.
MediaBay.com. And now, Jack Moyles returns as Rocky Jordan in Count Me Out.
I made it out the front door through a crowd of impatient customers. They were shouting for Tizana. I walked down the block to my place. As soon as I entered the Tambourine, I knew something was wrong. The lights were still on, but Hinnock wasn't around. Then I heard it. The sound was coming from the closet under the stairway. I went over and unlocked the door. Hinnock spilled out.
Mr. Jordan.
All right, Hinnock. What happened?
I do not know. I heard a noise. I became frightened. I went to this closet to look for a stick, something to defend myself.
Okay. While you were rummaging around in the closet, somebody came up from behind, shoved you in, and locked the door.
Yes, that is it, Mr. Jordan. I did not see who it was. It happened so quickly, but, Mr. Jordan, I heard something peculiar. It was the voice of a young boy.
Wait a minute. On my desk.
Where are you going, Mr. Jordan?
Come on. The toy gun was gone. Hinnock and I searched the Tambourine from top to bottom, but neither the gun or its owner was around. I locked up the cafe for the second time in one night and went back over to Rakam's place. Sam was already there. Found him in the hall just outside of Tizana's dressing room. Part of the crowd from the cafe had filtered in. They were milling around, trying to get a look at the corpse in the room. Rakam was there, wringing his hands. Romani was there, too.
Well, Jordan, we have been waiting for you.
Hi, Sam. A little important business to take care of in my own cafe.
You found the body, is that right, Jordan?
Yeah, I found Bonnie Grover.
Rocky, my friend. Tell him I had nothing to do with it.
All right, Rakam. Simmer down.
Jordan, let us go into the room. Romani, you and Rakam, too. Sergeant Greco, you will clear this hallway. All right. Now, Jordan.
From the beginning, Sam?
From the beginning.
Okay. Somebody broke into my cafe tonight, not more than 20 minutes ago. Hinnock the baker told me about it.
Hinnock told you about it?
Yeah. I was here at Rakam's, believe it or not, waiting for the floor show.
Go on.
When I got back to the Tambourine, the side door was open. I walked in just as the fireworks began. There were 3 shots.
Who fired?
I don't know. The place was dark. After the shots, I ran out into the back way and saw a guy weaving up the alley. I trailed him here to Tizana's dressing room. That's how I found him.
What was Bonnie Grogan doing in your cafe?
I don't know, Sam.
Captain.
Yes?
When Count Frosino and I entered this cafe earlier this evening, I saw Mr. Jordan speaking to this man, Bonnie Grogan.
Oh?
Yes. They were standing in the entrance.
Oh, I knew you'd bring that up, Romani.
What did Bonnie Grogan want with you, Jordan?
I don't know, Sam. I didn't give him a chance to tell me. Some sort of a deal he had in mind.
I see.
I told him to take his business somewhere else. That was the last time I saw him alive.
Mm-hmm. Go on.
Go on. What else, Sam? I told you I found him in here, and that's when I called you.
Mm-hmm. Rakam.
Huh? Yes, Captain.
This girl, Tizana, where is she?
I do not know. I swear it. She disappeared.
Was this man Bonnie Grogan a friend of hers?
I do not know, Captain. I have seen him here at my cafe a few times. He spoke to her, yes, but...
Captain Sabaya, may I interrupt?
What is it, Romani?
Tizana. She also spoke with Mr. Jordan this evening. When I went to their table, she sent me away. She said they were discussing a private matter.
Oh, you're a jewel. You're positively bubbling over with information, aren't you?
Well, Jordan?
Sure, Sam. Rakam introduced me to his little gold mine. How about it, Rakam?
Yes, but
what, Rakam?
Well,
All right, Rakam. What he's trying to say, Sam, is that Tizana brushed off Rakam. She told him she wanted to discuss something with me in private.
Is that it, Rakam?
Yes.
And what was this little private matter she wished to discuss with you, Jordan?
You're going to hate me, Sam. I don't know that either. She never got around to it.
Jordan, just how much of a fool do you take me
Sam,
for?
All she told me was that she'd been threatened. Threatened by a man named Count Frosino.
That is a lie.
Okay, Romani, it's your ball. You run with it.
Well, Romani?
Don't you see, Captain? Mr. Jordan is only trying to confuse the issue. Count Frasino has nothing to do with this, and I fail to see how the girl Tisana is involved. Just because this man's body was found in her dressing room...
Just a minute. What was Count Frasino doing here this evening? He was here, was he not, Rackham?
Yes. He has come to my cafe every evening for the past week.
Why not, Captain? My noble employer is enjoying a holiday. Does it seem strange that he should want to visit the cafes of Cairo?
Where's the noble character now, Romani?
He has returned to his villa for the evening. I myself saw him to his automobile a few moments before you came into Rackham's office to call the police, Mr. Jordan.
Yes, that is true, Captain. Romani was settling the check of Count Frasino when Mr. Jordan came into the office.
Which brings up another important little item, Captain. After Mr. Jordan called you, he rushed back to his cafe. Should you not ask him why?
I went back to stock up on toothpicks, Sam. Does that satisfy you?
No, it does not.
I didn't think it would. Well, I see no point sticking around here.
Where are you going, Jordan?
Out to make a social call, unless you have an official word to utter, Sam.
No, but I would like to see you in the morning, Jordan.
You'll write it down somewhere so I won't forget, Sam. Good night, gentlemen. Inside of 5 minutes, I was in the back seat of a cab heading toward the west end of Cairo. Between the bouncers, I tried to put the loose ends together. A murder, a toy gun, a missing dancer. It all made an interesting puzzle. I figured the missing pieces might come from an Italian named Count Frasino. Shortly before 2 a.m., the cab pulled up in front of a 50-room shanty on the outskirts of town. I told the driver to wait, ran up the marble steps to the front door, and started leaning on the bell. A minute or so later, a prune-faced old native opened the heavy panel door.
Yes? What is it, Effendi?
Oh, just tell your boss that a man named Jordan wants to see him, huh?
I am sorry, Effendi. Count Frasino cannot be disturbed.
Oh, he won't mind, just this once.
No, wait. You cannot come in.
Let's not be antisocial.
No, I will call the guards. No.
I said this was important.
Please, Effendi, please, you must not disturb Count Frasino.
Never mind the door. You will let the gentleman enter.
I looked up to see Count Frasino standing at the end of a long corridor. The striped pants and ascot had been replaced by a gray flannel sport coat and midnight blue slacks. But the monocle was still firmly in place. He nodded for me to follow him, and we worked our way past a display of marble statues that would put the Cairo Museum to shame. He opened a big oak door, stepped aside, and I entered what might have been either Grand Central Station or his study. Something caught my eye, and I unconsciously ducked. Towering above me in the center of the room was the statue to end all statues. Must have been 14 feet high. A marble woman, her arms outstretched. It occurred to me she'd make a good hat rack. Count Frasino closed the door.
So, Mr. Jordan, this is indeed a pleasure. Do sit down, won't you?
Thank you. I don't like to barge in this way, but...
Yes, I know. You wish to speak with me, is that not correct?
Yeah, I'm looking for a few answers.
Answers? Oh, yes, I understand. Proceed, Mr. Jordan.
It's about Tisana.
Tisana, Mr. Jordan?
Yeah, I don't suppose you know an ex-wrestler named Barney Grogan was found dead in a dressing room a little while ago.
Dead? In Tisana's dressing room?
Uh-huh.
How? Oh. How did this happen?
I thought maybe you might be able to tell me.
I? Oh, but how should I know that?
You've been around Tisana's place quite a bit lately, haven't you?
Yes. Oh, yes.
To see Tisana?
Yes.
She gave me the idea she'd been threatened by you.
Threatened by me? Oh, no, there must be a mistake. Why should I threaten her? I love her, Mr. Jordan. I love my wife very much.
Your wife?
You did not know, Mr. Jordan. Yes. Tisana is my wife.
I'd better fall back and regroup right here. Now, that I didn't know, Frasino.
Tisana and I were married several years ago in Italy. I'm afraid that life there was... Well, perhaps she was homesick for Egypt. There was also a misunderstanding.
So she left you and came here to Cairo?
Yes, that is right. I'm willing to admit that the misunderstanding was perhaps my fault. I listened to the wrong people. Now I have bought this home in Cairo to be near her.
Now you want to patch it up, huh?
Yes. And I want my son back.
Your son?
When Tisana left me, she took our child.
Wait a minute. How old is he?
He's only 6 years old. But you see, he is my firstborn and only son. He is to be my successor and heir. He's the only one who can carry on our family name. So you see, this is most important, Mr. Jordan.
Count, I think we can do business.
Business?
About finding your son.
You know where he is.
Well, suppose I put it this way. Suppose I... Frosino pitched forward, bounced against his desk, fell into the broken glass on the floor. I raced out to the terrace. It was deserted. The lawn looked peaceful and quiet. I went back inside and bent over the unconscious form of Count Frosino. He was still breathing. Then the whole door banged open and the fruit-faced native rushed in, followed by a couple of Frosino's guards. From the looks on their faces, I could see they wouldn't wait for explanations. I flipped the table into them as they rushed me and ducked out into the terrace. I just crossed the lawn and reached the shadows along a row of trees when the guards opened up from the terrace. In the street, my cabbie heard the shots and he started to get his hack moving. As he went past me, I jumped on the running board and we roared around the corner and headed back to Cairo.
Let's take a short break. Jack Moyles returns as Rocky Jordan in a moment.
Henry Aldrich. Coming, Mother.
Dimension X.
George Burns and Gracie Allen.
Boston Blackie.
Hopalong Cassidy.
Edgar Bergen.
The Shadow.
John and Blanche Bickerson. The Whistler.
This is Stan Freeberg, reminding you that my friends at Radio Spirits have a free catalog listing 4,000 old-time radio shows available on high-quality cassettes and CDs. Collect your favorite episodes of The Shadow, Jack Benny, Our Miss Brooks, The Life of Riley, Suspense, Boston Blackie, and hundreds more. Call for your free catalog right now. Operators are standing by. 1-800-RADIO-48. Or if you prefer, 1-800-723-4648. We'll rush your free catalog listing all your old-time radio favorites. Just call 1-800-RADIO-48 or 1-800-723-4648. And now Jack Moyles returns in the conclusion of Count Me Out on Rocky Jordan.
It was like Tisana's dance routine. You couldn't wind up the show without the final climax to keep the customers happy. And I wanted to give Sam Sabaya his money's worth. Now, when the cab and I had made it back to town, I pulled up at the nearest phone booth. The cabbie pocketed his change without a smile and roared away. I did find some nickels.
Cairo Police, Captain Sabaya.
Jordan, Sam. If you want to wind up the Barney Grogan affair, I've got the missing pieces.
What's that, Jordan?
Meet me at the corner of Shariah Ramar and Delhi Road. Don't stop to bring popcorn.
Never mind, Jordan. I believe I can wind it up right here.
Say that again, Sam.
My men picked up the dancer Tisana 20 minutes ago. She was getting on the train for Alexandria.
She, wasn't alone, was she, Sam?
No, as a matter of fact, Jordan, she
About 6 years old, that's Sam. I'd even bet he was carrying a toy gun.
How did you know, Jordan?
I'll fill in the details later. Now get rolling, will you, Sam? Sam got rolling. In less than 10 minutes, we were easing down the alley back at the Tambourine. I brought him up to date on the affair, but I could see he still wasn't too sold on it.
So this Barney Grogan kidnapped the child.
Isn't that what Tisana told you?
Yes, but...
Works out that way, Sam. He was going to sell out to the highest bidder. He knew how much the Count wanted the boy, too.
Tisana could have shot Grogan in your cafe,
but she didn't, Sam. That's why Grogan staggered back to Tisana's dressing room. Since he knew it was all over for him anyway, he wanted Tisana to have a boy. He told her where to look.
That is her story, yes.
All right. So while I'm over at Rakam's calling you, she ducked back to my cafe, picked up the boy, and beat it. Now, if you...
Just a minute, Jordan.
What's up, Sam?
A light in your cafe. I saw it a moment ago.
Yeah, that must be... There it is again, Sam. It's upstairs. Come on. I pushed open the alley door to the Tambourine. Sam and I slipped inside. As we crossed the darkened room, we could hear someone moving around up above. From room to room. Then the footsteps came closer. He was walking down the balcony. I switched on the lights. Romani stood there at the head of the stairs, his mouth wide open. Just as he brought his gun up, Sam fired. Romani folded in the middle, reached out for the banister, missed, plunged headlong down the stairs. Well, that's the way it ended. Before Romani died, he filled in the missing pieces. He figured on killing Count Frosino, then taking the boy back to Italy. Once there, he could become the boy's guardian and also take care of the Count's king-sized estate. He hired Barney Grogan to do the job, but Barney held out for more money, and Romani threatened him. Grogan got scared and came to me. When Romani saw the two of us talking in front of Rakam's place, he figured he'd have to act fast, so he caught up with Grogan at my place. He'd have gotten the boy then, too, if I hadn't walked in. Well, later at police headquarters, Sam still had a couple of questions.
Jordan, how did you know he was coming to your cafe tonight?
Oh, it was a long shot, Sam. I figured the guy who had tried to knock off Count Frasino had overheard part of our conversation out there. From the way I'd talked, I guessed he must have thought the kid was still in my cafe and that he'd rush back to my place on the double.
There is one more thing, Jordan.
Yes, Sam?
Why did you not mention this boy when I talked to you at Rakam's place earlier this evening?
Sam, who ever heard of reporting a cap pistol to the police?
Jordan.
Look, Sam, the deal was earmarked kidnap from the beginning. You know I don't like to become involved in those things.
Jordan, I know you like to keep certain things to yourself. And I know that when there is a kidnapping, there is also ransom or reward. You did not have this in mind, of course.
Sam, my boy, I haven't made a nickel on the deal, so help me.
Not yet, anyway. But I've been around here long enough to know that when anyone comes out ahead on one of these deals, it is always Rocky Jordan. Tell me, why is that?
That's a good question. It's a very good question. I dropped around to the hospital the next morning to see how Count Frasino was getting along. He was going to make it okay. Sassano was there, holding his hand and smiling. The Count was very appreciative of what I'd done, just as Sam figured he would be. Yeah, it was a sizable reward. I am now the only cafe owner in Cairo with a 14-foot marble statue of a woman with her arms outstretched. And I was right, too. She does make a good hat rack.
Rocky Jordan is presented from Columbia's Flair in Hollywood and stars Jack Moyles in the title role. Tonight's story was written by William Frug, produced and directed by Cliff Howell, with original music by Milton Charles.
And that was Jack Moyles starring as Rocky Jordan in Count Me Out, as originally broadcast November 7th, 1948.
The Adventures of Michael Shayne, Private Detective. The people who make 76 gasoline and Triton motor oil, Union Oil Company, present The Adventures of Michael Shayne, Private Detective, starring Wally Mayer and Kathy Lewis. It's one of those drowsy summer afternoons, the sort of day executives spend on their favorite golf course, and office workers spend watching the clock. But not Mike Shayne. He's hard at work. Hunched over a desk in his private office, Mike's mind is clicking like a Powell Street cable car. In fact, he's right in the middle of a crossword puzzle. Phyllis Knight, his capable assistant, is daydreaming in the outer office, gazing out a window at San Francisco's rooftops. A quiet day? Let's be frank. It's a downright dull afternoon. But wait.
Is this Michael Shayne's office?
Yes. Do you wish to see him?
Idiotic question. Of course I wish to see him. In there, I suppose.
Wait. Well, of all the nerve.
Are you Michael Shayne?
Oh, yes. And the young lady who was suffering from spring fever is my usually capable assistant, Miss Phyllis Knight. Won't you have a chair?
I'm Winifred Spencer.
The society columnist?
I believe that is the correct title, although most of my readers and radio listeners prefer to call me a gossip writer. I know something of your work as a detective, Mr. Shayne.
Well, I'm just an amateur, Miss Spencer, in comparison with you when I think of all the skeletons you've dug out of closets.
I'm afraid I've found one too many, Mr. Shayne. I received this letter this morning.
I'm going to kill you. Your poisoned words have caused grief, wrecked fortunes, divorce, suicides, Now they're going to cause your death. There are scores who would like to kill you. None has a better reason than I, so I'm going to kill you.
What would you do if you received such a letter?
I'd read it the second time on a train, a fast train.
No, Mr. Shayne. You'd go after the writer, and that's exactly what I'm going to do.
You think you know the person?
I hope to know tonight. Mr. Shayne, will you and Miss...
Miss Knight?
Will you and Miss Knight be at my home at 8 o'clock?
Hmm?
I'm having a dinner party, and I believe you will find the guests interesting. You may even find the person so intent on murdering me.
We'll be there, Miss Spencer. Oh, may I keep this note and the envelope, too, please?
Of course. And please dress. You're to be friends from out of town tonight.
We'll endeavor to be presentable.
And I trust prompt. Goodbye, Mr. Shayne and Miss Knight.
Goodbye.
Mike,
Hmm?
you didn't ask her any questions.
Well, for the present, Angel, I'd rather she did the talking.
Now, I believe she was actually frightened.
Oh, she's scared stiff, honey. Her chickens are coming home to roost. Half the people in San Francisco, the so-called better half, would like nothing better than to send flowers to her funeral.
Yeah, I guess that's true enough. No, you can't grow up on the right side of the tracks, tattle on your friends, and not get your fingers burned. Hey, isn't there a brother somewhere in the background?
Mm-hmm. A bit younger than the old Dane. Went through his money fast, and now they say he's going through hers. I believe he lives with her.
Oh. Let's have a look at the note, huh? Envelope plain, business type. Addressed to the old girl at her office. Mailed at 6 p.m. last night.
You noticed anything odd about the paper?
Oh, let me look at it against the light. Watermark business stationery, Mike. This has been torn. The letterhead's been torn off.
Right you are, Angel. Now, look at the typing.
Yeah, it looks almost like a professional job to me.
Could be. But, come on, let's do a bit of research on San Francisco society.
Oh, that won't be necessary, Mike. I'm one of Winifred's constant readers. Just ask me questions.
I'll remember that when the time comes.
Now, please, Mr. Shayne, I'd like the rest of the afternoon off.
We get a red-hot client and you want to play.
No, dear. I want to get my hair done. We're stepping out in society tonight.
Say, I wonder if I got a black tie.
It's an old mansion. Look at the iron deer on the lawn, Mike, and the bay window in front.
Not as big as the Palace Hotel, but older. Anybody with iron deer on the lawn is just inviting murder.
Yeah. Ooh, it gives me the creeps. Ivy all over the walls.
Probably some growing inside, too.
Yeah.
Anyhow, let's find out. Ring the bell.
You mean lift the knocker.
Oh.
This way, please.
Bring them in here, Henry.
This way, please.
Oh, I'm glad you came early.
Nice to be here, Miss Spencer. What an unusual house.
Oh, yes, this old house is filled with memories. The Spencers have lived here since 1850.
Say, that's a fine old square rigger model on the mantelpiece there.
My grandfather sailed the original round the Horn. He brought most of the furniture you see here with him.
Oh?
This desk was one of his prized possessions.
Well, it looks like it's being put to use these days, too. Typewriter, lots of books. Is this your study?
No, I do my work at the office. My brother Seward spends quite a bit of time in here. Seward likes to think of himself as a writer.
Is your brother here tonight, Miss Spencer?
Yes, with his latest conquest, a Miss Melody. You'll meet them at dinner.
Oh.
We'd better be getting back to the dining room. It's time for the guests.
I think there's somebody behind that curtain.
Huh?
Of course there is. The curtains hide a service entrance. Come in, Henry.
Pardon me, Miss Spencer.
Oh.
May I announce dinner?
Yes, Henry. We're ready.
Oh?
Will you please stop boring one another and listen? I've a surprise for you. This is my broadcast night, and it's almost time for me to go on the air.
You're going to do your broadcast right here?
No, I recorded it this afternoon. But we're going to listen to it on the radio. I thought it would be interesting to have the people I'm going to talk about as my guests. That's why most of you are here tonight. I'm sure you'll find what I have to say interesting. Mr. Davis, Hugh, please step into the drawing room and turn on the radio. I don't want anyone to miss a word of this broadcast.
You might have spared us this, Winifred.
I'm through protecting you, steward.
Well, I'm not going to sit here and be made a fool of by my own sister.
You'll remain right where you are.
What's the station, Winifred? And for heaven's sakes, how do you turn this antique on?
Oh, bother, I'll come and do it. I believe he was afraid to turn it on.
What's this all about, Mike?
It looks like she's going to tittle-tattle on Seward and her guests.
Oh. Hey, Mike, look at Seward. He's ready to explode.
He's not by himself, honey. Most of the guests seem to have high blood pressure.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know. There's Mr. Davis. He's standing there by the door laughing.
Huh?
Oh, it looks like the joke's on Winifred. I don't believe the radio's going to work.
Well, what seems to be wrong with the radio?
Well, that's what Winifred's trying to find out. She should have bought a new one years ago. Are you sure it's plugged in, Winifred? Well, I guess we're going to have to listen to her.
And now, your society reporter, Winifred Spencer.
Good evening. This is Winifred. Have I been gathering tidbits about people you know? The first item tonight concerns an immediate member of your reporter's family, my brother Seward. He has played with fire once too often, and I regret to announce that my brother has gone too
Come on, Merle.
She's got no right to talk to me.
There goes Seward into the drawing room and Miss Melody right after him.
Oh, come on, Phil. Let's get in there. Hey, what goes on here? It's Winifred. She's dead. She's dead. A knife in her back? She's dead, all right.
We'll return to Michael Shayne and his adventures in just a moment. Friends, if your automobile engine has a habit of giving a death rattle when you step on the accelerator, the fault may lie with the motor oil you use. You see, most rattling and pinging in an engine is due to excess carbon. And contrary to popular opinion, nearly all carbon formed in automobile engines comes from the lubricating oil and not from the gasoline, as so many people think. Now, no two motor oils form the same amount of carbon. That's why we say your carbon troubles may be due to the brand of lubricating oil you buy. Because, and this is a proved laboratory fact, Triton motor oil forms less carbon than any of the 7 leading motor oils sold in the West. Yes, that's right. Triton cuts down carbon. The secret of Triton's superiority lies in Union Oil Company's exclusive propane solvent refining process. That means all harmful asphalts, waxes, and sulfur have been removed, leaving a pure 100% paraffin-based lubricating oil. An oil that will furnish hundreds of miles of safe, dependable lubrication. So, friends, with parts and mechanics as scarce as they are today, why not take advantage of the unusual protection you can get from Triton motor oil? You can buy Triton at all Union Oil Minuteman stations. Just look for the sign of the big orange and blue 76. Thank you. The inspector is on his way. Mike has announced his identity and taken over. 10 minutes has elapsed since someone murdered Winifred Spencer in her drawing room, not more than 12 steps from where a dozen guests sat finishing their dinner.
May I have your attention, please? Now, I'm sure you want to return to your homes, and there's no reason why those of you who were at the table when Miss Spencer met her death should remain. You may leave now before the police arrive, if you wish.
Hey, the inspector isn't going to like this, Mike. You said yourself that there were 10 people here who had reason to murder Miss Spencer.
I said there were at least 10 people who would love to murder her. Whoever killed the old dame had a lot stronger motive than revenge, Angel. I let them go because they were cluttering up the place.
Now, just the same, the inspector isn't going to like it.
What's this I'm not going to like?
No.
Huh?
Mike got big-hearted and let some of the guests go home.
We can always bring her back, Phil. Who's left?
That's Miss Spencer in the chair with a knife in her back, Inspector. I believe I told you on the phone that her brother Seward took a powder. The lady on the sofa is his,
I am Merle Melody, and I'm sticking around a little, because Seward will be back. He just lost his temper and couldn't face the guests.
Lost his temper, huh? Oh, tut.
And the gray-haired gentleman who looks like a banker is a banker. Family friend named Hugh Davis. He's coming over to say hello.
Glad you're here, Inspector. I'm Hugh Davis. Mr. Shayne has told you the
that's why I'm here. I understand you're an old friend.
I suppose I know Winifred as well as anyone in San Francisco. I've been the Spencer's banker for 20 years, Inspector.
Did you handle Seward's financial affairs too, Mr. Davis?
Yes, although I must say they became rather tangled.
Miss Spencer mentioned something about his spending a great deal of money on his new girlfriend.
The charming Miss Melody. None of us approved of that infatuation. All this might never have happened.
Well, you'd better tell us all about it, Mr. Davis.
I'd much rather discuss the matter when Seward is present.
Mr. Spencer isn't here. He's flown the coop, so let's have it now. What about Seward and his money?
It wasn't his money. Oh, Winifred was generous with him, generous to a fault, in my opinion. Seward spent the last of his fortune more than a year ago.
So he has been living off his sister, eh?
Yes, Mr. Shayne.
Well, it's not a very pretty picture, but you can't hang a man for sponging. Something I'd like to know, Mike.
Yeah, what, Angel?
Well, I'd like to know what Winifred Spencer said about Seward in her broadcast tonight. It ended rather suddenly here.
I picked up the script on the way over, Phil. Just a lot of society gab and a sprinkling of sneers. Right people in the wrong places.
Uh-huh. What'd she say about her brother and his girlfriend?
Well, let's see. Oh, yes, she said Seward had stepped out of bounds with a chorus girl. They were dropping his name from the social register. Then she said she doubted that Miss Melody would be able to support Seward in the style he'd been accustomed to.
Oh, so Sister was going to cut him off. That right, Mr. Davis?
Yes, they had a bitter quarrel a couple of days ago.
Will Seward inherit Miss Spencer's money, Mr. Davis?
I think the proper person to advise you on that matter is Miss Spencer's attorney.
Maybe you're right, Davis, but as Miss Spencer's banker, I believe you can answer the question.
Well, I'd much prefer that Seward was present, but... Well, I don't suppose this is any time to be guarding family secrets.
You're right so far. Now, look, if you know anything, spill it.
I doubt that there will be more than several $100s in this old house for Seward to inherit.
What? Well, what happened to the old lady's fortune?
Well, I'd much rather wait. Well, it'll have to come out sooner or later. Winifred and Seward have had the same safety deposit box at the bank for years. Just 3 days ago, Winifred came to my office highly agitated. More than $200,000 in negotiable bonds were missing from the box.
And just what has your bank done about finding the $200,000 in bonds?
Mr. Shayne, there are times when a bank has to use discretion. We hope to recover Miss Spencer's property without undue publicity or scandal. That's one reason I sent Winifred to you this afternoon.
So, Brother Seward raided the box.
That is all too evident.
There's
Miss
another
Knight.
thing quite evident, sir. If you and Miss Spencer hadn't been so cagey ducking the very thing that little Winifred dished out, scandal, she might be alive right now.
We thought we were doing the right thing.
Well, that's water under the bridge.
Mike, do you notice anything missing from the room?
Well, sure, Angel, the body. The police doctor just left a few minutes ago.
No, not that body. Merle Melody.
Huh? Holy smoke, she has gone.
We'd better search, Mike, with the murderer still on the loose.
There's only one way she could have gone, through here.
The door's open. Try that room, Inspector. I'll try this one.
Right.
Here she is, on a bed.
Is she alive?
Oh, I don't know yet. Yeah, she's breathing.
Out like a light. Oh, sleeping pills.
Yeah, I guess so. Pulse is slow, but regular.
Didn't want to answer questions, eh? All right, let her sleep.
Let's have a look around while we're back here, Mike.
You read my mind, Inspector. Which way is the kitchen, Davis?
Next turn to the left and down the hall.
Here it is.
It's as big as a barn.
And just as empty.
The sergeant came back here when he searched the house. He probably sent the servants to their quarters.
What's that?
What have you picked up, Sergeant?
I just nabbed the butler. Let me go in the back door.
Bring him into the light.
Wow. Look who's with him. The missing brother.
Thanks, Sarge. I'll take him.
All right, sir.
Bring him into the drawing room, Inspector.
Here we are. All right, talk.
Where have you been all evening, Mr. Spencer?
What are police doing all around the house? Where's Winifred? What have you done with Miss Melody?
I'll have the answer to my question first, Mr. Spencer. Where have you been?
I've walked for miles. I don't know where I've been. You were here when I lost my temper and dashed out, Mr. Shayne. Winifred had no right to humiliate me before my friends. I hated to come back here.
Then why did you come back?
I don't know. This is my home. Where is Winifred, Merle?
Miss Melody's asleep, Mr. Spencer. Your sister is dead. Murdered.
No. No, that isn't true. I saw her sitting in that chair when I ran out the front door.
Yes, Spencer, she was there. It also looks as if you stopped long enough to stick a knife into her back.
No, I didn't do it. I might have wanted to, but I didn't.
Just a minute, Henry. Where are you going?
To my quarters, sir.
You'd better stick around. Say, where were you when Miss Spencer's broadcast began?
Oh, yes, I recall. I was preparing to serve the coffee, sir.
I saw you going toward the side entrance to the drawing room when Miss Spencer left the table to turn on the radio.
Oh. So you entered the drawing room by the side door, just ahead of Miss Spencer?
I did not, sir. The door was closed. I stood outside listening. I never miss one of Miss Spencer's broadcasts.
Why did you lie to me about serving the coffee?
I was frightened.
You don't look like the type that frightens easily. Were you outside with Mr. Spencer?
No, I heard someone at the back. It was Mr. Spencer. I let him in.
Didn't the sergeant tell you to stay in your room?
I have always answered the door, sir.
That's probably the only truthful answer you've given me. Inspector.
Yeah?
Want to help me with an experiment?
What are you going to do, Mike?
I'd like to refresh my memory, Inspector. Let's all go into the dining room. Now, there's one thing I want to find out. All right, everybody, please take the places you had when Miss Spencer turned on the radio.
I see.
Mr. Davis, when I give the word, you ought to get up and walk to the radio in the drawing room.
Yes?
Wait a few seconds and call just as you did at dinner.
Very well.
Phil, you be Miss Spencer and answer him.
All right, Mike.
Henry, you had better take your eavesdropping post by the side door, if that's where you really were.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Spencer, when Mr. Davis returns to the dining room, I want you to run into the drawing room.
Oh, do I have to go through with this again?
Yes, you have to go through with it again.
No, I can't. I can't.
Oh. What?
Seward has fainted.
Was that what you wanted to find out, Mike?
No, that wasn't on the schedule, Angel.
We'll rejoin Mike and Phyllis in just a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, an automobile radiator that's clogged with rust and scale is a menace to your gas coupons. Yes, that's right. You see, choked water lines block the easy flow of the water. That means your motor heats up more than it should. And that spells trouble because motors, when too hot, can waste gasoline. Now, another thing which many people overlook is that cars driven around town with constant starting and stopping get hotter than those driven on the open road. So, even if you aren't planning any trips this summer, it's a good idea to drop in at a Union Oil station and ask the Minuteman to clean out your radiator. This service takes but a few minutes and works like magic. Union Radiator Flush is harmless to metal, but its special solvent action cuts scale, rust, and grease right out of choked radiator cores and water lines. Then, when this foreign matter is cleaned out and the Minuteman fills your radiator with fresh, clean water, you can be sure it will really circulate with a fast, steady flow. So, for cooler driving, economical mileage, just drive in wherever you see the sign of the big orange and blue 76 and ask for Union Oil Radiator Service. Thank you. A couple of minutes has passed. Seward has been placed on a leather couch. Mike, Phil, and the others are gathered around the couch.
A rather cruel thing to do, Mr. Shayne. Pretending to make Seward go through with all that nonsense.
It wasn't nonsense, Mr. Davis. Here, loosen his collar.
Henry, is there any brandy in here?
I'll fetch it, Mr. Davis. It's in the pantry.
Oh, wait a minute. He's coming, too.
No, I can't. What? Oh, I fainted.
Yes, you fainted, all right. Now maybe you'll tell us why you killed your sister. What you did with those bonds.
I didn't kill Winifred. I tell you I didn't. And I don't own any bonds. My glasses. I've lost my glasses.
Mr. Shayne, you've tried your methods. May I try mine?
What are your methods, Mr. Davis?
I'd like to talk with Seward for a few minutes, alone. I've known him since he was a boy.
That's up to the inspector.
Why not let him talk, Mike? My men have the place corked up like a bottle.
Well, okay, but remember, we'll be just outside the door. Like this, Inspector.
But, Mike, all we got on Spencer is circumstantial evidence. In fact, he was the last one with his sister.
Don't forget the $200,000 in bonds.
I'm not, Phil, but with this kind of evidence, I need a confession.
We'll get it, Inspector, from one of the three.
3?
Yeah, sure. Seward, the butler, and Davis.
Davis has a pretty fair alibi, Mike. You told me yourself he was back at the table seated before Winifred Spencer turned on the radio.
Yeah, that's right, Mike. He was sitting on my left.
Yes. He was in the dining room, but he's still on my list. Now, let me see. I know it.
What are you muttering about, Mike?
10 steps, 12, maybe 14 seconds. That's it. Why didn't I think of it before? Come on, let's go. It's in the bag, Inspector.
Maybe you got it locked up, Mike, but I...
Oh, there you are, Inspector. It didn't take long.
Well, Davis, the conference over?
What's that you've got in your hand, Mr. Spencer?
Well, you thought I should sign it. The bonds...
I'll explain. Seward wanted to make a statement after we'd talked a bit.
All right, what about?
Seward and I talked things over, and I typed a statement which he dictated to me.
Yes, I wanted to clear up any...
Let me see that paper. Did you read this before you signed it, Mr. Spencer?
Well, I can't read without my glasses. Hugh read it to me.
I thought so. Mr. Spencer, this is a signed confession to the murder of your sister.
So you did get it, Davis.
He tricked me. He told me to say Winifred took the bond. I didn't kill her.
Grab him, Inspector. No, not Seward. You, Davis. Come here. What's the matter with you? Hold him. Let me search him, Inspector. Well, here's a pair of glasses.
This is outrageous. Those are my glasses.
Like to try them on for size? You couldn't get them on with a pair of pliers. They're Seward's glasses. You picked them up when you helped carry them in here.
You're crazy.
Davis, you killed Winifred Spencer when you found out you couldn't hoodwink her any longer about the theft of those bonds, the bonds you stole.
Are you out of your mind, Shane? I was standing where you could touch me when Winifred was killed.
You killed Miss Spencer. You tried to hang the murder and the theft of $200,000 in bonds on young Spencer. You stole his glasses, persuaded him to sign a confession he couldn't even read.
You'll find such absurd surmises difficult to prove, Mr. Shane. I couldn't have killed Winifred, and all of you know it.
Mike, I really don't see how it was possible.
I was with you in the dining room when Winifred was killed. I was standing within plain sight of at least a dozen people.
Can you answer that one, Mike?
I don't have to, Inspector. It has nothing to do with the killing. I think you're all familiar enough with the radio set to know that after you switch it on, it takes a few seconds to warm up.
A few seconds, yes. But I was in the dining room considerably more than a few seconds, Mr. Shane. Besides which, I was carrying on a conversation with Winifred, in full view of you all.
A one-sided conversation. Winifred didn't answer.
Very convenient of you to think of that now, Mr. Shane. But hardly enough to charge me with murder.
I'm afraid Mr. Davis has a point there, Mike.
Mr. Davis has a point in that I was half asleep when I should have been wide awake. I heard the noise that was the clue as to who killed Winifred Spencer. All of you who were in the dining room heard it, too. But no one thought anything about it.
You mean the snap of the radio switch? Well, I heard Miss Spencer turn it on, too.
But that's just where we were all wrong, Angel. We didn't hear the radio switch when Miss Spencer turned it on. Mr. Davis?
Yes?
This is what you did. You saw that the radio was plugged into a light switch. So you switched off the light. That meant that when Miss Spencer switched on the radio, nothing happened. You grabbed her, slapped your hand over her mouth, and stabbed her. Then you walked to the dining room door, stood there talking. And when sufficient time had elapsed, sufficient time that you felt you had an alibi, you slipped your arm behind the wall, pulled on the light switch, and about 10 to 15 seconds later, the radio came on.
Anything to say to that, Mr. Davis?
From the look on his face, you must have been right, Mike.
Oh, I know I'm right. His efforts at blaming young Spencer will hold up in any court. Okay, here's yours, Inspector.
Am I being kidnapped? This isn't the way home.
I've got to get that society clam bake off my conscience, honey. We're heading for Fisherman's Wharf.
Oh.
Maybe a nice cold lobster.
Jeepers. We forgot all about Merle Melody.
Oh, the Sleeping Beauty? Well, she's young Spencer's problem now.
Mike, what made you so sure Davis was the murderer?
Oh, he kept tipping his hand.
Yeah, but that radio business was a clever alibi.
Not too clever, Inspector. He counted on the noise covering up the click of the switch. His timing was bad. It didn't.
Yeah. We both heard the snap, but we weren't thinking fast. Well, maybe you can tell me one other thing, Mike.
I'll make a stab at it, Angel.
Oh, don't use that word. I only wanted to know if they serve crab louis where we're going.
When you look like that, Angel, they'll serve you anything.
Oh.
Tune in again next week at 8 o'clock for another adventure with Michael Shayne, Private Detective, starring Wally Mayer and Kathy Lewis, with Joe Forte as the inspector. Tonight's story was written by Tom Petty and based on the character created by Brett Halliday. Music was composed and directed by Bernard Katz. This is John Lang saying goodnight for the people who make 76 gasoline and Triton motor oil. Union Oil Company.
This is Michael Shayne with a message from Director of Fleet Maintenance, Admiral V.D. Chaplin, United States Navy. It reads, quote, "To all welders, riggers, electricians, coppersmiths, and other skilled shipyard repairmen. Subject, fleet maintenance. There is a serious skilled labor shortage in all West Coast shipyards due to heavy battle damage suffered by our warships in recent weeks. For 3 straight months, Nip planes have hammered at our fleet off Okinawa. One day alone, late in May, 11 of our ships were hit. Not every day is that bad, but every day is bad enough. Until these smashed ships can be patched up or rebuilt, they are as total a loss to the fleet as if they were sunk. This is an urgent appeal to all skilled workers who may be able to qualify as shipyard repairmen to apply at once to the nearest United States Employment Service office." Unquote. Well, that pretty well tells it, friends, except to say that if you can qualify as a shipyard repair worker, apply at once. You'll find the number of the nearest United States Employment Office in your phone book.
This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Portions of the following are transcribed. Here's Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective.
Is this the Diamond Detective Agency?
Yeah. Down, up, round, and down.
Mr. Diamond, I presume?
Yes, and maybe no. Down, up, round, and round.
I don't understand you.
Yes, I'm Diamond, and you're not presuming on me, not if you're a client.
Oh, no, that's not what I mean. What is that object you're playing with?
This is a yo-yo. You make it go down, up, round, and down. See?
Yes. But I came in on business, Mr. Diamond. I want to hire you.
Just drop it like this. Down, up, as a detective. Oh, well, $100 a day in expenses, and I throw in the yo-yo lessons free.
Mr. Diamond, are you in business?
Do you have the $100 a day?
I do.
I am.
That's fine.
Your name?
Oh, I can't tell you that.
Goodbye.
Will you kindly put that thing away? I have a terrible head.
Oh, I don't know. It's not so bad. Carve it yourself.
Why, you insufferable...
Now, wait a minute. Until we've had a formal introduction, the word insufferable is your ticket for a new set of dentures. Now, why don't we get formal and save your gums that lonely feeling?
I told you my name is not important.
That I believe, but let's kick it around anyway.
Is that necessary?
Look, you said you wanted to hire me. So either tell me your name or what you wanted me to do, or let me get back to my practicing.
I should find another detective, but you came highly recommended, so... All right. You can call me Johns.
Other wife?
What?
Forget it. The initials on your briefcase read J.B.
It's one I borrowed.
So now that I've conquered your coyness, what's the pitch?
Pitch? Oh, you mean my assignment. Oh, it's very simple, but first, I must insist that no word of this conversation leaves your office.
So far, no one would believe it anyhow. But my ethics are in good order, Mr. Johns.
Good. This must be kept very secret.
Shall I pull down the blinds and stuff the keyhole?
Oh, that shan't be necessary, thank you.
Your secret is...
murder, Mr. Diamond.
Oh, I just knew you were going to say that. Where's the corpse?
The corpse? Oh, that's what I came to you for. I want to have professional advice on every angle before I kill. Now, you've had police experience.
Unless my hearing aid's on the blink, you're saying you want to commit a murder.
Oh, not want. I'm going to. This evening.
Oh. What do you want me for, the victim?
Oh, I have the victim, the opportunity, method, and the man to handle the details. However, I want to be sure that I'm not tripped up by my lack of foresight to police procedures.
Sure, yeah.
Whom are you calling?
The police, but you'll probably get sent to Bellevue.
Mr. Diamond, your ethics.
Ethics about concealing or helping a murder are free passage to Sing Sing.
The phone. Put it down quickly.
Oh, my. Isn't that shiny? A real gun. Those things are illegal, you know. Must you shake it so much?
Sorry. I'm a little nervous.
Oh, swell. You're nervous.
Quiet. I'm thinking. This visit has obviously been an error, but perhaps not a fatal one. Let's see. I have it. Into the closet.
What? With my bicycle? It'll be too crowded.
Your bicycle?
Oh, my exercise bicycle. There's my rowing board and my
be quiet. Stop walking.
Oh, this is ridiculous.
Now open that door.
Oh, okay.
Now that bicycle. It has a seat?
Well, yes.
Sit on it.
So the Diamond Detective Agency sat in the stuffy closet listening to the sound of the desk being pulled over and jammed against the door. Not having anything better to do except call myself names, I rode. On my 5th lap around the world, I gave birth to a brainchild and began applying the art of leverage against the blockaded door, using both legs and the flat of my back. Result? A Charlie horse. On the 3rd lap following, I came up with something more substantial. A heavy barbell. 4 smashes and 3 torn ligaments later, the thin door collapsed over the desk, blocking it. I picked my way over the debris, trying to focus my eyes to the light. By instinct, more than sight, I found the phone. But as I reached to pick it up, I suddenly realized I was shaking hands with someone.
Back up, Diamond.
Oh, this is getting ridiculous. All my clients waving guns at me.
I'm no client, Diamond. Mr. Johns wants I should keep you company for a while.
Oh, well, you're a small one.
This gun makes me a big one, Diamond. Real big. That's why my nickname is Big Man, even though I'm only 4 feet tall.
Oh, maybe I could help you. I've got a lot of exercise things.
Be funny or shut up.
How about a few yo-yo lessons?
Say, it's very funny. Shut up.
Big Man, what would happen if I took that gun away from you?
You want to try?
I was giving it a thought. But on second thought, no.
Yeah, smart shamus. I can empty this magazine in your stomach before you make 2 steps.
Rick, I didn't know you had a client.
Take it easy, Diamond. I got a gun in my pocket.
Helen, baby, come in. Meet Big Man McCarthy, an old pal from PS 69. Big Man, this is Miss Asher.
Oh, yes, delighted, Mr. McCarthy.
Hey, same here, chick. Say, pal, you got good taste. Some built.
Oh, such a flatterer. Rick, what happened to your closet?
The termites broke my non-aggression pact. What's on your mind, baby?
Well, I came to see if you were ready for the benefit tonight. You are, aren't you?
Oh, well, am I? Just watch this new yo-yo trick. They call it round the world.
Oh, wonderful. Oh, Rick, you know so many things. Where'd you learn that?
A PS 69, of course.
Where else, Mr. McCarthy? Do it again, Rick. I want to see how you do it.
Sure, baby. Just watch. You take it in your hand like this and throw it out like this.
Rick, you struck that poor little man.
No. Well, that poor little man had a big, nasty gun in his pocket, and it was pointed right at my breakfast.
Why, that's horrible. Why didn't you hit him harder? He might have hurt you. Oh, darling, are you sure you're all right?
I'm sure, baby.
Will you send for the police? He should be behind...
Now, look, Helen, this is my department. You'll go along with your errands.
Rick, he's dangerous.
Helen, will you go away? I have a few questions I want to ask this little hood, and you'll be of no help, believe me.
Well, all right, but you be careful. Oh, and about tonight. It's not at my apartment, but the Parker's penthouse up above in the same building. Now, come early and help Francis and me get things ready. Oh, stop pushing.
I'll see you tonight, baby.
Oh, Rick, are you sure I can't stay?
Go, scat. Now, for you, Mr. Big Man. Come here. Wake up. Wake up. The mule train went that way. Come on, come out of it.
That's you, huh?
Yeah, me. Now, what's the real name of your boss? Who's he going to kill?
You can stop the questions, Diamond. I'm not going to talk.
You want me to wring it out of you like a wet wash? Who is Mr. Johns?
You know, there's a big advantage in being Little Diamond.
Yeah, you can hide under smaller rocks. Who's your boss?
There's another advantage, too. A man my size can be awfully hard to catch. What?
Hey, come back here.
Shaman. He never looked so good.
Shut up, Otis. He's really been worked over. Wonder what gang did this to him. Rick, snap out of it.
Oh.
Rick, what happened?
Oh, it just came through the door. Oh.
What? Coming through the door couldn't wreck you like that?
Oh, without opening it?
You mean... Oh, no. You got that shiner by running into the door? Shut up, Otis. Okay, Rick, where's the body?
Beside you.
Now, that's Otis. I mean, where's the corpse?
The corpse isn't a corpse yet.
Otis, get my bicarbonate.
Yellowton.
Go on, Rick. The corpse isn't a corpse. Tell me, what is it, a ghost?
Exactly.
Otis?
Yellowton.
Now, Rick, do me a favor. Please tell me what you're talking about.
Oh, you aren't trying, Walt. All I said was that the corpse isn't a corpse yet and that it's a ghost, because I don't know who's going to be the corpse.
Rick, before I go stark raving mad, will you tell me what you're talking about?
Well, a man came into my office this morning, said he was going to commit a murder. Threw a gun on me when I started to call you. Locked me in a closet. I broke out only to find he left this little man, Big Man, the midget who just ran out of here.
Stop, please.
So Helen came in. I turned the tables on Big Man. She left. I asked questions, drew a blank. Big Man started to run.
Why didn't you nab him?
He ran through the door. I ran into it. You're up to date.
I'm up to date. Get him. I'm up to my ears in confusion. So we've got a man who's going to murder someone. All right, what's his name?
He said Johns, but it's a phony. Initials on his briefcase read J.B.
Say, Shamash, what do you look like?
Otis, do you have a son?
Oh, you know I don't.
Well, that's what he looked like.
Rick, are you sure this J.B. is planning to kill someone tonight?
Well, if he isn't, he sure took a lot of pains for nothing. Let's get down to headquarters. I want to check the files.
Well, okay, but we don't keep files on ghosts.
Well, by the way, why did you come up here?
Helen called. Said you were holding a pigeon for us.
Oh, lovely girl.
I'll say. Can I have a dance with her at the benefit tonight?
No, Otis. I think I better fix you up with Francis.
Swell.
Otis, you gravelhead. Francis is a butler.
Oh, it's all right, Lieutenant. I like them foreign dames.
Well, that's all the pictures, Walt. I've looked them all. Johns doesn't have a record, neither does Big Man.
Well, they wouldn't. The one time we get a chance to stop a murder before it's committed, and we've even got a good description of the potential killer.
Walt, this J.B. was no bum. Not even an ordinary working man. His clothes are expensive, and the briefcase he carried probably cost more than your weekly salary. Now, it's an even bet he belongs to the social upper crust. That or close to it.
Well, that would narrow the field a lot, but still...
How about the newspapers, Walt? They have society reporters who know anyone who is anyone. It's a long shot, but name me a better.
You could go through the newspaper logs. They might have a picture of
some... no, Walt, no pictures. I'm nearly blind from looking at pictures now. Thanks, but I'll try the reporters with a description.
It sounds like you're going to search for a needle in a haystack.
Oh, Otis, please. Your cliche is showing.
That's screwy. You can't kid me. Only dames wear cliches. How could mine be showing?
Sergeant, when you die, will your brain to a clinic. Maybe they'll discover a cure for it.
Lay off. Besides, I got a good idea for your investigation.
I wouldn't miss hearing this for my next 2 issues of Batman.
Yeah, I was thinking you could maybe save a lot of time if you got an artist to draw a picture from your description. They do it in all the movies and catch crooks easy.
Otis, how would you like a transfer to Staten?
Wait a minute. He may have an idea. I know where there's an artist who could sketch J.B. from a description.
It's crazy, but you may as well try it, Rick. Otis, you can drive him there.
Lieutenant.
Tell him yes, Walt. I can't stand to see him cry.
All right, Otis. You can use the siren.
Alice. It's right at the head of the stairs.
Who is this guy?
Name's Vladimir, and be careful. He's temperamental.
Oh, that's okay. I've been vaccinated.
What?
Open up, Vladimir.
Wrong address. Go away. My name Patrick O'Brien.
It's Diamond, not the landlord.
Comrade, come in. Stallion.
No, Vladimir, that's Sergeant Otis.
Oh, what a startle he gave me.
Vladimir, can you sketch a man's face from a description?
Can I sketch a man's face from a description? Can I sketch? Did I not once sketch the whole Russian army? And with one pencil?
Okay, Vladimir, but can you do it?
Comrade, you doubt it? I am the greatest artist that's impossible. I can draw... Comrade, you are paying cash money.
Cash money?
Oh, for that I can draw you Siberia and never miss a salt mine. I'm such a genius, I can't stand myself.
Another man, Vladimir. Can you sketch the man's face?
I think so.
Okay, but make it fast. I'll give you the general idea and correct you as you go.
Corrections you can make. One criticism, I go back to my shave cream signs. Come with me to my hizzle.
Well, almost, Vladimir, but the nose still isn't quite right. Make it look a little more like a pickle.
Sweet?
Dill. Off that side, just a pinch.
Oh. Like this?
Yeah, you've done it. That's him. Now, how much do I owe you?
For you, comrade, $100.
What?
$50.
A buck.
Sell my genius for $1? I die first.
$1.25.
Comrade, please, I'm a capitalist now.
$1.50. Last price.
I wouldn't get... Last price, I take it. But I may die.
If you do, give me a call. It's a good job, Vladimir.
Of course. Was I not the artist to sketch the Tsar himself? Of course, it didn't pay so well, but was great honor.
Looks pretty fuzzy to me.
Comrade Diamond, your patronage I appreciate. But if you must bring along this peasant, don't. Even his face makes me sick with the repulse.
Otis, come on. You'll have to pardon him, Vladimir. Whenever his shoelaces come untied, his brains slip out. See you later.
Ochichornia, comrade.
When we left Vladimir, I sent Otis back to Walt and took off for the newspapers. I showed the sketch to one society reporter after another and watched so many heads shake, my eyes began to cross. It was 6:30 when I finished playing Quizmaster, and there was no use kidding myself. I had struck out. I had to tell Walt, so I started for the 5th Precinct. I was at a point where I'd have hocked my Social Security for 30 seconds with a little big man. Then as I walked down the street, I suddenly felt the nerves in my spine jump down into the pit of my stomach, and goose pimples skidded up my back like scared rice. It was a feeling I'd had before. So without turning, I headed for the steps of a basement apartment. Well, I got my meeting with Big Man all right. It came within inches of being a vamp into a Gabriel solo. Big Man apparently thought his shots hit pay dirt. But when I peeked over the top of the stairs, he was in his car and going. I took in the torn knees of my pants, said a few messages to the spirit world that would have barred me from any seance, and hauled what was left of the Diamond Detective Agency to see Walt Levinson. Well, you can have it, Walt. This is getting ridiculous. Beating my brains out, getting shot at, and for what?
Shot at?
That's right. I said shot at. You can have the whole stupid mess. I like to get fees for playing post office with slugs. And if a guy gets killed, call me. I'll help with the embalming. But nothing. It's 7 o'clock, and I'm not sticking around to split a 3-way crying job over a killing that may already have happened. I'm going to Helen's and get a drink.
Oh, all right. Go ahead, Rick. There's nothing more you can do anyhow.
I'll see you later.
Right.
And you stop looking like a panda with a bellyache, Otis.
No, what did I do?
Oh, shut up.
Hey, where you going?
I'm going out and punch the first little guy I can find right in the nose, just on general principles. I left the precinct and headed for Helen's party. I remembered that the benefit was being held in the penthouse and went on up. I was surprised to find Helen's butler, Francis, opening the door.
Good evening, Mr. Oh, my, did you have an accident?
This day has been an accident, Francis, but if you mean my clothes, I was playing spin the bottle with a bulldozer.
You do look a little battered, if I may say so, sir.
You ought to see the bulldozer. What are you doing opening the door up here?
Oh, the Parker's butler was taken ill, sir. As I was helping Miss Asher with the decorations anyway, I remained to take his place for this evening.
Is she here?
Yes, she's in the living room, sir.
Thanks. I'll go on in.
Rick, over here.
Hello, baby.
What? Hit you a bus?
Just the door and the sidewalk. The bus I get later.
Oh, Rick. And just look at your suit. It's ruined.
Now, what's with the concern over my suit? You lobbying for my tailor?
I wanted you to look your very best tonight. Here, let me see those knees. Come on, sit over here. That's it. Now. Oh, well, they're not as bad as I thought.
Oh, cheer up. Maybe they'll get infected. That'll help.
Who did this to you, Rick?
Our sweet little friend of this morning, Big Man, or I should say his boss, J.B. He's the one who sent Big Man after me.
J.B.?
A specter. Sent to haunt me for my past sins. He hired the little killer you saw me sock with my yo-yo.
Your yo? Oh, you haven't lost your yo-yo, have you?
Oh, Helen, baby, your Ricky's nearly been killed. Must you worry about my yo-yo?
I'm sorry, but it is all right.
In my pocket, here. See? Good as new.
Oh, that's fine. Now, what about this J.B. person? Why did he send Big Man to kill you, Rick?
Because I know he's going to commit a murder tonight. Maybe doing it right now.
Wait a minute. You said Big Man. Did you let him go this morning?
Yeah, I let him go. And I've worn my feet off up to my eyebrows trying to find out who his boss is and who's on the spot to get knocked off.
Oh, poor Ricky. I wish I could help you.
It's not me that needs help now. I quit. It's the guy J.B. is after.
J.B., are those his real initials?
Yeah. No, we've had lots of things to go on. Initials, descriptions, even a sketch of him. Here, I've got it in my pocket for all the good it did.
Oh, wait, don't tear it up. Let me look at it. Oh, Rick, silly. This is no murderer. That's a sketch of Johnny Blackwell.
It's Helen, you know who this man is?
Of course. It's Johnny Blackwell from Newport. He and his wife are up here visiting Adam Worcester. Rick, what is it? You're all turning blue.
All day long, when you were in my office, you could... Oh, if I'd only asked... Helen...
Yes, Rick?
Get me some cyanide, no water.
Oh, but you must be mistaken about the sketch. Johnny Blackwell can't be a murderer.
Well, I'm getting out of here. Where can I find him?
If you'll just sit still, he'll come to you. Adam Worcester's bringing him and his wife to the benefit tonight.
Well, that's the way the screwy world works sometimes. One minute you're on your uppers. With a stick of bologna, you're trying to hold off three guys with swords. Then Kismet makes a switch and tags your side for a gain and you're living. I called Walt to pass on the good news, and in 8.5 minutes by the clock, he joined me with Sergeant Otis in the kitchen, from where we could peek out at the growing crowd.
Let me take a look, Rick. Has Blackwell come in yet?
Stay back. I'll let you know.
Otis, get out of that icebox.
Oh, I'm hungry.
You heard me.
Oh, there's fried chicken, Lieutenant.
Fried chicken? I haven't had... Otis.
Oh.
Walt, come take a look. There's Blackwell.
Where?
Over there, just sitting down. The man with the sandy hair.
Yeah, I see him. Who are those people with him?
Well, the woman must be his wife. Oh, but get a load of the little weasel. That's Big Man, the guy who got away from me this morning.
Oh, and the other man?
Must be Adam Worcester. Helen said he was bringing the Blackwells. Well, he did, so now we wait for the play. Well, we waited and watched the Blackwell party settle down to enjoy itself. Big Man acted like he hadn't eaten for a week and made hors d'oeuvres vanish in his mouth like marbles down a manhole. After what seemed like weeks, the situation grew, suddenly took shape. On Blackwell's urging, Big Man rose to dance with Mrs. Blackwell. Mrs. Blackwell was a dark-haired honey with curves right out of one of my better dreams. But my mind was on her husband and Worcester. As soon as they had the chance, they got up and headed out of the room.
Watch them, Rick. They're headed for the library.
Come on, this way. Through this door and down the hall.
Well, Adam, it's nice to be visiting you again.
We're glad to have you, Johnny. We're sorry to hear about your losses in the market last year. The story here was that you were cleaned out.
Hey, Diamond, what's he saying?
Shut up. Oh, I still have a little money, Adam. In fact, I'd like to buy back in with you as a partner.
You don't have that much, Johnny. And your wife won't give it to you?
She may, Adam. She may, and quicker than you think.
Walt, come on. We picked the wrong victim. Let's find the big man.
Hey, it's nice on the terrace, Mrs. Blackwell. Yeah, real nice out here.
I don't like it. It's chilly.
Oh, it'll warm up, Mrs. Blackwell.
No, I'm going back in.
Better not.
I don't like the way you're acting, big man. Get out of my way.
Get back and shut up.
How dare you talk to me like that, you little...
Now I'm big, Mrs. Blackwell, real big.
A gun? What in the world?
I'm gonna kill you.
Kill me?
Yeah. Only it'll look like an accident.
Oh, this is ridiculous. What kind of a joke is this?
It's no joke, Mrs. Blackwell. Your husband don't think it's no joke. He wanted me to tell you he was real sorry. Now I'm gonna kill you.
You mean it? You really mean it?
Yeah, sure, Mrs. Blackwell. Mr. Blackwell needs your dough, bad. Back up.
He can have it, all of it. Only don't kill me, don't.
Sorry, Mrs. Blackwell, too late. Now start back.
Please, please.
Over to that wall. You're going to play Humpty Dumpty. Oh. That's right. Now get up on the wall.
No.
I'm a guy who's willing to help you.
Me too.
Diamond, why you...
Catch the girl, Walt. Big man's mine.
He was going to kill me.
All right, Mrs. Blackwell. Take her inside, Otis. Rick, you okay?
Yeah, getting my hands on this little rat was better than a year's vacation.
Well, we sure heard enough to give both him and Blackwell a long vacation on the state. Keep him on ice. I'll collect the other one.
I'll be delighted.
Oh, my jaw.
Oh, waking up? What a shame. What a lovely party. I do love these informal get-togethers, don't you, big man? It was short but very sweet, the wind-up of the no one was murdered case. The score was the kind to make you forget you didn't get a fee. 2 killers caught, no victims. When I saw Walt take the little big man, not so big without his gun, and his boss Blackwell off to the Bastille, my worries melted like a snowman in a blast furnace. And speaking of melting, the lovely Mrs. Blackwell showed signs of being upset. So, what could I do but console the pretty little thing?
Oh, Mr. Diamond, I think you were so wonderful and brave.
Oh, you show a few nice points yourself, Mrs. Blackwell, and call me Rick.
You saved my life, Rick. And call me Rita. You can get to the point quick.
Why, Rita...
Oh, there you are, Mrs. Blackwell. I know you must be terribly upset.
Oh, Rick has been a great comfort to me.
I'll bet he has. But I've arranged for Francis to take you home. Now.
Now? Oh, well, thank you, Miss Asher. And Rick.
Yes?
Don't worry about the name calling. Just say, hey, you. I'll know what you mean.
I think I know what you mean. Bye, you.
Well?
So help me, I'm innocent.
With lipstick on your collar?
That Otis. I've warned him to be careful with my shirts.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Well, time for my yo-yo act?
Your act? Oh, Rick, about that...
Now, look, I've worked my finger to the bone practicing. Don't tell me. Why, you specifically asked me to be here tonight.
I know. And come on with me over to the bandstand.
Oh, no, you don't. I'm an artist tonight, not a singer.
No sing, no yo-yo.
You mean if I sing, I can do my yo-yo act?
If you make it pretty.
It's blackmail, but I'll do it.
Well, you stay right here. I want to talk to the orchestra leader.
Okay, I'll practice. Well.
Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Richard Diamond, his piano, and his yo-yo. Sing good, Rick.
Like a robin with a sponsor. Are the stars out tonight? I don't know if it's cloudy or bright, 'cause I only have eyes for you, dear. The moon may be high, but I can't see a thing in the sky, 'cause I only have eyes for you. I don't know if we're in a garden or on a crowded avenue. You are here, so am I. Maybe millions of people go by, but they all disappear from view. and I only have eyes for you.
And now Mr. Diamond will present an exhibition of dexterity.
Now?
Now.
Oh, no, Shamus, no. You're doing it all wrong. You gotta use more wrist action.
Oh, to start of the act.
Oh, come on, let me show you. Here, give it to me. Now, you start it down, like this.
Ellen.
Yes, Rick, he's better.
Let's go home and Nick.
Wait till I get my hat.
You have just heard Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. Helen was played by Virginia Gregg, Lieutenant Levinson by Ed Begley. Also in our cast were Wilms Herbert, Hans Conried, Grace Albertson, Sidney Miller, and Hy Everback. Music was under the direction of Frank Worth. Tonight's story was written by Herb Purdom and edited and directed by Blake Edwards. Portions of the program were transcribed. Dick Powell soon will be seen in the screen version of the best-selling novel, Mrs. Mike. Now, this is Tal Avery, inviting you to be with us again at the same time next week, when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. Saturday night is packed with entertainment when you stay tuned for NBC's star lineup of shows. There's always a program of interest on NBC. Now stay tuned for Edward G. Robinson and the Hollywood Star Theater on NBC.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective.
Sorry you're coming along, Diamond.
Yeah, I'm beginning to be sorry myself.
You should be. We're heading for open sea.
Looks like it'll be a long ride.
You don't know how long, Diamond.
We're getting into open water.
You're about to go swimming, deep sea style.
How far is it to the shore?
About 5 miles now.
I can make it.
With a hole in you?
And here's another exciting half hour with Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
Diamond Detective Agency, happy homicide.
You know, that's pretty bad, that is.
Oh, my goodness. Walt?
Yeah.
Well, what can I do for the shining light of the 5th Precinct?
You can get right down here. I want you to do me a favor.
I'm not going to help Sergeant Otis cross the street again. Tell him to get a governess.
This has nothing to do with my brainy sergeant. Now, will you come down?
Well, all right. Business is slower than a drunk turtle, so I'll be there in 10 minutes.
Thanks.
Forget it. You know what I always say, Walt.
No, what do you always say?
Bye. Well, sometimes that's the way things get started. The phone rings, and Lieutenant Walter Levinson, 5th Precinct Homicide, tells me to get down. One word from him, and I do as he pleases. So I buttoned my collar, pushed my tie back up into strangling position, and 10 minutes later walked into the squad room of the 5th Precinct, where, as always, the king of the jungle was on hand to greet me.
Well, good morning, Shamus.
Sergeant Otis. Oh, my goodness, you look terrible.
Oh, what's wrong?
Well, it's pretty obvious. You've been sleeping in the wrong position.
What are you talking about?
Oh, Otis, stop trying to be a sport. Get rid of the bats in your house. They're used to hanging upside down.
Oh, for Pete's sake.
The lieutenant in?
He's expecting you. Go on in.
Thank you, Sergeant. Hello, Walt.
How are you, Rick? You been needling Otis again?
Oh, a little.
Now you got to stop that. When you come in, he begins to sulk. I got to work with him all day.
Be happy, Walt. Be happy. Think of the 16 hours you're not with him. All those other people, jumping off bridges, turning on the gas, beating each other with hot paper sacks.
Okay.
Now, what's with you?
Oh, well, this is a pretty ridiculous thing, and I'm in a tough spot.
Well, I'm pretty tough, and you look ridiculous, so let's have it.
Huh? Oh, well, we got a tip that a guy named Wells had a stash of stolen jewelry.
You said had a stash. You mean he hasn't got it anymore?
That's right, we have.
Well, what the world are you mixed up in it for? It's not your department.
It wasn't, but when the robbery boys got over to this guy's house, they found him dead.
Oh.
Murder. Shot through the head with a small caliber automatic.
How about the jewelry?
In the water pipes underneath the sink. About $100,000 worth.
What do you want me for?
Wells' wife says the jewels are hers. We don't believe it.
What did you do about it?
We put out traces on the jewelry, went through all the regular channels to find the owner. Nobody identifies it. And if we don't get a claim soon, I've got to give them to her.
You mean you got to turn them over when you think they're stolen?
We know they're stolen. They got to be. These people don't have the fare for a fast meal at the automat, but we can't prove it.
What about the guy who gave you the tip on the jewels?
Said his name was Mario Cimino. Disappeared.
You got any lead on who knocked off Wells?
We're holding his wife, but we haven't really got a thing. No weapon, no motive, no nothing.
So you want me to see what I can do?
Yeah, whole department's in the spot. Can you imagine what the press is going to say when I turn these jewels over to the wife?
Yeah, could be rough. But what in the world can I do that your whole department can't?
We've got to solve this thing fast.
Or turn the jewels back.
Right. Got a murder to solve. We got a jewel theft to solve.
Oh, that's nothing. It's really nothing. Should be a cinch.
No, not for a cop. He wouldn't be able to put on the right kind of pressure.
What do you mean by pressure?
Well...
Mrs. Wells?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Cimino's missing. We need him to tell us how he knew the jewels were stolen. If he's a stoolie, guys like that know you'll give them an even shake. Maybe he'll come out when he hears you're looking for him.
Okay. Now, what about the wife, this Mrs. Wells?
I was holding her till you got here. She's being questioned. You want to see her?
One thing, Walt, before I do. Am I going to like this job?
Knowing your taste, I say yes. When the boys brought her in, they walked her through the robbery detail. Everybody went right out and bought yo-yos.
Walt got up then, hid his yo-yo in the closet, led the way downstairs to a small room. It was dark, except for the single light burning near a desk. In the circle of light sat a young girl, late 20s, blonde and, well, you know. If the State Highway Commission built roads with that many curves, every driver in New York would need seasick pills. She was being questioned by one of the detectives.
What time?
I've told you at least a dozen times. I got home 10 minutes before you got there, and I called you.
Your husband had been dead over an hour.
I can't help that. I came home, and I found him, and I called you.
Yeah, you called us. But I'm asking you about the jewels.
Oh, how many times do I have to tell you? He found them. He found them.
Why this routine, Walt? You think she had something to do with it?
Only suspect. We're giving it to her like this so you could take a look without her seeing you.
Where did your husband get the jewels?
He told me he found them. Oh, please, look. I don't know anything about the jewels or how my husband got killed.
What'd you do with the gun?
I told you that, too. I don't know anything about a gun. I didn't kill him. You understand?
Collins.
Yeah?
Come here. Give her another 5 minutes, then send her up to my office. You got to turn her loose.
Okay, Lieutenant.
Somebody bringing the rubber hose?
All right, Mrs. Wells. Now, when did your husband find these jewels?
Oh, please. How many times do I have to tell you? He found them 3
You heard
days
enough,
ago.
Rick?
Fine.
Yeah, let's go.
Yes.
What do you think?
What do you want me to think? The girl doesn't seem too unhappy about the loss of a husband.
Well, he'd been away for about 4 years, up until a week ago, in the Army. Occupation forces in Germany.
No criminal record on him, huh?
No.
Well, let's see what I can find out.
Oh, here's the information on the girl. Address, phone number.
Thanks. Do some more checking on the husband, and I'll give you a call after I see the girl.
How are you going to get in to talk to her?
Walt, did I ever ask you how you got promoted to head of homicide?
No.
You want to tell me?
Well, it's simple. Seniority, experience, hard work.
Well, just lose the hard work, and you've got a fair idea of how I'm going to get in to talk to Mrs. Wells. Well, I had to solve a murder, $100,000 jewel theft, and get the dear old police force out of hot water. All I knew was that a man named Wells had been shot, and another guy named Mario Cimino had called the law and told them about a hatful of jewels that didn't seem to have been stolen from anybody. To clean up a mess like that would take a lot of doing. So I went about it in Diamond's most routine fashion, as unorthodox as possible. I grabbed a cab, slipped the driver a $5 to romp over to Greenwich Village a little faster than usual, and before I could say, "Look out for that streetcar," I was standing in front of a door with a small tag over the bell that read, "Vladimir Sokolovsky, artist." Vladimir was an old friend of mine who hears all, sees all, and tells all for a small price.
Who is it?
Come on, Vladdy, open up.
Go away.
It's Diamond, Vladimir.
I trust no one. You might be working for my landlord.
Oh, I'm alone.
Scout's honor?
Cross my heart and hope to swallow my Emmys.
Товарищ, здравствуйте.
I haven't got much time, Vladimir.
Huh?
I want you to do me a favor.
Oh, for you a portrait costs only $50.
No, no pictures, Vladimir. Tell me, ever heard of a guy named Mario Cimino?
Oh, but of course... No.
Paid your rent?
Same answer.
I have a small $10 bill here.
Tavares, you would attempt a lowly bribe.
Well, what do you know? Here's another 10.
I would ask you to stay for lunch, but Greenbaum won't even let me look in his delicatessen window anymore. You understand.
25?
I only do it because Stalin and I do not agree. Mario Cimino. Peasant.
What does he do?
Keeps busy. An occasional stick-up bookmaking. Owes me $11.80. Marianne and the 8 at Hialeah by 8 lanes. Such a filly.
Vladimir. Mario Cimino?
Oh, yes, the lowlife. For him to find a friend would be like Rasputin running a Lonely Hearts Club.
Where can I find him?
I don't know.
Vladimir.
It's the truth.
Scout's honor?
But of course, if I knew where that peasant was, would I not collect my $11.80? Of course I would. Scout's honor, see?
You hold up 3 fingers, Vladimir.
Oh, a Cub Scout.
When was the last time you heard from him?
When he took my $2 that wins me $11.80. He was in the fish business.
Oh, fish business?
Yes, I know, because he brought me 2 halibut, which I promptly made into magnificent stew for my landlord. Was miserable.
The stew?
No, just the fish. Believe me, Tovarish, those 2 halibut were so old, they remember Jonah.
Was he selling fish?
Catching them. He had a boat. When I went down there to collect my $11.80, the bum wasn't there.
Where did he keep the boat, Vladimir?
A disgusting place called a schooner landing. Places like that should be in Siberia. Stinks.
Well, thanks, Vladimir.
Ничего, товарищ, до свидания.
Oh, Chichonia, Greenbaum's Delicatessen, will you be surprised? Greenbaum's Delicatessen, Greenbaum's Delicatessen, Greenbaum's Delicatessen.
Hello, Abe. Send up the works. Champagne, caviar, salami. I am a capitalist again.
Hello there. Hey, I said hello.
Hello.
You run this landing?
Yep.
Know a man named Cimino?
Mario Cimino?
Yep.
Yep.
Seen him lately?
Nope.
When was the last time you saw him?
You a cop?
Nope.
It's too bad.
Why do you say that?
Owes me a week's rent on my boat.
Skipped out?
Yep.
Understand he was fishing down here, is that right?
Yep.
How long ago did he rent the boat?
2 weeks ago.
How long ago did he skip out?
About a week.
Anything unusual about the things he did?
Well, he sure weren't no fisherman.
Why do you say that?
Didn't know the first thing about it. When he first rented my boat, he used to go out for 2 or 3 hours and come back with a couple of fish. Didn't have no rigging to speak of, no live bait, just a pole.
Didn't that bother you?
Nope. Weren't none of my business. Had a license.
You mean a regular fishing license or a commercial?
Yep.
Commercial?
Yep.
Did he do anything unusual the last day he was down here?
Well, I don't know. He went out about 4 o'clock in the afternoon and was back here by 6:30. Only thing unusual about that, it's a funny time to go fishing.
What day was that?
We could go tomorrow, Tuesday.
Thanks, Bob.
Hey, sure you ain't a cop?
Yep.
G-man?
Nope.
Don't say no more than you have to, do you? Nope. Bye, Sonny.
Well, I left the old boy sitting on the dock trying to figure it out and headed for the city hall. Mario Cimino was closer now. I knew a little about him. His whereabouts up until a week ago and the fact that he'd taken out a commercial fishing license. The license I wanted because it would have a picture of Cimino on it. The picture I could turn over to Walt and then we could get out a description on him. I arrived at the city hall, went in, found the department that issues the licenses. They checked with Walt at the station, and 10 minutes later I was heading for Mrs. Wells' apartment with a fishing license and a pretty good photograph of Mario Cimino.
Yes?
Yes.
Well, hello. What can I do for you?
That's a remark with a lot of answers. Right now, I want to talk.
Go ahead.
Oh, well, I get tongue-tied when I stand in the hall.
You want in?
That's it.
Why?
Ever see this picture before, Mrs. Wells?
What? Come in.
Seniority, experience.
What?
Oh, nothing.
That man in the picture. Who is he?
Don't you know him?
I've only seen him once. Oh, we can sit on the couch, Mr.
Diamond. Where did you see this man, Mrs. Wells?
He came up to see my husband. He was leaving just as I arrived.
Your husband say who he was?
No. He mentioned something about some business he had with this man.
Well, if it makes any difference to you, this man in the picture is Mario Cimino.
Oh. The one the police are after. The man they think killed my husband.
The man who called and told Lieutenant Levinson about the jewels your husband had hid in the water pipes.
Are you from the police?
Well, here we go again. No, honey, I'm a private detective.
Oh.
Your husband just got back from Germany a week ago, didn't he?
Mm-hmm.
By boat?
Mm-hmm.
What day did he arrive?
You've got big blue eyes, haven't you, Mr. Diamond?
Yeah.
Very pretty.
Honey, you better sit over there. You're scorching my collar.
All right.
Where was I?
I don't know where you were, Mr. Diamond, but I was thinking...
Oh, yeah. Well, what day did your husband arrive?
Last Tuesday.
When did he...
You must have a hard time combing your hair. Awfully curly, isn't it?
I'll stop back when I got more time. We'll straighten it out.
Please do.
Well, Mrs. Wells.
Yes?
The time your husband's boat got in?
In the afternoon, around 5.
Oh, well, thanks, Mrs. Wells.
Leaving?
Going home and have another talk with Father.
Please stop back. If he misses anything, I'll be glad to fill in.
Maybe I'll send Dad instead. It was a little hard getting out of there because my shoe leather had started to burn and my number 10s were beginning to turn up like skis. I rocked my way down to the cab, did a slalom around 2 lamp posts and a fire hydrant, slid into the back seat, and 20 minutes later I got out across the street from the 5th Precinct Police Station. I was just stepping off the curb when...
Hold it right here, Diamond.
What?
Don't move. Don't turn around.
Oh, well, I hope that's a pipe you got in your pocket.
If it is, it's the first one you'll ever see with a trigger on it. Keep smiling and walk back over to that alley.
Oh, okay. Have to poke a hole in me.
Better to have it poked than blown.
Hey, your dialogue's pretty bad.
It's fine enough. Now, your name is Diamond, isn't it?
Well, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll tell you mine if you'll give me the gun and let me make you tell me yours.
Your dialogue's as bad as mine.
Yeah, I guess I deserve that.
Okay, I haven't got much time. Give me the picture.
Oh, I can't do that.
You better or I shoot you.
What will Mom say?
What's your mother got to do with it?
She took it. It's the only one of me on a bear rug, facing north.
The picture of Mario Cimino. I'll give you 3. 1.
Okay.
Thanks. Now stay put. Count 10 before you turn around. Believe me, Diamond, I mean it. I'll kill you if you move before 10.
You're being pretty silly, Mario. They'll pick you up sure.
I don't think so.
Oh, by the way, Vladimir says to thank you for the 1180.
Tell him it was nothing. Start counting.
1, 2, butt my shoe. 3, 4, close the door. 5.
Oh, Rick, you find out something?
Well, I sure did. This is the lousiest precinct of the city.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah. Now, 2 minutes ago, I got stuck up right at your front door.
What?
Yeah.
And I had that picture of Mario Cimino on the fishing license.
He swiped that?
You just know it.
Well, don't yell at me. You haven't solved this mess, have you?
No, but I'm pretty close.
Well, that isn't close enough. I had to send the jewels over to the wife a few minutes ago.
Oh, dandy.
Well, I had to.
Well, what about the newspapers?
They haven't gotten wind of it yet. We still have a little time. Now, what about Cimino? How did he know you had the picture on the license?
Well, somebody gave him the tip. Gave him my description, but just relax. It wasn't Cimino who stuck me up.
It wasn't?
Not unless he paid Vladimir Sokolowski $11.80 in the last hour.
Oh, wait a minute. I don't understand.
Well, you're not alone. I'm a little mixed up, too.
Well, let's both get untangled, shall we? Tell me what you found out.
All right. Now, listen. Wells arrived last Tuesday by boat in the afternoon around 5.
This we know.
Mario Cimino was being a fisherman then.
Oh.
He'd rented a boat, taken out a fishing license.
Okay.
The day that Wells arrived, Cimino went out in the afternoon, stayed about 2 hours, came back, and disappeared.
And then Wells shows up with a sink full of jewels.
Right. Probably had them on the boat. Avoided customs by dropping them overboard, and Cimino picked them up.
And Cimino killed him for the loot.
Why?
Why? $100,000 in jewels? Why not?
Wells was killed in his own apartment, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Well, if Cimino picked the jewels out of the water, why go and kill Wells? Why not just take off? Wells could never go to the police.
Oh.
Yeah, and another thing. The pickup was pretty carefully planned. Wells couldn't have done it. He was in Germany. Somebody here had to plan it. Knew Wells had the jewels.
The wife?
Could be.
But where did he get the jewels in the first place?
Oh, a lot of that stuff's still hidden in Germany. You check with military intelligence, and I'll bet it ties up.
Well, this guy who stuck you up and lifted the picture, you say you don't think it was Cimino. Maybe there's a third party.
Could be, but I doubt it. I got a hunch, Walt. Take me down to the morgue. I want to take a look at Wells.
Okay, let's go.
You owe me $25.
25? For what?
Oh, small bribe.
Oh, well, here.
What's this?
It's as good as money. Tickets. Policeman's benefit.
Oh, gee, Walt. You know something?
What?
You're a real sport.
Right over here. Well?
Bullet didn't help his face.
No.
Why don't you get the Army records on Wells?
Why? The wife identified him?
Good for her, but she missed one slight detail.
Yeah?
Yeah. This isn't Wells.
What?
That's right, Walt. This is Mario Cimino.
How do you know?
From the picture on the fishing license. This is the same guy.
Good grief.
And you had to go and give the jewels back to Mrs. Wells.
But...
if you still want to save those jewels along with your hide, you better grab orders and get over there.
But...
I'll see you when you get there. Now step on it.
But...
I left Walt in the middle of a butt and took off for Mrs. Wells' apartment in a hurry. On the way over, I went through the facts. Cimino was dead. The body in the morgue wasn't Wells. The jewels were undoubtedly the motive, and unless I was wrong, I'd have to move fast to stop them from leaving the state. I went out of the cab and up the steps to Mrs. Wells' apartment. I reached the door and tried it. No luck, so I went in anyway. The front room was empty. I went through the other rooms. Nothing. Clothes gone. Drawers empty. They'd taken off with $100,000 in jewels, but where to? They had to be smart enough to know they'd never get out of town by the usual means of transportation. So what would be better than to pay up the back rent on Cimino's boat and go fishing? I left Walt a note where I was headed and took off for Schooner Landing.
Hello there, Sonny.
Pop, which boat was Mario Cimino renting?
That one just getting ready to go out, right over there.
Thanks.
Go get him, Sonny. I knew there was something fishy when they paid up on Cimino's back.
Oh! Well, good afternoon. I represent the sleep-type mortuary.
What is it?
We've got a passenger.
Good afternoon, Bob.
Diamond.
Everybody seems so surprised.
I'm sorry you're coming along. We're headed for open sea, Diamond.
Well, I might as well take off my shirt and get a tan.
Take the wheel, Lois. Leave your shirt on, Diamond. You can take it off when you go for a swim.
Oh?
And don't get any ideas. I don't want to shoot you until we clear the breakwater, but I will if I have to.
You're Wells, aren't you?
That's right. How did you figure it?
Well, partly guesswork.
The fishing license tipped you Cimino was dead, not me, huh?
That's right. You didn't know whether I was working with the law or not, but you had to get that picture to give yourself enough time to get out of the country. Your wife called you and gave you my description.
I knew the damage that picture could do if it got to the police, so I had to tag you.
Pretty smart.
Thanks.
We're getting into open water.
You can start taking your shirt off, Diamond.
I swim pretty well.
With a hole in you?
Why'd you kill Cimino?
He wanted 50% defensive stuff. I wouldn't buy that. Found him phoning the police and I had to kill him.
So you put your papers on him knowing your wife would identify him as you. Why didn't you just grab the jewels and take off?
You sound like you're stalling for something. But I'll tell you anyway. Those jewels are in the sink. I knew the law would be there in 10 minutes, so I had to take the chance they wouldn't find them.
Bob, there's a boat coming up pretty fast.
So what?
Well, I hate to spoil the party, but I think it's the Coast Guard.
You're nuts.
I think dear old Lieutenant Levinson got my little old note.
So that's what the star was
Bob!
about. Shut up and stay with that wheel.
Bob, that boat!
Shut up! All right, Diamond, down in that cabin.
I'll get seasick.
None of your funny cracks. Just get down there.
I think I'll take this life preserver just in case.
Drop it.
Sure. Give me that gun.
Bob, that boat's almost alongside. Bob! 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 Bob!
You heard what the man said, baby. Stop the boat.
Rick,
Yes, Helen?
phone to you. Walt.
Oh, thanks, dear. Hello?
Rick, I just got a report from Army Intelligence. Jewels were stolen from a collection the Germans had evidently hidden during the war.
What about Mrs. Wells?
She admits the whole thing. She saw her husband on a furlough a year ago, and he told her to expect word when he was ready to move. She contacted Mario Cimino for the fence. She'll probably get life.
Well, that's too bad. She was the type who really could have had a good time with life.
What are you doing?
Looking at my beautiful girlfriend, Helen?
Oh, thanks.
I say hello.
The lieutenant says hello, honey.
Hello, Walt.
Why don't you two get married?
Why don't you mind your own business?
Rick was just going to sing me a song, Walt.
Oh, yeah? Well, leave the phone up, Helen. I'll get Otis. Otis?
Yeah, Lieutenant.
Come here. I want you to hear something.
Go ahead, Rick.
All right. Oh, Otis, listening all?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Well, get your nose out of my ear.
Oh, sorry, Lieutenant.
What song would you like to hear, Otis?
You going to sing something for me?
Sure, just for you. What's your favorite?
Well, now, let's see. Hey, do you know...
Otis. Otis, that's the song.
Sure. You know, Washington at Valley Forge, cold as heck and up spoke George.
Otis.
Yeah.
How about get out of the wheat thresher, Mother? You're going against the grain.
Oh, I don't know.
It's an old spiritual. Look, I got a better idea. You just listen, huh?
Okay, but I still like...
Otis, you're fighting me.
Well, okay.
There's a place I'd like to be, and it's back in Tennessee, where your friendly neighbors smile and say hello. It's a pleasure and a treat to meander down the street. That's why I want the whole wide world to know. I love those dear hearts and gentle people who live in my hometown, because those dear hearts and gentle people will never ever let you down. They read the good book from Friday till Monday. That's how the weekend goes. I've got a dream house I'll build there one day, with picket fence and rambling road. I feel so welcome each time that I return, that my happy heart keeps laughing like a clown. I love the dear hearts and gentle people who live and love in my hometown. I feel so welcome each time that I return, that my happy heart keeps laughing like a clown. I love the dear hearts and gentle people who live and love in my hometown. Well, did you like that, Otis?
Oh, Diamond, you're dreamy.
Rick, Otis just swooned.
Hi, Walt. Come here, Helen.
Hmm?
Aren't they silly?
Yes, Rick. Oh, darling, you are dreamy.
Oh, Diamond, you devil, you.
You have just heard Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. Ed Begley played Lieutenant Walt Levinson. Also in the cast were Wilms Herbert, Francis Robinson, Jack Crucian, Yvonne Patey, and Charles Seal. Music was under the direction of Frank Worth. Tonight's show was written by Blake Edwards and directed by Russell Hughes. Dick Powell currently may be seen in the motion picture version of the best-selling novel, Mrs. Mike. Two other shows for Sunday on NBC that you'll want to hear tonight are the American Album of Familiar Music and Take It or Leave It. Together, they make up 1 hour of the very best in listening pleasure for you. Baritone Thomas L. Thomas brings you the songs you love best during the 30 minutes of restful reminiscence on the American Album. And immediately following this delightful musical show, Eddie Cantor comes romping into your radio with the $64 question on Take It or Leave It. There's a solid 30 minutes of question marks and laughs when it's time for Cantor, Sunday on NBC. Make it a point to hear both the American Album of Familiar Music and Eddie Cantor's Take It or Leave It tonight and every Sunday over most of these same NBC stations. There are 2 more of NBC's great lineup of Sunday shows. This is Eddie King inviting you to be with us next Sunday at this same time when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. James Melton and Erna Berger star next on Harvest of Stars on NBC. National Broadcasting Company presents Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective.
Before I was a private detective, I was a cop. Homicide. Working out of the 5th Precinct. Homicide means murder. And there are a lot more murders committed in a big city than you think. More than make the headlines in the newspapers. And for everyone, there's the same impersonal routine, the same hard work, the same check and double check, with every cop in or out of uniform doing his best to put the case in the closed file. But there's one kind of murder that will really tear the department to pieces, and that's when a cop is killed in line of duty.
Here's another exciting half hour with Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
Diamond Detective Agency. If your husband's dead and you pull the trigger, Diamond will help, but the fee is bigger. Hello?
Oh, Rick, what can I say?
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, no, that's nice. Now try Hello, Rick.
Hello, Rick.
Oh, dandy. Call back tomorrow and we'll start on Hello, Rick. This is Helen.
You idiot.
Hi, baby.
Hi.
What's doing?
Oh, I was just a little lonesome. Wanted to know if you were coming by tonight.
Oh, you know it. Should be there around 8. How about a little...
Hey, Rick, what's that siren? Is there a fire?
Could be. Sounds like it's pulling right up here in front of my building. Wait a minute, I'll open the window.
Now, Rick, if there's a fire, you get right out of there.
Honey, if this building caught on fire, I'd be Mr. Unquintine of 1950.
Well, what is it?
Ambulance.
Oh.
Oh, and here comes a prowl car. Must be a traffic accident or something.
Well, thank goodness.
Well, somebody probably playing in the traffic.
Oh, Rick.
Okay. Some guy forgot to step down getting into his new Hudson. You know, I make remarks like that. I'm not trying to be... Oh, wait a minute. No combination, friend. Just turn the little old knob and push.
Who is it?
Somebody at the door. Well, Pop.
What?
Pop Scholes.
Oh, the nice old blind man who sells pencils on the corner.
Yeah. Hello, Pop.
Please, Mr. Diamond, I've got to talk to you. I ain't got much time.
What does he want, Rick?
Oh, to talk to me. I'll call you back, dear. Bye.
Bye.
I'm sorry to have bothered you, Mr. Diamond.
Well, not at all, Pop. Not at all. What can I do for you?
I can't stay long. I have to hurry, but I was wondering if you'd come to my place later on. It's pretty important.
How important, Pop?
I can't explain now, but I got a big trouble. I sure could use some help for old time's sake. Huh?
Sure, for old time's sake. Where do you live, Pop?
A little shack on the waterfront end of River Street, 622 and a half.
When do you want me to come down?
About an hour. I got to be going now.
Okay. Oh, wait a minute, Pop. Here, let me give you a hand.
Thanks. I could make it with this stick, but it takes time. I ain't got a lot of that.
Ah, there you are, Pop. See you in an hour.
Thanks, Mr. Diamond.
Name's Rick.
Okay. See you in an hour, Rick.
Asher's residence.
Oh, hello, Francis. Mr. Diamond.
Oh, yes, sir. I'll call Miss Asher right away.
Thank you.
Rick.
What? Oh, Walt.
Mind if I sit down?
No. What are you doing down here?
Hello, Rick.
Hold the phone, honey.
Came down on a homicide.
Homicide? Oh, that squad car right in front of the...
Right in front of your building, yes. Shooting.
Well, what are you doing up here?
I done all I could down there.
Rick.
Just a minute, baby.
Thought you might want to hear about it. Bill Walton.
What?
Friend of yours, wasn't he?
Yeah, darn good one.
Hello, Rick.
Somebody put 3 slugs in him.
Rick, I can hear somebody talking. What's going on?
Oh, I'll call you back, baby.
What?
Helen?
Yeah. You know, I worked with Bill on a robbery for 3 years. Got any idea who did it?
He left the robbery detail 2 years ago. Been with the narcotics division. Haven't checked with them yet, but he might have been working on something. Might give us a lead. You want to go down to the station with me?
Yeah, I'd like to.
Okay. I've got some witnesses to the shooting. They'll be down there for statements.
Bill's got a wife and 3 kids.
Yeah. Well, aren't you going to lock the office?
For what? Even the termites gag on the furniture. Let's go. Well, that's the way a quiet day could work itself into a lot of trouble. And like always, if trouble's around, yours truly's bound to get a chunk of it. Walt and I went downstairs, climbed into the prowl car, and 10 minutes later we were walking into the squad room of the 5th Precinct Police Station. The first thing I saw was the zoo's best argument for not taking in boarders.
Lieutenant, I got statements from all the witnesses. You want to talk to them?
No, he thought he'd read their palms, Sergeant.
Oh, Lieutenant, what did you have to bring the shamus along for?
Just relax, Otis. And Rick, you lay off here.
Well, I wouldn't needle him if he'd just stopped that terrible habit.
What habit?
Living.
Oh. Come on, Rick.
Oh, look at that, Walt. 4 heads and they all need haircuts.
Come on, Rick. Come on. This is a swell time to make jokes.
Can you think of a better time?
Okay. Otis.
Yeah, Lieutenant.
Send in the first one. Then check with narcotics and see what Bill Walton was working on.
Right.
Boy, I hate things like this.
What about his family?
Oh, I know all of them. I guess I'll have to go over and tell them.
First one, Lieutenant, Arthur Phillips. Go on in.
Come in, Mr. Phillips.
Oh.
Have a chair.
Yes, okay. Look, I don't know much about this thing. I was
Diamond,
just
Mr. Phillips.
How are you?
How do you do? As I was saying,
You saw the killing, Mr. Phillips?
Yes, I saw it. It all happened so fast that I don't think I can really be...
What were you doing when you saw the killing, Mr. Phillips?
Walking. But I didn't
Walking
see...
where, Mr. Phillips?
Up the street to my office. Oh, look, I gave your sergeant my statement. You'll find it all
What's
in
your
order.
business, Mr. Phillips?
Insurance. Liberty Insurance Company, 41st and Broadway.
You saw Officer Walton killed?
I saw a man. His name, I didn't know he was killed.
You heard the shots?
Well, yes, but it was all so fast.
Just what did you see?
Well, like I said, I was walking down the street.
To work?
Yes, Liberty Insurance
We've
Company.
got that.
Oh, yes.
You were walking?
Yes, and I heard this noise.
The shots?
Yes, but I didn't know it at the time. It was just a loud noise, but it made me jump, and I looked.
You just jumped, Mr. Phillips?
Yes. Well, then I saw this guy grab his stomach and fall flat on his face, and then I saw the guy with the gun.
What did the guy with the gun look like, Mr. Phillips?
Well, it all happened so fast.
Sergeant Otis showed you our rogues gallery. Did you see anybody who looked like him?
No, I didn't see anybody who looked like him. I didn't get a good look at his face.
How tall was he?
Tall.
Like 6 feet?
Yes, or close.
What was he wearing, Mr. Phillips?
Brown suit and hat, brown hat.
Stocky? Well built?
Yes.
Anything else, Mr. Phillips?
No,
Thank you,
that's
Mr.
all.
Phillips. We may want to talk to you again. Don't leave town on a business trip or anything.
Oh, I can go?
Good day, Mr. Phillips. Thank you again.
Oh, anytime. Oh, if you ever need any insurance, Lieutenant.
Liberty Insurance Company. Yeah, I'll remember.
Yeah, well, so long.
Cigarette?
Thanks. We still work pretty well together, Rick. Why don't you come back on the force?
Lieutenant.
There's your answer, Walt.
What is it, Hammerhead?
Well, I went over and talked to Fisher. He told me Bill Walton was working on a narcotics case, but he had no leads. Stuff's been flooding the city.
Bill must have picked up a lead and got shot for it.
Well, that's all, Otis.
Fisher doesn't know anything else. Walton just started on the job.
You got some more witnesses?
Yeah, a lady, Mrs. Margaret Walker. Okay, you can come in.
Thank you. Come in, Mrs. Walker. Take a chair.
Thank you.
Anything else?
No. This is Mr. Diamond, Mrs. Walker.
How do you do?
How do you do, Mrs. Walker?
Do you work, Mrs. Walker?
All the time. I'm a housewife.
You saw the officer killed?
Oh, yes, but I didn't know it was an officer. He wasn't in uniform, you know.
Would you mind telling us just exactly what you saw?
Well, it all happened so fast. I was standing on the corner and just...
What corner, Mrs. Walker?
Why, the corner where the poor man got shot, of course. 51st and Broadway.
Just standing, Mrs. Walker?
Young man, the traffic was very heavy. I was waiting for the signal.
Sorry.
I just want you to understand, I don't usually just stand around on street corners.
Go ahead, Mrs. Walker.
Well, I was standing there, and I noticed an old man selling pencils.
An old man?
Yes, he was blind.
Hey, Pop Scholes did time about 15 years ago for peddling junk.
Yeah, that's right, he did.
I don't know what all this talk is about, but if you don't want to hear my story,
I'm sorry, Mrs. Walker. Of course we want to hear your story. Please go ahead.
Look, Walt, I just remembered something. I was supposed to see a client in an hour, and the hour's just about up.
What?
I'm sorry, Walt, but this is business.
Now, you wait a minute.
I'll talk to you later.
Well, I never...
Now, that's only because you don't have any friends named Diamond. All right, Mrs. Walker. Go on with your story.
I went out of that station like Noor in the stretch. The minute the little old lady had mentioned a blind beggar, I remembered Pop Scholes in my office, and I grew the biggest hunch of my career. Something had really been bothering Pop, and a cop killing could have been it. I grabbed a cab, and 20 minutes later, I was standing in front of an old weather-beaten shack at the end of River Street.
Who is it?
Diamond.
Oh, wait a second.
Am I late?
Look, Mr. Diamond.
Rick.
Yeah. Look, Rick, I'm sorry you came all the way down here, but, well,
You wanted some help, didn't you?
Well, yeah, I did.
You did. Well, you could at least ask me in.
Oh, sure. I'm sorry, but you see, I don't need no help now.
No? Well, you seemed pretty worried about something when you came up to my office an hour ago.
I was, but it's all straightened out now.
That right? Hey, I didn't know you smoked cigars, Pop.
What?
One in your ashtray here. Pretty expensive for you, Pop.
Oh, well, you see, I kind of splurge now and then.
Come on, Pop. Somebody been here and changed your mind about talking to me?
No, that's my cigar. What makes you say a thing like that?
There was a cop killed right in front of you today, Pop, a good friend of mine.
What's that got to do with me? I'm going straight.
He was after somebody who's been peddling junk.
I don't touch this stuff anymore. I don't go near it.
Don't you, Pop?
No, I put it down 15 years ago.
You did time for it, too.
Sure, and lost my eyes in stir. You think I want to go back to that? You think I'm a fool? There's a car pulling up out in front.
That should be the law.
I didn't do nothing. I swear I didn't.
Better tell me quick. Who's throwing his weight around, Pop?
I had nothing to do with that cop killing. I'm clean. You can't prove a thing.
Come on, open up. It's the police.
You're sure you don't want to tell me anything?
No, I got nothing to tell.
We'll bust it in, Pop.
Come on in. It's open.
Okay, Pop, you're coming.
I might have known it. Why didn't you wait for me, Rick?
Oh, believe me, Walt, I had an appointment with Pop.
That's right, Lieutenant. He did.
Oh, sure. Talk over old times, huh? Otis, take Pop out to the car.
Come on, Pop.
Sorry I got you in trouble, Rick.
Forget it.
Just what have you two been stewing up? What did he tell you?
He was showing me how to throw darts in the dark.
Oh, that's a pretty bad one.
Yeah. What did Mrs. Walker tell you about Pop?
I don't know why I should tell you.
Well, don't be so grouchy. I've just been trying to find the guy who killed Bill. Pop's had it pretty tough already. I thought maybe I could make it easier than having you third-degree him all over the office.
Well, you sound like I'm going to use a hose on him.
But the way you're burning up, you'll probably hit him with Sergeant Otis. No, I'm going home.
Now, wait a minute.
What for? To watch you blow up like Old Faithful?
Mrs. Walker told me she saw some guy walk up to Pop like he was going to buy some pencils. Then another man busted through the crowd. That was Bill. He grabbed this guy with Pop. The guy pulled a gun and shot Bill, and then he beat it.
Did Mrs. Walker give you a description of the killer?
Sure. Short, dark, Just the opposite of the one the insurance man gave us. The only thing that fits, they both said the killer wore a hat.
Oh, dandy.
Where are you going?
Now, back to my office. Pop knows something, Walt. Don't work on him too hard.
Okay.
Now, been over to Bill's family yet?
Right after I get through with Pop.
I'm sorry I got sore.
So we all get sore. So what? I'll give you a call.
I got back in my cab and headed for the office. On the way over, I kept trying to reason it out. Somehow Pop was mixed up in this thing, and he was scared stiff of something or somebody. I paid the cabbie off in front of the building and took the elevator up to my floor. I headed down the hall to my office, still thinking, still trying to put two and two together. That was a mistake I never could add. When I walked in, I was too busy to notice much. All I got was a whiff of cigar smoke.
You fall easy, Shamus. Now let's see how you bruise. So long, Shamus. I left a note for you. Read it when you wake up.
Everything about a beating like that is so unpleasant. The first swat isn't so bad. It's hitting that cold floor and fighting to stay awake. When you start getting kicked around, that's the time to face facts and give it up. But you don't. You keep on working until your senses get kicked loose and the world comes down around your ears. You fight it because you think maybe you're not ever going to wake up again, and when you finally do, you wish you never had. Anyway, like I said, it's so unpleasant. Oh, okay. Oh, well, that lamp was pretty silly anyway.
All right.
Don't jump, but you're talking to a ghost.
Rick?
At the sound of the groan...
What's the matter with you?
Well, that's a pretty good question. I don't know how to answer it without a head.
What happened?
Somebody worked me over. Oh, and how they worked me over.
You want me to send an ambulance?
No, just a shovel. What's this?
What's what?
There's something in the typewriter here. A note. Well, I'll put my eyes in straight.
Now, Rick, if you're hurt badly...
Oh, I'm not hurt that bad, Walt.
Well, what about this note?
Says, lay off the cop killing. That's all. Oh, and, yeah, look at this.
Find something else?
A souvenir. Butt of a cigar in my ashtray. There was one just like it in Pop's place.
Well, hang on to it.
All right, sure. What about Pop?
Won't tell us a thing.
Well, I'm getting sick and tired of this. Now, I got an idea. Wait 10 minutes and then take Pop back to his house.
Look, Rick, if somebody knows you're working on this thing, they must have found out when you went to see Pop. Probably spotted you going in. They certainly must know that we picked up Pop, and if they think he told us anything, they'll sure try to get him.
I know it. Now, you drive Pop home, pretend to leave, but don't.
And what'll you be doing?
I'll be inside when he walks through the door.
Okay, but I hope you know what you're doing.
So do I. 10 minutes, Walt.
Okay, Pop, here you are.
Thanks for driving me home, Lieutenant.
That's okay. Good night, Pop.
Good night, Lieutenant. Who's in here? Who is it? Chick! I know you're here. I can smell your cigar smoke. Chick, please, I didn't tell the law a thing. Chick, say something. Honest, I didn't crack. Look, if you want to get rid of me, okay, but not the girl. Please, I swear I didn't say anything to anybody. I'm an old guy. Go ahead, knock me off, but don't do anything to the girl. Please, Chick. I'll peddle your stuff for the rest of my life if you leave the girl alone. Chick!
Relax, Pop.
What? You're not...
No, Pop.
Diamond.
Didn't like to do it this way, Pop.
But that cigar.
The guy who saw you earlier came up to see me. Left me a cigar, too, along with a few bruises.
Well, you just about know everything.
Who's the girl you're protecting, Pop?
I can't tell you that.
Who's Chick?
I can't tell you anything.
Look, Pop, a cop's been killed. A great guy with a wife and kids. Now tell me, who's Chick?
I ain't going to say anything.
If the girl is the reason you won't talk, Pop, I'll find her. And if it's the last thing I ever do, I'll make you both sweat. Well, I'm on my way.
Wait a minute, Rick.
All right. Go on.
Okay. If you give me a word, you won't say nothing about what I'm going to tell you.
I give you my word about nothing yet, Pop. Now tell me, and if I think it should be kept quiet, that's the way it'll be.
I got a daughter, Rick.
What?
That's right. Right after I went to stir, my wife had a baby. My wife died, and the kid went to live with relatives. Rich relatives. She's getting a good home and good schools.
She doesn't know about you?
Panhandling, no. She don't know about me, and she ain't going to.
Go on.
Only one guy knew about her. My ex-partner, Chick Russo. He got away when they picked me up, and after 15 years, he comes back operating again.
The guy with the cigar, huh?
Yeah.
How did you figure?
The stuff was in the pencils. He delivered it to me, and I'd pass it.
Why would you pass it?
Chick had me over a barrel. He told me if I didn't play along with him, he'd tell my daughter who her father was. I'd do anything to keep from ruining her life.
Now, what about Bill Walton?
Well, he was going to grab Chick, but Chick shot him. That's why I came to see you. I didn't want no part of a cop killing, but I couldn't say anything then because I had the stuff on me and I wanted to dump it. I didn't want to go back to stir.
Then Chick came to see you here, huh? Threatened you. Told you to keep your mouth shut?
Yes. Told me in plain words that if I cracked, he'd kill my little girl and me. That's why I froze on you. You going to say anything?
About your daughter? No, Pop.
Oh, thanks, Rick. Now I don't care what happens.
Well, I do. This guy's still loose, and he's done a killing. I want him.
I don't know where you can find him. He never said.
Well, maybe I can find him. Take off your clothes, Pop.
Take off my clothes?
Yep, you're going to get yourself a new suit. I'm going out and see Lieutenant Levinson. I'll be right back.
You sure you know what you're doing?
No, but why spoil a good surprise?
Rick.
Where are you, Walt?
Over here by the pier.
What's that with you?
That's Otis.
Well, tell him to hide his tail. Some guy from Oklahoma's liable to shoot him.
Oh, that's very funny.
Shut up, Otis.
Okay.
Seen anything, Walt?
Very quiet.
Now, look, here's the idea. I'm going down to 51st and Broadway and stand with Pop's clothes and dark glasses on.
You're what?
From what Pop told me, Chick Russo will certainly try and get him.
Chick Russo? Are you crazy? He's been out of circulation for 15 years.
Well, I got a big flash for you. He's back.
But at 51st and Broadway, I can't give you any protection. Russo could step out of the crowd, and that's the end of it.
Well, I'm counting on one thing. That he thinks I'm Pop. He knows Pop's blind, so he'll get in close to do it. Maybe even with a knife.
You're crazy.
Walt, not in front of Otis.
Oh, that's all right, Diamond.
Now, I'm going down and change clothes. And then you, Walt, drive me to the corner, let me off. Then beat it. I left Walt then and went back to Pop's shack. We did a quick switch, and finally the dapper Richard Diamond stepped out complete with torn trousers, sweatshirt, and sneakers. I carried his cane with a white tip and kept his old hat pulled down over the dark glasses.
Well, I'll be darned.
Yeah, he looks just like the old man.
Yeah, let's go, Walt. Otis, you stay here with Pop just in case our pigeon doesn't go for the bait.
Oh, Lieutenant, can't
Otis.
Okay.
Don't look so unhappy, Otis. Who knows? Maybe I'll get shot.
Oh, I gotta miss everything.
Isn't he a dream?
Okay, here you are, Rick.
Thanks, Walt. Say good night, Pop, real loud.
Okay. Good night, Pop. Sorry if we caused you any trouble.
Oh, that's all right, Lieutenant. Thanks for the lift.
Here you are, my good man.
Bless you.
Hiker. Well, I stood there for 2 hours, getting a few dimes and selling a couple of pencils, but nothing happened. Now and then I'd pull my arm down against my side and feel a nice little .38 in the shoulder holster. I kept moving from one foot to another to keep my legs from going to sleep. I was getting a first-hand example of the tough role poor old Pop had to hold. By 10:30, I was ready to give it up. Then I spotted the cigar.
Bless you.
For what, Pop? Cops driving you to work now, huh? That's enough. I'll take your arm and you start walking. I'll lead you.
Chick, is that you?
Shut up. Walk. All right, we're going in the building. Down in the basement for a little talk.
And that's just what we did. Chick held onto my arm and led me into my own building and down into the basement. I could have taken him right there, but I kept remembering Bill Walton. So I let it go until just the right time.
Okay, Pop. You know what's coming.
Yeah, Chick. I know what's coming.
Don't act much scared. I guess it ain't so tough for a blind man. You can't see it coming.
You'd be surprised what I can see.
What did I tell you? Busted my arm. You hit me with that cane like you could see you hit me.
You go for that gun, I'll break your fat skull.
You ain't Pop.
No, Buster, I'm the fellow you gave the bruises to. Just returning the favor.
Boy, you dirty.
Don't do it. Papa spank.
My shoulder.
All right. Now let's go back up where we can find a cop.
I know you're not going to take me.
Come back here, Russo. Stop, Russo. I've got a gun.
Nuts to you, Shamus.
Skeptic.
Yes? Oh, hello, Walt.
Oh, no.
Yes, he's right here.
Rick, it's Walt.
Oh. Oh, this is for wrong. Mr. Diamond very dead.
Now, you stop that. I just had a long talk with Pop.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, he said absolutely nothing. I still don't know where he figures in this thing. Would you mind telling me?
Walt, anything Pop did was under duress.
If it was illegal, I want to know about it.
Yeah, and if it was illegal, Pop would stand a good chance going back to prison.
He might. You better let the law decide that.
You haven't got any proof?
How could I? Everybody's dead, except you and Pop.
Pop won't say anything?
Not yet, he won't.
Walt.
Yeah?
Die.
Now, you wait.
What in the world was that all about?
Oh, that Walt. When he dies, he'll have the penal code written on his headstone. But he's a good cop. And there he is again.
I can't stand to let a phone ring.
Oh, he'll get tired.
Rick, I'll go crazy.
I'll drown it out.
Well, do something.
I've got a lovely bunch of coke.
It stopped.
Oh, good.
Well, don't you stop. That was pretty.
Well, all right. Oh, I've got a lovely bunch of nuts. There they are standing in a row. Big ones, small ones, some as big as your head. Give 'em a twist, a flick of the wrist, that's what the showman said. Oh, I've got a lovely bunch of coconuts. Every ball you throw will make me rich. There stands me wife, the idol of me life. Sing and roll a bowl, a ball, a penny a pitch. Sing and roll a bowl, a ball, a penny a pitch. Sing and roll a bowl, a ball, a penny a pitch. Roll a bowl, a ball. Roll a bowl, a ball. Sing and roll a bowl, a ball, a penny a pitch. Aye, there you are, my lad. Step right up here. I got a lovely bunch of coconuts. There they are, all up, stand up in a great big row. I got big ones and small ones. Some of them as big as your blasted head. Yeah, you give 'em a twist and a flick of the wrist. Oh, what lovely fun. I've got a lovely bunch of coconuts. Every ball you throw will make me rich. There stands me wife, the idol of me life. Sing and roll a ball, a ball, a penny a pitch. Sing and roll a ball, a penny a pitch. Sing and roll a ball, a penny a pitch. Roll a ball, roll a ball, sing and roll a ball, a penny a pitch. Oh, my dear, how was that, honey?
Oh, wonderful. Oh, darn. Yes, Walt.
Helen, you put Diamond on the line.
It's Walt, dear.
Oh, never mind him. Come here, honey.
Oh.
Hello? Hello? Helen, did you hang up? Helen, put Rick on this phone.
This is Fu Wong. Missy Diamond, not so very dead. Bye.
You have just heard Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. Ed Begley played Lieutenant Walt Levinson. Also in the cast were Wilms Herbert, Francis Robinson, Larry Dobkin, Ann Morrison, and Charles Seal. Music was under the direction of Frank Worth. Tonight's show was written by Blake Edwards and directed by Russell Hughes. Dick Powell currently may be seen in the motion picture version of the best-selling novel, Mrs. Mike. This is Eddie King inviting you to be with us next Sunday at this same time, when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. Later today on most of these NBC stations, you'll want to hear two great stars, Kirk Douglas and Walter Houston, in the Theater Guild on the Air presentation of Heaven Can Wait. This is the comedy fantasy which you may have seen as the motion picture, Here Comes Mr. Jordan. It's a great comedy, yours for the listening, today on Theater Guild on the Air. And for another fine mystery program today on NBC, listen later to The Adventures of Sam Spade, as Sam slams his way through another of his amusing and mystifying capers. Hear the lovely duet from Madame Butterfly on Harvest of Stars, next on NBC.
Time now for Rocky Jordan.
You can't always be right, but with the practice I've had, it doesn't take long to spot a phony. She had on low tan Oxford shoes, service-weight hose that disappeared under the hem of a very new-lookish tweed suit. Her hair was plastered down in a severe updo that left her ears sticking out as perfect resting places for the brown tortoiseshell arms of her glasses. She was carrying a brown leather briefcase, and the end of her nose was tilted just a little as if something smelled. I thought so, too.
Again, we bring you a story of adventure with Rocky Jordan, proprietor of the Cafe Tambourine, which stands in a narrow street off Cairo's native quarter in sight of the Mosque Sultan Hassan. The Cafe Tambourine, crowded with forgotten men of the waterfronts, alive with the babble of many languages. Now, Rocky Jordan, and tonight's story, Up in Flames.
Yeah, from her hairdo to her round-toed Oxford shoes, she looked 100% businesswoman. I mentally turned up my sales resistance to medium and sat back. She learned her lines for the role by heart.
Mr. Jordan, I am Miss Bates. I represent the International Fire Insurance Company with head office in New York. I am certain that you already carry fire insurance, but with the rising costs of building materials and good labor, is it adequate to replace your establishment if it were to burn to the ground?
Oh, Miss Bates.
I am certain it is not, Mr. Jordan. My company, sensing the trend of the upward spiral in replacement costs, has decided to extend for this fiscal period an added inducement policy covering the differential in costs that has developed.
Now, look, Miss Bates, no doubt what you say is true, but I'm not interested in any more fire insurance.
Mr. Jordan, your attitude is typical. But under the current circumstances, don't you think it would be wise to reconsider?
What circumstances, Miss Bates?
Surely, Mr. Jordan, you must be aware of the unusual number of major fires in Cairo in the last 3 months.
All right, sister, drop the act. What's the pitch?
Mr. Jordan, you do me a great injustice. In almost
excuse
every
me.
case...
Hello, Cafe Tambourine.
Hello, Rocky Jordan.
Speaking.
Oh, Rocky, this is Lefty Miller. I met you in the back room of Gus Gimlick's snooker parlor, remember?
Oh, yeah. How's the broken nose and cauliflower ear business?
Same as always, Rocky. I'm in a semifinal bout tonight at the American Club. You coming to the fight?
Oh, I thought I'd drop in. Why?
I'd like to have you come down to my dressing room before my fight. I got a little favor to ask.
Why not ask me now?
I can't, Rocky. It's something personal. It takes too long to explain over the phone. What do you say, Rocky, huh?
Oh, okay, Lefty. I'll stop by.
Swell, Rocky. I'll leave a ringside ticket for you at the information desk.
Oh, thanks.
Don't mention it. See you tonight, Rock. Goodbye.
Now, Mr. Jordan,
Oh, you still here, Miss Bates?
here's my business card. Both day and night telephone numbers are on it in case you wish to reconsider. One never knows when a conflagration might cause irreplaceable loss.
Oh, I'm certain one doesn't, Miss Bates. Well, if I change my mind, I'll let you know.
Mr. Jordan, Mr. Agrazian, who owned the frozen food lockers at 937 Kamal Street, Mr. Tanut, who owned the hotel at 3014 Shariel Modafar, and Mr. Shoup, who owned the drugstore at the corner of Bakil and Canal, felt exactly as you do. Now, since their establishments have been completely destroyed by fire, they are very glad they reconsidered and took out adequate protection with my company. You might check with them, Mr. Jordan. They might help you to change your mind.
With that clincher, she closed the door and left. I decided to check up on her little game, so I ignored her card, looked up the telephone number of the International Fire Insurance Company in the phone book, dialed the number, and asked for the manager.
This is Mr. Temple speaking. Who's calling, please?
Oh, I want some information about fire insurance. I already have some, but I need more. Will your company issue additional insurance?
Oh, indeed we will, sir. In fact, at this very time, our company, sensing the trend of the upward spiral in replacement costs, has decided to extend for this fiscal period an added inducement policy covering the differential in costs that has developed.
Oh, that's fine. Now, if I wanted a salesman to call, who might I expect?
I will arrange to have our star salesperson contact you in the morning. Her name is Miss Bates. Who is this calling, please?
That was what I figured was wrong with the deal. It was too pat. Everything fitted together too well. No flaws. And maybe Sam could spot one. So I called him.
Cairo Police, Captain Sabaya.
Jordan, Sam.
Well, what is it now, Jordan? How many bodies and where are they?
No bodies, Sam. Just me.
Is it a pleasure call?
Oh, could be. How's about taking the night off and going to the fights at the American Club with me?
Oh, I would be delighted, Jordan. Only Commissioner Baromede takes a rather dim view of his men relaxing in such a manner while on duty.
Oh, it's too bad, Sam. Some other time then, huh? Sam.
Now it comes out. All right, Jordan. Let's have it from the beginning.
You're in a rut. All I want's some information.
I'm waiting.
You got any leads on who's been setting all the fires we've been having lately?
Jordan, if you know something we do
Calm
not...
down. I haven't got a thing. And what about all those fires?
Well, every one of them, causes unknown, owners away at the time, no evidence of arson. Luckily, most of them were adequately insured.
With the International Fire Insurance Company, Sam?
How did you know that, Jordan?
Were the claims paid?
Every one of them, Jordan. What are you running into?
A blank wall, Sam. See you later. I decided to forget about Miss Bates and her fire insurance. I had about 2.5 hours to kill, so I did a very strange thing. Went out into my cafe, sat down, and had a steak on the house. It wasn't bad. Maybe I should do it more often. I picked up my ringside seat ticket at the information desk of the American Club. The attendant told me Lefty Miller's dressing room was number 7 in the basement under the gymnasium. The first preliminary was already underway upstairs. Lefty's door was open. He was sitting on his rub-down table, a faded purple dressing gown over his shoulders. His manager and his sparring partner in second were just finishing tying up his shoelaces.
Rocky, come on in. Hey, look, Mac, you and Benny step outside for a while, will you? I want to talk to Jordan alone.
What's the idea, Lefty? You'll be on pretty soon.
Never mind. You and Benny wait out in the hall. This won't take long.
Okay, if that's the way you want it.
Rocky, Gus Gimlick says you're a right guy, that you don't mind doing a favor now and then.
Well, I'll return the compliment when I see him. All right, what is it? I came down to see the fights, remember?
This won't take but a minute. Rock, my wallet's in my coat pocket there in the locker. Get it out for me, will you?
Sure. This it?
Yeah. There's $250 in it. Take the dough out, will you?
Okay. Now what?
Quick, stick the dough in your pocket. They might come back in. Now, here's the favor. When you go back upstairs, I want you to bet it on tonight's... Oh, get the phone for me, will you, Rock? I got my gloves on.
Hello?
Hello, Jordan.
Yes, sir. How'd you find me?
I called the information desk to have you paged on the loudspeaker. They said you were in Lefty Miller's dressing room. That's how.
I'll buy that. What do you want, Sam?
Jordan, if any of my men stop you as you are hurrying back to the tambourine, tell them you are going to a fire.
What's that?
I'm trying to tell you, it just came over the teletype machine. The tambourine, your cafe, is on fire.
Thanks, Sam. I'm on my way.
Hey, Jordan, where you going? I ain't finished.
No time to explain, Lefty. I didn't get to use Sam's advice. Nobody stopped me. I pulled up in front of the tambourine. Business was going on as usual, so I wheeled around to the back. There'd been a fire, all right. Seemed the trash barrel had caught on fire and smoked up the back wall of my cafe a little. If this was a practical hint to buy more fire insurance, I didn't like it. I went inside. Miss Bates' card was still on my desk. I called the night number. A man answered, but I didn't hang up.
This is Mr. Temple speaking.
Oh, I called earlier today for some information.
Oh, you're the gentleman who called. We must have been cut off or disconnected.
Yes. Would you please give me the phone number or the address of your star salesperson, your Miss Bates?
Who is this, please? And may I ask why you want that information tonight?
Oh, never mind, Temple. Just give me your phone number or her address.
Who is this speaking, please?
My name is Jordan. I run the Cafe Tambourine. I want to talk to you, Miss Bates, about a little fire.
Mr. Jordan, can't the discussion take place tomorrow? Miss Bates is asleep now.
What, at this hour? Wake her up and get her to the phone.
Mr. Jordan, I am seldom abrupt with a prospective client, but I am afraid you're overstepping your bounds. This apartment is my home. Miss Bates is my wife, and she's worked very hard today. If I do not choose to awaken her, that is my prerogative. Good night, sir.
Well, that was that. It was too late to go back to the fight, so I tore up my ringside ticket and went out into the cafe. About 45 minutes later, Lefty Miller's fight manager, Mac, walked in, spotted me, and came over.
Jordan, I want to talk to you.
All right, go ahead.
Let's go in your office.
Oh, real private, huh? Okay, come on.
Hey, Jordan, why did you come to Lefty's dressing room tonight?
I'm an admirer of muscles.
A smart guy. What went on in there?
Look, if it's just $250 you want, here. He said he wanted me to bet him on the fight, but I left the club before I could make the bet. Well, what's sticking in your craw?
You wouldn't be knowing that Lefty took a dive in the third round and didn't even make it look good.
What?
Look, Jordan, I don't appreciate guys getting to my boy. When I find out for sure it was you who did it, I'm coming back.
Time's up. End of bout. Beat it, Mac. Take Lefty's dough with you. Mac took the $250, gave me a dirty look for a receipt, and slammed the door behind him. Now, things had been jumping all evening. I hoped they'd quiet down, but they didn't. They started happening two at a time. Come in. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Jordan.
Jordan, this is Savaya.
Oh, hello, Sam.
His name isn't Sam, Mr. Jordan. It's Timothy.
Keep quiet, will you?
What's that, Jordan?
Oh, not you, Sam. No, go ahead.
Oh, wait, dear Mr. Jordan's
Perhaps
on the
you did
phone.
not know, but since I talked to you last, there has been another fire.
Why tell me?
Well, you seemed so interested earlier tonight.
Is this a pleasure call, Sam?
Indeed it is not. The American Club Gymnasium has burned down, and your prize-fighter friend Lefty Miller is lying dead.
Lefty's dead?
Burned to death in dressing room 7. I am calling from the main building of the club. I want you to come down immediately.
Okay, Sam. I'll be right over. Now, you there. What are you...
Good evening, Mr. Jordan. When my husband, Timothy, here, told me how agitated you sounded on the telephone earlier this evening, I realized you must have reconsidered.
So we got dressed and hurried right over.
Now, Mr. Jordan, just how much additional fire insurance do you think you will need?
Rocky Jordan returns in just a moment. On New Year's Day, CBS will devote every facility to accurately bring you the happenings in Pasadena, all the beauty and color of the parade, and the thrilling play-by-play description of the Rose Bowl game. Now back to Rocky Jordan and tonight's story, Up in Flames.
It all started when Miss Bates, tweed suit, horn-rimmed glasses, and briefcase, had tried to sell me some extra fire insurance. I didn't like the deal. I couldn't put my finger on the spot where it left the straight and narrow, so it still bothered me. Item 1, the prize fighter named Lefty Miller, who took a dive in the third round of his fight, and his manager blamed me. Item 2, a fire in back of my Cafe Tambourine. Item 3, and this is where things started happening two at a time, Sam Sabaya called me on the phone. And at the same time, at 11 o'clock at night, who should walk into my office but that certain Miss Bates and her husband, Mr. Temple. Subject, fire insurance.
I said, Mr. Jordan, how much additional fire insurance do you think you will need?
Well, look, something has just come up that's going to delay my decision.
But, Mr. Jordan, you see
The American Club gym is burned down.
Oh, good Lord, another one.
And a prize fighter was burned to death in his dressing room.
Oh.
And Captain Sam Sabaya wants me to come right over, so if you'll both pardon me...
We'll do more than pardon you, Mr. Jordan. We'll drive you down there. Come on.
It came out during the ride that the American Club was insured with International. I had a feeling it would be. There was still some equipment and a lot of people around when we arrived. Mr. and Mrs. Temple went looking for Bert Johnson, the manager of the club. I went looking for Sabaya. I found him with some of his men in the basement of the gym. He turned his flashlight on me as I came up.
So, Jordan, you finally got here.
Yes, Sam, now that I'm here, why were you so anxious for me to come down?
I thought perhaps the atmosphere here might induce you to tell me what is going on.
Sam, believe me, I would if I could, but
I
can't.
can't. You mean you will not? Very well, Jordan. Look around you.
Sam began pointing things out with his flashlight. They weren't pretty, especially the body lying beside the burned rub-down table. Sam played his flashlight on the lockers, then over to the wall in the back. He held it steady for a moment on the electric light fuse box. The little metal door was hanging open. Is that what caused it, Sam?
No. If there had been a short circuit, the fuse would have burned out. I checked them. None of them is burned out.
Any ideas?
Perhaps you would like to explain what you were doing here earlier this evening.
Lefty Miller phoned this afternoon. Said he wanted me to come to his dressing room before the fight. He wanted to ask me a favor.
Yes, go on.
It turned out he wanted me to bet $250 of his money on the fight. You called before he could do it. That's all, Sam.
Thank you, Jordan. I might have known you would not tell me the truth at this time.
Sam's like that. This was once I didn't blame him. I didn't make much sense to me either. I knew I should get to Lefty's manager, Mac, before Sam did. I wanted to clear up a few things, so I took off. On the way downtown in the taxi, I figured Gus Gimlick would know where I might find Mac. I checked my watch. If things were running normal in the back room of Gus Gimlick's snooker parlor, they'd be getting the results of yesterday's races short way from the States. Now, we finally pulled up in front of Gus's place. I told the driver to wait, walked down in and through to the back room. Things were running normal. They were waiting for the results of the fifth, the Tanforan. It wasn't hard to spot Gus, even in the crowd. He was all Greek and a yard wide. Weighed a little over 300 pounds. He looked up from a form chart as I walked over.
Hello, Rocky. You'll have to hurry if you want to get the bet done. The fifth is about to start.
Horses are entering the starting.
No, thanks, just same, Gus. I'll sit this one out.
Suit yourself, Rocky. You got something on your mind?
Yeah. You know Lefty Miller's fight manager, Gus? His name's Mac.
They're all in the starting
Yes, I know Mac. He's not very smart, but he's honest. Why?
Well, I want to get in touch with him. Know where I might find him?
And there they go.
Yeah, the fifth race is started.
Blue Flash is going to the front. Ernie Keltner is second. Maximilian is third. Days End is fourth. Flying Knight is fifth. And up in flames.
Where can I find him, Gus?
Later, Rocky, after the race.
Blue Flash in front by a nose. Ernie Keltner is second by 1 length. Days End is pulling up between horses and is now third. Maximilian is fourth. Flying Knight and up in flames.
Who's the favorite, Gus?
Days End. But most of these guys got bets on the long shot. Up in flames.
Up in flames.
Ernie Keltner is third. Flying Knight is fourth. Maximilian is fifth. And up in flames.
Up in flames. They said it was a hot tip, Rocky.
Days End is second by half a length. Flying Knight is third. Ernie Keltner is fourth. Up in flames is fifth. And Maximilian. And there goes Up in Flames. He found a hole in the rail and is moving up between horses.
Yeah, Gus, your bankroll's going up in flames.
It's Blue Flash, Days End, and Up in Flames. Now it's Days End and Blue Flash and Up in Flames. They're in a drive and coming down to the line of finish. It's Days End and Up in Flames. And Up in Flames gets up to win it by a nose. Days End is second and Ernie Keltner is third in front of Blue Flash.
Not too bad, Gus. You can't win all the time.
Don't worry, Rocky. I'll get it back. There are still 2 races to go. Now they'll all bet on the long shots.
I hope they do, Gus. But to get back to where I can find Mac.
Oh, yes. I don't know where he lives, but he hangs around Lefty's apartment all the time. It's 847 St. George Street.
847 St. George Street turned out to be a medium-sized apartment house in a middle-class neighborhood. I paid the driver and walked up the 6 stone steps to the entranceway. The entrance light was burned out, so I scratched a match. The name Lefty Miller was on the mailbox, numbered 311. I started to flick out the match and stopped. Just under it on the mailbox, numbered 211, was the name Mr. and Mrs. Timothy Temple. It was a mild shock, but I'd been waiting for something like this all evening. Things had to tie together, and maybe this was it. I went upstairs and knocked on the door just under where it said 311. I hoped the door would open. It did. And I got another shock. This one gave me the full treatment.
Well, Rocky Jordan, come in.
It was Lefty Miller, and very much alive.
Come in, Rocky, come on in.
I went in. Lefty seemed glad to see me. While I stood there trying to believe my eyes, I noticed on a long table about 5 or 6 radios with their parts scattered all around them.
I'm glad you dropped by, Rocky. Did you get that bet down on me to lose?
This may come as sort of a mild surprise, Lefty, but not more than an hour ago, I left your dead body lying in 3 inches of sooty water in what was left of dressing room 7 after the fire.
My dead body? Fire? What fire?
You don't know that the American Club gym burned down?
Well, no, Rocky, but what do you mean?
There was a body in your dressing room that everyone figured was you.
Good Lord, Benny.
Benny?
Yeah, my sparring partner in second. Rocky, this is awful. They'll say I killed him.
Well, did you?
No. I'll admit we had a quarrel. I knocked him out, but I didn't kill him.
Wait a minute. You said just now, did I get the bet down on you to lose?
That's what Benny and I had to fight about. I didn't tell him I was going to take that dive in the 3rd round.
And it was a phony dive.
Sure, I admit it. Benny bet on me to win. He was sore about it. He swung on me after Mac left. I let him have one on the chin, left him lying on the rub-down table. I turned out the lights, closed the door, and left, that's all. Hey, you didn't bet my money on me to win, did you?
I didn't bet your money at all. I gave it to Mac when he came over to my cafe later.
So that's where he went. Maybe he figured you got me to take the dive.
Why did you?
That was Gus Gimlick's idea. I owed him some money. Some horses I bet on decided not to come in. He said if I take the dive in the 3rd round, he'd cancel a bet.
That's a quick way to end your fight career.
As far as I'm concerned, it's over right now. I wasn't making any dough in a fight game. None of bouts. I've been making my rent money repairing radios.
That's quite a hobby for a prize fighter.
I picked it up during the war. Essential industry kept me out of the Army.
Oh.
Hey, let me show you the combination screwdriver and solder iron I invented.
Some other time.
Hey, what did you come here for, Rocky?
I was looking for Mac to convince him I didn't get you to take the dive. I guess it won't be necessary now.
No, I guess not, Rocky. Going already?
Yeah, but you'd better stick around. I think you're going to have another visitor. An official one. Lefty shrugged his shoulders, picked up his combination screwdriver and soldering iron, and turned towards the table with the dismantled radios. I closed the door and walked down 3 flights to the front entrance. The timing was perfect. Sam's limousine pulled up at the curb just as I was going down the 6 stone steps.
Jordan! Jordan, what were you doing in there?
Talking to a very much alive dead man, Sam. You'll find his story very interesting.
No doubt, Jordan. The body is not that of Lefty Miller, but of his sparring partner and second, Benny Myers. Miller was seen leaving the club quite some time before the fire.
Yeah.
Jordan, a penny for your thoughts.
You just rang a bell, Sam. See you later.
Jordan, come back here!
I guess Sam figured he knew where he could find me later, because he didn't follow me. I grabbed a taxi at the corner and headed for dressing room 7 of the American Club gym. I didn't ask for permission, and nobody tried to stop me. Just as the 4th match was burning my finger, I found what I was looking for. 14 minutes later, I pulled up at 937 Kemal Street at the charred remains of Mr. Agrazian's frozen food lockers. The next stop was 3014 Shariel Motorfar, and what used to be Mr. Tanut's small hotel. From there, we wheeled around and went to what used to be Mr. Shoup's drugstore at the corner of Bakil and Canal. Then I gave the driver the address of 847 St. George Street and settled back to count my evening's loot. Adding them up carefully, they would just come to the price of the new American airmail postcard. I told the driver to wait, ran up the 6 stone steps and went inside. This time I knocked on the door right under where it said 211. I figured when the door opened, it'd be Timothy Temple. It was, and he was in a bathrobe.
Mr. Jordan.
Thanks for asking me in, Temple.
What do you mean by forcing your way in like this? What do you want, Jordan?
I'm onto your game, Temple. Did you ever see these before?
You're asking me to identify 4 American pennies, Mr. Jordan?
They're yours, aren't they?
How would I know? Look, will you please go? Mrs. Temple and I were about to go to sleep.
Who is it, dear? What is going on? Oh, Mr. Jordan.
Well, you look quite different without your glasses, Miss Bates. Mrs. Temple.
Mr. Jordan, I don't know why you forced your way in here like this, but will you please go? We would like to go to sleep.
With that radio on in the bedroom? Sounds more like you were dancing.
Mr. Jordan, that radio is not in our bedroom. It is in the apartment upstairs. That awful man plays his radio day and night. And what is more, he is a prize fighter, and when Timothy reprimanded him, he offered to knock my husband's block off. We're going to move just as soon as we can find another apartment.
It's just possible I could be wrong about you two.
What are you getting at, Jordan? Why did you want me to identify those 4 coins?
Let me ask one, friend. Who besides you and your wife would know to whom you had sold extra fire insurance?
It is odd you ask, Mr. Jordan. My husband and I have tried to keep that information a secret between us, discussing it only here at home. The number of our clients having fires is alarmingly high. The head office is quite disturbed.
Well, what would happen if you could prove those fires were deliberately set just to collect the insurance?
Why, we could force them to return the money and put the guilty persons in prison. But what makes you think the fires were not accidental? There's no proof.
I've got the proof, Temple. Wait a minute. You stay right here. I've got an idea. I left Mr. and Mrs. T looking at each other without saying a word. I didn't count the steps between 211 and 311, but there weren't many. I tried the door of 311. It wasn't locked, so I opened it.
And here they are.
Lefty was gone. The music was coming from one of the radios. I walked over and turned it off.
Why do you think Mr. Jordan came here?
My dear, I haven't the slightest idea. He asked me to identify...
Mr. and Mrs. Temple's voices were coming out of a pair of headphones lying on Lefty's work table. It all fit now. I had my answers. I walked over to the phone and called Sam.
Cairo Police. Captain Zabaya.
Jordan, Sam. Any of you boys around this time of night?
Certainly. Why?
If they want to know where you're taking them, tell them you're going to a fire.
Jordan, what are you talking about?
No time for details, Sam. Meet me at my cafe as soon as you can. Maybe we can catch the guy red-handed. I think somebody's getting ready to set fire to the tambourine. Hurry, Sam. When we pulled up in front of the tambourine, there was no sign of Sabaya. I tossed the driver a 5-pound note and reached for my keys as I crossed the sidewalk. Except for the little service light in the back of the bar, the cafe was dark. I opened the front door, started for my office. I figured I'd find him there. I was just about even with the foot of the stairs going up to my room over the office when the upstairs door opened and he was framed in the light. I started up the stairs after him. He met me halfway and proved the theory that what goes up must come down. We untangled at the foot of the stairs and I swung on him. I should have known better. He was a trained fighter. He caught me right on the button and I went backwards against one of the service tables full of glasses and silverware. I got up and started for him again. His back was to the front door. Just then, Sam, with full siren, pulled up out front. My opponent turned. His chin was silhouetted against the glare on the headlights, and I let him have it. For the second time in one night, Lefty Miller took a dive. Only this time, it wasn't fate.
Rocky Jordan returns in a matter of seconds with the ending of tonight's story. On New Year's Day, the Rose Bowl kickoff will be at 2 instead of 3 p.m. due to the return of California to Standard Time. Remember to enjoy both the Tournament of Roses and the Rose Bowl game on your local CBS station New Year's Day. Now back to Rocky Jordan for the ending of tonight's story.
Well, I'll say this for Sam. When you really need him, he's right there. If there were more like him, the world would be much better off. But as usual, he wanted all the details. And from the beginning.
All right, Jordan. How did you know we would find Lefty Miller here in your cafe?
Well, Sam, it just figured. When I heard Mr. and Mrs. Temple's voices on the earphones in Lefty's room, I knew he'd been listening in on him. Maybe first as a gag, but he was the only one besides the Temples who could have known who they'd sold fire insurance to.
So he was the one who had gotten the owners to agree to let him fix up the accidental fires.
Exactly. He convinced them that he could do the job, and when they collected the insurance money, all he wanted was a percentage of the profits.
Jordan, how did you figure out he did it?
Well, first of all, Lefty was an electrician, fixed radios. He also had invented a combination screwdriver and soldering
Jordan,
iron.
keep it simple.
Oh, I will, Sam. He went to those places and did a little work on a light switch. A couple of drops of solder in the right place. Then he put a penny behind the fuse to keep it from burning out when the short developed. All the owner had to do was to turn out the lights, lock up the joint, go someplace where he'd have a perfect alibi. After a while, the short would develop, and the penny behind the fuse kept it from burning out. And there you have it. Fire. Cause unknown.
But you still haven't told me why you knew he would be here at the tambourine.
Oh, it's the pattern, Sam. Lefty's sparring partner, Benny, must have caught on to him. So after Lefty knocked Benny out, he fixed the light switch in the dressing room, put the penny behind the fuse, turned off the lights, closed the door, and left. Perfect alibi.
But the tambourine, George.
Well, that follows, Sam. He'd fixed the light switch in my bedroom. I'd come in and figure I'd forgotten to turn the light off. Finally, I'd turn it off and go to bed. Then when I was asleep, the short would develop. No tambourine,
No Jordan. Up in flames.
Up in flames. You don't miss a bet, do you, Jordan? I wondered what you were doing in Gus Gimlick's back room tonight.
Rocky Jordan is presented from Columbia Square in Hollywood and stars Jack Moyles in the title role. Tonight's story was produced, written, and directed by Cliff Howell with original music by Milton Charles. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Time now for Rocky Jordan. Not far from the Mosque Sultan Hassan in Cairo stands the Cafe Tambourine, run by Rocky Jordan. The Cafe Tambourine, crowded with forgotten men, alive with the babble of many languages. For this is Cairo, where modern adventure and intrigue unfold against a backdrop of antiquity. Tonight's story, Fall Guy.
Three o'clock in the morning's just about the same all over the world. The streets and buildings and rooms and people are full of sleep. And even in Cairo, Egypt, you can't expect anything different. The whole town's packed with a kind of air that moves all around so you can't hear it, like a lady in a soft dress. I don't generally sit up and wait for 3 in the a.m., but last night was different. I was working on the books in my place above the tambourine when things got noisy. From my window, I made out a couple of Egyptian police waving pistols in the air. I didn't know what the show was about, but whoever they were shooting at figured to be the leading man. I didn't have time to pick him out because just then he picked me.
Open up, Rocky. Rocky, it's me, Johnny Servey. Open up quick. Help me, Rocky. Help me, they're after me.
Shortchange somebody at the club, Johnny?
This is serious. I'm in a spot.
You can tell by the noise you ought to keep a curfew.
They were shooting at me. They won't give me a chance to talk. It's a cop, Greco. He's bucking for a promotion. I'm one more strike.
All right, take it easy, Johnny.
They're coming here. Help me, Rocky. I've always been a hard luck guy. Greco'd kill me just for the fun of it. You know what he's like. He won't give me a chance. Nobody will give Johnny Servey a chance. Rocky, please, we're old pals, you and me. You give me a chance, please, Rocky, huh?
Okay, Johnny.
Oh, thanks.
I haven't got time to hear your story now, Johnny. But if this is a wrong thing, I'll break you like they never could.
I wouldn't get you in any trouble, Rocky, honest. I'll tell you everything just the way it happened.
Open it. Open up.
It's Greco.
All right, in the closet there. Close the door and don't breathe.
Yeah, Rocky, I got you.
Open up again. It's the police.
All right. Ah, you look hot, Greco. The stairs too much for you?
I am looking for a friend of yours, Mr. Jordan. He came in here.
Huh? Which one?
Johnny Servey. And I will take him dead or alive. It doesn't matter to me. Now step aside.
You got a warrant, Greco?
I don't need one with you.
Tonight you do.
You will please step out of the doorway. I'm coming in.
You're too shovey even for a policeman.
But I am a policeman, and I want Servey any way I can get
Back
him.
to your beat, Greco.
One moment. Rocky Jordan might have been shot accidentally in the line of fire.
If you make out the report, is that what it'd say?
That is exactly what it would say. Do I come in, Mr. Jordan?
I don't argue with a police special. Sure, come on in.
Greco!
Better tuck it away, Greco. Sam still runs the department his way.
Well, Greco, so we've lost him, eh?
No, Captain Sabaya. He is hiding here in Mr. Jones' cafe.
Hiya, Sam. Everybody gunning around tonight?
Jordan, are you hiding this man? We know he is a friend of yours.
Oh, you got a lot of friends.
Have you seen Johnny Servey tonight? Jordan, an important diplomatic official was robbed at the International Club tonight. The charge is against your friend Servey. It is a serious situation which might bring about complications. Now, Jordan, is this man here with you?
I can make him answer that question, Captain.
Greco, we represent the law. We do not violate it.
You ought to remind him more often, Sam. He forgets easy.
Within the hour, I will have a warrant issued to search these premises, Jordan. For your sake, as a guest of the Egyptian government, I hope we do not find Johnny Survey here.
I hope so, too.
All right, Greco.
You mean we are not going to search this place now?
We will do everything the law enables us to do. Jordan.
Yeah?
Friendship is a most admirable attainment. It is the single proof that men are no longer barbarians. Sometimes, however, it is taken advantage of. And then it is a sin against civilization.
Good night, Sam.
Good night, Jordan.
I heard their story, Johnny. Hope you write a better one.
You covered for me, swell.
Come on, give it to me. Give it to me.
All right. You know, I rake in the chips for Ed Solomon at the International Club.
Yeah?
Well, tonight a guy from one of the embassies takes the plunge. Loses more than he's got with him. He leaves his briefcase for security. Well, I figure the briefcase full of important papers will bring him back with the money he owes the house.
What does that lead to?
Well, the next thing I know, Greco and a couple of uniforms are knocking on the door telling me how I robbed the embassy guy of his briefcase.
You made a break for it?
Well, I told Greco what really happened, but he wanted to write it his way. It'd look good, him hauling me in. Even better if I came dead. People talk in places besides Cairo with an embassy guy in the deal. Greco'd get a promotion, and I'm his water boy.
Hey, you did real good, Johnny. What happens now?
Big Ed Solomon, he owns the International Club. Greco wouldn't tangle with him, and Ed could do all my talking to the right people. Now, you can help me, Rocky.
Keep going.
Ed Solomon lives in an apartment on the river. Will you see him for me, Rocky? Will you tell him what happened and get me out of this?
I'm not going to get any sleep anyhow.
Oh, you're a pal, Rocky. And I sure can use a pal.
Yeah, Johnny. That's what scares me. I made sure none of Sabaya's boys were hanging around. Then I hustled Johnny Survey into a cab and dropped him off at a friend of mine's laundry shop. I didn't figure Sam or Greco would go through somebody's dirty burnouses looking for him. Then I headed over to the Nile Street apartment house where Big Ed Solomon lived. It turned out to be one of those chunks of white granite and copper window frames that makes Cairo, Egypt look like a suburb of Michigan Boulevard. Inside, it took a lot of British pounds and American dollars to keep the place up. I waded over a carpet that dragged on me like a Florida swamp and finally found a door marked Mr. and Mrs. Edward Solomon. I figured £500 a year for a good lease. She was pretty. Black hair and green eyes. 24, maybe. But she could have looked 16.
Yes?
Oh, I hate to bother you this time of morning, but it's very important. I've got to see Ed Solomon.
Who's calling?
Rocky Jordan.
Oh, come in, Mr. Jordan. I'm Connie Solomon, Ed's wife.
Yeah?
Perhaps I can help you.
I'm doing this for a friend, Johnny Survey. He's in trouble, and Big Ed can help him.
I understand. Well, I'm sorry my husband's not here, Mr. Jordan. I've been sitting up waiting for him. I haven't seen Ed for 5 days.
Oh?
I've heard of you, Mr. Jordan. You run a cafe here in Cairo. You're an American like myself.
Let's get back to your husband. Where is he?
I don't know. I'd like to see him, too.
The world's full of people who want to see him. What's your story?
Well, I used to sing. 3 years ago, I was stranded at the Shepherd Hotel. One day, a big man came in and heard me and sent me flowers after the show.
That'd be Big Ed.
After that, he kept coming in, and, well, I began going out with him, and when he asked me to marry him, I married him. And I didn't ask him what he did for a living or how he spent his time. Oh, he was good to me, and he's always been good to me, and, well, now he's gone.
You sound like he's gone for good.
We've never been parted more than 5 hours since our marriage. He's given me everything. He's done everything for me.
You never ask questions?
Never. You want him, Mr. Jordan, and I want him. You know where to look and who to ask. Oh, find him for me, please.
Yeah, from pictures I've seen of Big Ed Solomon, he'd be a pretty hard man to lose.
Rocky, I'm scared. A partner of his, a man named Axman, was here last Monday night. That was the night Ed left and never came back.
Axman? Mm-hmm. He's new to me.
I was in the bedroom. I thought I heard them quarreling, and when I came out, Axman had his hat in his hand and was leaving, and Ed went with him.
Is that all?
I haven't seen him since. Do you think anything's happened to him? Do you think he's all right?
I think you ought to try the truth.
What?
All the pictures I've seen of Big Ed Solomon were of a big man with a pipe in his face. I don't see any pipe racks around here, but I see where they might have been.
Why,
And if I went to the closet, I bet I wouldn't find any of Ed's clothes. What'd you and Ed argue about?
The same things we've been arguing about for 3 years. He drinks too much and he plays the horses too much. And besides, he hit me.
That's better.
So I finally got fed up and I told him to get out.
Only now you want him back?
Long enough to serve him with some divorce papers and get a property settlement.
Thought it'd be something like that.
But about Axman, I wasn't lying. He hates Ed, even if they are partners. Well, it's something from the old days. Well, Axman walked in when Ed and me was having our knockdown. If he wanted to bump Ed, he could do it, and somehow he fixed it so it looked like I'd done it. He's that kind. It'd make me look pretty sick if Ed turned up dead somewhere.
Yeah, it would.
Wait a minute. You still want to see Ed, don't you?
Yeah.
And you're going to look for him?
I told you I got a friend who needs...
Yeah, that's what you said. Well, remember everything I told you, will you?
Yeah, sure. You had a convincing story to begin with. You ever try acting?
Yeah, once Yeah, there's no future in it.
Maybe you're right, Connie.
Hey, when this is all over, let you and me have a drink somewhere or something, huh?
Sure, why not?
I'd like to meet a nice guy. A real nice guy. Once. Yeah, just once.
Now, when I left her place, the morning sun already had the hangover crowd on the ropes. And it looked like a pretty busy day for me. I'd covered for Johnny Servey, and the only way I could square myself was to find Ed Solomon and clear things up. So I started looking. I ran up a tab at 5 different places asking questions. Everybody talked, but nobody said anything. That is, until I ran into Sam Sabaya at the Courtney Club. He was standing at the bar, sucking in on one of those long Egyptian cigarettes. His eyes didn't shift when they saw me. He just came my way like they were pulling him around. When he stopped, the tuft on his fez hadn't moved.
We searched your place, Jordan.
Huh? Find enough liquor?
Jordan, I have known you for a long time. You have a code that puzzles me.
Hmm?
And perhaps it is the difference between the East and the West. Whatever it is, the end is always the same.
What are you trying to say, Sam?
I know that you were hiding Johnny Servey when Sergeant Greco and I were looking for him tonight. I know that you have hidden him somewhere else in the city.
Listen,
I posted no men to watch your cafe. I hope you can produce Servey when I ask for him, Jordan.
Why don't you try an American cigarette, Sam?
And I hope you have done the right thing this time.
I'll handle Servey if you handle Greco.
Jordan, there are some people who are controlled only with patience. Good night again. Or rather, good morning.
See you, Sam.
Mr. Jordan. Mr. Jordan.
Where'd you come from, Buster?
Oh, no, Buster. I'm Jeannie. I've been searching for you, Effendi. I have some information.
I've already got plenty of that.
This is of special interest to you and your friend.
What friend?
Inshallah.
Yeah.
Akatakaya. Effendi, Mr. Edward Solomon is a man of peculiar habits. I do not understand them.
Come on, Jeannie, let's have it.
In Cairo, he maintains a beautiful apartment and a lovely wife from your own country, I believe.
Yes, I met her.
But on the edge of the desert, away from the Nile, at a large oasis near El Fayoum, he also maintains a home. Not many persons know about it. Not even the beautiful Mrs. Solomon.
You seem to know all about it.
Kismet, it is fate. I am in a business that makes such information my business. Mr. Solomon went to his desert home 5 days ago with a Mr. Axman.
Is that all?
That is all you need to know, Mr. Jordan.
If it isn't enough, I'll want my money back.
Effendi, I am superbly honest. Here, my home address in case you wish to talk further with me.
You act like this is a sure thing.
Nothing is certain in this life, Mr. Jordan. Not even friends.
You've been peeking in Sam Sabaya's diary.
Effendi, I do not understand.
Skip it. Neither do I. When I left the little guy with all the information, nothing looked right. Johnny Servey's story, Connie Solomon's story, even Sam Sabaya's talk had a rattle in it. But no matter what Sam said at the bar, he was making a deal with me. He meant to have Servey. That meant I had to find Ed Solomon. So I got my car and drove up to El Fayoum. The place looked tired and old, like it was a million years away from Cairo. The only thing new about it was a petrol station serving it up out of big 5-gallon tins. The guy in the white pants and shirt didn't bother about a hat. I guess he liked the sun. Hey, George. Assalamu. Alaikum. Assalamu.
Save it, pal. I never use it.
You come from here, but somebody taught you a different alphabet.
I had the Swami trick in the carny once. Lousy racket.
Yeah? What do you do now?
Pour gas out of them tins. You want some?
Those look like quartermaster marks.
What difference does it make? You need gas to get back where you came from.
All right, you got gasoline. What about coke?
Try inside. The girl will take care of you.
Oh, thanks.
Don't mention it, Jordan.
Did you say Jordan?
I don't know. Did I?
Oh, darling, I cannot go on. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were Paul.
Paul? Who's that?
Paul Carew. This is his place.
Oh, yes, I just met him. Nice fella. He said I could find a coke in here.
Oh, yes, of course. You are traveling far?
No. No, just to the oasis.
Oh, that is just over the dune. But there is none there this time of year.
Oh, I heard different.
Oh, perhaps you had your own home there?
I'm looking for a guy. Big Ed Solomon.
Solomon? You are a friend of his?
Oh, never met him, lady.
Let me tell you.
Car's all ready to go.
Oh, thanks.
Lisa, don't you think you ought to see how the fire's doing?
Fire? What fire?
Build one.
Of course, Paul, of course. Goodbye, sir.
Lisa is too friendly.
I like friendly people.
So they tell me.
Keep the car here, will you?
Huh?
Going to the oasis. I don't see any road. I'll have to hoof it.
Let's ride about half a kilometer. Your feet will get hot.
I'll bet you got some foot powder.
Doc Scholl himself. You want some?
Yeah, when I get back.
Suit yourself. See you around, Allie.
Big Ed Solomon's house was there, all right. Well-ordered palm trees surrounded by an all-white job with a lot of grill work. I pounded on the door. Nobody answered. I smelled an oil lamp burning somewhere, so I pounded on the door some more. And some more people didn't answer. When I put my hand on the latch, the door opened. People and no people, and I went in. You can believe it or not, somebody was there, right in front of the fireplace. Only he was dead. One side of his head was bashed in. No, you're wrong. It wasn't Big Ed Solomon. It was a guy I'd never seen before in my life.
You are listening to Fall Guy, tonight's adventure with Rocky Jordan. For the most exciting mystery, turn first to CBS. There, your mystery programs will be full of the thrills you enjoy, full of the surprises which keep you absorbed in the story until the final climax. On Tuesday night, CBS, at 8:30, turn to a full hour of top mystery. Mr. and Mrs. North first, then Mystery Theater. Two unusual programs, a full hour voyage into the chilling realm of crime and punishment. Beginning at 8:30 on Tuesday night, CBS. Now we return you to Cairo and tonight's adventure with Rocky Jordan, Fall Guy.
Sometimes you don't know just why you do things. Anyhow, when the police came looking for my friend Johnny Servey, I covered for him. Things like that don't exactly set with the law, so I had to find Johnny's boss and try to clear him. So I started out hunting Big Ed Solomon. All I found was a dead man I'd never seen before. I stood there and looked at whoever he'd been. Nothing in his pockets, labels cut off his blue suit, not even a patch or laundry mark. None of it made sense. I began looking around for a poker or a hammer or something. What I found was a heavy chunk of palm branch that had been polished for a lamp base. One end of it was stained. It was about then I heard somebody come in the door. When I turned around, I was looking at Paul Carew, the gasoline swami I'd just met back at El Fayoum. He looked at the dead man, at the piece of wood in my hand. But I was looking at the Luger he was pointing at me.
Through being friendly, Jordan. This guy's all used up. Know him?
Never saw him before in my life.
I did. Name's Tom Axman. Friend of Big Ed Solomon.
Tom Axman? You kill him?
You did.
Why, you...
There was a big fight. I don't know what it was all about. Just heard parts of it from my place. You conked him with that piece of wood.
Pretty neat.
I saw it all. And Lisa, she saw it too.
And that makes me the patsy.
You're it, Pally. Let's go find ourselves a cop.
Carroll waved the Luger at me, and I started ahead of him for the door. He was good at doing frame-ups, and he was good at running things. But he was only an amateur when it came to pushing a man with a gun. I waited to feel it in my back. It was there by the time I got to the door, and that was his mistake.
Hey, come back here!
I shoved him against the wall, but he held on to the gun. There wasn't anything for me to do but make a break for the Oasis.
Come back, Jordan! Come back there!
All the rest of that day it went on in the Oasis. Cairo crashing around looking for me. I hid behind date palms and in the underbrush. Found out a lot of things that bug experts would have gone buggy about. As far as helping Johnny Servey or finding Ed Solomon, I was doing no good at all. As soon as it got real dark, I figured it was safe enough to cross the patch of sand and hit the highway. Cairo must have figured the same way, because I didn't hear him crashing around anymore. So I went back to see Paul Cairo's wife, Lisa.
Who is it? Who is there?
Easy, baby. It's me.
Oh, Mr. Jordan, it is you. Paul is looking everywhere for you. He says you killed a man, Tom Axman, over in Mr. Solomon's home.
Yeah, that's what he's saying.
But you did not kill him. I know that.
Yeah?
You must leave here right away. Your life is not safe.
The way you're talking, neither is yours.
I came here with Paul 2 weeks ago, and everything that has happened has been strange. Especially the disappearance of Mr. Solomon.
What about him? Have you seen him?
A few nights ago, he came here with Mr. Axman. They had been drinking, and they were arguing when they went over to the cabin.
Oh, I've heard that before. What else?
I've not seen them since. But Paul has Mr. Solomon tied up in one of the cabins. He's been taking food to him.
Then who killed Axman?
I'm afraid it was Paul.
You've only got some of it. We better get to Cairo and see Sabaya. Your husband has my keys?
Yes.
Solomon's car here?
Yes, and the keys are in it.
Where's the car?
In back.
Come on.
Of course, this will mean the end of everything between Paul and myself.
He doesn't strike me as good husband material.
Love is a strange emotion, Mr. Jordan. It makes what is wrong very right.
Can't put that on a police blotter.
Yes, I know too well. I don't know whether I should go back to Cairo with you or not.
Lady, all he'll give you is a lot of grief, you know that.
But I love him.
Come on, get in. It was Cairo off in the dock somewhere, shooting at anything that moved. Lisa fell off the running board. I scrambled down, but when I got one look at her face, I knew she couldn't use any help. So I shoved the car into gear and burned tires straight for the road to Cairo. It took me 2 hours to get there. The guy at the laundry said Johnny Servey had taken a powder 10 hours before. The sergeant at the desk said Sam Sabaya was where he couldn't be reached. Well, that left only one guy to see, Jeannie, the information boy who had sent me on the chase to the Oasis. I pulled his card out of my pocket and found his place off in the native quarter, in between a phony rug maker and a lady barber.
Mr. Jordan.
Buster, I've been up almost 24 hours without sleep. I saw one dead man and one woman killed. I don't feel good, and I want more information.
But, Mr. Jordan, I told you where Mr. Solomon could be found. I gave you information.
You didn't give it all.
Please, Effendi, didn't you find Mr. Solomon?
I found a playmate of yours who likes to shoot people and beat their skulls in and hang phony raps on me.
Effendi,
So start talking.
Please, I know nothing of a man who would do such things. I know nothing of that man.
When a punk like you comes sidling up to me and tells me out of a clear sky where to find my man and doesn't argue about what I pay him, that means he's already been paid. And they only pay you for working.
You know, I am above reproach, Mr. Jordan. I would never become involved in a killing or murder.
Yes.
No.
Who paid you to send me up to El Fayoum? Who paid you to frame me with a murder?
It was me, Rocky.
I didn't tell him, Mr. Servey. I didn't tell him.
Shut up. That 38 makes you a foot taller, Johnny.
Easy, Rocky, easy. I'll use it right here if I have to.
I think you would.
Paul Cairo phones me from El Fayoum. Said you lammed out twice. You're awful tough, Rocky. Too tough to call a friend. Here, take this and buy yourself a new fez, Uni. Forget you ever saw Jordan.
Oh, yes, Mr. Sir. Yes, sir.
All right, Rocky, let's get going. Long drive ahead of us.
I'll be able to drive it blindfolded someday.
Someday.
I'm still the fall guy?
I hate to do it to you, Rocky, but you're it. This is my chance not to be a punk anymore. I take you back there and we call Sabaya. Me and Cairo fix it up like you did it all. Now, come on. Cairo will be getting anxious.
Well, you can't say I didn't help my pal, Johnny Servey. And you can't say I didn't find my man. Even if he was sitting in that same cabin with a couple of corpses on the floor. Big Ed Solomon needed his shave, but his face was a funny color. Maybe that was because he was looking at two bodies, Axman's and Lisa's. I guess Cairo brought Lisa over from where she dropped by the car. He was standing there with a couple of big tears in his face, holding a gun against Big Ed's back.
Johnny, I thought you'd never get here. Come on, let's get this over with.
Sorry about Lisa.
Never mind. Never mind about her now. Let's get this finished.
Don't be nervous, Cairo. Meet Rocky Jordan, Ed. He killed you.
Hi, Jordan. You're the fall guy, huh? Tough luck.
Where'd you find him, Johnny?
Where I said I'd find him.
You still killing the wrong people, Cairo?
Not quite finished, pal. 2 down and 1 to go.
I'm next, huh?
Sorry, Ed. Business. The bill of sale's all signed. Me and Cairo will take over the International Club where you and Axman left off.
Yeah, that's good enough reason. Hey, Jordan, we gonna let him rub me out and then pin all this on you, or we're gonna do something about it?
Take it easy, Ed.
I think we ought to do something about
Watch
it.
him, Cairo.
Big Ed Solomon was good. He stopped the first 2 slugs from Cairo's gun and the first 2 out of Johnny's, all in the chest. By that time, I'd gotten hold of a poker and brought it into Cairo's face. He looked sick in a big way and went down without a word. When I looked around, Big Ed had twisted the gun from Johnny's hand. I think he was already dead when he pulled the trigger.
No, Ed! No!
Rocky, help me.
I did once, Johnny. Remember?
Yeah. Yeah, no.
Why'd you pick me, Johnny?
The embassy trick was level. I got the idea a couple of days ago. Figured I could get you looking for Big Ed.
You set it up with Cairo.
Well, Rocky, you aren't a patsy anymore.
No, Jordan. You are not a patsy anymore.
Cops and everything. Aye, Captain. Guess I didn't work it so well.
You were wrong when you first started, Servey.
Yeah. Nothing I ever did ever worked out. Hard luck guy. Rocky.
Yeah?
Rocky, you were a good guy. I guess I was...
Oh, you just played in the wrong team, Johnny. You never were...
Let's go, Jordan.
Yes, sir. From here on, it's a monologue.
Well, Sam and I picked up the pieces later on. It was like Johnny said. The embassy thing that night was true enough. Greco wanted Johnny bad. But Johnny got ideas and figured me for the patsy in his deal with Cairo. He had the guy tip me off to where Big Ed was, and Cairo put Big Ed under lock and key, killed Axman, and waited for me. You know how it happened from there on out. Lisa got in the way, I got in the way, and Johnny got in the way. Sam looked sad when it was all over. Maybe I did too. You go out on a limb for a pal. Next thing you know, somebody's chopping down the tree.
It's CBS again at this same time next week for another story of adventure and intrigue when we take you back to Cairo and the Cafe Tambourine, run by Rocky Jordan. Jack Moyles plays the title role, with tonight's story by E. Jack Newman, edited by Larry Roman and Gomer Cool. Rocky Jordan is produced and directed by Cliff Howell, with original music by Richard Arant. Larry Thor speaking, this CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Time now for Rocky Jordan. Not far from the Mosque Sultan Hassan in Cairo stands the Cafe Tambourine, run by Rocky Jordan. The Cafe Tambourine, crowded with forgotten men, alive with the babble of many languages. For this is Cairo, where modern adventure and intrigue unfold against a backdrop of antiquity. Tonight's story, Lady in Disguise.
I'd met this Francine a couple of months before through a friend. She was pretty, like the cover page of Vogue magazine you see on the newsstands, even in Cairo. And I guess she liked American company. Anyhow, we hit it off together and did the town a few times. She especially liked to wander through the Mouski bazaars and argue with the excited rug peddlers. When she told me she was leaving Egypt for France, we just said goodbye, and that was that. But when my phone buzzed with a long-distance call from Marseille that afternoon, I'll admit my heart skipped a beat.
Rocky, darling!
Hello, Francine.
Can you hear me?
Oh, clear as a bell.
Save the bells for tomorrow night. I will be there to ring them with you.
You're in Cairo, Francine?
Yes. Now, darling, don't tell me you have a date for that night.
For you, lady, I'd break a date with Cleopatra. When do you get in?
Eventide. Give me a chance to fresh up and meet me at the Hotel Anton. About 8:30, eh?
Sure. How long you be here?
Darling, if we talk any longer, I will not have enough money left to pay for my plane ticket. 8:30 then?
It's a date, Francine.
Au revoir, darling.
Well, right away, I sent my best suit out to the cleaners and called the laundry to hurry up with my shirts. I was feeling so good that morning, I decided to open up the Tambourine early before the help got there. I'd hardly unlocked the front door before the parade started. It was headed by a familiar egg-shaped Egyptian in elevated shoes and an elongated tarbouche on his head to bring him up to his idea of a big politician. Bringing up the rear was a big Senegalese and various native ward healers. The egg-shape walked up to me and kept right on coming.
Step to one side, Jordan.
Keep your fez out of my face, Kafar.
Kafar Bey to you now, Jordan.
Very important man, huh?
Certain people have learned to respect me, yes. Jordan, you and I had certain difficulties when you first came to Cairo. You were most uncooperative.
Take it someplace else, Kafar. You tried to keep me out of business, but I'm still here.
I'm well aware that you won that round, Jordan. However, many things have changed since then. I intend to impress you with that fact.
Get to the point. What brought you here?
My new official capacity as building inspector.
Hold it, Kafar. This place passed inspection 6 months ago, and you know it.
Many things change in 6 months. It is possible I will have to condemn this building.
Anything to throw your weight around, huh? Don't try it, Kafar.
Mashish!
Alwa, Kafar Bey.
See that the tables and chairs are moved from that spot. Get the men busy immediately.
At once. Arak, Yosef, Marlanda.
All right, that's all, Kafar.
You will not interfere, Jordan. I have authority.
Not without a search warrant. Show it or get out, quick.
You are learning, are you not? Continue, Mashish.
Your command, Kafar Bey.
Now, remove that section of the floor.
What do you think you'll find there?
Termites, perhaps.
He's getting you in trouble, Mashish.
Am I making myself clear, Jordan?
Yeah, I get the idea, but what do the police think about this?
Kafar Bey, what's he thinking?
Yeah, sharp boy.
Yeah. Now, you two there, behind the bar, remove those bottles.
They come under building inspection?
In your case, Jordan, yes.
Hey, that's expensive liquor, Papa. You're running up a big bill.
Nectar of infidels, like you. You respect my official position now, Jordan? You understand that I am a very big man?
To me, Kafar, you haven't grown an inch. I threw you out of here once, and I'll do it again.
The touch of your hands is offensive. Fascist, remove him!
Back, Jordan. Or the knife.
Brought all the equipment, didn't you?
Yeah. Now, Jordan, we will withdraw in our own way.
What about my tambourine?
It is in very bad shape.
Yeah.
Perhaps I will condemn it. Perhaps not. That all depends on you.
See you later, Kafar, when you don't have 6 other guys with you.
Is that a threat, Jordan?
I'll go you one better. It's a promise. Kafar followed his stomach out the door, trailed by the Senghalese and the rest of the entourage, Indian style. Just in case some of them came back and I had to wrap a few heads, I spotted for my gun under the cash register at the front of the bar. It was gone. It took me and my bartender and the waiters and the cook and the dishwasher all that day and most of the next to get the tambourine back in shape and replace the broken bottles of liquor with some more stuff from the cellar. But I wasn't going to let that trouble ruin my date with Francine. The cleaner brought my suit back in time, and Chang Li did a good job on my shirts, and I was off for the Anton Hotel. It was off the main drag a little, not very imposing. At exactly 8:30, I stepped up to the desk.
Yes?
I'm calling for Francine Tournay.
One moment, please. Room 502. Miss Tournay? Gentlemen see you in the lobby. Pardon? Yes, I'll tell him. Sorry, Miss Tournay is not to be disturbed.
But I had a date with her. Call her back. Tell her it's Rocky Jordan.
Miss Tournay does not wish to be...
Give me that phone.
Mr. Jordan, you will find the house phone.
Give me room 502 and hurry it up.
This is highly irregular.
Yes? Hello?
Hello, Francine.
Who's this?
Oh, what's the idea? This is Rocky Jordan. Hello?
Now, if you will kindly hand me that phone.
Take it, Sonny, but I still say she's seeing me. The room clerk looked worried, but I punched the elevator button, and just 43 seconds and 5 floors later, I was knocking at room 502. She didn't open the door very far, so I pushed it the rest of the way.
Well?
We had a date.
I did not have a date.
Oh, that's right. Mine was with Francine.
I am Francine Tournay.
Uh-uh.
Don't you think I know who I am?
Oh, sure you do, so why don't you tell me? And while you're about it, who are you trying to pass yourself off as?
I am going to call the house detective.
Yeah, let's do.
Are you Rocky Jordan?
Yes. Now, where's Francine?
She is not coming. She said she would write you and explain.
She didn't write me anything. It looks like you know who I am, though. Why didn't you want to see me?
I did not want to see anyone.
Explain some more. Who are you?
I am Marna Zenda.
You got a passport, Marna?
Francine's passport. I had to use it. It was the only way.
The only way you could get into Egypt? Why?
Rocky, it is none of your affair. Keep out of it. Francine will explain everything.
No, I'd rather hear it from you.
My father was an importer here in Cairo. It was a partnership. They were accused of running guns. My father knew nothing about it, but he got all the blame. He and all our family were driven out of Egypt. We lost our citizenship.
What about the partner?
He had political affiliations and was not touched. It was he who was running guns, not my father.
Look, supposing your story's true.
It is, Rocky.
Why is Francine taking all this chance? What does it mean to her?
Francine is my dearest friend. She was employed by my father's partner. She, of all people, should know that my father was innocent. She offered me her passport, her plane ticket, and hotel reservation.
Well, it might work. You look a little like her.
My mother is French, my father Egyptian. This is our home. I had to get back to Cairo and square things.
Exactly with who?
His name is Kafar.
Kafar Bey?
You know him?
A nodding acquaintance. Just how are you going to square things?
That is still my business.
Okay, let's keep it that way. Only watch your step around Kafar. He's a very big man. I didn't leave Marna any too soon. As I came out, I bumped into the room clerk. He had a house dick with him. I waved goodbye to him and went on out. Well, I figured if Marna was out after Kafar, I might as well get my licks in first. I'd made out an itemized bill for the damage Kafar and his boys had done to my tambourine the day before, so I was off to deliver it in person. It was getting late, and there was a chance I might catch him alone. Kafar had moved to a big all-white place surrounded by a 5-foot wall a little way outside of Cairo. I got there about 10 o'clock and buzzed the gate, but no answer. I finally tried it. With a rusty squeak, it opened, and I walked into the courtyard and started for the house. Near the fountain was a statue, arms outspread, looking down. It struck me the statue seemed surprised. When I saw what it was looking at, so was I. There lay Kafar, still wearing his elevator shoes and oversized fez. But Kafar wasn't a big man anymore. Part of his shoulder pad was ripped away by a .45 slug, and a couple of more had finished the job. When I turned him over, he was still warm. Just then, the gate squeaked up front, and I saw Kafar's big Singhalese coming across the court. I didn't know if he recognized me or not, and I wasn't waiting to find out.
Who is there? Stop at once!
I went over the wall and kept going. It figured Marna had gotten to Kafar first, and I didn't want any part of it. Well, I got back to the tambourine. I tried for some sleep and got nothing but bad dreams. I kept looking for Francine, with Marna showing up in her place. The next morning, when I came down to my office, I found a letter on the desk. Airmail special delivery from Marseille. Yeah, it was from Francine. Dear Rocky, I hope and trust that this letter reaches you before our date. You see, I won't be coming to Cairo this time.
A very dear friend of mine, Marna Zandar, is using my passport and accommodations. She will also be using my name while in Cairo. This must seem very strange to you, but there is no other way for Marna to get into Cairo, and this is most important to her. Please, Rocky, do not interfere, for her sake and for mine. You can understand why I did not think it best to call and tell you this by phone.
When we see each other again, I will explain everything. Sorry, darling, signed Francine.
Good morning, Jordan.
Coming in the door, flanked by two of his uniformed men, was Captain Sam Sabaya, Cairo Police.
You have no greeting, Jordan?
Yeah, sure. Son, have some coffee, Sam.
It is an offense to refuse proffered hospitality, but I have no choice.
Meaning what?
That I am here on very serious matter. Jordan, no doubt you were acquainted with one Kafar Bey.
The Bey is your idea. He's just Kafar to me.
Was he not here in your tambourine 2 days ago?
Yeah, he and a lot of other guys. They tore up things. Want me to show you?
In a moment. Is it true that you made certain threats toward this man?
Well, you might call them threats. I didn't like his way of showing me how big he was. Why?
Kafar is dead. Murdered.
You better get busy, Sam. Kafar had a lot of influence.
Jordan, you must know me better than that. Duty is no respecter of position.
I'm sorry. Where do I fit in?
That remains to be seen. You have a gun, I believe. A .45.
I did have. Went for it after Kafar and his mob left the other day, but it was gone.
Indeed. Will you show me where you kept it?
Anything to oblige. I kept it under the cash register out front. You turn it up and you get a reward.
Jordan, has it ever occurred to you that a thorough investigation is to your advantage as well as...
Go on.
About that reward, Jordan.
Don't tell me, Sam.
Is this your gun?
It looks like it. I tell you, it was gone.
3 empty shells. Fired very recently.
So that wraps it up. I shoot Kafar and then leave my gun here in plain sight.
Kafar was shot, Jordan. But of course you knew.
Oh, that's no trap, Sam. You need a lot more to tie me in.
A witness, perhaps? I have one. A large Singhalese swears that he saw you running from Kafar's courtyard shortly after the murder. Well, I am waiting for your denial.
Okay, Sam. I went to Kafar's place with a bill for the damage he'd done to my tambourine. He was dead then. When Mashish showed up, I didn't want any trouble with him, and I got out.
Oh. Why did you not notify me of Kafar's death?
I figured Mashish would do that.
I see. There is every reason why I should handcuff you at this moment. However, I shall wait for a report from ballistics.
Give me a little rope, Sam, so I'll hang myself?
Jordan, in Cairo, the penalty for murder is not by hanging. However, it is swift and sure.
You are listening to Lady in Disguise, tonight's adventure with Rocky Jordan. Chills on Monday night, a solid hour of them with Joseph Cotton, Valley, and Louis Jourdan recreating their original roles in the Paradine case. CBS Radio Theater presents an exciting and suspenseful adaptation of this fine motion picture, which was directed by Alfred Hitchcock. Don't miss the tense and sinister thrills at 6 Monday night on CBS. Now we return you to Cairo and tonight's adventure with Rocky Jordan, Lady in Disguise.
There were a lot more things I could have told Captain Sabaya about Kafar's death. How Francine Tournay had called me from Marseille, that she was flying to Cairo. Only another girl using Francine's passport and name showed up in her place. After I got her real name, Marna Zendar, she told me she was in Cairo to square things with Kafar. An airmail special from Francine in Marseille backed up Marna's story and begged me to keep out of it. All at once, I was Sabaya's A1 suspect. My gun was being checked with the bullets found in Kafar's body. Well, I didn't have to flip a piastre to decide where I was going next. It looked like Marna had squared things in a hurry, so I was off for the Hotel Anton. I was walking toward the Sharia Makal to spot a taxi when all at once the sidewalk got crowded.
Over, Jota.
Hey, what the... Oh, Mashish.
Salva. It is Mashish. Sengali's bodyguard to his honor Kafar Bey.
Looks like you're out of a job, Mashish.
It's true. But one more task remains. Over, Jota.
You're getting in trouble again.
I was trusted with Kafar's life.
But you didn't protect him so good.
It's true. I failed. I am disgraced. Into the alley, Jota.
Let's stay right here.
The alley.
Okay, Mr. The Alley. Now, what's on your mind?
The death of my master.
Well, you act like I did it.
I saw you. You kill him. Now you die.
Oh, that knife again. Drop it, Mashish.
You let go my arm.
You was good with a gun. Maybe you shot Kafar.
No, you.
Let it drop. When we're alone, I can take care of guys like you.
Now I kill.
I had him by the wrist, but he was a tough boy, and the knife was getting too close. So I slammed him against the wall. His loose arm went around my neck, and I slammed again. This time the knife dropped. Mashish dived for it. I landed on top. He rolled around, picking up a lot of alley dirt. Then I had him on his feet again. He was lost without the knife, and like most natives, he didn't know how to use his fists. So I gave him the 1-2. He called things off and was running away fast. Well, he could go. I didn't want him. It took me another half hour to get back to my place and throw on some clean clothes. This time I got to the Hotel Anton without any trouble. The room clerk was still holding his own.
Yes, sir?
Rocky Jordan to see Francine Tournay.
That is impossible, Mr. Jordan.
Come on, get her on the phone and hurry.
That, too, is impossible. Miss Tournay is not here.
Where is she?
I really couldn't say. As I recall, Mr. Jordan, Miss Tournay had no desire to see you.
Oh, cut it, Sonny. She doesn't need your protection.
Mr. Jordan, Miss Tournay is not here. She checked out. She's taken her luggage with her. She's no longer registered here. Now, do I make myself clear?
Not quite. Where did she go?
Pound
note help?
It's most irregular.
Take it or leave it.
She left for the airport not more than a half hour ago.
If I had any doubts about Marna before, I was sure now. I grabbed a taxi and told the driver to speed it up for Almaza Airport. He honked his way across Solomon Pasha Square, and in 20 minutes we were there. A big plane was warming up on the nearest runway. I got inside the station and started scouting around. A lot of people were milling in and out, and I did a lot of looking. Then a sudden face in the crowd sent me running. It took a split second for me to realize it wasn't the face of Marna, but of somebody who was supposed to be in Marseille. The face of Francine Tournay. Then it was gone. I kept looking, and I began to tell myself I was wrong. Maybe I'd just been thinking too much about Francine the past couple of days.
Plane leaving for Casablanca, Rome, Marseille, Gate 1, last call. Plane leaving for Casablanca.
I got over to Gate 1, and
Marseille,
I wasn't a second too soon.
Please let me
Oh,
go.
you in a hurry, Marna?
Oh, Rocky, what are you doing here?
Looking for you. We got some things to clear up.
My plane is about to leave. I haven't any time.
You got lots of time.
Let me go. Let me go.
Well, you call a guard? Go ahead. There's lots of them around. We'll talk about the passport you're using.
No, please. They're closing the gate.
Stay here, Mona.
But I've got to get on that plane.
But not now, you won't.
Do you know what you're doing to me?
I'm about to find that out. Over here behind the fountain. Come on, where we can talk.
Well, Mr. Jordan, you have decided to make this your affair. You have bothered me in every possible way. Now you have made me miss my plane. What more do you want?
I won't ask you how you lifted the gun for my cafe. That's not important.
What gun?
The one you used to kill Kafar and planted back on me. I don't like your way of squaring things, Marna.
Oh, I see. Rocky.
Yeah?
You've got it all wrong. I did not kill Kafar.
It's too late for that. You're trying to get out of Cairo fast, sort of tripped you up.
I will admit I was frightened. When I learned of Kafar's murder, I was afraid I would be blamed. The authorities would soon find out who I really am.
Well, you wouldn't want that, would you?
Rocky, you of all people should know that I would not kill Kafar.
Tell me real slow.
I did tell you. I came to Cairo to clear my father's name. The minute I found the one man who could do that, would I kill him?
It's one I can't answer.
Now that he is dead, no one can help me, not even you. And Francine told me you would understand.
Sure, I'm to understand a murder that's pinned on me. Maybe you had other reasons. How do I know your story's true?
Rocky, at what time was Kafar killed?
It was about 10 o'clock when I found him. He hadn't been dead long.
I could not have been there. From the moment I arrived at my hotel yesterday evening, I never left there till this morning.
You expect me to believe that?
Ask whoever you like. The doorman, the bellboy, the room clerk, the waitress in the restaurant.
All right, we'll do that. Come on, Mona. And that's what we did. Mona stayed with me, and we went back to the Hotel Anton. I had a lot of conversations. First, I talked to the doorman.
I remember this lady well, sir. She arrived in the airport bus at 7:30. I was on duty until 11. She did not come out this door.
After that, we went over to the desk and had a chat with my friend, the room clerk.
Yes, I'm certain she did not leave the hotel last night. As a matter of fact, I talked to her on the phone shortly after you left her room. We have certain regulations, you know.
If he was looking for another pound note, he didn't get it. Next, we looked up the waitress in the hotel restaurant.
Sure, I remember her. No tip. She came in at 9 o'clock and stayed too long. Lamb chops with no potatoes. Reducing, I guess.
The bellhop told me he'd taken ice water to a room at 10 o'clock, right on the nose. I talked to a few others, but they all came up with the same answer.
Well, do you believe me now, Mr. Jordan?
A lot of people would have to be lying.
That is not likely, is it?
Maybe not. Mona, if you're smart, you'll check in here again. Wait around a couple of days.
But being in Cairo is dangerous for me.
Not as dangerous as running away.
You are so thoughtful of me, Mr. Jordan. But as long as you are running things, I'll be here.
That's when I went back to the Tambourine. It looked like Marna had cleared herself for Kafar's murder. But after running all over Cairo, I still hadn't helped my own case a bit. The afternoon rush was on when I walked into the Tambourine. When Chris, my bartender, saw me, he jerked his head to a back table and kept on drawing a beer. The place was heavy with smoke, and I couldn't make out who it was. As I went back, it dawned on me like a camera fade-in. Again, the face of Francine Tournay.
Rocky, darling.
It's really you, Francine.
But of course, mon chéri. I've been looking everywhere for you.
At the airport?
You saw me there? Why did you not say something?
I tried to, but you were gone.
Are you not glad to see me, Rocky?
Oh, sure, Francine, sure.
Did you get my letter?
It's right here in my pocket. It said you weren't coming to Cairo.
A woman can change your mind, n'est-ce pas?
Yeah, but your passport...
Well, I decided if Marna could get in on somebody else's passport, so could I. So here I am.
Oh, when'd you get here?
Today. At noon. Does it matter?
Francine, your friend Marna's in trouble.
Yes, I know. Poor Mama.
I saw her last night. She gave me a big story about coming to Cairo to square her father's name with Kafar.
It is true, Rocky. Marna's father was convicted of running guns, and his whole family lost their citizenship. Kafar was his partner, and doing it all. When I found that out, I quit his employ and went to France with Marna. I only wanted to help her.
You did?
She was very bitter, but I had no idea it would come to this. I didn't dream that Did she kill him, Rocky?
I don't know.
Well, let's forget it for now.
Oh, it's not that easy, Francine.
I know. But we can try, can't we? Take me someplace, Rocky. I won't be long in Cairo, and I want...
Okay, Francine. Let's get out of here.
Oh, I dropped my purse.
Yeah, I'll get it.
I am so sorry. The silly things in a woman's purse.
You're not kidding. Oh, this yours, too?
Yes, my airplane ticket stub. Thank you, Rocky. Now shall we go?
Oh, Francine.
Yes, Rocky?
I almost forgot. There's a couple of things I've got to clear up here. Why don't you catch a taxi and go on to your place, huh? Where you staying?
The Said house.
Well, I'll see you there, huh?
Very well, Rocky. Au revoir.
Francine didn't know what had stopped me. It was the sight of an official black car drawing to the curb in front. Sam Sabaya got out and waited, and so did I. The cat and mouse game went on for a little while, and finally he came in. Bring the handcuffs with you, Sam?
Jordan, many times you and I have had difficulties. In every case, I have been inclined to give you the benefit of the doubt.
That's right, you have.
However, in this case, I have no alternative.
There's no odd feelings.
You will come with me, Jordan.
Sure. Oh, front seat, Sam? Where's the rest of you boys?
I prefer it this way. Get in, Jordan.
Is there anything new I don't know?
The gun I found in your cafe this morning, you still say it is yours?
I won't argue.
I have a report from ballistics. It is the same gun which killed Kafar.
So you're arresting me for murder?
What would you do, Jordan?
I'm glad I don't have to answer that one. Anyhow, it looks like you're ruining my evening. That's the Said house up ahead, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
I had a date with a pretty little French girl there. Just got in from Marseille. That's when it hit me, like lightning hits the desert. Sam, stop the car. Stop it quick.
Jordan, what are you doing?
Come with me, Sam.
Get back in the car.
What's holding you, Sam? Come on. I barreled into the lobby of the Said house with Sam trailing close behind. I had a quick look at the registration book on the desk, then grabbed it up and took it with me and made for the stairs. Sam kept protesting all the way, but I didn't wait to explain. In 15 seconds flat, we were looking at a room on the second floor.
Why, Rocky, you made it in a hurry.
Not any too soon, Francine. Come in, Sam.
Who is this?
Captain Sabaya, police.
But I don't understand.
At the moment, madame, neither do I. Well, come on, Jordan.
Let's clean it up. I'd like another look in your purse, Francine.
My purse? Rocky, darling, what is wrong?
The airplane ticket stub. You told me you flew in today, Francine.
Rocky!
When I picked that stub up off the floor back at the tambourine, the date didn't register at first. Here, look at it, Sam.
This ticket was used 2 days ago.
Sure. Now, exhibit number 2, the hotel register.
You will not find my name there.
Any name will do, just so the handwriting checks with this letter I got from you this morning. Let's see. Here we are. Mona Hargis, alias Francine Tournay, checked in 2 days ago.
You're being stupid.
Worked fine, didn't it? You made it here in plenty of time to kill Kafar.
But the letter, I mailed it yesterday from Marseille. That proves I was not here last night. Oh, you're trying to protect Mana. You're in love with her. That is
One moment, Miss Honey. Continue, Jordan.
Took a lot of planning. The phone call to make sure I ran into Marna. The letter you wrote but had somebody else mail yesterday from Marseille to prove you could have been here.
You're lying.
You planned to sneak into town, kill Kafar, and get out, planning the murder on Marna. Or if not her, me.
Then why would I come to your cafe?
What else could you do? When you went to the airport, you found out Marna was taking the same plane. Then you had a hunch I saw you there, getting away in the crowd. So you decided to cover up, come to me, and said you just got in.
And why would I kill Kafar?
You once worked for him. Doing what?
I was merely his secretary.
That include juggling the books to throw the blame for the gun running on Marna's father? Maybe when it came time for the payoff, Kafar double-crossed you, too.
Miss Tournay, any further statements you have to make...
One more thing. How'd you get the gun in and out of my cafe, Francine?
Money will buy anything.
We shall see, Miss Tournay. Jordan,
no apologies, Sam. Right now, I've got a few mistakes of my own to clear up. With Marna. Well, when Sabaya finally got the full story out of Francine, it checked pretty close with mine. That cleared things for Marna Zandar and her family, and they were permitted to return to Cairo. And I finally had my date. Francine was tied up, shall we say. So Marna and I did the town. That suited me. She liked Americans, too.
It's CBS again at this same time next week for another story of adventure and intrigue when we take you back to Cairo on the Cafe Tambourine, run by Rocky Jordan. Jack Moyles plays the title role with tonight's story by Larry Roman and Gomer Cool. Rocky Jordan is produced and directed by Cliff Howell with original music by Richard Arant. Larry Thor speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Time now for Rocky Jordan. Not far from the Mosque Sultan Hassan in Cairo stands the Cafe Tambourine, run by Rocky Jordan. The Cafe Tambourine, crowded with forgotten men, alive with the babble of many languages. For this is Cairo, where modern adventure and intrigue unfold against a backdrop of antiquity. Tonight's story, The Makeup Man.
Be sure and buy a guidebook if you ever come to Cairo. It'll come in pretty handy. It'll tell you about the pyramids and the religion and the people, to drink plenty of boiled water and move slow, and the kind of clothes to wear so you'll be able to handle the heat. But the guy I met yesterday must have quit school early, or he didn't like guidebooks. He was standing at my door in a cutaway coat and pinstripe pants, derby hat, cane, gloves, elevator shoes, and a fistful of Egyptian pound notes.
You are Mr. Jordan, no? I, Max Vladney, have come to see you unappointed.
That's right, I'm Jordan.
I come in.
Sure, why not?
You will do it?
Do what, Mr.
Max Vladney. Vladney Max 1642 Mulholland Drive, Hollywood 28, on Imperial Studio Payroll, Social Security 5248-1978. I am American like yourself.
You're a long way from home, Yankee. Sit down.
I do not have time, Mr. Jordan. I will not sit. However, I demonstrate. You see. This flower is wilted. I do not need it. This luggage check already lost. Also, I do not need. Cane? I place on desk. A gift from my grandfather. Very nice fellow. I keep. Also, gloves which I buy in Paris. Now, what I have left, Mr. Jordan?
About 200 pounds in Egyptian banknotes.
From bank I have just come. Also this I do not need. For you. All for you.
I don't have a nickel. Why do I win the jackpot?
Now what I have. I answer myself. Bullet hole in Derby, you see? Is not finished. 1, 2, 3.
Those look like 38 slugs. Where'd you get them?
Out of doorway to soundstage I dig them, where I am shot last night as I work.
Well, who's shooting at you?
If I know who shoot, I shoot back. I have no enemies. Everyone in picture company is mad in love with Max Vladney. I can buy new hat, but cannot buy new head. Mr. Jordan, please, you will stop my body from dying.
You're in the wrong place. The police department's 8 blocks down the street.
I will explain. In Imperial Motion Picture Studio, where master of makeup Max Vladney is imported to Cairo, Egypt, with the entire cast and company of great desert epic Tie My Rope Tight to create beautiful faces from skinny skulls and fat necks is much newspaper. Free publicity sometimes for agents to press. Egyptian police think because I work for motion picture company is free trick for agents to press into newspaper. But is not free, Mr. Jordan. To you, I come to take no chance.
All right, you made your point.
In I am, Mr. Jordan? You will accompany me, no?
I haven't seen a real movie set in a long time. Sure, why not?
Already better, I feel.
I kind of like the little guy. I guess I believed his story. Sounded screwy enough to be the truth. Well, we went down and got a cab out to the location set, which was over in Giza, near the pyramids. I tried to get a little more information out of him, but it didn't come to much. He couldn't figure out why somebody was shooting at him or who was doing it. It was about 4 o'clock in the afternoon when we got to the place. He had one corner of a portable sound stage that he used for an apartment. We walked up on the ramp together, and he was pulling things out of his pockets, looking for his keys, when things began to happen real fast. Get down.
See, what I tell you, all the time someone shooting at Max.
All right, stay down.
Again, my hat is full of holes.
Oh, shut up, you won't hit.
Yes, but it's frightening.
Unless he's carrying a machine gun, he's through for the day. That was number 6.
Wait, where you go, Mr. Jordan? You leave Max all alone to be killed?
Stay right where you are. I'm going after him. White gun smoke was still hanging around a clump of date palms over an arc light. That's where I was headed. When I made it, nobody was there. But 100 feet away, I saw a gray-haired man, stocky build, glasses, running down the hill to the highway. I pounded out after him, but I might as well have tried to catch an elephant with a butterfly net. He was quite an acrobat. He dived over a wooden road bracer and skidded down the embankment. He landed feet first in a Jeep he had waiting on the road. By the time I got to the place, he was a half mile away. Well, when I got back to the stage, there was a black Nash convertible in the driveway and a blonde girl in the doorway. She had her hands full of Max. He had big tears in his eyes, and she was looking for a handkerchief.
Something like this happening to you. Max, why? Why anybody would want to do such a thing is beyond me.
Beyond me also is this Hilda. What enemy do I?
Max, darling, I don't know, I'm sure, but please, you must think.
Think? How can I think?
Max, how terrible. How do you do? You're Mr. Jordan. Did you kill him?
No, he got away.
Oh, and I am again to be shot at.
You say he got away?
Yeah, who are you?
Oh, beg my pardon. This is Hilda Graham. You have seen her in the movie pictures. Some actors they call the shape or the face. Hilda Graham we call the hair. She is my wife almost.
I heard shots as I drove up and found poor Max by the door.
Oh, it's got to be an end to this business, Mr. Jordan. It's got to end quickly. Next time, maybe I will be in the head.
Mr. Jordan, it certainly does have to stop. Why, Max Vladne is the finest makeup artist in the world.
From Hungary to the United States citizen.
And it'd be a great loss to the Imperial Motion Picture Studios. To the entire motion picture business if anything ever happened to Max.
See? I am valuable. Did I not tell you I am great always?
Yeah, sure. Got a phone strung in here?
In there. In my private workshop and study where I hope to work and live. Use it, please, Mr. Odin, before I am there.
Maxie, darling, this is all so terrible.
Yes, I know.
Now, for all you've done for me, now I shall be able to help you, and I feel so helpless.
Oh, it's terrible for me.
Captain Sabaya speaking.
Sam, this is Jordan.
Yes, Jordan.
I'll give you the details later. I'm calling from the motion picture location. A little guy named Max Vladne isn't very popular.
What do you mean?
Somebody just threw some slugs at him.
Was anyone injured?
So far, no.
Thank you for calling, Jordan.
What do you mean, thank you for calling? Look, Sam, this little guy...
You are being made a fool of. I suppose you have been paid money to use your influence with me so that police will be called in and the newspapers will carry a story about intrigue and murder with the motion picture company.
Look, I tell you, this
Jordan,
little...
that is all.
Listen, Sam,
You through phoning, Mr. Jordan?
Yeah. Want a drink?
No, thanks. I have a brand of something much better than that in my hotel room.
I'll bet you.
Location trips are often very arduous and rustic, but this time I have a lovely suite of rooms at Shepherd's. Do you know where it is?
Well, I've been around.
And I'm all alone there.
Don't you think you ought to be in there holding hands with your boyfriend? He's had a hard day.
Max? Keep.
Then you're liable to burn up.
Mr. Jordan, who do you suppose is shooting at Max?
You tell me, lady. I just met him.
I thought you said you saw whoever it was.
I did.
A native?
Maybe.
Perhaps someone from the motion picture company.
Maybe.
You're sort of confused, aren't you? You don't really know whether it's just a trick or not, do you?
Oh, that isn't what I'm confused about.
Oh. Well, I have to be on the set early tomorrow morning. If there's anything I can do at all, I'd be only too happy to cooperate.
Why don't you start by telling me who handles your properties here? A .38 isn't very popular in this part of the world. It's an American gun, one you might be using in this movie. Any American gun is registered with customs.
Really?
And I have some slugs that Max gave me. Oh, I can dig some more out of the wall.
And then what?
Police ballistics will look into it from there.
If they want to look into it.
Yeah, if they want to look into it.
Well, Mr. Jordan, it's been very nice meeting you, and I know that you're going to take very good care of Max.
You were going to tell me the name of the prom man?
Isn't that funny? I really don't know, Mr. Jordan. I really don't know. But, if there's anything else I can do...
Yeah, I'll give you a ring.
Do that, Mr. Jordan.
I stood there and watched her walk through the front room. She looked like a leopard after a good breakfast. And she had a few nice spots, too. Well, she patted Max on the cheek and kissed him on the head and slid under the wheel of a convertible. That famous long golden hair was blowing behind her by the time she got out of the driveway. Max waved her goodbye.
Be careful, my darling. Careful. Lovely she is, Mr. Jordan.
Yeah, Maxie, she's just fine.
For her, too, I must keep myself alive.
Gonna marry her?
But, of course, as soon as we finish this picture. She needs me.
Yeah, I'll bet.
Wait. Mr. Jordan, you called someone. What now happens?
We get some reinforcements.
Aha, reinforcers. I like you, Mr. Jordan. You are good to me. Already better I feel.
I waited till Max went to bed, then I got on the phone and called one of my boys from the Tambourine. A big kid from Texas who was doubling as extra bartender until he made his fare back to San Antonio. He showed up in 20 minutes.
It's only me, Rocky. Yeah, take it easy.
All right, Tex, come on in.
Where's our clay pigeon?
Roosting in there. Bring it?
Mm-hmm. One for you, one for me. Who we gonna shoot at?
I don't know. But the police aren't interested in finding out. I'm gonna have to find out.
This legal?
Worried?
Well, if Sabaya doesn't like it, what makes you interested?
I don't know. Maybe I like the little guy in there.
Yeah, go on.
Maybe he's in a tough spot where somebody's trying to make it look like he isn't.
A lot of maybes.
Don't you like it?
Well, you run a cafe here, Rocky. You're getting pretty far from the cash register.
Oh, I can call somebody else, Tex.
What do I do?
Wait here till I get back. Keep your eyes open.
Anything else?
Somebody's a real good shot or a real bad shot. I don't know. I'm going to find out.
Sam Houston talked the same way.
Scared?
Well, take your time, Rocky. I'll be here.
Yeah. Already better, I feel. That was easier than I figured. Back in Cairo, a wire to the port authorities told me the motion picture company had brought in some small arms as props. 3 of them were .38s. The wire told me the consignment had been handled by a man named Pete Berger, head of the property department. And it gave a second-rate apartment address. There was a Jeep parked in front marked Property of Imperial Picture Studios. It could have been the one I saw that afternoon. And the girl who answered the door had a voice that sounded like an empty oil drum full of ball bearings.
What'll it be, buddy? Brahms or bebop?
Oh, neither one, lady.
Well, we ain't got either one for you.
How'd you get so nice?
I finished finishing school.
That guy at the piano, Pete Berger?
Who wants to know?
My name's Gordon. I'm looking for him.
Well, that ain't him, and goodbye.
I'll ask him myself.
He don't talk. Besides, his name's Valley, Richie Valley. What do you want?
Pete Berger. They tell me he lives here.
Richie and me ain't never heard of no Pete Berger, and he don't live here. Ain't that right, Richie? See? Richie says it's so.
Is, that door lead to rooms upstairs?
Yeah, that door leads to rooms upstairs.
Mind if I take a look?
I mind a lot of things, and taking a look is one of them.
And you're going to be real put out because I'm taking a look anyway.
Stop him, Richie! Don't let him go up there!
Bossy!
I was only halfway up when a man in a sweatshirt backed over to the top stairs. There were 3 holes just about the center of his chest. He turned and tried to say something. I saw what was going to happen and hugged the banister. She was kneeling beside him, holding his head in her arms, rocking back and forth. Yeah, you guessed it. It was the same gray-haired man I chased that afternoon. He didn't live 5 seconds.
You are listening to The Makeup Man, tonight's adventure with Rocky Jordan. Monday night at 6, Irene Dunn and James Mason will take you into mysterious Siam for a great story of intrigue in the court of a young king. At last, the fine motion picture, Anna and the King of Siam, has come to CBS Radio Theater. Don't miss it, tomorrow night at 6 over CBS. Now we return you to Cairo and Rocky Jordan for tonight's adventure, The Makeup Man.
How can you keep a straight face when a little guy in a cutaway coat comes to you and complains about the bullet holes in his derby and tells you that because he's a makeup man with a motion picture company, the police think it's a publicity gag? Well, the next thing you know, somebody is throwing 38 slugs, and even though nobody's hurt, it stops being funny. And if the head prop man, Pete Berger, who was throwing the slugs, does a Brody down a flight of stairs all loaded up with bullet holes without speaking his piece, then you start to make phone calls. His girlfriend's name turned out to be Flossie. She had a good cry over him when I called Sam Sabaya. Sam showed up 5 minutes later. He gathered everybody together, asked them all a lot of questions, then he began to look tired, like he'd never been to bed.
All right, Sergeant. Take them down and book them as material witnesses.
This way, please.
Just a minute, Flatty. I got my rights.
Oh, you were his wife?
You're darn right. Me and Pete been married since 1937.
My deepest sympathy, Mrs. Berger.
I don't know why anybody's put the quiet on poor old Pete, but I know my rights and I want to see the American consul.
One of my officers has already notified the American consul of tonight's occurrence. In all probability, a representative of the American consular office will be awaiting you at headquarters.
Well, okay then.
We will discuss it later.
Yeah, sure.
And you, Jordan.
Oh, I got one story.
And wish to hear it. This way. It seems that every time there is a disturbance of note in Cairo, you are involved.
It wasn't my idea, Sam.
I might be forced to book you on technical grounds.
Oh, stop it. You know I didn't have anything to do with Berger taking the long nap.
When a man from your hometown is shot in your presence...
In my hometown?
Didn't you know, Jordan? Berger was from St. Louis. Passport office will tell you that much.
I didn't know anything about him.
But you did have enemies in St. Louis.
What are you getting at, Sam?
Jordan, I have known you for a long while. Our fortunes and misfortunes have a way of running parallel. Perhaps it is that we are born under the same star. Your past you have never disclosed, and I have never questioned.
What about that passport office of yours?
There is a great hurt. What else? I do not know.
Sam, you can deport me any time you want to. You can kick me out of Cairo, even out of Egypt.
All right, Jordan, it was a thought. The coincidence was extraordinary. I will listen.
All right. A little guy named Max Vladny came to me and told me somebody's been shooting at him. He said the police wouldn't listen.
Once before, when a motion picture company came Cairo on location, we were the victims of an overzealous publicity man.
Well, I might have had the same idea till I telephoned you this afternoon. Somebody really was shooting at Maxie.
Many men expert with firearms, able to cleave a button off a shirt at a long distance, are employed on the picture.
Yeah, that occurred to me, too. But I want to make sure, so I got a line on the one who was making the noise.
And you came to have a talk with him, only now he is dead.
Yeah, that's him on the floor in there.
The police did not totally ignore Max Vladny's request, nor do we allow a company of aliens to arrive in our city without proper credentials, and of course, we know their backgrounds. Pete Berger was an ex-convict.
Huh? Some people get caught, some get away with it.
Since his release from prison, he held many positions. A stuntman, as an actor, and finally as a property man.
All right, what's this got to do with me?
Perhaps, Jordan, you are unwillingly an accomplice in a murder.
Got something to go on?
Well, someone in the motion picture company knew of Berger's background, and that someone was blackmailing him, forcing him to pay money to keep his position.
Sounds like an old fairy tale, Sam.
Now, one day Berger refused to pay and threatened this someone.
Also sounds a little backwards to me. Berger wound up dead.
Now my conjecture is no longer hypothetical. It becomes almost a theorem. Someone must rid himself of a threat. Positions are reversed.
You're sure making up a lot of questions.
Oh, no, Jordan. Answers. A complaint about being shot is unheeded. The complainant would not be suspected. But
if he somehow arranges for an innocent witness to bear out his story...
Me?
...and then waits his opportunity to rid himself of the threat...
You got a name?
Where is your friend Max Waldley now?
Out at his place. One of my boys, Tex, is keeping an eye on him.
To check the possibility, shall we make certain of that?
Sure, why not?
That is what I say, Jordan. Why not?
Sam didn't say a word on the way out to the place, but I knew he was thinking that little Max he'd shot Pete Berger, and the way he'd put it made sense. It was about 4 a.m. when we got there. The sun was just starting to make the sky look like a load of mud. When we pulled up in front, one light was still burning in the window. The rest of the place was dark. Everything was quiet. Come on, Sam.
All right, Jordan, Jordan.
Yeah. Cordite. The whole room's full of it. Guns have been fired. Come on, the bedroom. This way. Max Vladney was lying face down, half on the floor and half on the table he used for a workshop. A bottle of spirit gum was spilled on the floor, along with some false blonde hair and a cracked wig block. He had one free arm around a white plaster cast of a head. He looked like a little wax dummy holding a doll. But the 2 blue holes in the middle of his head weren't planned.
I was mistaken, Jordan.
Here.
You said there was someone from your cafe watching him for you.
Yeah, I got the... What's that?
It's from over there by the bed.
It was Tex. He was lying over by the foot of the bed. There was a trickle coming out of one side of his mouth.
Oh, no, don't try to move me, Rocky. It's in my lungs somewhere. I don't think I got any blood to spare. I've been laying here waiting for you, Rocky. It happened about an hour ago. Noise in Max's room. Next thing I know, I'm taking a slug myself. Call me a doc, will you, Rocky? Call me a doc. Quick.
Well, Sam made a lot of phone calls before it was all over. An ambulance came by to pick up Tex and take him to the hospital. Then Sam got his crew in there to take pictures and look at Maxie. He didn't say a word to me, just went around sniffing things and looking. I kept thinking of Maxie and Tex, and part of it began to get hot inside of me.
Jordan!
Yeah?
Jordan, where do you think you're going?
I got some things to do.
So have I.
You aren't doing them fast enough for you.
Jordan, you aren't contemplating a foolish gesture.
Look, I've seen 2 dead tonight and a friend of mine all shot up.
The police will find out who is responsible.
They don't work fast enough for me.
Jordan!
Your guesses weren't very good, Sam. I got some of my own. I haven't got time.
This is a matter for the police to handle.
They could have stopped it if they'd listened to Maxie.
I warn you, Jordan. I will not tolerate any interference.
Look, I like Maxie, and Tex is my friend. He's lying in a hospital right now. We don't know whether he's going to live or die, and you're talking about interference.
That's enough!
That isn't half enough, Sam. Goodbye, I got business. I didn't know where to start or who to start with right then. It's like that sometimes. The flag's up, the meter's ticking, but you're getting nowhere. Then it came to me that Maxie's girlfriend, the Hare, didn't know about him yet, so I went over to tell her. It was 6 o'clock in the morning, but she was wearing a dress that was meant only for nighttime.
Well, Mr. Jordan, when I saw you at Max's yesterday, I didn't think you'd buy for that drink so soon. But come in. I was just having some coffee. I have to be on location early. I'm all dressed for the scene, but I have to have a makeup job.
Look all right to me the way you are.
You can be nice.
I have some tough news for you.
Max? Something's happened to Max.
He's dead.
Oh, no. Oh, no, not Max. Poor Maxie.
Somebody shot him 3 hours ago.
Why would anybody want to kill Max?
I want to know, too.
Max expected me to marry him, and he had so many plans. Mr. Jordan, what can I do to help?
A smart cop named Sabaya is going to be knocking on your door pretty soon. He'll want some answers. I want him first.
Would you mind terribly if we sat down? See, Max was all I had. And I want to be near someone.
Sure.
I know I'm not doing this scene very well. Mr. Jordan, what can I tell you?
Did Max ever mention a man named Pete Berger?
I never heard the name before.
He was the head of your property department. He was the one that shot at Max yesterday.
He killed Max?
No.
But...
Berger's dead, too. I was there when he got shot.
Look, I'm not very good at this sort of thing. What are you trying to find?
A reason? People kill for money or for love or just for the plain crazy feeling of blasting a gun at somebody.
This has been a lot for you. You liked Max, didn't you?
He was a nice little guy. But I got more than that. A friend of mine, he was shot too.
Another death?
No, he's still alive in a hospital.
Oh.
So there's a reason.
Well, aren't the police looking?
I want to find out who.
I see.
What kind of work does a makeup man do with a plaster cast?
I don't know. I suppose he studies the contour of the face and familiarizes himself with his subject that way.
He'd have one of you?
I suppose so. He'd have one of every principal in the cast.
That's a nice face. Yeah, I've seen it in pictures.
My press agents think my hair is my fortune.
Yeah. Long, golden hair.
Does it feel soft and warm? The way you hoped it would feel?
Mm-hmm.
You've been wanting to hold me like this. To see me like this, haven't you? And my lips. How do you like them, Rocky? I never loved Max. I was indebted to him. See, I was terribly ill several years ago, and he helped me.
Yeah, I can see why he felt the way he did about you.
Can you? I like the way you did that.
Max was working on something for you.
Really?
He had a plaster cast of your head in his arms when I found him. There was no hair on it, and it looked funny.
Don't say that. Don't ever say a thing like that.
Oh, it figures.
What are you talking about?
Murder, lady, and lots of it.
Get out of
You
here.
killed a poor ex-con because he bungled a scare job you blackmailed him into doing. Then you shot him last night because I was going to talk to him.
You're crazy.
You killed Max, and you thought you killed Tex.
You said yourself there's got to be a reason.
You got one. It's not money, or love, or anything else.
I hate you.
Every newspaper in the world's going to carry this story. Hilda Graham, the movie star with all the long golden hair, is really as bald as a boiled egg.
You shut up! Shut up! Don't you ever say anything like that. Don't ever say anything like that.
Pick up that bookend. I'd like to have a reason to break you in two.
What are you going to do?
I'm turning you over to the police.
No. No, you can't. You mustn't. They'll find out about my hair. Oh, please, please don't let them know. Look, Max was the only one who knew. Don't let them know, Rocky. Please, Rocky, please. I couldn't stand it. I had to kill all those people to make sure that they... Please, Rocky. Please. You know how nice I can be.
Lady, you're a bum. Sam got over being mad when I brought her in. We sat down and figured it out. Max had been trying to get her to marry him, but she didn't want to marry anybody. And she was afraid if she didn't marry Max, he'd tell what he knew, so she killed him. It was her hair. That famous long golden hair. Only it wasn't hers. She'd lost all hers when she was sick. And she couldn't stand the thought of anybody going around knowing she wore a wig. A couple of days later, I saw Tex at the hospital. He had some transfusions and a couple of other things. He was coming out of it all right. You know, I think he summed it all up when he said...
You know, Rocky, I've been thinking. It's too bad they didn't take Hilda Graham's picture without that wig. Boy, that'd sure serve her right.
It's CBS again at this same time next week for another story of adventure and intrigue when we take you back to Cairo and the Cafe Tambourine run by Rocky Jordan. Jack Moyles plays the title role with tonight's story by E. Jack Newman, edited by Larry Roman and Gomer Cool. Rocky Jordan is produced and directed by Cliff Howell with original music by Richard Arant. Don't forget, tomorrow night at 6, Irene Dunn and James Mason will take you into mysterious Siam for that great story of intrigue in the court of a young king. The fine motion picture Anna and the King of Siam comes to CBS Radio Theater tomorrow night at 6. Larry Thor speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
From Hollywood, it's time now for
Johnny Dollar.
Walt Albright, Johnny. Trinity Mutual Limited.
Oh, hiya, Walt. How's your health?
Terrible, since you ask. I got asthma, Johnny.
Again? I thought we agreed
Yeah,
that...
I know. I get suspicious. I get asthma. Happens every time. Cure me, will you?
What's the case, Walt?
Man named Eddie Kalin, Caylin, out in Los Angeles, died yesterday. $5,000 policy.